Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Collect the Divinity Fragment. Night falls. The moon is bright, the stars are sparse, and a cool breeze drifts through the air. On his way home from work, Shichen yawns, shaking off his exhaustion. Even though he's had yet another day of overtime, just thinking about going home to watch anime and play video games pumps him up. He can't help speeding up. When he gets to the subway station, he pulls out his phone, ready to scan his ticket, but it seems busted. Some weird GG ad has taken over his entire screen. There's no close button, no exit, and even pressing the home key does nothing. Did I get a virus? Is my phone just done? It's only been 2 years. Muttering to himself, Shichen tries powering it down, but it's useless. Finally, he takes a good look at the pop-up. If you had the chance to become a god, would you take it? Yes/willing/definitely. That's it, just those 2 lines plastered all over the screen, in tiny text. What even is this? 3 options, but they all mean the same thing. I'm not clicking. Recently, scam ads have been everywhere. This one looks kind of different, though, probably tailor-made to suck in anime fans with its cheesy, edgy style. But everyone knows anime fans aren't that easy to trick. Shichen doesn't believe it, and he's certainly not tapping it. He can't afford to risk having his bank account drained. That money is all he's got. Living alone, the digits in his account are his safety net. Shichen fiddles with the phone some more, but nothing works. It won't shut down, the volume buttons don't do anything, the home button is useless. It really does feel like a virus. Phones get outdated fast, but typically you can use one for 3 years without issue. Shichen had no plans to replace his yet. But at this rate, he has no choice. He needs his phone for everything these days. If it's out of commission, he can't do much of anything. Luckily, he doesn't live too far, he can just jog home. Maybe it's a good chance to get some exercise. He could swing by a store on the way to pick up a new phone. He's been telling himself forever that he needs to work out. After all, health is everything. But he's never made a real start, he always finds some excuse to put it off. Knowing something and actually doing it are 2 totally different things. And so time has dragged on for years. But it looks like today's finally the day. Weirdly enough, Shichen feels a little grateful to whatever virus caused this. He puts away his phone, tightens the strap on his shoulder bag, and starts running. He goes slow at first, he hasn't run in ages, so he needs to warm up or he'll collapse right away. But the thought of finally beginning a real fitness routine gets him excited. He starts picking up speed. Then, out of nowhere, a huge shadow appears ahead, racing straight toward him. It's a truck. It came with 0 warning, no sound at all, like it just popped into existence. In that split second, chills run down Shichen's spine and cold sweat breaks out all over, but maybe his survival instinct is off the charts. He instinctively kicks off and dives to the side. Whoosh! The truck blasts past him without slowing, no sign of stopping, until it's gone. By the time Shichen sits up, the truck has vanished. Fighting back the urge to curse out loud, he grabs his ankle, grimacing. His body moved so fast just now that he ended up twisting his ankle, and it's swollen. Not wanting to move it yet, he just sits there, waiting for the pain to subside. He's fuming, cursing the driver for being in such a rush he might as well be speeding to the afterlife. If Shichen's survival instinct hadn't kicked in, he'd be on that one-way trip right now. But there's something strange, how could a truck moving that fast not make any noise? He was just running, not shutting down his hearing, and he was paying attention to his surroundings. No way would he miss it. It's so weird. While he's wondering about that, Shichen notices a flicker of light at the edge of his field of vision. Wait, flames. He looks up instinctively. A fiery object is plummeting straight toward him. The flames get bigger, the object gets bigger, until it fills his view. It's a meteor. A million thoughts go through his mind, but all that comes out is the one word everyone knows. Crap. Boom. The meteor strikes him head-on, giving him no chance to react. He's gone in an instant, not even a trace left behind. Shichen never imagined he'd get nailed by a meteor. Talk about good or bad luck, he dodged a truck only to get wrecked by a rock from space. It's like death has it out for him. He's never done anything heinous, either. He helps old ladies cross the street, lends a hand to anyone who needs it, stays polite and friendly, a typical nice guy. Why would death be after him? Is this what they mean by, no good deed goes unpunished? Hold on. Why am I still thinking? Shichen suddenly realizes he's still conscious, and right then he hears an emotionless, mechanical voice. Host has gained the opportunity to become a god. Beginning reconstruction of the host's body. Reconstruction initiated. 1%. 2%. Huh. What the heck? That weird phone virus. Could it actually be real? But didn't this just force me to agree? So that truck and meteor might have been its doing. Shichen tries moving his limbs, but there's nothing. Only his mind seems to work. If this is real, that's better than being dead. But if it's all fake, he's basically doomed, probably stuck in a coma somewhere. For Shichen, who lives alone, that's about the same as actually dying. But he's always been an optimist. Even though he has no family and his job is hectic, he's content watching anime, gaming, and hanging out with friends sometimes. Life can be that simple. He's just an ordinary guy, happy with what he has. 49%. 50%. The mechanical voice keeps going, and Shichen's anxiety eases up a bit. Plus, he can feel his feet and legs again. So is his body being rebuilt from the legs up. He even has time to find it interesting. He can't help it, this is so sudden. Actually becoming some sort of god. He has no idea what to think. Sure, anime and novels have stories like this all the time, but he always knew that was fiction, never took it seriously. Now that it's really happening, he's just lost. Does he have some special trait? Or is it actually karma for being a good person? Then again, there are plenty of good people in the world. Even if it is, good guys get lucky, he wouldn't expect to be at the top of that list. Whatever. It's here, so he'll just deal with it. 98%. 99%. 100%. Reconstruction complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine body, pure, flawless, and untainted. Divine body, transcends all. Sacred and inviolable. Pure vessel, no dirt or evil can attach itself. Flawless form, stainless, immaculate, perfectly clean. Shichen suddenly feels his body again. It's definitely in better shape than before, noticeably lighter and more comfortable, though he can't quite say how. And he can finally see. He's in a vast white space, empty and silent, stretching endlessly. He's not too concerned about the space. First, he looks down at himself. He's totally naked, but his skin is smooth and pale, like white jade. He seems taller, with strong legs and toned abs, looking exactly how he always wished he did. Even down there it seems bigger. Okay then. The ground is like water's surface, so Shichen crouches and checks his reflection. He still looks like himself, but he's obviously changed. He's younger, better looking, almost surreal, like some divine painting of a god. Guess that's the divine body, huh? Does it even reverse aging? Pretty cool. Now what's he supposed to do next? As if in response, that mechanical voice speaks up again. Divine body creation complete. Godhood quest initiated. Please collect 99 fragments of divinity. Once all are collected, you will become a god. These fragments dwell in different worlds, within different people. You must make direct contact and earn their trust. 99 fragments. Across multiple worlds. That's gonna take forever, isn't it? Am I gonna grow old before I finish? The divine body does not age. Yeah, but my mind will. The host doesn't have the option to refuse. Figures. Next, the host will be sent to the world of Frieren, beyond Journey's End, to locate a divinity fragment. Prepare to transfer. 3, 2. Hold up, what did you say? Shichen blurts, wondering if he heard right. But the mechanical voice ignores him. 1. Transfer commencing. Before he can react, the floor under his feet morphs into a black hole, and he plunges in without warning. Chapter 2, Frieren. When Shichen came back to his senses, he found himself standing in front of a ruined village. He was dressed in nothing but a coarse linen shirt and shorts. All around him, the collapsed houses lay in rubble, with bodies trapped underneath. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but he could make out pointed ears and red blood everywhere. The stench of blood hung thick in the air. They seemed quite dead. Right now, though, Shichen wasn't really focused on those bodies. His mind was stuck on what that mechanical voice had just said. Travel to the world of Frieren, beyond Journey's End. Is that for real? He was expecting to hop around random fantasy worlds, not end up in an actual anime universe. But Frieren, beyond Journey's End was definitely an anime, and a popular one at that. Anime fans, and even people who didn't watch anime, would recognize it. He hadn't heard of any other show or movie by the same name, so it probably wasn't just a coincidence. If he was really going to explore a 2D world, that sounded kind of cool. He wasn't that hung up on this whole becoming a god thing, he just liked doing quests. Gamers are sensitive to the word quest, after all. He wasn't sure if it was only the Frieren world or if there'd be others too, but that didn't really matter. Worst case, he could just stick around here. With that goal clear, Shichen wondered what he should do next. But as soon as he turned around, he realized he might not need to do any searching at all, his target was right there. Up ahead, in a clearing, sat a small girl wearing a simple, rough-spun dress. She had long silver-white hair flowing down her back and pointed ears just like an elf in any fantasy story. From his vantage point, Shichen could only see her in profile, but it was enough to notice just how delicate her features were. Frieren, he murmured, staring at her. He was certain it was her. He couldn't possibly be mistaken about that face. As if she'd heard him, Frieren slowly turned her head and looked at him. Her gaze was calm, her face expressionless. Their eyes met, and he noticed a hint of sadness in hers. Looking around, Shichen took in the scene. Besides the bodies of elves, there were also many demon corpses. Some were clad in black armor, others had horns like cattle growing from their heads. Those were definitely demons. Shichen realized exactly when this must be taking place. This was before Frieren had even taken on a master. He hadn't expected to arrive at such an early point in her story. Right then, the mechanical voice spoke up in his mind. Target found hosting a fragment of divinity. Target, Frieren. Quest, spend 1 month with her and earn her trust. You can then collect the Divine Fragment. Once you complete the quest, you can travel to other worlds to continue gathering fragments. Quest perks, shared language, immunity to all magic damage, enhanced 5 senses, extraordinary physical abilities, and basic life skills, limited to 1 month. Once the Divine Fragment is collected, these perks become permanent. As the voice faded, Shichen didn't pay it much attention. Frieren, the character he knew from a screen, was right here in front of him. How could he focus on anything else? Frieren, however, barely glanced at him. She lowered her head, placing both hands in her lap, looking as though she'd withdrawn into herself. This was the elves' village, which had just been invaded by demons before Shichen arrived. Frieren was the only survivor, everyone else was dead. She had also killed all the demons. Having lived with her fellow elves for so many years, and now losing them all at once, there was no way she wouldn't feel something. Shichen wasn't sure whether he should approach her. He wasn't a demon, so it's not like Frieren would attack him on sight. After all, in this world, the demons have always been the enemies of every other race. But she didn't know him at all. It'd look suspicious if a complete stranger just came up to comfort her out of nowhere, claiming pure kindness. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of footsteps cut through the silence, and a mature-looking woman walked calmly over to Shichen. He looked at her and recognized her instantly. She was very beautiful, with long orange hair tied in a braid down her back, wearing a simple white dress. There was a faint, almost unreadable smile on her face, and she seemed completely unfazed by the carnage around her. She was Flame, the woman who was about to become Frieren's master. What a tragedy, she murmured, glancing around. So this was an elven village. She didn't seem to be talking to either Shichen or Frieren in particular. She passed by Shichen, carefully surveying the area, then walked up to a demon's corpse still clad in armor. Assault of the Demon King's army, one of the Demon King's generals, huh? So he's the one who led the demons to destroy this village. Then she turned to Shichen. Did you do this? Shichen blurted, pointing at himself. You mean me? Who else? Flame asked with a light laugh. I can't sense any magic power in you, but you're not exactly normal. Not normal, he thought, remembering he had a divine body. He waved a hand in denial. It wasn't me. It was Frieren over there who did it. I just got here. Oh, I see. Flame finally shifted her gaze to Frieren. That half-dead elf is pretty impressive, to have such insane magic power. Right. She's amazing, isn't she? Shichen chimed in, a little proud, though he had nothing to do with it. Flame ignored him, still watching Frieren. Suddenly, she snorted. So, you fought the demons head-on. What a waste. How stupid can you be? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. She had no respect for someone who would fight demons face to face. Demons didn't deserve to be treated like normal living beings. Frieren kept her head down, not reacting. Undeterred, Flame continued, why did you fight them directly? You could have run, hidden, ambushed them, plenty of options. Beats me why such powerful magic users do what they do. She shook her head, disappointed, and turned to leave. You do understand, Frieren suddenly spoke. Huh. Flame stopped in her tracks, looking back at her. Frieren was still bowing her head. You should understand what I was thinking. Because as a magic user, you're far stronger than I am. And why's that? Flame asked. Magic users can sense each other's magic power. The amount of magic power essentially measures one's strength. Frieren's magic power was enormous, but Flame's magic seemed only to lightly envelope her entire body. The difference between them was immense. I can just feel it, Frieren said quietly. That's so. Flame laughed, then glanced at Shichen. Wanna come with me? Come with you. Where? Shichen asked, startled. Obviously away from here, Flame said. Sure, Shichen agreed immediately. He'd been worried that Flame might only take Frieren and leave him behind, but it looked like the concern was unnecessary. Can you carry her? Flame asked. No problem. Shichen walked over to Frieren, turned around, and crouched down in front of her. Frieren didn't hesitate. She climbed onto his back and put her arms around his neck. Shichen stood up, noticing how light she felt, like wearing a small backpack. Let's go, Flame said, taking the lead. With Frieren on his back, Shichen hurried after her. He didn't know this place at all, and his objective was literally clinging to his back. As long as he stuck with Flame, he'd be fine. After a few steps, Flame asked, what happened to this village? I'm not really sure, Shichen answered, shaking his head. Frieren spoke softly from behind him, everyone's dead. The demons didn't spare women or children. I couldn't protect them, even though I was supposed to be the strongest in our village. What a fool, Flame said, shaking her head. If it were me, I'd have run without a second thought. Put me down. I don't want to be with you, Frieren said quietly, but she didn't have the strength to struggle. Don't let go, Flame ordered Shichen. This kid has so much potential. I plan to make her my disciple. Shichen had no intention of letting Frieren down anyway. What about me? He asked. What about you? Could you also take me as your disciple? Oh. Flame gave him a smile. Why? I don't know any magic, and I want to learn. You seriously can't do magic? I swear. Shichen raised 4 fingers solemnly, as if taking an oath. Well, you don't look like you're lying, so fine. I believe you. Thank you, Master. By the way, I'd like to be your first disciple. Frieren can be second. I don't want to be her disciple, Frieren said. Tough, Flame replied flatly. Not only did you fail to protect your village, you almost died yourself. If I hadn't shown up. She stopped walking and glanced behind them. You'd be dead right now. Shichen stopped, too, and looked back. At some point, 3 figures in strange garb had appeared behind them. They wore armor and cloaks, with horned helmets. It was obvious who they were. Demons. Chapter 3, 1 month. Their pursuers, Flame remarked calmly, casting a sidelong glance at the 3 figures behind them. They seem stronger than that General Frieren took out just now, she added. Yeah, Shichen agreed with a slight nod, unafraid. After all, he knew what Flame could do. Frieren remained silent, her face expressionless. How interesting, Flame said with a soft laugh, gazing at the 3 demons. Until just a moment ago, they had completely suppressed their magic so they could ambush us from behind. But as soon as they realized there's a fellow magic user here, they showed themselves. Demons may be devious, but no matter who they are, they're always ridiculously overconfident in their pathetic magic. Flame's magical aura barely covered her body, whereas each of the 3 demons had magic more powerful than Frieren's, hence why they'd decided to appear. The demon in the middle, wearing a helmet with what looked like ram's horns, ignored Flame's mockery and turned its eyes on Shichen. Human, it warned, put down that female elf. In your dreams. Shichen shot back defiantly. He wasn't the least bit intimidated with Flame around, he was her disciple now, after all. Borrowed authority sure felt great. If he puts her down, will you let us go? Flame asked. We're under orders from the Demon King to kill every elf, the demon replied. Your life doesn't matter to us. I see. Flame gave a small laugh and stepped forward in front of Shichen. Frieren. She glanced back at the elf on Shichen's back. You were right, I do know exactly what's on the minds of powerful magic users. It's the same for these 3. They're full of pride and confidence in the magic they've honed so far, which basically translates to a whole lot of arrogance and carelessness, no better than garbage. Boom. Before Flame finished her sentence, there was a sudden explosion. The demons didn't even have time to react, her magic had already struck. As the smoke cleared, a gaping crater became visible before Flame. Where the 3 demons once stood, only scattered remains were left, and even those quickly vanished. This was Flame's true strength. A single casual attack had obliterated 3 demon generals in an instant. On Shichen's back, Frieren's eyes went wide with shock. Frieren, Flame said quietly, her back still turned to them, unlike you, they apparently didn't consider me a threat. Frieren was speechless. Flame's magic power was far greater than her own, she could sense it radiating off her. Flame turned around to face them again and continued, even though those demons were skilled magic users, they died because they were careless. Restricting the release of external magic power so your opponent can't gauge how strong your magic really is. Frieren muttered, finally understanding why she'd sensed Flame's power was on a completely different level. Exactly, Flame said with a slight nod. Tricking the enemy into underestimating your strength, then using that opening to kill them. It's a nasty way to fight, turning something as noble and sacred as magic into nothing more than a cheap tactic. Are you saying, you want me to learn that kind of magic? Frieren asked, no longer opposed to becoming Flame's disciple. Yes. Flame fixed her with a serious gaze. I want you to keep honing that skill. And so Flame's first lesson for Frieren began, leaving Shichen, the only other person present, feeling practically invisible. It was funny how she'd initially mistaken Shichen for the person who killed those demons, yet now she was totally focused on Frieren. Fortunately, Shichen didn't mind, or so he told himself. Afterward, Shichen and Frieren followed Flame back to her home and began their magical training. It should have been a perfect start, but there was a problem, Shichen had no magic power. He couldn't train at all. After a few days of watching him, Flame started questioning her initial impressions. Aside from his looks and overall vibe, Shichen was pretty much useless. A total magic blockhead. How was he supposed to learn magic with zero magical power? But since she'd already taken him on as a disciple, she wasn't about to throw him out. She decided to just let him stay. At least he was a decent cook. Frieren, on the other hand, showed real talent for magic and progressed quickly, much to Flame's satisfaction. And so the three of them settled into a simple life together. Half a month later. Deep in the forest, a dark figure leapt swiftly among the treetops, as agile as a wild ape, except it needed no vines. The figure stopped on a thick branch, revealing itself. It was Shichen. He peered down cautiously at a gray hair, eyes focused. Slowly, he raised his right hand, gripping a stone. The moment the hair turned its back, Shichen hurled the stone with deadly precision. Smack! It nailed the hair on the back of its skull. The animal dropped instantly, lifeless. Shichen hopped down from the tree, grabbed the hair, looked it over, and smiled. It's pretty plump. Perfect for lunch, maybe some rabbit stew. With that, Shichen slung the hair over his shoulder and headed back home. Over the past half-month, his routine had been either watching Frieren practice magic or going out to hunt. Since he couldn't train in magic himself, taking care of the daily needs of his master and junior disciple was the next best thing. Besides, he had those quest perks. It'd be a shame not to put them to good use. He half suspected those perks were given to him precisely so he could do mundane tasks like these. He just needed to stay close to Frieren to gain her trust for the Divine Fragment. And honestly, Frieren was so straightforward that simply sticking around and helping out was probably enough. When he returned, he found Frieren meditating with her eyes closed just outside the house. Master Flame was nowhere to be seen, again, not unusual. Their home was really just a small cabin, simple but snug, with a garden of flowers all around that made the air smell amazing. There were 3 rooms in total, one of which was a kitchen. Frieren and Flame shared a bedroom. Originally, there'd only been one room, but since there was a man around, Shichen, they needed another, and then Shichen requested a separate kitchen, which Flame created in a few minutes with magic. Magic was incredibly handy. Shichen didn't head straight to the kitchen to cook. Instead, he walked over to Frieren and peered down at her delicate face. It didn't take long for Frieren to sense his stare. She opened her eyes and glanced at the hair in his hand. Rabbit again, she asked, voice calm but with a hint of displeasure. They'd been eating rabbit for 10 days straight now. Couldn't find anything else, Shichen replied, holding out the hair. And it's a nice, plump one. Frieren closed her eyes again, refusing to look. I'm an elf. Why are we always eating this? Weren't you enjoying it at first? Frieren said nothing. Anyway, I won't roast it today. I'm making stew. Stew. Frieren opened her eyes again. It'll be really good. Shichen spoke confidently. Then I guess I'll look forward to it. Trust my cooking. Shichen reached out with his other hand and gave her hair a friendly ruffle. Frieren was wearing her hair in twin tails, something Shichen had done for her. He thought it looked cuter. She didn't bother resisting. She'd noticed Shichen loved patting her head. The first time, it was completely out of the blue, and ever since, he just did it whenever he liked. What was so fun about it? Hey, Frieren, Shichen said suddenly, don't you ever get bored of doing this every day? It can be dull, she admitted softly. So why keep at it? Elves live for a really long time. Maybe because I like magic, Frieren said, matter of fact. Magic, huh? I like it too, it's so convenient, Shichen replied with a grin. Shichen. Frieren started, biting her lip. Call me Shichen-senpai. Shichen scolded jokingly, ruffling her hair again. Only then did he head off to the kitchen. Frieren watched his back until he disappeared inside, then slowly closed her eyes and resumed her training. Flame didn't return for quite a while, so Shichen and Frieren were left to enjoy the rabbit stew by themselves. It was Shichen's first time making it, and Frieren savored it, finally, something other than greasy roast rabbit. But after the next few days of Shichen making rabbit stew over and over, Frieren got sick of that, too. Sure, he'd vary the recipe, but it was still rabbit. Eating rabbit every day was starting to get unbearable. And Shichen hated cooking vegetables, he didn't like eating them. Since Frieren didn't know how to cook at all, she had no choice but to rely on him. She decided to endure more of his head pats if it meant he'd try cooking something else for a change. She was going to puke if she ate any more rabbit. This time, Flame's trip took longer than usual, she'd been gone half a month. During that time, Shichen and Frieren lived alone together. He took care of her every day, and naturally, her trust grew. One morning, that mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Shichen's head, reminding him that he'd already spent a full month in this world. Quest complete. Please proceed to acquire the Divine Fragment from the target. Method of acquisition, 1 minute of direct skin contact. In 1 week, you will be forced to leave and travel to a new world in search of more fragments. Chapter 4, Divine Fragment obtained. 1 week until I'm forced to leave. Hearing that, Shichen, who was lying in bed, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had no idea where he'd be sent next. If it was still another anime world, that would be fine, but if it was just some random fantasy world. Honestly, Shichen wasn't all that interested in becoming a god. He'd been living comfortably enough before. Being able to come to Frieren's world, though, was something he definitely welcomed. He loved all things 2D, loved all those characters and stories that existed a dimension away. He'd never refused the opportunity to meet them in person. But now he'd only been here for a month, and suddenly he was going to be forced out. That put him in a tricky spot. So much for his plan to hang around indefinitely. And he wasn't even sure if he'd ever be able to come back. Maybe once he became a god, he'd be able to return, but who knew how long that would take. 99 fragments of divinity, if everything went smoothly, and each fragment took 1 month, that'd be 99 months, a bit over 8 years. Actually, that wasn't too bad. But then again, what if, after becoming a god, he still couldn't come back? Of course, there was a way around it, he could just avoid collecting the Divine Fragment from Frieren. After all, it needed to be gathered at some point, so that meant he'd have to return eventually. Just as Shichen was thinking that, the mechanical voice spoke again in his mind. Host need not go to such lengths. Once you leave this world, a coordinate will be left behind. You can come back after a single month. Huh? Seriously? Please collect the fragments properly, otherwise, you will regret it. Really? Shichen frowned again. It probably wasn't trying to scare him, nor was it lying just to force him to collect the fragments. Regret it, huh? So these divine fragments must serve some important purpose, maybe he'd need them at a critical moment. Since he'd be able to return anyway, he might as well collect them now. Shichen didn't want to risk regretting it later. Having made up his mind, Shichen tried to spring to his feet from his bed, only to fail. He flopped back down onto the mattress with a thud, wincing at the pain in his rear. He realized that his body seemed weaker, his senses were duller, his strength lower. Right, his 1-month quest perks had expired. So collecting the fragments was a must if he wanted to live comfortably in this world. With no magic of his own, his only innate advantage was the divine body's immunity, which so far he hadn't even needed. Sure, he never had to bathe, but if he now lost his physical strength on top of having no magic, he'd be basically useless. Granted, having Frieren take care of him like some freeloader didn't sound half bad, but he wasn't about that life, at least, not yet. Besides, he really did want to learn magic. Magic was just too good, convenient and wondrous. He loved it. Maybe traveling to other worlds would help him figure out how to learn magic too, who knew. Shichen carefully got out of bed and rubbed his sore backside, then left his room. He still had a week to say a proper goodbye. Shichen's room and Frieren's were on opposite ends of the small cabin, with the kitchen and living area in the middle. Stepping out, he glanced at the other door, which was still shut. Frieren was still sleeping in. Though she looked young, for some reason she loved to sleep in. Then again, she was an elf, who knew how old she really was compared to him. Shichen walked right up to her door and pushed it open without hesitation. He was used to getting her out of bed by now. In the past, Frieren would sleep so long that Shichen had no choice but to go into her room and wake her. Since then, it had become a routine. The door swung open, revealing the dimly lit interior. It was plain, a single bed for Frieren and one for Flame, though Flame was often gone. One bed was empty, while the other was half empty. All he could see was a small patch of blanket, and then a pair of dainty feet poking out. The petite elf herself wasn't actually on the bed. No, scratch that, there she was. Her torso and head were on the floor, silver hair splayed around her like a lotus. Only her calves and feet were still on the bed. Her lovely face was completely relaxed. Frieren's sleeping posture was less than graceful. She wore a simple nightgown, but in her current position the hem had slid up around her stomach. Not only did it expose a pair of plain white panties, but also her smooth, pale belly. Even her tiny navel looked unbelievably delicate. Her skin was impossibly fair, just like freshly fallen snow. She practically glowed, almost translucent. Such was an elf's beautifully crafted physique. Shichen took a moment to appreciate the view before circling around to Frieren's side. He squatted down and pinched her cheeks to wake her up. Frieren, time to get up, sleepyhead. She mumbled, still out cold. She didn't wake even though he was stretching her face. She just furrowed her brow, annoyed. With no other choice, Shichen grabbed both of her cheeks, pulling them apart while calling out loudly, "Rise and shine, the sun's already up." Frieren groaned, squinting blearily at Shichen. "Sure, Chen," she mumbled. "How many times do I have to tell you? Call me Shichen-senpai." "What are you doing, disturbing my sleep?" Frieren said, more awake now. She swatted his hands away and smacked her lips. "Time to get up. I'm making breakfast. Didn't you say to wake you if I was cooking? This early?" Frieren rolled over onto the floor, then slowly pushed herself up, rubbing her eyes. She was the picture of lazy tiredness. That lovely view she'd been giving him disappeared, not that Shichen minded, he'd basically seen it every day by now. He didn't feel especially guilty. Frieren was well aware that he was seeing her in these positions daily, but if she still didn't bother covering up, that must mean she didn't care. Was that taking advantage of an innocent girl? Nah, he was just looking, not like he was doing anything else. His conscience was clean. And hey, not many guys as righteous as him existed anymore. It's not early. If we wait any longer for breakfast, we might as well call it lunch. Oh. Frieren yawned. So, what are we having? She cared more about breakfast than what time it was. You'll see, Shichen said mysteriously, grinning as he left the room. That piqued Frieren's interest. Leaning on the edge of the bed like an old lady, she wobbled to her feet, then slowly made her way out the door while yawning. After stepping outside, Frieren didn't see Shichen in the living area, so she went out back. He was hunched over the stone stove he'd built, busily preparing something. Noticing her, he waved with a smile. "Come here and help me light this fire." "What are you making?" Frieren walked over. With a small gesture of her hand, the wood in the stove burst into flame, no wand needed. "Nothing much. But wow, magic sure is convenient," Shichen said, gazing at the flames. "Shichen." Frieren started. "What's up? Worried about me?" He turned to her, smiling, and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Don't worry. I'm not sad or anything. I'm so handsome and talented that even if I can't do magic, plenty of ladies will still like me." Frieren just stared wordlessly at him. "All right, go wash up. Just leave this to burn. Once I tie your twin tails, we can eat." "Washing up's quick," Frieren said a bit smugly. "Takes just one spell." "Listen to you brag," Shichen said, clearly jealous. "You could do everything with magic if you wanted. And why would I bother?" "Too much trouble," she replied with a slight shrug. Damn it. Whether he needed washing up or not, Shichen envied how easily magic solved problems. For over 20 years he'd lived a normal life, and now that magic was right there, how could he not want it? Why could he become a god, but not learn magic? Just because he was an outsider? "Hey, Shichen, what's actually cooking in there?" Frieren asked, pointing at the pot. A savory aroma was already drifting out, though it wasn't the smell of meat. "You'll find out soon," he answered with a cryptic grin. "But first, let's get your twin tails done." He took her back to her room. "Shichen, are you really that into twin tails?" she asked, letting him lead her. "No, I just think that style looks good on you." If only she were wearing a JK uniform and white stockings, he thought privately. That'd be perfect. "It's kind of a hassle," Frieren complained. "You don't have to do anything, so why's it a hassle?" "Where's your hair tie?" he asked once they were in her room. "Probably on the bed," she said. "Probably." He searched around the bed for a bit before eventually finding it on the floor. "Stop leaving stuff everywhere," he scolded, poking her forehead. "Ow." "It fell down on its own," Frieren mumbled, rubbing her forehead. "Yeah, sure it did. Muttering, Shichen sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled Frieren in front of him, beginning to tie her hair. It wasn't complicated, just splitting it into 2 bunches. Frieren's hair was exceptionally silky and smooth. He couldn't get enough of it. Around a minute into tying, that mechanical voice echoed in his head again. 1 minute of skin contact complete. Divine Fragment successfully acquired. Quest complete. You have permanently gained your quest perks. Chapter 5, Leaving. When Shichen heard that notification, his hands paused in the middle of tying Frieren's pigtails, but then he continued as if nothing had happened. His hands kept working, but his thoughts were racing. He hadn't expected that touching her hair would count as skin contact, or perhaps. Shichen's gaze shifted downward, eyeing where his knee was pressed against the outside of Frieren's thigh. That might be the more likely form of contact. But then he remembered something else. Earlier, when he woke Frieren up, he'd been touching her for more than a minute as well. Why hadn't it triggered the same notification then? Maybe because she was asleep, so it didn't count. He recalled that the voice in his head had mentioned the matter of trust. Maybe it had to be while she was awake, indicating that she trusted him enough for it to activate. No point dwelling on it. It wasn't like he planned to touch Frieren in her sleep, at least not for now. Shichen, are you done yet? Frieren asked sleepily. Almost, Shichen said, snapping out of his thoughts with a smile. You getting hungry? What's wrong with that? Frieren mumbled, rubbing her flat belly. I'm glad, that's all. As a cook, nothing made him happier than someone looking forward to his food. Hurry up, I'm starving. Got it. He quickly finished tying Frieren's twin tails. Together, they left the room and headed outside. The aroma was much stronger out here. Frieren walked up to the pot, leaned in, and breathed in the scent. Smells like mushrooms. You recognized it, Shichen said with a grin as he lifted the lid. Immediately, the fragrance wafted out in full force. Frieren took a long whiff, then looked into the pot, only for her previously expectant expression to fall flat. Mushroom porridge? That's it. Seems kind of plain. It's morning, what were you expecting, a feast? Shichen shot her a look. But you were making such a big deal about it. At least it's not rabbit soup. Fine. Frieren conceded. Anything but more rabbit. By the way, where'd you get this rice, she asked. Master left it for us a while back. You said we were out of it before, Frieren said, frowning suspiciously at him. Shichen gave a sheepish laugh. I just hid it away, that's all. What? You hid it? I had to eat rabbit all those days because of you. Frieren protested angrily. It's just a small stash, if we'd used it up sooner, you'd still be eating rabbit after that, right? Besides, wasn't the rabbit good? Only for a while. You get sick of it eventually. And that's not the point, you tricked me. All right, enough complaining. Do you want breakfast or not? I do. That's what I thought. Shichen carried the pot inside, and he and Frieren sat down to enjoy breakfast. Afterward, Shichen went out again to gather food, while Frieren stayed home practicing magic as usual. With her magic, it would be easy to get more food, but it never crossed Shichen's mind to ask her. Though he couldn't do magic, he was still reasonably fit and strong. Of course he'd prefer to hunt himself. Doing things by hand was satisfying. Catch your own meal, eat your fill. That day, Shichen didn't come back in time for lunch. He only returned at dusk with quite a haul. Since he'd have to leave soon, he wanted to hunt extra for Frieren to have enough stored food. She was so lazy that, without him, she'd probably just grab the easiest thing she could whenever she was hungry. Even though she was such a foodie. He decided to prepare things that wouldn't spoil quickly, like cured or dried meats. Dried rabbit jerky seemed like a good idea. Frieren didn't complain about him coming back late. She'd finished her training ages ago and had slept right up until his return. If Shichen hadn't been cooking, she might have stayed lying around the whole day, skipping meals unless her hunger truly became unbearable. On the second day, there was still no sign of Flame, so Shichen and Frieren continued their two-person routine. Shichen actually wanted to say goodbye to Flame, though. If she hadn't agreed to take him as a disciple, who knew what he'd be doing in this world? He couldn't have just stuck to them like glue. Flame could easily have flown off somewhere to ditch him, and he'd have had no way to catch up. He'd be out of options, and the thing in his head might not guide him quickly enough to find the fragment in under a month. You never know. It seemed that whatever that voice was, it was eager for him to collect fragments, eager for him to become a god. Why such a rush? In the late afternoon of the fourth day, Shichen's luck turned. Flame finally came back, and she had something unusual with her, a glowing seedling. Master, what's that? Shichen asked, walking over with curiosity when he saw her holding the shining little plant. This? It'll watch over our home, Flame replied, smiling. Our home. Shichen blinked in confusion. You think that flimsy thing can do the job? Frieren remarked, walking over as well. Don't underestimate it, Flame admonished, shaking her head. Once it's grown, it can protect this place for 1,000 years, no matter what. 1,000 years? By then, you and Shichen will both be gone, Frieren noted calmly. As an elf, Frieren was a long-lived race. 1,000 years was hardly a big deal for her. Shichen just smiled quietly, while Flame looked at Frieren gently. But it's different for you, Frieren. I'm not going to stay here forever. Even so, you're bound to return sometime. If you ever feel lost, you can come back here to find your answers. Is that so? Frieren responded, not seeming especially convinced. All right, Master, let's plant it and then have dinner together, Shichen chimed in. It's been a while since we've all eaten together. Sure. Flame nodded, smiling. They planted the seedling in the small slope of soil right next to the cabin. Once it grew big, presumably it would envelop the little house and protect it well. That evening, Shichen made a hearty rabbit stew. Everyone except Frieren seemed pretty happy with it. Since she wasn't thrilled, she went back to her room right after eating. Despite being the oldest, she still acted like a child sometimes. Shichen and Flame just watched her retreating figure and shook their heads in amusement. Once Frieren had gone inside, Shichen's smile faded. He looked at Flame and said, Master, could we talk for a moment? Oh. Of course. She nodded. After cleaning up the dishes, they headed outside together. Night had already fallen. The moon hung in the sky, with countless stars scattered across the darkness, beautiful and mysterious, perfect for a private conversation. Shichen walked a short distance from the cabin, then stopped. Flame stopped as well, standing beside him. Shichen, what did you want to talk about? She asked. Gazing at the sky, he answered calmly, Master, I'm planning to leave for a while. Leave? Yeah. I want to look for a way I can learn magic. I see. Then go, she said with a gentle smile. Ah. Just like that, you're letting me go. Shichen turned to her, surprised. Well, do you not want to leave? I do, but part of me doesn't. So there's your answer. Right. But at least try to convince me to stay a bit. Feels like you don't care about me. You're my disciple. Of course I care, even if you are a bit lacking. Master, that last part was unnecessary, Shichen grumbled. It's not like I can help it. Heh. I'm sure you'll find a way. Flame looked at him kindly. You really have that much faith in me? You're not ordinary, after all. Master. No need to explain anything more. As long as you willingly call me your master, that's enough for me. She reached out and patted his head. When I first saw you, I sensed there was something special about you. There was something magical. I actually thought you might be stronger than my own master at the time. Your master? Shichen knew who that was, of course. She's incredible, Flame said proudly. You might meet her someday. All right. Aren't you going to tell Frieren? Flame asked. I'll mention it tomorrow. You're leaving tomorrow? Yeah. Then I guess all I can do is wish you good luck. Thanks, Master. Early the next morning, Shichen casually told Frieren he was going somewhere far away to hunt, so he could find better food for her, then left. No need for a big reveal, he could come back anyway. Frieren didn't doubt him at all and was actually quite happy. She could finally get a break from rabbit meat. Shichen took nothing with him. After walking some distance from the house, into the forest, he simply vanished. Chapter 6, Toru. When Shichen came to his senses, he found himself standing in a room with no one else around. Several neatly arranged tables. The place was closed up tight, and there was a cashier's counter behind him. It looked a bit like a restaurant. Why'd I get teleported inside a building? What if people think I'm breaking in? Right then, the mechanical voice rang out in his mind at just the right moment. Detected number of fragments exceeding single digits. What did you say? Shichen wondered if he'd misheard, but the voice in his head ignored him and continued. Quest, obtain at least one divine fragment. Once you complete this quest, the coordinates for the Frieren, beyond Journey's End world will be unlocked. You may return there anytime. As this world has too many divine fragments to pin down individually, it has been designated as the primary world. You have been granted ownership of this coffee shop. Quest perks, immunity to firearms, extraordinary reaction speed, extraordinary dynamic vision, mastery of both firearms and melee weapons, expert coffee-making skills, and comprehensive dessert knowledge. That was how Shichen realized he was currently in a coffee shop. No wonder his clothes were vaguely manager-like. He was wearing a white, long-sleeved dress shirt on top and black trousers on the bottom, a more mature style that didn't really suit him. After all, he was basically 18 years old, still a kid. He hardly felt like a coffee shop manager. But if he was the manager, then he must own this place now. He just hoped there wasn't still a previous owner out there. He didn't want to be taking over someone else's shop by force. He was also curious about whether the cafe had any staff, because running it alone sounded stressful. Still, none of that mattered much right now. What mattered most to Shichen was figuring out what kind of world this was. He walked over to the entrance, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Tap, tap, tap. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps, conversation, the bustling of people, all of it poured into Shichen's ears at once. He stared in a daze at everything around him. It was nothing otherworldly, nothing he'd never seen before, just tall buildings, crowds of pedestrians coming and going, a mix of trendy and ordinary clothes. Modern architecture, modern clothing, it was completely a modern city. For a second, he thought he might have been sent back to his original world. Then he noticed the pedestrians had hair in every color imaginable. And somehow, it didn't seem out of place. The voice in his head hadn't said anything about which world this was. So he couldn't tell if this was yet another anime world or not. Even if it turned out to be his home world, that would be fine. There was still stuff at his place he hadn't taken care of yet. Not that he needed it anymore, but it would have been nice to smash his old laptop just for fun. After all, it contained files he didn't want anyone stumbling upon if he went missing for too long. If someone reported him missing, the authorities could end up searching his home, finding terabytes of questionable files on his laptop, and that would be the end of his good reputation. Couldn't let his unusual tastes be exposed to the public. But the colorful hair of the passers-by told him he wasn't back in his old world. And there was no telling if he could ever return. Maybe it was better not to know. He just hoped nobody discovered his computer. Shichen shook off those worrisome thoughts and studied the crowd again, concluding that this time period looked pretty similar to his own. The buildings were all normal, not futuristic, there was no sign of hyper-advanced tech. People carried smartphones, touchscreens and even flip phones, and he saw some brands he recognized. That convinced him this wasn't some kind of ultra-high-tech or super-primitive world. It felt like he might be in Japan. The people around him were speaking Japanese. Then again, in many anime worlds, the 2D kind, everyone spoke Japanese, so he couldn't be sure. Fortunately, he'd permanently retained the language perk from his time in Frieren's world, so communication wouldn't be a problem. After watching the crowds for a while without spotting anyone he recognized, Shichen decided he might as well go back and check out his coffee shop. He turned around and took a good look at the place that was supposedly his. One glance, and he was pleased. It was a 3-story building, fairly large, so presumably he could live on the premises, too, and wouldn't need a separate apartment. That was enough to satisfy him. Since living alone before, he'd been used to just a small studio apartment, and now he had a whole 3-story building. Already, ideas on how to set it up were popping into his head. He'd keep the first floor as the shop, use the second floor for living space, and maybe split the third floor between storage, an office, and a gaming room. This world had been designated by the voice as the primary world, so he guessed it'd become his base of operations. He wanted his personal space to be comfortable. After all, life wasn't just about completing quests and becoming a god, enjoying yourself along the way was important. If he could bring Frieren and Master Flame here, that'd be even better. He wanted them to see modern life. He wasn't sure why that thing in his head had set him up with a coffee shop. Probably something to do with the Divine Fragments. Maybe the carriers of these fragments would show up here for a cup of coffee. That'd make approaching them much easier. A perfect way to combine daily life and questing. Nodding happily at his plan, Shichen was about to head back into the shop to get it ready. But suddenly, the mechanical voice spoke again. Target detected, Toru. 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 At first, Shichen was confused, then muttered the name a couple of times and immediately remembered who it belonged to. He looked left and right, craning his neck, searching for that blonde-haired girl in a maid outfit with horns on her head and a big green tail, like a cosplaying dragon maid. But he saw nothing. Such a flashy figure would stand out, it's not like you could miss her. Where is she? Where's Toru? He asked frantically. The target has inadvertently entered this world. Please go make contact. Inadvertently. Shichen glanced upward on a hunch, and what he saw made his jaw drop. There, in the sky, was a giant hole, pitch black inside, its edges twisting like a dark swirling vortex that seemed ready to swallow everything around it. Not far from the hole was a large green dragon, flying away unsteadily, wobbling as if it might drop out of the sky at any moment. With his enhanced vision, Shichen could clearly see a sword lodged in the dragon's back, the wound stained with blood. It really is Toru. He murmured, staring at the green dragon in awe. Strangely enough, everyone on the street kept going about their business, completely oblivious to the extraordinary sight in the sky. As the dragon flew off, the hole in the sky gradually closed, and then it all disappeared as if nothing had happened. But the moment the hole sealed up, the dragon seemed to lose control and plummeted out of the sky, falling behind a small distant mountain in the blink of an eye. Snapping out of his shock, Shichen sprinted off in the direction of the mountain. Some passers-by noticed him running in his uniform, but paid him little mind. A few women, intrigued by his aura, glanced his way, but he was gone before they could get a closer look at his face. He ran past storefronts, through the business district, out of the city, until he reached the base of the small mountain. There, he stopped, panting, scanning the silent hills. Despite being a short mountain, it was perfectly calm, showing no sign of a dragon's crash. It was like the whole thing had been his imagination. Once upon a time, he might have doubted himself, but not now. Shichen took a deep breath and ventured onto the mountain path. All the trees looked normal, lined up neatly, nothing out of place. He reached the center of the mountain without seeing any trace of the creature he sought. But at that moment, just as he stepped forward, the entire scene changed. The perfect, untouched scenery vanished. Reality was revealed. Now the surrounding trees lay destroyed, thick trunks snapped or toppled. Debris was everywhere, and up ahead, the ground was sunken in, the dirt cracked and converging on a single crater. At the center of the crater lay a massive, terrifying green dragon. A human? Perhaps not. The dragon opened its eyes, golden pupils fixed on Shichen, emanating a monstrous pressure. How did you get in here? If you don't want to die, leave at once. But that terrifying aura had no effect on Shichen whatsoever. He wasn't surprised that the dragon was speaking. He couldn't contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he slowly approached. Do not come closer. The dragon unleashed an even more oppressive force, but it still did nothing to Shichen. Step by step, he walked right up to that enormous head and reached out to touch its massive jaw. It was hard like marble, coarse with no hint of softness, but Shichen was so fascinated that he couldn't help smiling like a fool. The dragon stared at him, jaws parted, sharp fangs exposed, and asked in a dazed voice, "What are you doing?" Chapter 7, Come Live With Me. Target character, Toru. Quest, rescue Toru, gain her trust, and foster her dependence. Spend 1 month with her to obtain the Divine Fragment. Shichen noticed that this quest was different. This time, he had to gain her trust first, and trust wasn't exactly something you could predict. There was no telling how long it would take to complete this quest. Possibly, the future quests for gathering fragments would also change in nature, meaning it wouldn't just be a little over 8 years total. But Shichen didn't really mind. If the second world was also tied to an anime, then there was a good chance future worlds would be, too. Even if it took 100 years or 1,000, that was fine with him. He couldn't care less about becoming a god, he just wanted to explore the different anime worlds. Sorry. I got a little excited seeing a dragon. He ignored the quest prompts and kept smiling at the huge dragon before him. He didn't bother removing his hand from under the creature's jaw. Dragons, for human beings, are normally creatures to be avoided at all costs. They're huge, brutal, moody, arrogant, they ignore humans, and they might even eat people. They're like monsters. Crushing humans would be as easy as people crushing ants. Building friendly relations with one would usually be a death wish. After all, humans don't bother building friendly relations with ants. And in many settings, even nuclear weapons might be useless against a dragon. But Shichen wasn't afraid of the dragon in front of him. Not because he had any special powers, not because the dragon was injured, and not because he was some dragon fanatic. He simply recognized this dragon, knew it inside and out. He knew how gentle it really was. At least in this world, no one understood it better than he did. Human, are you not afraid of me? The dragon spoke again, its jaws opening like a dark abyss, terrifying to behold. Shichen took a quick sniff but smelled no bad breath coming from it. Not bad. You don't have to speak to me that way. Let's just get along, Shichen replied with a carefree grin, patting the dragon's jaw. The dragon's enormous eyes stared at him, uncomprehending. It couldn't figure out what was up with this human. Actually, he didn't quite seem human. There was something off about him that reminded the dragon of those beings it hated. But it also was clear he wasn't one of them. You truly do not fear me, the dragon asked again, this time switching to more casual wording. Why would I fear you? You just told me to leave a moment ago, which means you obviously don't want to hurt me. Besides, you're a dragon. You're so awesome. I love dragons, Shichen said excitedly. Strange person. Strange. You're at least stranger than any human I've ever met. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Shichen said with a wink. The dragon didn't want to dwell on that topic. It changed the subject. How did you get in here? I clearly put a barrier in place. And that barrier was to keep humans from wandering in accidentally, right? Shichen asked instead of answering. I just didn't want humans bothering me. Come on, you were just worried you'd scare them away, Shichen said with a laugh. What is it with you, the dragon grumbled. Never mind. It's not important. Just get out of here, my time is running short. Your time is short. Shichen lifted his gaze to the massive sword sticking out of the dragon's back. Noticing his look, the dragon explained, that weapon belongs to a god. I fought against a deity. After losing, I fled to this other world. Now I'm on the brink of death. So if I just pull the sword out, you'll be fine, right? Shichen interrupted. Eh? Pull it out. The dragon blinked in confusion. Without another word, Shichen walked around to the dragon's side, jumped lightly, and climbed up its back. Realizing what he meant to do, the dragon hurriedly warned him. Stop. Humans cannot touch that sword, it will destroy your soul, huh? Before it could finish speaking, Shichen had already seized the hilt and, with barely any effort, yanked it free. The blade caught the light, reflecting in the dragon's eyes. It stared in shock, mouth agape. You were saying? Shichen asked with a smile, holding the gigantic sword and meeting the dragon's gaze. How did you do that? The dragon's jaws hung open, dumbfounded. Maybe. I'm not quite normal, Shichen replied with a playful tilt of his head. Do you believe in gods? Yeah, no thanks, Shichen said with a snort. He was the last person who would trust in any deity, even though he was technically on the path to godhood, collecting divine fragments. Whatever was in his head definitely wasn't a god. He'd rather trust it, though, seeing as it was the one letting him travel to these worlds. Ah, I see. Perhaps because you hold no faith in the gods, you were able to pull out that sword, the dragon muttered. Maybe. Shichen didn't bother explaining further. He tossed the giant sword onto the ground and hopped off the dragon's back. So, you're not going to die now. Indeed, thanks to you, I'll live. I'm very grateful. Why are you suddenly being so polite? Shichen frowned. I told you we should get along like friends. And aren't you a dragon? Where's your dignity? You're right. The dragon suddenly grew awkward, making Shichen shake his head in amusement. My name is Shichen, he said, introducing himself. Shichen Dano, pleased to meet you. I am Toru. Dano. Really? You're my savior, please allow me to address you respectfully. You really aren't much like a dragon, are you? Shichen said, shaking his head. Never mind. Whatever makes you happy. So what will you do now? Me. I don't want to go back. You don't want to go back. Shichen's eyes lit up. Then how about sticking with me? Toru stared at him in confusion. Not gonna lie, I'm on my own right now. It'd be great if I had some company. But I'm a dragon. Can't you, shrink yourself down? Or transform? That's what they do in anime. Anime? Well, I have studied transformation magic. I get it. As Toru spoke, she was suddenly bathed in golden light, body and all. Through the glow, Shichen could only make out her dragon silhouette as it began to shrink, floating in midair, steadily changing shape. Finally, it took on a human form. Shichen didn't blink, watching every second of the transformation. The figure slowly descended. The golden light dissipated, revealing a pair of dainty, exquisite feet with small, round toes, then slender, smooth legs, skin so fair it was practically glowing, next, a taut, flat belly with a tiny navel, and a peak of a pale bosom only partially covered by a rough cloak, leading up to a cute face with bright blonde hair. 2 dragon horns sat on her head, and a thick green tail extended from behind. It didn't look out of place at all. Instead, it made her seem cuter, like a petite dragon girl. The former dragon, Toru, that is, looked embarrassed in her new humanoid form. She stood there demurely, eyes closed, cheeks flushed pink. Her shyness wasn't because she was practically naked in front of Shichen, but because taking on a human form felt a bit awkward. Shichen had no qualms about examining Toru from head to toe. Not out of lust, but because he wasn't seeing her through a screen or across a dimension anymore. He wanted to take her all in, memorize every detail. To be fair, it really was perfect. Dragons sure do transform nicely, her skin was flawless, soft and pink. So Toru was a girl all along, Shichen commented after a moment's observation. Ah, yes, Toru mumbled, eyes still closed, voice nervous. This is the transformation magic I learned from the dragon elders. Is that so? Well, you look adorable, Shichen complimented her with a thumbs up. I'm glad you approve, Shichen Dano. Toru breathed a small sigh of relief. Well then, do you want to come with me? Shichen asked again gently, gazing at Toru. Toru hesitated. Want to move into my place? Yes. I want to go to Shichen Dano's home. Then let's go. Shichen offered her his hand. Right. Shichen Dano. Toru dove toward him, wrapping him in a tight hug. Shichen felt her pressing against him, her body surprisingly soft. Wait a second, can't you conjure some clothes? Huh? Shichen Dano doesn't like me like this. I mean, I do like it, but isn't this, like, super forward for just meeting someone? For Shichen Dano, it's totally fine. Come on, no, just put on some clothes, please. But why? Just do it. All right. If Shichen Dano insists, what kind of clothes should I wear? Something like yours. Toru asked, looking at his outfit. Shichen shook his head. Nah, mine won't do, these are men's clothes. But I know the perfect outfit for you. Oh. What is it? It's a maid outfit. Chapter 8, Kasumiga Kaka Yudaha. Ah, a maid outfit. Kinda hard to explain on the spot. Let's go home first and talk about it. Since Shichen didn't have a phone, there was no quick way to show Toru an example. Without something to look at, she'd never grasped the concept. Home. Yes. Toru beamed happily. You know an invisibility spell, right? I'd rather not have other people seeing you like this. My, Shichen Dano is quite possessive, huh? But I like it. Toru hugged him even tighter. At least she knew her own strength, if she squeezed just a bit harder, he'd be crushed. Hey, are you actually going to do it or not? Of course I can do it. I'm amazing, you know. I can do almost anything. Toru puffed her chest with pride. Great. Let's wait. Shichen glanced at the giant sword and, with Toru following along, walked over to it. Shichen Dano, are you interested in that sword? Not really. Let go of my arm first. Shichen tried to pull his right arm free, but that soft sensation immediately made him pause. Ah, that's intense. Oh, okay. Toru obediently released his arm. Shichen, without looking back at her, approached the sword and picked it up, examining it carefully. Shichen Dano, do you want that sword? Toru asked curiously. Of course not, he said with a laugh and a shake of his head. So then. That thing hurt you. I'm thinking about how to destroy it. Huh. Toru froze. What's wrong? Shichen turned around, only to be greeted by a dazzling display of pale skin. Her rough cloak was draped behind her, forming an inverted V in the front. Essentially, it only covered the most critical area on her chest, while everything below, her lower curves, was left entirely bare. Shichen got quite the eyeful. Shichen Dano. Tears brimmed in Toru's eyes. She looked at him as though she might cry at any second. You're so good to me. That's good to you. Shichen chuckled wryly. This dragon girl was way too easy to win over. It wasn't like he was trying to impress her on purpose, he genuinely wanted to do it for her. MHM. Toru nodded vigorously, then leapt at him, hugging him tightly. She locked her legs around him, and his head ended up buried snugly against her chest. Shichen Dano, I really like you. Shichen found himself enveloped, experiencing a face wash he almost couldn't handle. The soft sensation pressed against him was downright lethal. MMPH. Let go, I'm about to suffocate. Shichen tossed the sword aside, patting her rear as he struggled. At that point, he couldn't care less about how it felt under his hands. Ah. I'm so sorry, Shichen Dano. Alarmed, Toru hopped off him in a hurry. Shichen inhaled a lungful of fresh air, finally able to breathe again. Sure, that milky fragrance was nice, but he'd prefer to be mentally prepared for a repeat experience. You okay, Shichen Dano? Toru asked worriedly. I'm fine. But don't ever do that again. Huh? Why? Even if you are a dragon, you're still a girl. You shouldn't be so casual about stuff like this. But I love you, Shichen Dano. What's wrong with showing it? That's just gratitude, Shichen pointed out. No, I mean I want to bear your baby dragons, Toru retorted. Baby dragons. Why not just children? Because I'm a dragon, obviously. I can't give birth to a human child, Toru said matter-of-factly. Now that you mention it. Wait, that's not the issue. Anyway, don't do anything like this until you really, truly love me. At least not when you're half naked. Huh? But I do truly love you. When you genuinely understand that feeling, you'll get what I mean. Humph, I'll prove it to you, Shichen Dano. Good luck, then, Shichen said, patting her head with a smile. He. I love it when you pat my head, Shichen Dano. There'll be plenty of that in the future. First, we've got to take care of that sword. Oh, it's easy now that it doesn't have an owner. It can be destroyed any old way. Is that so? Want to handle it yourself, or should I do it? Either way is fine. It doesn't mean anything to me. Then go for it. I understand. Toru picked up the massive sword, gazed at it for a moment, then suddenly changed her demeanor and took a big bite. Crunch. A huge chunk was taken out of the sword's blade in one go. Crunch, crunch. Toru chewed on the sword fragments in her mouth like they were crackers, her cheeks puffed out. Shichen watched with furrowed brows. Sure, she was originally a dragon, but seeing a cute girl munching on a sword, tiny mouth, bright eyes, perfect teeth, just looked all kinds of bizarre. Toru didn't notice his expression. In no time at all, she devoured the sword completely. Bjorp. She patted her stomach and, looking disgusted, said, that was gross. I mean, of course a sword would taste gross. Shichen thought, the corner of his mouth twitching. Shichen Dano, let's go, Toru said, smiling brightly as she hooked her arm around his. Yeah, let's go. Arm in arm, they retraced their steps all the way back to Shichen's coffee shop. Toru stayed invisible most of the way, so no one paid them any mind. Still, being hugged by a girl wearing practically nothing under her cloak as they walked through town. Shichen felt weird. What kind of perverted play was this? At the cafe entrance, Shichen smiled and said, this is our home from now on. Our home. Toru stared at the 3-story building, wide-eyed, her golden pupils shimmering. Seems a little small, doesn't it? I think it's great. Toru beamed. That's good. Let's go take a look inside. All right. They went in and climbed to the 2nd floor, checking out Shichen's new place as they went. He hadn't had a chance to examine it thoroughly before, didn't really know the layout. The 2nd floor turned out to be decent, with multiple rooms and a bathroom. There wasn't much furniture apart from one room that had a bed and a wardrobe. That was probably his bedroom, given it was presumably for the manager himself. The bed had blankets, and the closet contained a few identical manager's uniforms. Thankfully, there was also a computer. He could use it to explain to Toru what a maid outfit was, and what being a maid entailed. The computer was connected to the internet. After pulling up some maid-related tutorial videos for Toru, Shichen left her to watch them. Meanwhile, he went upstairs to check out the 3rd floor. The top floor was empty, just as he'd expected, which meant he could turn it into an office or a gaming room if he wanted. It definitely wouldn't be for literature. Light novels and manga would be the real focal point here. Given this was a modern world, there had to be an otaku culture scene. Shichen looked forward to seeing how the 2D culture here differed from what he knew. Maybe they had the same series, or maybe not. Either way, he faced a pressing question, money. Without it, he couldn't buy light novels, manga, or games. Could this cafe make money? Did the place come with any starting funds? Shichen headed back down from the 3rd floor. When he reached his room, he peeked inside and saw Toru still absorbed in the video, her golden eyes reflecting the footage, looking absolutely adorable in her concentration. He gave a soft chuckle before moving on downstairs to the 1st floor. Approaching the register, he opened the till and found a fair amount of bills inside, large denominations, too. Great, no problem there. Why was it yen? Apparently this place was analogous to Japan. Oh well, money is money, it'd do. Relaxed now, Shichen decided to head back up and see how Toru was doing. But at that moment, the door suddenly opened. A striking figure walked in, carrying a school bag. It was a girl in a school uniform, likely the spring version, with a white collar and cuffs on a deep blue blazer, and a matching deep blue skirt with white stripes. Black tights covered her long legs. She had sleek black hair with a white headband. She looked composed and mature, and she was surprisingly tall. The black stockings made her legs look especially long. The girl glanced around the empty shop, then looked at Shichen and asked softly, "Excuse me, is this place open for business?" Shichen stared back, brows knitted in confusion, questions whirling in his mind. He wondered if he was seeing things. He recognized this girl, knew her very well, in fact. As well as he knew Toru. But if Toru existed in this world, then why was she here, too? What kind of world was this, anyway? Why was Kasumigakaka Yutaha here? Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 9, Perfect Dragon Maid. A new Divine Fragment host has been detected. Target character, Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Quest, make contact with her. That was all the mechanical voice said before going silent, leaving Shichen wondering if he'd missed something. There was no detailed objective, no time limit, and no special quest perks. So did that mean he didn't have to hurry to obtain the fragment from Kasumigakaka Yutaha? Or maybe Toru's fragment took priority. No quest perks, could it be that there's only one set of perks per world? Shichen wasn't too worried about that. If there were no other extraordinary beings besides Toru in this world, he'd basically be invincible already. Combined with the perks he got from Frieren's world, plus the permanent perks in this world, he could practically tackle anything. The only thing missing was a night kick or some special finishing move. Most importantly, Kasumigakaka Yutaha had appeared, so who needed more perks? Manager. Kasumigakaka Yutaha saw Shichen staring blankly at her and quietly prompted him. Was he just another person smitten by her beauty? But this manager looked pretty young. Kasumigakaka felt he might be around her own age, but still, being a manager at that age was impressive. And maybe it was just her imagination, but he seemed to have some kind of glow around him, like his very presence had a filter. A handsome guy with built-in special effects. Ah. Oh, sorry. Did you say something? Shichen snapped out of it and apologized. Pressing her lips together, Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't mind his lapse in attention. She asked once more, is this cafe open for business yet? Sorry, not yet. I see. She frowned slightly, looked around the empty shop again, then asked, so when do you plan to open? Probably tomorrow, Shichen answered without hesitation. Everything in the shop was set up, all he had to do was decide to open. Plus, Toru could help out. From the look on Kasumigakaka's face, she seemed to like the place, and there was no way he was letting her slip through his fingers. I understand. She nodded, turned to leave, but at the door, she paused and glanced back. Manager, do you know me from somewhere? She'd noticed that his odd expression when he first saw her wasn't the usual kind of dazed admiration she got from people who found her pretty, it was more like he recognized her but thought she shouldn't be here. Yet she was certain she'd never met him before. With his looks and aura, there was no way she'd forget him if they had. No, I don't, Shichen denied it with a smile, shaking his head. All right, then, Kasumigakaka said softly, and left the shop. As he watched the door slowly close, Shichen finally dropped the polite smile he'd been forcing, looking regretful. He'd just let Kasumigakaka Yutaha slip away. He really wanted to make her stay just now, but he had no excuse. And opening the shop on the spot would have been awkward, especially since he hadn't settled everything with Toru yet. Better not be too greedy, he had to take things slowly. He could only hope Kasumigakaka Yutaha would come back tomorrow. But wow, he never expected Yutaha to appear here, and it was such a pleasant surprise. Toru and Kasumigakaka Yutaha coexisting in the same world. Was this heaven? And if Yutaha was around, then maybe that blonde pigtailed tsundere he knew might be here too. If so, was Katamegumi also in this world? He just hoped there was still time. If Yutaha was already that old, then the blonde pigtailed tsundere probably wouldn't be far behind, and might have been captured by some other guy since childhood. That wouldn't leave him much chance. He disliked the idea of stealing someone away if she was already taken. He was all for pure and straightforward relationships. Snapping someone up first was fair game, though. He'd have to figure out the timeline in this world, how old Yutaha was and what grade she was in. Hopefully he could make it in time. That was just how things stood. He considered himself the god of wholesome romance, not into the idea of poaching other people's partners, but he had no problem swooping in before anyone else. He wouldn't feel bad about using his information advantage. If it was a matter of who came first, well, he hadn't been able to do anything back when they were separated by dimensions. But now that he could meet them in person, he'd take action. Yeah, maybe he was a little greedy. Worried that someone else might walk in, Shichen put a closed sign up on the cafe door and went back upstairs. The moment he reached his bedroom door, his eyes lit up. Toru had finished watching the maid tutorial videos. She'd already conjured a perfect maid outfit on herself, a deep blue pinafore dress over a white blouse with ruffled shoulders, white gloves, plus an apron long enough that only a tiny bit of her white stockings showed. Brown little shoes completed the look. Despite the horns on her head and the thick green tail behind her, it didn't feel out of place at all, just made her look even cuter, somehow. Right now, Toru was twirling around in the room, admiring her reflection. She had a bright smile on her face, clearly happy with her new attire. Shichen Dano. She noticed him and bounded over, beaming. Hee, how does it look? She asked expectantly. Shichen gave her an unreserved thumbs up. It's amazing. Really? Toru couldn't help pressing her hands to her cheeks, looking bashful. Of course. I love it, Shichen replied, nodding with a grin. It was exactly as he remembered. Unbelievable. That's great. If Shichen Dano loves it, then I'm happy. Toru exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms again. Another full-speed tackle. Shichen naturally put his arms around her and patted her head. So, how'd your study session go? I understand everything now. Yeah. Then do you want to be a maid? Yes. Toru nodded firmly. I want to be Shichen Dano's maid, to serve you personally. You know, it's totally fine if you don't want to, Shichen said, unconcerned. He just had this ingrained image of Toru as his dragon maid, but if she wanted something else, he'd support her. No, I think being a maid is great. I want to serve you, Shichen Dano. Toru replied, her tone resolute. All right. But if you ever change your mind about it, just let me know, okay? Shichen couldn't resist ruffling her hair again. Her golden locks were so smooth and silky, almost addictive. That won't happen, Toru purred, closing her eyes contentedly as he patted her head. All right, since you're cool with that, let's go buy some things for you. Stuff you'll need. Stuff I'll need. Toothbrush, towel, a blanket, basics. I don't need those, though. And a blanket. Aren't we going to sleep together? No way. Hey. Despite Toru's clear disappointment, Shichen took her to a nearby store and picked up all the essentials, toothbrush, towel, etc. Even if Toru insisted she didn't need them, Shichen couldn't let go of the notion that personal hygiene was important. He didn't need to stock up on anything for the cafe yet, it had pretty much everything. Some mysterious benefactor sure was considerate. Besides Toru's items, Shichen also bought some extra clothes for himself, because he couldn't wear his manager's uniform all the time. He considered buying clothes for Toru, but she said she could just conjure outfits anytime. They did pick up a few basic undergarments, though, which she had him choose. Shichen had no clue why she couldn't just conjure those, too. Back at the cafe, Toru went to arrange her new bedroom, while Shichen jumped on the computer to figure out what month and year it was in this world. It turned out to be April, meaning schools had probably just started the new academic year. He also searched online for any info on the light novel Love Metronome or any mention of Kasumi Yutako as an author, but nothing came up. In fact, there was no record of Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha either. Weirdly enough, though, Kashiwagi Eri did appear, a popular, well-known artist of adult comics. Apparently she was quite big in that scene. No one can resist a bit of lewdness, after all. Out of curiosity, Shichen also looked up other well-known light novels he remembered, but couldn't find any of them. He almost considered going the plagiarize famous works route, but then he realized writing novels took way too much time and energy. He'd rather manage his cafe or play games. Or just take Toru out for a walk. Anything beats sitting around typing all day. Toru finished setting up her new room pretty quickly, but when she came back to find him, she was clearly pouting. Shichen pretended not to notice and moved on to teaching her about the various tasks in the cafe. Since they were opening tomorrow, he'd need her help, and she seemed eager enough if it meant helping him. The day flew by. That night, Shichen cooked dinner. Toru hadn't started learning how to cook yet, and ate with her. He turned down her suggestion that they share a bed, and also refused her offer to help him bathe. Then he headed to his room alone. He'd gone through a lot that day and needed time to process everything. But in the middle of the night, he was woken by the sound of his door opening. Chapter 10, Determination. When Shichen opened his eyes, he immediately realized that the figure who had snuck in at night was no ordinary person. A pair of horns on her head, a large tail behind her, he didn't even need to see her face to know who it was. Getting ambushed on the very first night, how was he supposed to handle this in the long run? He wasn't a saint, it wouldn't take many more nights like this for him to lose control. But he wanted to build a real emotional bond first. He liked her so much, it wasn't just about that sort of thing. Sitting up, Shichen was about to lecture Toru, but the panicked look on her face made him pause. He quickly asked, Toru. What's wrong? Shichen Dano. Toru dove onto his bed, clinging to him, her body trembling. Shichen gripped her shoulders. Her skin felt smooth and soft, only then did he notice she wasn't wearing anything. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Don't worry. I'm right here, he said softly, gently stroking her silky hair to calm her down. He considered why Toru might be acting like this. It wasn't a lie, and there was no way someone had bullied her. Only one possibility remained. Shichen Dano, can I sleep here with you? Toru lifted her head, looking fragile as she asked carefully. You're like a scared little kid, Shichen teased gently, then nodded. All right, sure, but no funny business. Thank you, Shichen Dano. Toru's face instantly brightened. She jumped into the bed and lay right next to him. She didn't guard herself at all. Lying like that, she was basically letting him see everything, and with his excellent night vision, he really could see everything. Maybe dragons just didn't mind such things. Shichen pulled the blanket over her. Change into some pajamas. But I don't like sleeping in clothes. Is that so? Well, if you don't put something on, I won't let you sleep here. How can you be good? Fine. Toru pouted but obediently conjured pajamas similar to Shichen's own, an upper and lower set in pink. Shichen's were blue, so it felt like they were matching red and blue after all. It was hard for him to tear his gaze away from Toru's imposing chest, but he lay back down anyway. He wasn't sure if he was going to get any actual sleep tonight. Shichen Dano. Toru suddenly hugged his arm again, holding on tight. Feeling her softness against his arm, Shichen turned to face her, gently touching the side of her face. She still looked shaken. "Did you have a nightmare?" he asked. "How did you know?" Toru's eyes went wide, her golden pupils gleaming. "What else would scare you?" As expected of Shichen Dano. "Want to tell me about it?" "Well, I dreamt about those gods." "Gods, huh?" Shichen murmured. He remembered that Toru had been injured by gods in her world, and she'd escaped to other worlds because she couldn't beat them. In Toru's world, gods weren't some abstract concept but a higher race of powerful beings. He wondered if the type of god he was destined to become was anything like those. "Don't worry about it," Toru said quickly when she saw him go silent. "Those gods won't come here. Even if they did, I wouldn't drag you into it." "What are you talking about?" Shichen flicked her forehead, annoyed. "Huh?" Toru clutched her forehead, tilting her head in confusion. "I wasn't worrying about something like that. I was thinking if I have what it takes to beat them." Toru froze. They hurt you, right? If they dare hurt my Toru, I've got to settle that score." Shichen Dano. Toru gazed at him, tears gathering in her eyes. "Why are you crying?" He gently wiped the moisture away. I am just so happy to have met you, Shichen Dano. You believe me so easily. What if I'm lying?" "I trust you, Shichen Dano," Toru said, her little face solemn. "And you believe I'll have the power to help you get revenge someday?" Toru nodded firmly. "You have successfully gained the target's trust and dependence. Spend 1 month with her to collect the Divine Fragment." The mechanical voice in his head interrupted again, but Shichen ignored it. He wasn't doing this for the quest, he really wanted to avenge Toru. She was so kind, so adorable. Those gods had almost killed her. If he didn't seek revenge on her behalf, he didn't deserve to say he cared about her. But talking big wouldn't help if he didn't have the strength to back it up. Right now, he wasn't strong enough, which meant he needed the abilities he could gain by traveling to other worlds. If he really was hopping through anime worlds, there had to be a chance somewhere to become stronger. So he couldn't keep the carefree attitude of whatever. "All right. So can we sleep now?" Shichen asked. Toru's fear was gone, replaced by calm. Strange how she was a lot stronger than him, yet she depended on him so easily. They hadn't even known each other for a day. Toru was basically like a kid, after all. "I'll sleep well as long as you're here," she said, smiling and rubbing her cheek against his shoulder. "Only for tonight," Shichen warned her. "Why?" "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back." "That would be perfect." "That's not good. You're still a kid." "I'm 50,000 years old." "I meant mentally." "Do you not like me, Shichen Dano?" "I like you a lot, Toru." "Then why won't you have me?" "What kind of girl comes on so strong?" "Because I also like you, Shichen Dano." "At least give it some time, okay?" "How long?" "At least, let's say a month." "Fine. After a month, you'd better make good on your promise, Shichen Dano." "Shichen Dano. Don't pretend you're asleep. We have to get up early for the cafe tomorrow." "So was that promise real or not?" "I'll take your silence as a yes." The next morning, when Shichen opened his eyes, he realized Toru was still holding on to him, yet he somehow felt comfortable instead of stifled. So that's the difference between being grabbed versus being used as a pillow, he thought. "Morning, Shichen Dano," Toru said cheerfully. Turning his head, he found her already awake, staring at him with those unblinking golden eyes. "You've been up?" "About an hour." Shichen's mouth twitched. "What time is it now?" "Probably around 8:30. "Then we ought to get up." He made a move to rise, but her grip on his arm somehow got stronger. The sensation was intense. It was a miracle he hadn't had any weird dreams. "Come on, let me go." "Oh." Toru reluctantly released his arm and sat up as well. "Go wash up, and then we can tidy the shop together." "Okay, oh right, Shichen Dano, shall I help you get dressed?" Toru asked hopefully. "No need," Shichen said flatly. Toru pouted. Nothing. "Go on, off you go." "Then, can I make breakfast for you instead?" "You know how to cook." "I learned last night, so it should be fine." "I'll look forward to it, then." "Leave it to me." Toru slapped her full chest in a show of confidence, then hopped off the bed. Mid-jump, her pajamas began to glow, and by the time her feet hit the floor, she was already dressed in her maid outfit. No accidental flashes at all. Shichen Dano, just wait a moment. With that, she left his room and headed downstairs to the kitchen. So full of energy this early in the morning. Shichen couldn't help thinking she was still just a big kid. But who could complain about her kind of lively charm? He got out of bed himself, went to the bathroom, and did a quick wash-up before returning to change into his manager's uniform. Truthfully, he didn't need to wash up, as someone who's untainted by dust and free of impurity, you couldn't get any cleaner. But it was a morning habit, after all. While changing clothes, Shichen felt like he'd forgotten something. Something important but also unimportant. He couldn't remember, so he gave up and finished changing, then headed downstairs to see how Toru's breakfast was coming along. Right on cue, Toru emerged from the kitchen with a tray. When Shichen saw what was on that tray, his brow twitched violently. He suddenly realized what he'd forgotten. Chapter 11, Store Opening. Shichen Dano, I've finished making breakfast, come give it a taste. Seeing him approach, Toru twirled around happily, then presented the breakfast she'd prepared, brimming with excitement. And what is this? Shichen asked stiffly, corner of his mouth twitching as he eyed the item on the plate. Quietly lying there was a piece of meat, like those oversized cartoon-style cuts of meat, except the bone in the middle was missing. The color was bright and glossy with a sheen of oil. It looked appetizing, or not. It's my tail meat. Pan-seared dragon tail. Toru replied proudly. Shichen glanced at Toru's back and saw that her thick, green tail was gone. She'd actually cut off her own tail to make his breakfast. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Only when faced with the situation in real life did he realize how surreal it was. If it were just a normal, speechless dragon, nothing but a wild beast, maybe he'd be curious to try dragon meat. But this was Toru's own tail. There was no way he wanted to eat that. Drinking dragon milk might be one thing, but... Shichen Dano, you don't like it? Toru noticed his troubled expression. Do you really think I can eat this? Shichen asked in return. What's the problem? It tastes really good, and it's even better with white rice. My body rejects it, Shichen muttered, pressing a hand to his forehead. Toru definitely needed to learn more about human common sense. Your body rejects it? Toru tilted her head, not following. Shichen Dano, are you a picky eater? Are you an idiot? Shichen took 2 steps forward, raising a hand chop and lightly smacking her on the head. Ow. Why do you hit me? Let's put it this way, if I chopped off my own leg and served it to you, would you eat it? Of course not. Oh, I see. Toru exclaimed in sudden understanding. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to teach you a bit more about human norms for the next couple of days. Shichen sighed, shaking his head. But won't this meat go to waste now? It's super nutritious, and removing the toxins took time. I don't need nutritious. All right then. Toru turned away from him, somewhat put out, then took a big bite out of her own tail meat. It was impressive how wide her dainty face could open. After she swallowed, something amazing happened. A whoosh, and her big green tail sprouted right back out, even wagging a couple of times. Self-sustaining, indeed. At least the miraculous sight eased Shichen's exasperation somewhat. I'll handle breakfast myself, he said. Ah. Won't you trust me one more time, please? You can do lunch. All right. What would you like for lunch, Shichen Dano? Anything normal will do. Shichen headed into the kitchen and opened the fridge, looking over the ingredients. He'd checked yesterday and seen plenty of expensive items. Toru had at least cooked rice, so he decided to fry up a couple of steaks to go with it. Steak and rice should be quite tasty together. Toru, how many steaks do you want? The same amount as you, Shichen Dano. Will that be enough? What do you take me for? Toru huffed, pouting. Aren't you a dragon? I'm a dragon maid now. All right, all right. Shichen took out 4 steaks, 1 in each bag. 2 each seemed reasonable. Shichen Dano, let me help you with the apron, Toru offered. She removed her own apron, came behind him, and began tying it around his waist. Shichen didn't refuse and focused on cooking. These were high-quality steaks, marbled like fine stone, so controlling the heat was important. It didn't take Toru long to finish tying the apron. But inhaling his unique scent, she couldn't resist hugging him from behind. Hee Shichen Dano smells so good. You perv, Shichen said, feeling the soft pressure against his back. Still, he didn't struggle. In her human form, Toru was quite tall, close to 180 centimeters. Had Shichen still been his old self, he'd be shorter than her. I'm not a perv. I just need to recharge using Shichen Dano's energy. She pressed her face against his back as she explained. He could feel her warm breath through his clothes, tickling his skin. If you need recharging, you'd better work hard later, he teased. No problem. Just let me hold you like this a bit longer. Fine. After all, it was just a hug and didn't interfere with cooking. Totally not because he enjoyed her embrace. She didn't cling on for too long, though, because Shichen soon finished pan-searing the steaks. Pairing them with rice was indeed delicious. Drizzling the juices over the fluffy grains added a burst of flavor that had them both polishing off 2 full bowls of rice each, still hungry for more. As expected, top-notch ingredients only require the simplest cooking. Once breakfast ended, Toru took charge of cleaning up the kitchen while Shichen got ready to open the cafe. He planned to open at 10 since it's not like people typically rush out for coffee first thing in the morning, and if they do, they're probably coffee addicts. The cafe already had a printed menu. Aside from various coffees he'd brew by hand, there were desserts and even main dishes. Honestly, it was more of a combination cafe restaurant, which explained the well-stocked fridge. Fortunately, these were all dishes Shichen was confident he could make, benefits of that little system perk, no doubt. After setting everything up, he hung the open sign outside and officially started the day. It was his first time running a shop on his own. He felt a bit nervous, but half an hour passed with no sign of customers. He'd even baked cookies and some sweets, filling the place with a mouth-watering aroma, and tested his coffee-making skills by preparing 2 cups, one for himself and one for Toru. But still, no one showed. Didn't this cafe come with some magical ambience to attract people? He wasn't that desperate for customers, there was plenty of money in the safe. Enough to decorate his study and game room, at least. As long as Kasumigakaka Yutaha showed up, he was fine. But come on, at least 1 or 2 customers to inaugurate the place. Fate finally smiled on him around 11 o'clock. The door swung open, and a young man and woman walked in, apparently a college couple. It's so empty, the guy muttered softly. I like it quiet. Besides, the atmosphere here feels really good. It's oddly calming, the girl countered, clearly liking the vibe. All right, if you say so. Welcome. May I take your order? Toru stepped forward to greet them. The man's eyes went wide, no words came out. It was the maid outfit. Or more accurately, the dragon maid outfit. With golden hair, it looked like a cosplay fantasy. Any regular guy would be stunned. What are you looking at? The woman hissed, pinching his side. Ow. I wasn't looking at anything. The pain jolted him back to reality, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Haha, is there a table for 2? The woman asked Toru cheerfully, putting on a bright smile. Yes, right this way, Toru said, turning to lead them. Her big green tail swished behind her, but neither of them seemed to find it odd. In this era, outrageous outfits and cosplay were perfectly acceptable, they just assumed it was a costume. Not long after, Toru came back to inform Shichen of what they'd ordered. They weren't there for coffee but for lunch, maybe they changed their minds after seeing the menu. So Shichen set about cooking while Toru stayed at the register. The cafe did have a nice vibe, though not huge, it was cozy and soothing. Customers found it hard to leave once they sat down. The woman was delighted by the cafe's environment, messaging her friends about it, particularly mentioning how the manager was unbelievably good-looking. The guy was also pleased that his girlfriend seemed happy, though he kept sneaking glances at Toru. Probably he'd come back alone sometime. So they each had their own thoughts. Once Shichen finished preparing the couple's meal and finally sat down for a moment, a new wave of customers arrived. He got busy in no time. Some came specifically for coffee, while others ended up having lunch after seeing the food menu. The dishes were delicious, the atmosphere pleasant, plus there was a handsome manager and a dragon maid, people couldn't help but like the place. Judging by the satisfied smiles on their faces as they left, Shichen knew they'd be back. Business was bound to pick up soon. That wouldn't be good for him, though. It was only day 1, and he alone was both manager and chef. He preferred being a hands-off boss, perhaps Toru would need to assume more responsibility. They were swamped through the lunch rush, but the afternoon lull was more relaxed. While they did get some foot traffic from people wanting coffee and a break, it was manageable. Then, in the early evening, finally, the person Shichen had been anxiously waiting for, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, showed up again. Chapter 12, First Novel Fan. Toyogaseki Private School. When the final bell rang and the teacher left the classroom, Kasumigakaka Yutaha packed her things and, under the gaze of every male student in class, walked out. Downstairs, she changed her shoes and exited the school building. Rather than heading to her club, she made her way toward the school gate. As she walked, everyone who spotted her couldn't help but follow her with their eyes. After all, she was one of the school's most famous students, beautiful and top of her grade academically, an irresistible combination for young people. It was a pity she gave off a rather standoffish vibe, making her inaccessible to most. She didn't have many close acquaintances at school, which only fueled her mystique. Arriving at the school gate, Kasumigakaka Yutaha originally intended to head straight home. But she recalled the cafe she'd seen the previous day. She wasn't interested in the handsome manager, but the cafe's atmosphere had seemed promising, perhaps it would help spark her creativity. Yes, today was its opening day. Kasumigakaka changed direction toward the town. Just then, some conversation behind her caught her attention. Sawamura-san, you're not going to the art club today. Sorry, I still have things to handle at home. Is everything all right? It's nothing serious, I'll take care of it quickly. Okay then, good luck, everyone at the art club is waiting for you. Got it. Kasumigakaka turned around and saw an extremely pretty blonde girl with twin tails waving goodbye to two other girls. Her smile was radiant, but to Kasumigakaka's eyes, it looked decidedly fake. Kasumigakaka knew who she was, Sawamura Spencer Eruri, a first-year student. She had blonde hair, was half Japanese, half foreign, and was strikingly attractive. From the moment she enrolled, she'd become as big a celebrity as Kasumigakaka herself. In high school, few could resist the charm of a mixed-race beauty. Too bad. Kasumigakaka's gaze drifted briefly over Eruri's modest chest. Not worth mentioning. By now, Sawamura Spencer Eruri had also noticed Kasumigakaka. She nodded slightly in greeting and walked toward her. But Eruri wasn't planning to say hello, the two weren't acquainted, and they'd never even talked, though each knew of the other. She passed by Kasumigakaka and left without a word. Kasumigakaka didn't bother looking back and continued on in her high black stockings toward the cafe. Meanwhile, Sawamura Spencer Eruri stopped in her tracks. She glanced over her shoulder at Kasumigakaka's retreating figure, shook her head, then took off her school bag. From inside, she removed two drawings. They seemed similar at a glance, a man holding a sword, stepping on a giant green dragon. But one drawing was done in crayon, crudely sketched with minimal detail, while the other was clearly a carefully illustrated version. In the crayon one, everything was rough and simple. In the fully illustrated one, the man's sword looked intricate and sacred, and the dragon appeared much more vivid and lifelike. Obviously, the first drawing was from childhood, and the second was a refined redraw. Still, in the redraw, the man's face remained incomplete, left unpainted. Eruri stared down at the two drawings, her thumb brushing across the man's face. Her eyes showed a wistful longing as she murmured, "Prince Oniai-chan, when will you come find me?" "Welcome," Shichen greeted Kasumigakaka Yutaha with a smile as she pushed open the cafe door. At that moment, Toru was in the kitchen practicing her cooking. Since there weren't many customers in the afternoon, Shichen had let her spend time honing her skills. After all, a boss who doesn't properly utilize his staff isn't a good boss. And Toru herself wanted to learn how to cook, since being a maid who can't cook wouldn't make sense. The lethal effect of a handsome face was in full force. Kasumigakaka Yutaha had trouble pulling her gaze away, her eyes flitting over the cafe. Compared to yesterday, the place was more lively, with quite a few customers around. Evidently, she wasn't the only one who'd noticed something special about the shop. Even with patrons inside, the cafe was still tranquil, which suited her needs. She asked Shichen, "Excuse me, manager, do you happen to have any single seats that are a bit more private?" "More private? Are you doing homework?" he asked, curious. "Something like that," she replied. "I see. We don't really have single seats, but there's a two-person table that's a bit out of the way." "That'll work. Don't worry, I doubt we'll have many more customers this afternoon, so no one's going to bother you." "I'll show you the way," Shichen said reassuringly. "Thanks." He led her to the farthest table inside, 2 seats away from the nearest patrons. Kasumigakaka was quite satisfied. She dropped her school bag on the seat and sat down eagerly. "How's this?" he asked. "Perfect," she said with a nod. "Great. Would you like to order anything? Do you have juice?" "Yes." "Then I'll have an iced juice, and a plate of cookies." "Sure, please wait a moment." Shichen headed off, while Kasumigakaka Yutaha took out her laptop from her bag. She opened a document titled Love Metronome, and lines of dense text filled the screen. She was writing a novel by that name, recently struggling with writer's block and seeking inspiration. She'd usually write at home, but sometimes going out helped spark new ideas. When she found this cafe, just standing outside had given her a sense of calm, as if inspiration might strike at any moment. Now, sitting here, she discovered it was true, her mind was flooding with ideas, her fingers already dancing over the keyboard. By the time Shichen returned with her juice and cookies, Kasumigakaka Yutaha had slipped into a trance. Her eyes were glued to the screen, and her hands typed furiously, ignoring everything around her. He placed the juice and cookies gently on the table and then, after a quick glance, noticed that she really was writing Love Metronome, seemingly in the early stages. So Kasumigakaka was only in her second year of high school. Shichen felt relieved. He set her order down quietly and took a seat across from her, observing her focused expression. The shop was calm for the moment, and as the manager, he had the right to take a break anyway. Plus, since she hadn't even noticed her order yet, it made sense for him to wait. It was nearly an hour before Kasumigakaka Yutaha finally snapped out of her writing trance. Phew. She let out a breath. She was just about to stretch her stiff fingers when she noticed Shichen sitting across from her, staring into space. Manager. Oh, done writing. Shichen responded, snapping out of his thoughts. Just one section for now. So, manager, you realized I was writing a novel. Sorry, I only glanced at it out of curiosity, he apologized. It's fine, I don't mind people seeing me write, Kasumigakaka said with a slight shake of her head. That's good to hear. Do you like novels, manager? I love novels, anime, manga, you name it. So the manager's an otaku, Kasumigakaka teased. Yup, I'm definitely into 2D stuff, he said with a grin, then added, by the way, could I read a bit of your novel? Huh. She blinked, surprised. Is that not okay? It's just a bit sudden. I see. But isn't the purpose of writing novels for others to read? Some people do it just for themselves, too. True. So, I'm Kasumigakaka Yutaha, a second year at Toyogaseki Private School, she said, introducing herself. Nice to meet you, Kasumigakaka-san. I'm Shichen. Shichen. That sounds like a Chinese name. I am Chinese, actually. So are you an exchange student or something? Nope, Shichen answered with a smile. I've already graduated from college. Kasumigakaka looked stunned. What's wrong? Do I not look it? Shichen chuckled. You look so young. I assumed you were younger than me. Haha, guess you misread me, he said. So you're probably wondering why I'm running this cafe. I guess so. Didn't I say earlier? I'm an otaku. Okay, that's strangely convincing, she admitted. So, about your novel, can I see it? Shichen asked again. Shichen-san, you really want to read my writing that badly? Kasumigakaka's eyes sparkled. I do. After glimpsing it, I'm very interested. You're not just being polite. Not at all, he replied earnestly. But I'm just a rookie. This is my first time seriously writing a novel. That's perfect. Huh. She tilted her head in confusion. I'd get to be your very first fan. Chapter 13, Chew. My first reader. Kasumigakaka Yutaha murmured, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement as she looked at the handsome young man in front of her. Is it all right? Shichen asked softly again. Of course it is, she agreed, sounding thrilled at first, but then got a bit shy. But can it wait until I'm finished writing? That's even better, Shichen said with a nod and a smile. This version of Kasumigakaka Yutaha was so innocent compared to what he remembered. Feeling oddly embarrassed, she popped a couple of cookies into her mouth to distract herself. She was surprised by their taste. These are really good. Kasumigakaka Yutaha covered her mouth in astonishment. Thank you for the compliment. Compliment? Did you make these yourself? Didn't expect that, huh? Shichen grinned, looking pleased. I'm surprised you're so skilled at baking, Kasumigakaka commented, placing 2 more cookies into her mouth. Well, living on my own meant I had to pick up a few kitchen skills, he explained. Are you running this place by yourself? No, that was before. Now I've got someone helping me, Shichen answered honestly. I see. Shichen glanced at her laptop. All right, then, I won't disturb you anymore. I really can't wait to read your novel, he said, rising to go. I understand. Please give me a little more time, she said hastily. There's no rush, Shichen replied, waving her off as he made his way back toward the register. A new customer had arrived, and he needed to greet them. Only after watching him return to the counter did Kasumigakaka Yutaha refocus her attention on the screen. She took a deep breath, placed her hands on the keyboard, and continued typing. At that moment, her creativity surged, her thoughts flowed, and ideas gushed forth like a spring. Previously, she'd relied on her natural writing talent without much drive, but now she had a clear motivation and a definite goal. The cafe remained peaceful, with each customer minding their own business, not disturbing anyone else. Shichen would occasionally step into the kitchen to taste the dishes Toru was practicing, and it turned out the dragon maid had quite a knack for cooking, her creations were improving by the minute. Each time Shichen offered some praise, punctuated by a head pat, Toru's enthusiasm soared. She ate everything she made herself, so the kitchen wasn't overflowing with food. Before long, dusk descended. It felt like the sky went dark in the blink of an eye. By around 7 in the evening, only Kasumigakaka Yutaha remained in the shop. She was still deeply absorbed in her writing, fingers tapping away and her expression intense. Shichen glanced at the darkening sky outside, then walked over and sat down across from her again. Kasumigakaka-san. She didn't respond to his first call, so he raised his voice. Kasumigakaka-san. Huh. She finally snapped out of it, looking confused. What is it, Shichen-san? It's getting late, Shichen said, gesturing out the window. You should probably head home now. You can always keep going tomorrow. Following his gesture, Kasumigakaka looked outside and realized night had fallen. It's that late already. Yeah. It won't be safe going home too late. All right. I'll stop for now. She started packing up her things without objection. You didn't finish the cookies. Want me to wrap them up for you? Thanks, I appreciate it. No trouble at all. Once she'd tidied up, Shichen walked her to the door and said, Take care getting home, Kasumigakaka-san. She smiled. Thanks for worrying about me. I'll come again tomorrow. You're always welcome. MHM. Kasumigakaka turned and walked off, soon disappearing into the evening darkness. Shichen withdrew his gaze, returning inside to close the cafe for the day. Toru, it's about time for dinner. Just a sec, Shichen Dano. I'm almost done. Toru's voice called from the kitchen, sounding excited. She evidently felt she'd made some progress, and Shichen was looking forward to tasting it. That night's dinner filled him up. Toru's cooking was genuinely delicious, better than the fare in many restaurants, and he ended up eating 2 big bowls of rice. He worried she might spoil him to the point of getting fat. After he'd bathed and changed into sleepwear, he returned to his room, and, as expected, found Toru already in his bed. She lay on her side in pajamas, though the top gaped open, revealing pale, smooth skin and 2 round mounds that drew any onlooker's eye. Shichen stood at the doorway, looking at her helplessly. Didn't we agree this morning that you couldn't sleep here tonight? Why not? You wouldn't let me wash your back, so I figured I could at least warm your bed. Have you checked the weather lately? I don't need a bed warmer. Are you trying to roast me alive? Shichen grumbled. No worries. My body runs cool. You won't get too hot. But you just said you were gonna warm my bed. Don't sweat the small stuff, Shichen Dano. Ugh. Shichen heaved a sigh and walked over to the bed. This is absolutely the last night, okay? Tomorrow, you go back to your own room. Otherwise, what was the point of buying that bedding? Sure. Toru perked up instantly at his agreement, ignoring the rest of his sentence entirely. Shichen climbed into bed, and Toru latched onto his arm without hesitation, rubbing her cheek against it. Why bother taking a bath, Shichen Dano? You already feel super clean. Such was the biggest perk of his godly body, untouched by dirt or impurities, he truly had no need for bathing or even a toilet. It's part of my bedtime routine. It's important, he replied, lying there solemnly. He hoped tonight wouldn't bring any weird dreams. A routine. Then should I go bathe too? Toru asked. Not necessary, it's only for tonight anyway. Ay. What's with the ay? Time to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow to buy supplies. After all the ingredients Toru had used up that day, they'd only have coffee to sell if they didn't restock. Fine, Toru grumbled. She didn't mind too much as long as she got to stay in the same bed. They slept without incident. The following morning, Shichen awoke feeling relieved, no strange dreams again. Toru, unlike the previous day, wasn't already awake stealing glances at his sleeping face. She was still dozing peacefully, her lips curved in a contented smile. What a sound sleeper. Shichen watched her serene expression, a gentle smile forming on his own lips. He couldn't resist reaching out to stroke her cheek. Toru's face was soft and smooth, practically begging to be pinched, but before he could do anything else, Toru opened her eyes. Shichen Dano. She blinked. Sorry, did I wake you? Shichen drew back his hand. No, it's fine. She beamed and pressed her body against him in a hug. It's so nice to see Shichen Dano first thing in the morning. You're full of sweet talk, but you're not getting a reward. Huh. Toru rested her chin on his chest, looking puzzled. Never mind. She was so adorable that, unable to resist, Shichen sat up, wrapped his arms around her, and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. There was an audible chew sound. Huh. Toru froze in place. What, you don't like it? Shichen teased. No. She shook her head forcefully, blurting out excitedly, I just didn't expect. I'm so happy. Do it again. Don't push your luck. Shichen said, immediately shoving her away. Ah, why? Learn to be satisfied, he declared, swinging out of bed. But at least make it symmetrical, Toru pouted, gazing at him hopefully. Shichen ignored her, heading for the bathroom and shutting the door. Shichen Dano, she called. With no response, Toru plopped back onto the bed, resting a hand over her cheek where he'd kissed her. Slowly, a dopey grin spread over her face. Hee hee. Meanwhile, Shichen stood in the bathroom, staring at his reflection. Eventually, he shook his head. Toru had no idea how irresistibly cute she was. If this continued, he'd cave in a matter of days. Sigh, female pursuit truly is like a thin layer of gauze, especially when he already liked Toru to begin with. What man could refuse a girl throwing herself at him? Unless he didn't like girls, of course. Shichen decided he couldn't keep letting her do as she pleased. Tonight, they definitely had to sleep in separate rooms. He was a man of his word, after all, he'd promised a month. Caving to temptation early was out of the question. A month of bonding would let him drop all worries afterward. That was his idea of pure-hearted romance. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 14, again. Last time. When Shichen finished washing up and returned to his room, he found Toru still there, off the bed now, but holding his manager's uniform in her hands. What are you doing? Shichen asked curiously. I'm washing your clothes, Shichen Dano. Huh. He froze for a moment, then remembered how Toru washed things. His expression changed. Stepping up to Toru, he snatched the clothes away from her. They were wet, but there was no trace of laundry detergent smell. Why you? How did you wash them? Shichen asked, though he already knew the answer. Of course, I used my saliva, Toru said cheerfully, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As expected. Why would you use saliva? We have a washing machine, he said, exasperated. But my saliva disinfects way better. Where am I supposed to be getting toxins from? Oh. That's true. Toru conceded, as if remembering that point. And don't you find stuffing clothes in your mouth kind of gross? It's fine. I don't mind, not when it's yours, Shichen Dano. That's not the issue. Then what is it? I mind. Shichen declared. Toru's face fell as if the sky had collapsed. Ah, really? Yes, it's too dirty. He was brutally honest. How could you? Toru seemed to wilt, sinking slowly to her knees. Don't you think it's disgusting to have clothes soaked in spit? Shichen pressed. But it's my spit. Saliva is saliva, anyone's spit is gross. That's not true, Shichen Dano's spit wouldn't be gross at all. Toru shot back. Not sure how to feel about that. I'm serious. What if I spit on the ground, then? Shichen said, giving her a sidelong look. Toru hesitated but stuck to her guns. I'd still accept it. I almost believed you. He rolled his eyes. Look, just wash clothes normally, and cook normally, too. Don't do anything else that goes against basic human biology. I was only thinking of what's best for you, Toru mumbled, pouting. That's not necessary. Just act like a regular human being. If you do anything weird again, let me think, oh, I know. We'll postpone that little arrangement of ours by another month. What? No way. You know what you need to do, right? Shichen smiled mischievously. Ugh, fine. Toru relented. Good. He ruffled her hair. Hurry and get breakfast ready. Got it. Toru got to her feet, heading to the door. Just as she was about to exit, she paused and looked back. So, what about your clothes? I'll wash them again myself. But they're already clean, no. Enough. It's basically the same as if you'd licked them all over. I can't handle that. That's so mean, Shichen Dano. If you keep complaining, I can be a lot meaner. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Toru bowed deeply, then made her way downstairs. Shichen shook his head and took his uniform to the bathroom. If Toru ever literally licked his entire body, he'd have no objection, but just saliva soaking was too much for his nerves. It was all about the context. After re-washing his clothes, he headed downstairs to eat breakfast with Toru. Luckily, that morning's meal was completely normal and delicious. Once they finished eating, the two went off to the shopping district to buy supplies. Shichen didn't intend to do this regularly in the future. Once Toru was trained, he could relax more. But at the start, it was best to show her the ropes personally. Having both of them out in the shopping district was like adding two beams of light to the place. They stood out in every way, appearance, atmosphere, and in this world, first impressions were everything. Even with her dragon maid getup, Toru was seen as cute rather than odd. That meant plenty of discounts for them, courtesy of shopkeepers. That's the benefit of looking young and attractive, everyone just warms up to you. Male or female, old or young, they all found Toru charming. And those middle-aged shopkeepers who had kids of their own naturally felt even more welcoming. Some might have even thought about introducing her to their sons or daughters. No one seemed to consider that Toru and Shichen themselves might be a couple. Everyone was simply being a bit too friendly. Shichen decided if it stayed this easy, he wouldn't need to come shopping again. It wasn't that he disliked Toru's company, just that he preferred being free to laze around as much as possible. With Toru's amazing strength, they loaded up on groceries, bag after bag was no problem for her. They'd need the supplies, after all. Judging by the previous day's customers, there was a good chance they'd bring more people back, and Shichen had a hunch things could get busy. They returned to the shop and stored everything. Then Shichen opened for business. Today was different from yesterday. Barely 2 minutes after opening, a familiar face showed up. At this hour, it was just people wanting coffee, so it wasn't too hectic yet. Later, the lunch crowd would pile on the real workload. Still, a busy shop was a good sign for any business. He needed the income if he wanted to refurbish his study and build a gaming room. Among the customers, some enjoyed the cafe's ambience, while others came specifically for Shichen or Toru. Sorry to the male patrons, Toru would be in the kitchen most of the day, so they wouldn't see her much. Female customers, on the other hand, were thrilled to be waited on by the handsome manager. Shichen realized he might need to hire another person. That way, he could chill by the register as a true manager should. In the afternoon, Kasumigakaka Yutaha arrived. "Hey, Shichen-san, I'm here," she greeted. "Welcome. I saved your usual spot for you." He stepped away from the register, smiling as he guided her over. "Thanks." Kasumigakaka gave a small smile, following him. "I mean, what else would I do for my future biggest fan? I'm not quite your fan yet." She gave him a playful look. "You're pretty close, though. You shouldn't rush me," she teased. "Haha, okay." Shichen led her to the same seat as the day before. The moment Kasumigakaka sat down, she pulled out her laptop and started typing. She'd been thinking about her story all through last night and at school today, and she just wanted to get it all down as quickly as possible. Her home no longer felt conducive to her writing, only this cafe gave her the perfect environment to let her creativity flow. Shichen let her be, but soon returned with a plate of cookies and some juice. Then he left her to work. By evening, she still hadn't finished. In fact, she wasn't even close, her mind was brimming with ideas, making her type non-stop. Shichen didn't rush her. A good novel deserved to be read when it was truly complete. Kasumigakaka, however, was the one who felt pressed. She wanted to finish soon and show it to her first reader. But she only had 2 days of the week behind her, and the weekend was still far off. As a model student, she couldn't just skip school to write. When night fell, after Shichen had finished his bath, he returned to his room only to find Toru absent. That gave him a little sense of relief, and a little regret. But his regret didn't last long. Toru soon walked into his room, wearing only a bath towel. She had just finished bathing. Her cheeks were pink, her damp golden hair hung over her shoulders, and the towel around her chest was stretched tight by her curves. The whiteness of her neck and collarbones was enough to make him swallow hard. "And, what exactly are you doing?" Shichen asked dryly. "I had a bath, Shichen-dano," Toru answered innocently. "I can see that, but why are you in my room?" "Because I'm going to sleep with you, obviously. Didn't we say yesterday would be the last time?" "But that was yesterday, and I hadn't bathed. Now I have." "What difference does that make?" Shichen retorted. "It makes all the difference." Toru hopped over to him, clinging to his arm. "Didn't you call it a pre-bedtime ritual? So last night doesn't count. That's some twisted logic. Shichen-dano, please? Let's just pretend last night didn't count." Toru nuzzled his shoulder, pouting adorably, which was Shichen's biggest weakness. Fine. But tonight really is the last night," he insisted. Sure. "Let's get in bed," she said, pulling him onto the bed. They lay down together, and she helpfully pulled the covers over both of them. "Good night, Shichen-dano." "Good night." Feeling that familiar softness against his arm, Shichen silently prayed he wouldn't have any strange dreams this time. Chapter 15, First meeting between the two. Morning. When Shichen woke up, he once again breathed a sigh of relief. For a guy, waking up without needing to change underwear is the best way to start the day. Indeed, his self-control was on a whole other level. All those naive, supposedly pure-hearted boys on the internet who brag, "There's no way I'd remain indifferent if a girl was sleeping next to me," wouldn't stand a chance in a scenario like this. If Toru acted as provocative with them as she was being now, they'd likely have gotten up in secret to change their underwear by now. But as they say, birds of a feather flock together. Because Shichen was a serious and composed guy, a good girl like Toru naturally stuck close to him. Just look, early in the morning, she still wasn't even bothering to cover up. Ah. He noticed something amiss. Toru was, let's say, glowing too brightly first thing in the morning. Where she was hugging his arm, those round, full curves were practically gleaming with a translucent luster, making it hard for him to look away. Where was her towel? That huge towel she'd been wearing last night, where had it gone? Looking around, Shichen finally spotted it hanging precariously from the tip of Toru's thick, green tail, ready to fall off at any moment. How did he forget about that? Towels were absolutely unreliable, especially for sleeping. Oh well, at least it was already morning. Even if he was a bit on edge this early in the day, it was still relatively safe time. He wasn't going to lose control. So now. Shichen pondered for a second, then decided to just stay put for a while longer. The sensation on his arm was far too comfortable, he was in no hurry to get up. Life's about maintaining one's innocence and purity, sure, but sometimes it's also important to follow your own desires in moderation. Anyway, it was still early. After about half an hour, Toru woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Shichen staring at the ceiling. Shichen Dano. Oh, you're awake. He turned his head and gave her a small smile. Toru blinked. She felt that something about him was off, but she couldn't put her finger on what it was, so she kept her doubts to herself. Good morning, Shichen Dano. Good morning. He reached out with his free hand to ruffle her hair. It's getting late, we should get up. Okay. That one head pat was enough to make Toru forget all else. She perked up, released Shichen, and got out of bed in a single bound, dashing out of the room. I'll go make breakfast for you, Shichen Dano. Shichen kept a serious expression as he watched her retreating figure. After a moment, he finally got up to wash up. A dragon girl really was something else. Her butt was so white it rivaled snow, nicely rounded, and that big, unusual tail somehow made it even more tempting. He had a feeling that someday he'd want to hold onto the tail while exercising, since it'd help him keep his balance. Then again, given Toru's personality, she might prefer that he stay still while she did all the work. But no big deal, Toru was very obedient. Their daily routine remained the same for several days, and soon it was Saturday. That morning, as soon as the cafe opened, barely 2 minutes, Kasumigakaka Yutaha arrived. Morning, Shichen-san, she greeted with a smile as soon as she walked in. You're early today. Yeah. I think I can finish my novel today. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Shichen smiled back. Kasumigakaka pressed her lips together, clearly excited. Their usual casual greeting, but today was different because Toru was there. Glare. Toru furrowed her brow, glaring at Kasumigakaka with obvious displeasure. For some reason, she sensed danger. When did Shichen Dano start hanging around such a provocative woman? They seemed on rather good terms. What had Toru missed these past few days? In truth, this was Toru and Kasumigakaka's first real encounter. Until now, one had been busy in the kitchen practicing cooking, while the other was typing away in a quiet corner, so they'd never actually crossed paths. Shichen realized this, too, and for some reason felt a bit uneasy. Toru was staring so openly that Kasumigakaka obviously noticed. She only now realized Toru's presence, and she, too, looked surprised. Seeing Toru's face, Kasumigakaka couldn't help showing a bit of awe. Such an unbelievably delicate appearance, dazzling golden hair, dressed in a dragon-made outfit, on top of being taller than her, she had a much bigger chest. It was a total blowout. For the first time in her life, Kasumigakaka felt completely inferior to another female. She suddenly remembered Shichen saying there was someone helping him run the cafe, so this girl must be the one. With Shichen's looks and presence, it was no wonder a girl this cute would stick to him. So why did she feel so off about it? He was supposed to be her first reader, so what was this gorgeous girl doing here? Wait, there's no direct conflict, right? Kasumigakaka quickly reminded herself. The two girls stared each other down a bit too long, so Shichen seized the chance to introduce them. Let me introduce you two properly. Toru, this is one of our regular customers, Kasumigakaka Yutaha. She's a light novel author I really like. Kasumigakaka, this is the person helping me run the cafe, Toru, from overseas. Hello, Kasumigakaka said, extending her hand. But Toru immediately hugged Shichen instead. I'm Shichen Dano's exclusive maid. I see, Kasumigakaka replied with a slight nod, revealing no particular response. Mind your manners, she's trying to shake your hand. Shichen flicked Toru's forehead in mild exasperation. So early in the day, and she was already getting jealous. This could be a problem. Ow. Toru loosened her grip on Shichen, rubbing her forehead as she reached out her other hand for a quick handshake with Kasumigakaka. No actual conflict there, just a brief touch before letting go. I'll just get back to my writing, Kasumigakaka said to Shichen, making her way to her usual seat. I'll bring you juice and cookies, he replied. Make the juice iced, she added without turning around. You got it. Gore. Toru was still eyeing Kasumigakaka with suspicion, grinding her teeth. What are you doing? Shichen couldn't help laughing. Jealous Toru was almost too cute. Shichen Dano. Toru looked at him, teary-eyed. What's wrong now? You're not going to abandon me for the new and exciting, are you? As if. Really. I'm not sure what you're misunderstanding, but it's just a normal relationship. There's nothing going on between me and Kasumigakaka. But she feels so dangerous. Heh. Don't you trust me? I wouldn't give up such an adorable dragon maid. Grinning, he cupped her face in his hands and gave her cheeks a gentle squeeze. Really? I'm not lying to you. Okay then. Toru's smile lit up instantly. You shouldn't sell yourself short. I'm just scared someone else might swoop in first. Swoop in first how? You know, Shichen Dano needs to hurry up and devour me, MMPH. Toru didn't get to finish before Shichen clapped a hand over her mouth, scolding her sharply. Here I am worrying about your feelings, while your brain's stuck on that sort of thing. Get back to the kitchen. Eh? You're chasing me off so you can snuggle up with that other woman. If you don't go to the kitchen now, you can forget about sleeping in my bed anymore. Eep. I'm going. Toru panicked, immediately obeying and dashing into the kitchen. Shichen shook his head at her retreating figure. Having such a cute girl obsessing over claiming his virtue day in and day out. Was that a good thing or a great thing? He glanced over toward Kasumigakaka. She hastily turned her head away, pretending to stare intently at her laptop screen. She'd clearly been watching them a moment ago. Which was, probably a good sign. Maybe it showed she cared. Feeling rather pleased, Shichen prepared Kasumigakaka's juice and cookies, then brought them over to her. She was staring at her laptop so intently, it looked legit, except her hands weren't even moving. He saw right through her. Here's your juice, he said, sitting down across from her. Thanks. She sipped the chilled juice, letting the coolness calm the question swirling in her mind. Setting the cup down, she picked up 2 cookies, chewing them while fixing her eyes on the laptop screen, trying to focus, but to no avail. No point hiding. She cut straight to the issue. Shichen-san, what's your relationship with that girl? Ah. Like I said, we run this place together, he answered calmly. But didn't she say she's your personal maid? And you believe it? She just loves maid culture. Don't forget, I'm a hardcore otaku, and so is she. You really think I'll buy that? Kasumigakaka retorted, arching an eyebrow. Fine. She likes me, Shichen admitted. I figured. Kasumigakaka nodded. But you haven't agreed to go out with her. She's gorgeous. Not yet. Not yet. It's not the right time. What's that supposed to mean? Why? Shichen teased. Why do you care? Chapter 16, Meaning of a Kiss. When Kasumigakaka Yutaha maintained her calm expression and fixed her gaze on Shichen, she answered his question with a question of her own, is there a problem? There's definitely an issue, Shichen nodded. Don't get the wrong idea, Kasumigakaka continued with a faint smile. You're my very first reader. Isn't it natural for me to be curious about my reader's love life? What a wonderful author you are, Shichen teased. Absolutely. Besides, being a novelist, it's normal to be extra curious. Gathering all sorts of information might help with my writing. That makes sense. With that explanation, I can't really argue. Good. Now go on, the customers have arrived. I need to focus on my writing. Kasumigakaka sounded like she was shooing him away. Oh, so now you can actually write? Shichen smirked mischievously. She shot him a fierce look, clearly annoyed. Haha, well, take your time. I'm really looking forward to reading it, he said. I know, she snapped, her tone harsh, she was obviously embarrassed. But Shichen didn't mind. In fact, he found it cute. Still, a little teasing goes a long way, too much could hurt their relationship, and they weren't that close yet. Better not push his luck. So, leaving her alone, he got up to tend to other customers. All morning, the cafe was quietly bustling. Compared to the last few days, it was obviously livelier, weekend, after all, so lots of high school girls showed up in groups to drink coffee. Shichen frankly doubted most teenage girls genuinely enjoyed coffee, which was more of an office worker staple. He knew why they were really here, but he didn't bother calling them out. It was all good for business, anyway. Not only did it bring in money, it also let him quietly bask in the admiring looks people cast his way. He figured he might as well enjoy it while it was still novel to him. At midday, the cafe got a bit noisy, and Kasumigakaka found herself unable to concentrate on her writing. She took a brief break. Shichen invited her to have lunch with him and Toru, and she agreed. Toru, however, wasn't pleased. Well, maybe not pleased wasn't accurate, more like she was openly hostile toward Kasumigakaka. She kept darting suspicious glances at her while she ate. Kasumigakaka, for her part, completely ignored Toru, quietly eating with graceful poise and praising the food. Toru, not in the mood, took no pleasure in the compliments. Shichen likewise ate in silence, not looking at either of them. He felt no guilt, figuring at least they weren't arguing. Toru, meanwhile, was entirely fixated on her newfound enemy, oblivious to being effectively left out of the conversation. Her single-mindedness made her oblivious to other interactions. So, they managed to finish the meal in a forced semblance of harmony. Afterward, the lunchtime rush died down, and Kasumigakaka returned to typing her novel. Shichen joined Toru in the kitchen to wash dishes. Toru washed, he dried. Barely a plate into the process, Toru couldn't help asking again, Shichen Dano, you really won't just throw me aside for someone new, right? Toru, you have to believe in your own charms. Shichen patiently reassured her. He could sense her insecurity, part of why he was here washing dishes with her in the first place. But that Kasumigakaka is really pretty, Toru said, lips pursed uncertainly. And you don't think you're prettier? Shichen countered with a smile. You really think so? Toru couldn't hide her delight. I do. He nodded earnestly. You're absolutely gorgeous, Toru. He wasn't just flattering her, either. Toru's looks completely overshadowed Kasumigakaka's. The latter might be stunning by human standards, but Toru, in her human form, was practically an otherworldly beauty. There was no comparison. You're not just lying, right? She was grinning but still a little self-conscious. Though she was a dragon, powerful and extraordinary, she seemed racked by doubt. Shichen felt he ought to build her confidence, but ultimately, she'd have to come to that realization herself. Still, there was one obvious way he could help. He didn't hesitate. Setting the plate aside, he moved closer to Toru. Shichen Dano. She looked at him, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without a word, he cupped her soft cheeks in his hands. Right as she began to look startled, he leaned in and pressed a firm kiss to her right cheek. Toru froze. She just stared, forgetting to blink, forgetting to breathe. Don't be silly, Shichen said with a laugh, releasing her. Believe me now. Shichen Dano. That was so sudden. Toru stammered, her cheeks flush, a radiant smile spreading over her face. She couldn't hide her delight. Don't you like sudden surprises? Isn't it better that way? I wasn't ready for it. All I did was kiss your cheek. How much prep do you need? Well, I could have turned my face so you'd hit my lips. I shouldn't have bothered kissing you. Don't say that. Shichen Dano, please do it again. This time, on the other side, to make it symmetrical. Shichen's expression turned blank. I already kissed that side before. I don't remember that. He sighed. Honestly, I shouldn't have tried to cheer you up. I'm outta here. Wait, Shichen Dano. Toru reached out, but Shichen left the kitchen without looking back. Toru's excitement was impossible to contain. Even though he was giving her the cold shoulder now, she couldn't stop smiling. One hand drifted to her cheek, and she broke into a dopey grin. He'd kissed both sides already, surely the middle wasn't far off. She was already daydreaming about the next step. Back at the register, Shichen was hardly upset. He just figured the kiss had done the trick. In 2D worlds, a kiss is something different. Girls yearn for a kiss from the one they like, not because of lust but because of the meaning it carries, affection, love. Kissing someone means you truly like them. Getting kissed by that person feels blissful. That's part of why so many love anime. It's beautiful and pure, an ideal that warms the heart. Shichen's kiss wasn't just for show, he genuinely liked Toru. But he also wanted to reassure her. Luckily, it had only been a cheek kiss, so it didn't violate his sense of innocent romance. As the afternoon wore on, the cafe took on a relaxed atmosphere, the gentle aroma of coffee mixing with a calm ambience that made customers want to linger. Kasumigakaka Yutaha typed away devotedly all afternoon. Finally, she finished volume 1 of her very first novel. Since Shichen had no phone, they hadn't exchanged any contact info. So Kasumigakaka simply handed him her laptop, then hurried out of the shop in a fluster. Judging by the way she all but fled, she clearly wasn't comfortable watching someone read her novel in front of her. That's how it is for most first-time writers, they can handle strangers reading but get shy when it's someone they know. Shichen understood, he'd been there once. He tried to become a stay-at-home novelist, but lacking the talent, he soon gave up and joined the working world. Looking back, maybe he owed his current happiness to his lack of talent. If he'd stayed indoors writing day and night, who knew whether he'd be lucky enough to be hit by a meteor and transported to this 2D realm? And would his phone have gotten that virus if he never went outside? Now that he felt so fortunate, he was grateful for how things had turned out. He didn't rush to read Kasumi Gakaka's novel, instead setting aside her laptop, planning to enjoy it the next day. Tonight he'd be setting up his study. He'd bought almost everything needed, only the fundamental items, like books and manga, were missing. But now he did have a novel, so reading it in his newly arranged study would be perfect for the ambience. That evening, with Toru's help, he easily finished renovating the study room, though it was still pretty sparse inside. The shelves were empty, the desk was bare, just a single laptop sitting there. He'd need time to fill the room properly. There had to be plenty of good novels and manga in this world. Toru was excited, too, albeit for a different reason, sleeping arrangements. Since she helped him out, he'd promised she could share his bed again. Another last night, apparently. But last night only lasts one night at a time. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 17, Akihabara. Sunday morning. When Shichen woke up, he took a moment to check on himself and, once again, breathed a sigh of relief. It felt great to be, well, clean. All thanks to Toru, though recently that had him on edge. Sure, it's normal for a guy to have certain reactions when he wakes up, but having someone else sharing the bed changes everything. It'd be super awkward, there's a pretty strong smell under the covers, and it's not exactly easy to hide. Plus, with Toru's curiosity, she'd definitely ask him all sorts of questions if she noticed. After all, she's clueless about human physiology. Dragons probably don't have that sort of issue, and even if they do, Toru's basically a sheltered, young lady dragon. Shichen also couldn't just lie. He'd promised her he wouldn't. What's worse, he taught her how to use a computer because there's so much about human life and maid duty she needed to learn. Even if he didn't explain anything, she might look it up herself, and then she'd figure out he was having certain thoughts. Toru was already eager about that kind of stuff. If the internet fueled her imagination further, who knew what sneaky things she might try while he was asleep. But Shichen was determined, 1 month means 1 month. Not just to preserve his own sense of purity, but also for the sake of all his fellow two-dimensional enthusiasts, he wanted to show respect to these beloved characters. He liked them for more than just lust. He was genuinely moved, wanting to meet them, get to know them, and develop real feelings. Besides, not everyone gets to meet them, but he has the chance now. He wants to experience the whole process, getting to know each other, building trust, and forming a real connection. So, Shichen decided that tonight, no matter what, he wasn't going to share a bed with Toru. He'd been too soft-hearted, always giving in because he hated seeing her sad, but if this continued, eventually he'd slip up. No more excuses. Not tonight. He turned his head to look at Toru. She was still asleep, lips curved in a faint smile, obviously enjoying her rest. Seeing how peaceful she looked, he couldn't help giving a quiet chuckle. But then, he quickly and carefully pulled his arm out from where it was wedged against her soft curves and flipped the blanket aside, getting up without hesitation. MMPH. She stirred, the sudden absence of his warmth waking her. She blinked dazedly, wanting to see her beloved first thing in the morning, but the bed was empty except for her. She sat up, her pajama collar sliding down her right shoulder, exposing pale skin. Considering she'd lived nearly 10,000 years, that shoulder was anything but young, but it still looked flawless. Good morning, Toru. Shichen smiled in greeting. Morn, ing, Toru mumbled blankly, then snapped to alertness. Shichen Dano, why are you up already? Why wouldn't I be? It's morning, and I have stuff to do today. Huh? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer? Toru sounded reluctant. She'd grown addicted to snuggling up to him these past 2 days, dozing off blissfully until daylight. She still wanted a few lazy moments together. You can sleep in if you want. I'm going to wash up, he said before leaving the room. Hey. That's not fair. After breakfast with Toru, Shichen sat in the cafe for a while, waiting to see if Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha would turn up, but she didn't. She probably wouldn't come for another day or two. He didn't see any reason to hang around, so he told Toru he was heading out, changed into casual clothes, and left. Today, he planned to buy some novels and manga to decorate his study. It was too empty and lacked any cozy atmosphere. He'd been in this world for a week, and it was time to properly set up his little base. Business at the cafe had been good lately, so he'd earned enough to at least furnish the study decently. As for his future game room, he'd have to wait until he'd saved more. He also had another goal, maybe he'd run into some other familiar face while out. Though this world closely resembled the island country from his own, it was clearly different, like a mashup of various worlds. Take, for instance, the fact this place had 2 Tokyo towers. One was old, apparently damaged somehow, and a second was built 10 years ago to replace it. Shichen vaguely remembered some anime setting like that, but nothing too important. He'd watched so many shows that bits of trivial background settings blurred together. At any rate, this certainly wasn't purely the Saekano, how to raise a boring girlfriend, world. Toru had genuinely stumbled here, maybe this place was special. If it were a straightforward anime world, that voice in his head would have announced it, like it did with Frieren. He doubted that was just a first-time traveler perk. He figured the voice's main purpose was for him to gather divine fragments, assisting him when needed. He'd also more or less guessed that the people hosting these fragments tended to be significant characters in their worlds. So if he really was hopping through different anime, the shards would almost certainly reside in key figures. So far, they'd all been female leads. It seemed that system got him pretty well. After all, who'd want to cozy up to a male protagonist, right? Following its logic, the system should identify which world he was in so he could zero in on the relevant character. The fact it hadn't confirmed anything for this one reinforced his suspicion that this was a composite world, and many characters he knew might not have appeared yet. He'd had a week of relative peace. If he didn't go out and try to find people, you could hardly call that a typical anime traveler's attitude, right? Usually they'd be out every day, scouring for encounters. It wasn't that he didn't care, just that he needed to pace himself. If too many familiar faces cropped up at once, he'd be overwhelmed. He was greedy, sure, but rushing into it would only lead to chaos. He wasn't particularly familiar with real-world Japan, never having traveled there. He'd thought of going on an anime pilgrimage, but had always been too lazy. Not that it mattered anyway, this version wasn't the same Japan he'd read about. Still, there was at least one place he knew could be a hotspot for chance encounters. It was also where he could find light novels, manga, and maybe check out some games. That place was Akihabara, everyone knows the name. So Shichen took the train alone to Akihabara. Toru had wanted to come, but the cafe still needed to open. He promised to bring her next time, so she reluctantly stayed behind. He wasn't worried about any problems at the cafe. Toru could handle everything now. And if some troublemaker or gang decided to cause problems, well. He told her, as long as nobody dies or you don't blow your cover, you can do whatever you need to. He'd even added, if someone comes at you with knives or guns, don't worry about casualties. He cared more about Toru's safety than some random attacker's life. Realistically, bullets probably couldn't hurt her anyway, thanks to the perks she'd inherited. Those perks also let him understand local writing, so he didn't have to worry about taking the wrong train or getting lost. After getting off at Akihabara station, he walked onto Chodori. The street radiated electronics vibes, big screens playing anime ads, giant posters everywhere. It reminded him of all those scenes in anime where protagonists come to Akiba for the first time, brimming with excitement. He'd never been a serious gamer, so maybe he wasn't super hyped about the place itself, but recalling those animes brought some nostalgic, empathetic joy. He couldn't help quickening his pace, stepping into the thick of it. On the sidewalks, he spotted maids handing out flyers with bright smiles. There were also men with large backpacks and protruding bellies, wearing glasses, looking around warily, maybe searching for something. Some came in pairs, it being Sunday. A lot of young folks were out, plus some middle-aged men. Not many women, apart from the locals and an occasional tourist or two. Why did he feel a weird sense of déjà vu? Shichen shook off the thought. Maybe a rude stereotype was surfacing, real-life, otaku images like portly, bespectacled guys in caps exuding a gloomy aura. But come on, in a real 2D world, every so-called otaku would be fair-skinned and good-looking. Maybe some were a bit chubby from not exercising and loving junk food and soda, but they could slim down whenever they wanted, instantly becoming a chick magnet. They just made the sacrifice for the rest who struggled to find partners, such a noble act indeed. Chapter 18. Again. Last time. As Shichen walked along, he realized he seemed to be drawing a lot of attention. All those stares were a bit too intense. Whether it was the maids handing out flyers or the otaku milling around looking for something, everyone seemed to glance his way every now and then. The male onlookers couldn't last more than a few seconds before they speed-walked off as if they couldn't handle it. The females, on the other hand, actually froze in their tracks, one even bumped right into a utility pole. No one even noticed. Meanwhile, some of the maids working in the area were so captivated by him that they forgot to hand out flyers to the people walking right past them. Shichen obviously knew why he was getting so many looks. Blame it on being too handsome. He wasn't self-conscious about his appearance, it really was his own face, just a bit younger, purer, and endowed with that unique aura from his divine body, as if he was perpetually surrounded by a soft filter. No one ever complains about being too good-looking. Fighting back a bit of smugness, Shichen kept a neutral expression as he wandered the top-tier electronic street. Indeed, the whole place was saturated with otaku culture, every shop, every building, every person somehow tied to it. But after walking for quite some time, he couldn't find a single work he recognized, not in novels, manga, games, or anime. And naturally, he didn't run into anyone familiar, either. Sure, a lot of people here had hair in bright colors, but otherwise they looked just like normal folks back in his original world, as if a cosplay convention was taking place. Because he had no clue which worlds might be fused into this one, he had no way to pinpoint any particular canon location. Over the past few days, he'd tried searching for clues about possible familiar faces, but found nothing. Perhaps not many worlds had merged here, or maybe it wasn't yet the right time to encounter them. He just hoped none of them were still kids. Though he liked the idea of raising certain people from childhood, he was even more eager to meet them as they were, already grown, and build a relationship directly. Otherwise, he'd practically be branded a lolicon. But no matter what age they were, he'd like them all the same. If they'd already become adults, that would mean he arrived late. He doubted the system in his head had brought him to a 2D world just to meet them after everything was over. There would be no point in that. He was more into experiencing the process of seeing them grow from young teens into adults, walking alongside them the whole way, unless, of course, their stories started with them as grown-ups. At least Toru and Kasumigakaka Yutaha were pretty clearly established here. For Toru's part, though, he couldn't do much. This world wasn't a fused, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid setting. Toru genuinely ended up here by accident. That meant there might be no Kana to see. Pity, Kana was so adorable, like a perfect daughter to raise. Maybe someday, when he's powerful enough to help Toru get revenge on the gods she fled, he could visit her original world and find Kana, bringing her back. But that was a long way off. So, that left Kasumigakaka Yutaha's side of things, meaning, if it really was a partial Saekano scenario, you'd have the golden twin-tailed Tsundere and the invisible saintly one to consider. The twin-tail was basically claimed from a young age, and he hated the idea of stealing anyone away, but he still wanted to at least meet her. As for the saintly one, at this point in time she probably hadn't interacted much with anyone. He got a little excited thinking about meeting them, but for now, there was no easy way to waltz into their school. He couldn't exactly loiter by the school gates, either. Even with his appearance, that'd be too conspicuous and disrupt the place. He might respect education and didn't want to trouble a school for no reason. So the simplest route was to get closer to Kasumigakaka Yutaha. If he could build a good friendship with her, maybe he could visit the school openly. That was a legitimate approach, and he wouldn't feel guilty about it. In other words, first step, read Yutaha's novel. After wandering a while longer and failing to encounter any familiar faces, he gave up. He headed to a nearby bookstore and grabbed any light novels or manga that seemed interesting based on title, cover art, or placement in the bestseller section, plus the preceding volumes, too, because he never started reading halfway through. Luckily, everything he picked out had a complete set from Volume 1 to the newest release. After paying, Shichen loaded himself up with shopping bags and headed back to the station. On his way, he spotted those same cap-wearing, glasses-wearing, pot-bellied men he'd noticed before. Their attitude had changed. Seeing the bags of manga and light novels in Shichen's hands, they gave him friendly nods of approval. Strangely enough, Shichen felt a little proud. Indeed, the 2D fandom doesn't judge by looks. It's all about shared passions. He felt honored to be part of that. He didn't go out of his way to strike up conversation, figuring if fate decreed it, they'd meet again. Instead, he boarded the train and headed home. By the time he got back to the cafe, it was midday, and there were quite a few customers, mostly men. As Shichen walked in, Toru emerged from the kitchen, carrying plates of food. The male customers instantly lit up at the sight of her. It was obvious, they'd probably heard about the adorable dragon maid from friends and came to see her. Shichen Dano. Toru called happily, hurrying over to him without even delivering the food first. You've been working hard. Let me help, he said, setting his bags down and taking the dishes from her. It's not hard at all. Toru beamed, her big green tail swishing cheerfully. My Toru is awesome, Shichen praised, ruffling her hair with one hand. Hee hee. Did you buy everything you wanted, Shichen Dano? Yeah, got it all. Next time, I'll bring you along. Promise. Sure. He chuckled. Anyway, which table does this go to? Table 3. Got it. Carrying the plates, he headed for table 3 while Toru bounced back into the kitchen. She was all smiles from the praise. Meanwhile, the guys at table 3 looked a bit disappointed that Toru hadn't served them, but Shichen didn't care. He set their food down and left. Enjoy your meal. He figured it was normal for customers to come specifically for Toru. She was too cute and a dragon maid, after all. As long as they didn't try anything crazy, it was fine. And he wasn't worried about Toru's safety, either. he just didn't want his mood ruined. If they tried something nasty, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with it. Eventually, as he traveled to other worlds, he'd no doubt deal with that sort of trouble sooner or later. Better to be mentally prepared. In any case, Toru could handle just about anything physically. That day passed quickly with no sign of Kasumigakaka Yutaha. In the evening, Shichen first rearranged his study before taking a bath. Once he was done bathing, he went to his study to read Kasumigakaka's novel. He already knew parts of the story, but not the details. The study felt a lot cozier now with some books filling the shelves, perfect for reading. He soon got sucked into the story, which was indeed excellent. For a brand new author's first work, it had that fresh, unpolished sincerity. It broke free from typical formulas and only conveyed what the author truly wanted to express. Shichen found it all very captivating, finishing volume 1 in no time. It more or less matched what he knew, but he planned to reread it tomorrow. He might notice new things on a second pass. After taking a moment to reflect, he closed the laptop and returned to his bedroom, ready to sleep. But the moment he walked in, he found Toru waiting. Shichen Dano, let's go to bed. I've already warmed it up for you. You're here again. I told you, no sleeping together tonight. Shichen said firmly. But you let me handle all that work by myself today. Can't you at least keep me company tonight, she pleaded. Just one last night, okay. Toru added, voice sweet with a hint of wine. Fine, but this is the last time, Shichen insisted. Chapter 19, Kasumi Yutako. A new week had started, yet on Monday afternoon, Kasumigakaka Yutaha still hadn't come by. During that time, Shichen reread her novel twice. Now, he felt confident he could have an in-depth conversation with her about it. But come Tuesday afternoon, she still hadn't shown up. She was really holding out. Shichen wasn't too anxious, though. He imagined she must be far more anxious than he was. As an author, surely she wanted to know his thoughts and impressions as soon as possible. Probably she was just too nervous to show up, but he figured she'd cave eventually. Indeed, that was exactly the case. Over the past 2 days, Kasumigakaka Yutaha had barely gotten any sleep. Ever since handing over her laptop, and her novel, to Shichen on Saturday, she'd been on edge. That night, she was so worked up she couldn't fall asleep until well past midnight. She'd never thought of herself as the type to get stage fright. After all, she could give an opening day speech at school or stand at the podium for a talk, acting calm as still water. If a large crowd never fazed her, why would letting a single reader see her novel make her so anxious? But she couldn't come up with any other explanation. Perhaps it was just the first-time factor. No matter what kind of first time it is, first experiences are always nerve-wracking and exciting, especially writing a novel, which exposes your personal imagination and inner thoughts. It felt like a public execution of sorts. At least that's the reasoning she gave herself. She was, after all, a high school girl, still young. Feeling some nerves wasn't out of the ordinary. Even so, on Sunday night, she stayed up late again, even dreaming about meeting Shichen and having him tear her novel to shreds, declaring it worthless. By the time she woke, she felt like she didn't want to go to school at all. Good thing her mental fortitude was decent. Still, between Monday and Tuesday, she never mustered the courage to go find Shichen. Finally, on Wednesday, she couldn't hold out anymore. This is my blood, sweat, and tears, she thought. My burst of inspiration, and my decent writing style. What am I even afraid of? Worst case, I stop writing novels. Fueled by that resolve, Kasumigakaka Yutaha headed to the cafe after school. Standing outside the door, she hesitated again but took a deep breath and pulled it open. Welcome, oh, Kasumigakaka-san, you finally made it. Shichen saw her and teased her with a smile. Kasumigakaka shot him a glare, though oddly enough, her anxiety subsided by quite a bit. I thought you might drag it out for a few more days, Shichen continued, poking fun. Why would I do that? Kasumigakaka retorted, her expression neutral. What do you think? Shichen asked with a playful blink. Don't tell me you believe I was too scared to come. Arms folded, she looked at him scornfully. Weren't you? Of course not. What would I be scared of? I was simply busy the past couple of days. I see. So you weren't avoiding me because you were worried I'd dislike your novel? Obviously not. I'm pretty confident in my writing. Got it. Shichen shook his head, half laughing. What's so funny? Kasumigakaka frowned, glaring in annoyance. Nothing. I was just thinking how occupied you must have been to only come today. I've been waiting for you these past few days. He drew out the last words in a suggestive tone. Kasumigakaka's cheeks reddened with embarrassment, and she gave him another angry look. Haha, okay, I'll stop messing with you. Why don't you go take your usual seat? I'll get your drink and cookies. My novel, she began. Don't worry, I finished it ages ago. In fact, I read it 3 times. Be right back. 3 times. Her face went rigid. Getting nervous. What is there to be nervous about? With that, KonoSuba turned and walked off to her regular table. Soon, Shichen arrived with her juice and cookies, then sat across from her. He pushed the drink toward her and grinned. Maybe have a sip first, calm your nerves. You're so annoying. She shot him a fall-tempered glare, but still lifted the juice for a sip. Okay, she said, setting it down. Just tell me straight. Good or bad, please be blunt about my novel. Her expression turned serious, eyes locked on him, and her breathing grew shallow. All right, I'll be honest. Your novel. Shichen paused halfway. Seeing KonoSuba hold her breath, he continued, it's really good. Really? I guess for a first-time novel. Wait, what did you say? She'd started talking over him but then realized she might have misheard. Shichen couldn't help laughing. He repeated, I said your novel is really good. Based on my years of reading, people will definitely enjoy it. Ah, really? KonoSuba asked, astonished. Why would I lie? To make you happy. Weren't you bragging about having confidence in your work? Well, it's my first time writing, that's all. So what? Loads of writers produce amazing debuts. Why shouldn't you be one of them? You think I'm amazing? KonoSuba peered at him, eyes shining. He smiled softly. I guarantee it. I see. She exhaled in relief. A bright smile crept onto her face, radiating satisfaction. So what was that earlier about doubting your own writing? Shichen teased. It's your fault, she huffed, rolling her eyes at him. How's that my fault? You're the one who stops halfway in your sentences, deliberately keeping me in suspense. It was nerve-wracking, you jerk. That was just my attempt to ease your tension, you know. My good intentions, he said, hands raised in mock surrender. Totally unnecessary, she muttered, looking away. Okay, I'll refrain next time. Next time? Ah. You're not planning to keep writing. Well, I only plotted enough for 1 volume. She admitted, a bit sheepish. Shichen raised an eyebrow. So you never thought about submitting it for publication? You think it's publishable? Of course. It's genuinely enjoyable, with excellent prose and emotional depth, better than plenty of bestsellers. I'm sure it'd be a hit, he said, speaking sincerely. Are you serious? You're not just blowing smoke. Trust me. Besides, I want to read what comes after Volume 1. Don't you want more people to see your work? More people. KonoSuba's eyes glimmered thoughtfully. So, what do you say? Will you submit it? Become a professional novelist? A beautiful young novelist at that. A novelist. She gulped. I don't know the first thing about that. No worries, I'll help. I'm a pro reader, so I do know a bit about the industry. He thumped his chest in reassurance. KonoSuba clenched her fists. Then. I'll leave it to you. Great, Shichen nodded. Is my novel really that good, though? Her worry flared again. Believe in yourself. Your first reader will always support you. Shichen-san. She locked eyes with him, drawing courage from his sincerity. Finally, she nodded firmly. Got it. That's more like it. He smiled happily. This version of KonoSuba was indeed more innocent and fresh, she'd need some guidance from him, it seemed. Right, now there's an important matter to settle next. Important matter? She looked at him, confused. A pen name. Any self-respecting novelist needs one. Oh, a pen name. I haven't thought about it yet. Well, think of something you like. Huh. KonoSuba frowned, deep in thought. Shichen didn't rush her. He waited patiently, nibbling on a cookie while she mulled it over. After a while, KonoSuba sighed. Looking at him somewhat helplessly, she said, I can't seem to come up with anything right now. No worries. Take your time, these next couple of days, maybe. She bit her lip, then asked, how about, you choose one for me? Me. Shichen blinked rapidly, a bit taken aback. You sure? Why, you're my first reader, why not? I'd appreciate your input, she mumbled, embarrassed. Okay, then, how about Kasumi Yutako? Chapter 20, huh? Kasumi Yutaha's pen name was thus decided, Kasumi Yutako. She herself was very pleased with it, and Shichen was equally satisfied, given that he'd been the one to propose it. Although, strictly speaking, that was the pen name she was always going to have, now it felt more meaningful. That same day, Kasumigakaka Yutaha submitted her light novel to the Fujikawa publishing house. The wheels of fate began to turn, with Shichen as the instigator. Of course, publishing houses typically don't respond to submissions so quickly. With the sheer number of people wanting to be novelists nowadays, they receive countless manuscripts every day. Still, waiting is excruciating, especially when you're hopeful. Shichen didn't want Kasumigakaka Yutaha just sitting around anxiously. He encouraged her to start planning out Volume 2. Her novel was practically guaranteed to pass, not because he foresaw the future, but because her writing skill was strong enough to stand out. In an era saturated with cliché storylines, quality writing can carve a path. Kasumigakaka listened to his suggestion. Every day after school, she continued to visit the cafe and outline ideas for her second volume. Each time before she left, she'd inevitably run into Toru and face her wary hostility. For the moment, though, Kasumigakaka wasn't in the mood to engage Toru in conversation. Meanwhile, Shichen used the free time over these 2 days to take Toru into town to buy a phone. In this modern age, you can't get by without one. Fortunately, Shichen's identity in this world had been arranged beforehand, or he wouldn't have been able to purchase anything. As for Toru, who had no official ID, the 2 phones had to be bought under his name. Toru actually knew quite a bit about cell phones, and as soon as they had them, the first thing she and Shichen did was exchange contact info. She insisted on being his very first contact. Naturally, his second contact was Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Then Saturday arrived. Kasumigakaka Yutaha showed up in the morning, barely started brainstorming for a short while, and got her publisher's response. Unsurprisingly, she'd been accepted. They wanted her to sign the contract that very day. The editor who contacted her was Machida Sonoko. Shichen, what do I do? After the phone call, Yutaha's voice shook with nerves. They were already pretty close by now, so she'd started calling him simply by his name. Who knew when she might start using just Chen next? What else? Just go, obviously, Shichen replied with a laugh. I'm kind of scared. He smiled, shaking his head. What's there to be scared of? I've never done this before. That's totally normal. Every novelist feels the same way the first time. No need to worry. And the editor who called you is a woman, right? So it's even less scary. What if she likes girls? That's a bit of a stretch, Shichen muttered, exasperated. But I'm really pretty. Doesn't look like you're very scared if you can crack jokes like that, he said wryly. How is that a joke? You agree I'm a beautiful girl, right? She shot back. You are, but you shouldn't be the one saying so. Yutaha giggled. As long as you agree, that's fine. Okay, how about I go with you? Shichen offered. Huh? Really? She perked up, confirming, you mean it. Well, I was the one who suggested you submit it, so I'm partly responsible. Wait, you're not telling me you were just waiting for me to say that, were you? Shichen eyed her suspiciously. No idea what you mean, Yutaha murmured, gaze drifting aside. Anyway, I wouldn't feel comfortable sending you alone. Oh. She gave him a smug look. Wouldn't feel comfortable, huh? What's wrong with that? Shichen asked boldly. I'm your first reader, and a friend, so of course I'm concerned. TCH. Yutaha pouted. What were you expecting me to say, then? Nothing to do with me what you say. Humph. She harumphed, clearly annoyed. Heh. Anyway, let's hurry and eat, he said. Sure. Shichen left first and headed to the kitchen to inform Toru. Unsurprisingly, Toru wasn't pleased. Shichen Dano's going out alone with that woman, Kasumigakaka. She practically wore a look of devastation. It's just to sign a publishing contract. You read her novel, didn't you? Then let me come along. Toru asked, pitifully. No can do. Why not? Because the cafe is still open. We can't just chase off all our customers, right? Ugh. Toru pouted, visibly upset. Shichen played his trump card. Okay, how about this, tonight you can sleep in my room again. Humph. I've been doing that every night anyway, she grumbled. What more do you want, then? May I call you Chindano instead? Toru asked meekly. Sure, why not? Shichen shrugged, smiling. Thank you, Chindano. She beamed and flung her arms around him. Feeling the soft warmth against him, Shichen returned her embrace. That's all. No more requests. Huh? There can be more. Toru blinked in surprise. A name change doesn't quite feel like compensation, he teased. In that case. Chindano, can I have a kiss? She gazed up with shining eyes. Sure. He nodded. Really? You're not messing with me? What's there to fool you about? Then. Toru slowly closed her eyes, pursing her lips slightly. Seeing that, Shichen blinked, then gently cradled her cheeks and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. Toru opened her eyes in confusion, staring blankly at Shichen. That's enough. I'll be going. He released her and headed for the door. She stayed rooted in place, dumbfounded, until his figure disappeared. Then she lifted a hand to her forehead. It wasn't actually wrong, but something felt off. He tricked her by changing the terms. She obviously wanted him to kiss somewhere else. Well, a forehead kiss isn't too bad, though. Still stroking her forehead where he'd kissed her, Toru felt ecstatic. Let's go, Shichen said outside the cafe, turning to Kasumigakaka Yutaha who'd been waiting. They walked side by side toward the train station. So, she asked, did you get it all sorted out? Huh? What do you mean? Your maid, did she really agree to let you go off with me alone? Yutaha kept her eyes forward, not even glancing at him. Why wouldn't she? Oh, come on. You must have done something to convince her. Nope. She's very obedient. Yeah, sure. Haha. Clearly, Shichen had no intention of explaining further, and Yutaha decided to drop the subject. Their destination, Fujikawa Publishing, was in Akihabara, a place Shichen knew pretty well by now, whereas it was Yutaha's first time there. Getting off at Akihabara Station, they didn't head straight to the main office, but to a nearby family restaurant. Editor Machida Sonoko had arranged to meet them there. Since it wasn't yet lunchtime, the restaurant was quiet. The moment they entered, they spotted a mature woman in business attire in a corner booth. Shichen recognized her at once. Machida Sonoko also noticed them immediately, but she hesitated. These two were so stunning, like celebrities. It took them actually walking over before she realized they might be the people she was expecting. Excuse me, Shichen spoke up, are you editor Machida Sonoko? That's me. You must be Kasumi Yutako-sensei. No, that's her, Shichen said, gesturing at Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Hello, editor Machida. I'm Kasumi Yutako, Yutaha said, bowing politely. Oh my gosh, Kasumi Yutako-sensei, you really are a high school student, and you're so beautiful. Machida Sonoko exclaimed, eyes wide. You're too kind, Yutaha responded. No, I mean it. This is exactly like a light novel scenario. Not at all. Have a seat, Kasumi Yutako-sensei. And you are? Pardon me, editor Machida. Kasumigakaka, you go ahead and chat with her. I need to step out. Shichen's expression turned serious as he abruptly left. Shichen, where are you going? Yutaha called after him, but he was already out the door. Does he have urgent business? Machida asked curiously. I have no idea, Yutaha replied with a slight frown, staring through the window at Shichen's retreating figure. Anyway, you two aren't dating, are you? Machida probed with interest. We're just friends, Yutaha answered coolly, turning back once Shichen was out of sight. Is that so? Editor Machida, let's talk about the novel, shall we? Right, of course. Outside, Shichen hurried away from the family restaurant in the direction of the train station. He was sure he'd just glimpsed someone he knew. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 21, Nishikiji Chisato. Shichen ran over by the station, scanning his surroundings, craning his neck left and right, but he couldn't spot that familiar figure he'd glimpsed outside the family restaurant. With his sharp eyesight, there was no way he could have been mistaken. He definitely recognized that silhouette. And that red-gray uniform resembling a high school outfit, plus that platinum blonde hair. Finally, he remembered why there were 2 Tokyo towers in this world. He never expected that they would exist here, too. So, where was she now? Could she be on a mission? Had he missed his chance just like that? He felt a pang of emptiness in his chest. Who knew when he'd get another shot at running into her? But just then, the mechanical voice in his head rang out. Detected a target hosting a divine fragment. Identified a matching divine fragment. Target, Nishikiji Chisato. You can acquire her divine fragment at any time, temporarily unavailable. A lot of startling information there, but Shichen had no time to process it. He whipped around, and found a bright-eyed girl standing right behind him. She had gleaming red eyes, short, white gold hair with a small tuft on the left side tied back with a red ribbon, revealing a petite left ear. Her bangs just grazed the top of her eyes. She wore that red-gray, school-like uniform, a collared dress ending at her knees, a blue ribbon at her neckline, black mid-length socks on her calves, and brown round-toed shoes. Her face was lit by a beaming smile, so dazzling and sunny. But what confused Shichen was that she was staring directly at him with clear excitement in her eyes, slightly open-mouthed. It felt as if she recognized him. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Now Shichen had no idea how to react. He just stood there while she eyed him. Are you, my savior? The girl asked softly before he could speak, almost murmuring to herself. Savior. Shichen frowned, not following. It has to be you. I'd never mistake you, the girl exclaimed. Suddenly, she came closer, looking him up and down, as though trying to memorize every inch of him. Seeing her face at this distance, she looked even cuter. But there were more pressing questions at the moment. Could you be mixing me up with someone? He asked. Wait, aren't you Shichen Onaikan? She asked outright. How do you know my name? Shichen was even more confused. I knew it, you really are Shichen Onaikan. The girl wasted no time in throwing her arms around him, pressing her cheek to his chest and exclaiming excitedly, I'm Chisato. Have you forgotten me? You saved my life. Shichen, of course, knew who she was, Nishikichi Chisato, from the world of Lycoris Recoil. From the moment he glimpsed her, he remembered her in the whole two Tokyo Towers detail. After all, the old Tokyo Tower in that series got messed up largely thanks to this bright, bubbly girl. But from her perspective, it seemed like they'd met before. And yet he'd only been in this world for half a month, how could they have met? Let alone the fact she thought he was her savior. Unless, he had time traveled. From what Chisato was saying, it sounded like a future version of him must have done something. But how would he pull that off? He could worry about that later. Hang on, he said, gripping her shoulders and gently pushing her away. Shichen Onaikan. She gazed at him, puzzled. He looked into her red eyes and began explaining, first off, the me you know and the me standing here now, they're not exactly the same. Huh. Chisato tilted her head in confusion. How do I put this? You may not believe it, but I'm not yet the one who saved you. What do you mean? You're Shichen Onaikan. You haven't changed at all, she said. You're not wrong. But right now, I haven't saved you. That must be some future version of me. He tried to clarify patiently. He was certain now that his future self must have time traveled. But it looked like Chisato herself didn't know he'd come from another time, just that someone named Shichen saved her. Shichen didn't feel right accepting her gratitude for something he personally hadn't done yet. He wanted to experience it himself, otherwise, it felt like cheating, even if it was his own future. I don't get it, Chisato said, shaking her head. Look, it's simpler than it sounds. When did I supposedly save you? 10 years ago, she replied brightly. 10 years. Then do you see anything strange about me now? Not at all. You look exactly like you did back then, Shichen Onaikan, she said. Exactly. Doesn't that seem odd? If it's been a decade, why haven't I aged at all, he pressed. Chisato blinked. Well, come to think of it, that is weird. But maybe it's just because you're super handsome. I heard some good-looking people barely change with time. Thanks for the compliment, but that's obviously not the reason. Is it? Well, who cares? You're definitely Shichen Onaikan. I finally found you. She tried hugging him again. Shichen firmly held her shoulders. Let me finish. Oh, she said, still all smiles. He came clean, you might not believe this, but I think I traveled through time to save you. Time travel. Chisato repeated, blinking in surprise. You must think it's crazy. No, I believe you. Don't just blindly believe everything I say. But I do trust you, because you're obviously not normal at all, Shichen Onaikan. Huh. Now he was the confused one. What do you mean? 10 years ago, when you saved me, you were riding this huge, deep blue beast. That's definitely not normal, right? Chisato said with a grin. A deep blue beast. Shichen frowned, trying to recall. He had no idea what she meant. Yeah, four-legged, big and majestic. What else can you tell me about it, he asked. I forget. All I really remember is you, Shichen Onaikan. Shichen realized Chisato had a knack for making one's heart skip a beat. In any case, I'm so glad I found you. I've been searching for you for 10 whole years. Once more, she dove in for a hug, and this time he let her. 10 years, huh? He gently patted her back. Yeah, I even went to your home country, but I just couldn't track you down. You do know it's huge, right? You'd never just stumble on me there, he pointed out. Well, you were the one who disappeared without a word and didn't take me along. If you believe I time traveled, you must realize I couldn't have taken you back with me. It's still Shichen Onaikan's fault. Chisato pouted, rubbing her face against his chest. But I finally found you, so don't you dare leave me again. You want to stay with me? He asked eagerly. Of course. I've spent 10 years trying to find you. Just because I saved you. Isn't that enough? You even fixed my heart condition, basically gave me a new life. Your heart disease is cured. He picked up on that instantly, excited. Under normal circumstances, Chisato should have an artificial heart that wasn't a permanent solution. Way to go, future me. All thanks to Shichen Onaikan, she said with a beaming smile. That's fantastic. He grinned from ear to ear. Hee hee, you really are sweet, Shichen Onaikan. I want to stay with you, she repeated happily. What about DA, though? DA, short for Direct Attack, was this world's independent security organization, with huge privileges, even license to kill. But its members were mostly teens. I already left DA, Chisato answered proudly. You left. You told me to live how I wanted, right? I decided to quit DA. So you've just been hunting for me this whole time. It was really hard, Chisato said, puffing out her cheeks. Shichen patted her head affectionately. In that case, come live with me from now on. She agreed with gusto. Chapter 22, Troubled. Shichen was definitely planning to keep Nishikichi Chisato by his side, even without her asking. Originally, he intended to take her straight back to the cafe, but he remembered that Kasumiga Yutaha was still discussing the contract with editor Machida Sonoko. So, instead, he brought Chisato over to meet them. Returning to the family restaurant, he saw the two of them still sitting there, apparently finished talking, now eating. When Shichen entered with Nishikichi Chisato, they naturally drew the women's attention. Their gazes followed him through the window and into the restaurant. Both of them set down their utensils and paused what they were doing. Shichen, of course, noticed their stares. He didn't really mind Machida Sonoko's reaction, but when it came to Kasumiga Yutaha, he had to tread carefully. She was frowning, her gaze sharp. She seemed a bit displeased. Only then did Shichen realize how odd it might look. He had suddenly run off and now returned with a stunningly pretty girl in tow. But since he'd already brought her over, there was no turning back. Putting on a calm front, Shichen approached them with Chisato following behind. He asked as though nothing was amiss, Yutaha, have you wrapped things up with editor Machida? Yutaha didn't respond to him. Instead, she looked at Chisato with a blank expression, sizing her up. We're finished, Machida Sonoko answered, though her gaze lingered on both Yutaha and Chisato. A faint smile tugged at her lips, as if sensing a good show. Hello, I'm Nishikichi Chisato. Faced with Yutaha's scrutiny, Chisato was unbothered, smiling and waving in greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Machida Sonoko, an editor. Machida responded with a friendly smile. Nishikichi Chisato. What's your relationship with Shichen? Yutaha asked, raising an eyebrow. Shichen. Shichen's mouth twitched. So she'd switched back to calling him by his name again. Maybe their relationship had regressed. What's our relationship, Chen and I? Chisato asked brightly, turning to Shichen. She had started calling him Chen and I on the way here, because he told her to. Onaikan had felt a bit odd when they looked about the same age. A distant cousin. Shichen ventured. Yutaha retorted with a question of her own, why are you asking me? Ahem. Distant cousin. Chisato didn't sound thrilled. What else can I do? Shichen said resignedly. Fine, if that's what you say, Chen and I. She pouted. That's how it is, Yutaha. She's my cousin, Shichen repeated. Yutaha just stared at him as if he were an idiot. What? He asked. Yutaha's brow twitched. She took a deep breath, chest rising. Do you take me for a fool? Of course not. Then why act like one yourself? Or is it that you are the fool? Ugh. Oh boy. Shichen realized he might have made a blunder. Then again, it wasn't that big of a deal. If Yutaha was reacting like this, at least it showed she cared, which he found rather amusing. Ha ha ha, Shichen, you're so funny, Machida Sonoko laughed out loud, in a very unladylike way. Shichen. Yutaha shot him another glare before looking at Chisato. What's your real relationship with him? What's the problem? Are you Chinanai's girlfriend? Chisato asked curiously. No, Yutaha answered evenly. Then that's a relief. Chisato smiled. Relief. Chinanai is my savior, so I'm staying with him. She quickly wrapped her arms around Shichen's elbow, holding on tight. Then, with a challenging glance at Yutaha, she added, since you're not his girlfriend, I don't have to worry about you. Savior? Are we in some corny old story about repaying kindness with your body? Yutaha sneered. It's not that simple, Chisato countered, still smiling. I've been waiting 10 whole years for Chen and I. Shichen had rescued her from despair, cured her heart condition, and given her a new life. She'd spent 10 years looking for him, always with him in her thoughts. Her feelings were far from ordinary. Besides, after quitting DA, Chisato had lived as a normal girl. Shichen was the white knight in her mind. What girl wouldn't fall for such a figure? 10 years. Yutaha couldn't help turning to Shichen. Childhood friends. But you just got here a short while ago. Weren't you the one who did a quick rescue that day? Let's just say it's too complicated to explain. We're not exactly childhood friends, Shichen mumbled. Though Chisato was clinging to his arm with that soft sensation, he didn't feel any warmth at all. This was definitely a budding battlefield. A small one, but enough to rattle him. He'd spent most of his life as a homebody, after all. He wasn't used to such scenes. Of course he was panicky. Saying you can't explain, you just won't tell me, Yutaha murmured, lowering her gaze. No, believe me, I really can't, Shichen said urgently. He pulled away from Chisato's grip and clutched Yutaha's shoulders, staring into her eyes with sincerity. Yutaha managed only 3 seconds before she couldn't handle the intensity of his gaze. She turned her face away, muttering, okay, fine. I believe you, happy. Thank goodness. He let out a breath of relief. Now let go of me. Yutaha said quietly. Oh, sorry. Shichen promptly released her. Well, if you don't want him, I will. Chisato seemed entirely unbothered by Shichen's momentary closeness with Yutaha. She went right back to hugging his arm. Chisato. Shichen sighed, giving her an exasperated look. What? She blinked innocently. Is that not allowed? Fine. Hee. Chisato flashed a triumphant smirk at Yutaha. Yutaha, however, no longer paid attention, ignoring her completely. She turned her focus to Shichen. So, how about some food before we head back? Her form of address was back to Shichen. Yeah, I'm kind of hungry, he agreed. Me too. Chisato chimed in. My, you're so shameless, Yutaha muttered, rolling her eyes. What's the issue? I'm just Chinenai's cousin, isn't that right? Chisato replied shamelessly. And now you're a cousin again. Yutaha said with barely concealed disdain. Well, we're only cousins, not siblings, Chisato responded nonchalantly. Yutaha. All right, enough. What do you want to eat? Shichen broke in to stop them. I'll have whatever Chinenai's having, Chisato said cheerfully. Fine. Shichen called a server over and ordered 2 bowls of rice-topped meals. Then came the matter of seating. He wasn't sure whether to sit with Yutaha and Machida, or with Chisato, or by himself. Going solo would be ridiculous with 3 beauties here. Machida Sonoko noticed his predicament and scooted over, beckoning him. Shichen, want to sit with me? Shichen hesitated, glancing at Yutaha. Why are you looking at me? I'm not going to throw a fit like somebody, Yutaha huffed, sliding over to make room as well. You underestimate me, Chisato said, smirking as she sat next to Yutaha. So Shichen ended up next to Machida Sonoko. The table fell silent for a while until Machida Sonoko suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You 3 are so entertaining, so full of youthful energy. Editor Machida, please don't tease, Shichen groaned. Oh, come on. Handsome boys always cause a stir, she teased, patting his shoulder. I'm really not all that. Shichen, you're not planning to be a playboy, are you? Machida asked. The moment she said it, Shichen could feel Yutaha stiffen. Chisato, on the other hand, didn't seem to react. Editor Machida, stop that. I'm not like that, Shichen protested righteously. Really? With your good looks, you could string along anyone you wanted. Wouldn't it be a waste not to be a philanderer? Who in the world advises someone to be a jerk? Shichen's brow twitched in annoyance. Because I think if you did, it might inspire Kasumi Yutako-sensei's writing, Machida joked. What's this got to do with me? Yutaha interjected. Well, Machida Sonoko winked at Yutaha. Kasumi Yutako-sensei has no romantic experience, but she's writing a romance novel. So what if I haven't? Yutaha's cheeks reddened slightly, feeling embarrassed. Romance novels are best written by someone who's never dated, sure, but it's kind of unrealistic. Some real heartbreak might give it extra spice, and that sells. I'm sorry I haven't dated anyone. Yutaha snapped, flustered. Haha, did you hear that, Shichen? Kasumi Yutako-sensei's never been in a relationship. She's easy prey, Machida teased. I've never dated, either. Chisato volunteered gleefully. Shichen was at a total loss for words. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 23, Attitudes. Having finished their meal and bid farewell to Machida Sonoko, Shichen headed back with Kasumigakaka Yutaha and Nishikichi Chisato in tow. They'd arrived with 2 people, and now they were leaving with 3. As they walked on either side of him, Chisato clung to his arm, smiling. She was way too forward, always catching him off guard so he couldn't stop her, definitely not because he was enjoying the softness of her embrace. Definitely not. Meanwhile, Yutaha refrained from clinging to him. She seemed distracted, probably because her novel, Love Metronome, was now essentially guaranteed for publication, though the timeline still needed planning. Machida Sonoko would lay that out over the next few days, leaving Yutaha to get going on Volume 2. If everything went well, and sales were strong, she could ride that wave of popularity into the second volume. Her mind was awash with visions of her novel's bright future, and she was already mulling over Volume 2's plot. In fact, she was making some progress, thanks in no small part to Chisato's appearance. Careful, Shichen suddenly said, grabbing Yutaha's wrist and pulling her closer to him. Yutaha snapped out of her thoughts and glanced at the spot she'd just left. Someone was walking by and she would have crashed right into them if not for Shichen's quick intervention. Thank you. What are you so distracted about? Shichen asked with amusement. Volume 2. Oh. Have any ideas yet? A little. Yutaha spared a glance at Chisato. Thanks in part to someone. Huh? Why are you looking at me? Chisato asked, ever sensitive to people's stares. She's just expressing her gratitude, Shichen interjected to smooth things over. Thank me. Not sure why she would, Chisato said, shrugging. But okay. Yes, you know she's writing a novel, Shichen explained, and apparently she got inspired. He stopped mid-sentence, frowning slightly as a realization dawned on him. Chisato's presence had given Yutaha inspiration. Given the day's events, could she be planning to add a new female lead, turning her story into a rivalry-filled drama? That would definitely mirror the storyline he knew, except now he was the cause. He couldn't decide whether to be pleased or worried. Chisato, meanwhile, turned to Yutaha. Because of me, you got inspired. What kind of novel is it? Can I read it? It's about youthful romance, Yutaha replied, her tone cool. Youthful romance? I'm super interested. Chisato's eyes lit up. Her sudden burst of enthusiasm caught Yutaha off guard, but the other girl's earnest request prompted a somewhat softened response. Not right now. You'll have to wait until it's published. I could give you a copy then. Really? Thank you. MHM. It looked like the two of them were getting on a bit better. Shichen felt happy about this but kept a straight face. Soon, they reached the station. Over the course of their walk, Shichen had inadvertently failed to let go of Yutaha's wrist. He'd been holding onto it so she wouldn't bump into anyone again. Her wrist was quite slender, with remarkably smooth skin that he found surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Only while waiting for the train did Yutaha realize Shichen was still gripping her wrist. She looked his way, he stared straight ahead, feigning cluelessness. Clearly, he was putting on an act. Yutaha smirked. Considering he'd just saved her from colliding with a passerby, she decided to let it slide for now. It was only her wrist he was holding, not her hand, so no big deal. Besides, as her very first reader, maybe he deserved a small privilege. When the train arrived, they boarded, but there were no seats. They stood, which, naturally, attracted quite a bit of attention. Indeed, all three of them together stood out, people either stared openly or stole furtive glances. Even those with good manners couldn't entirely resist taking a look. Shichen sensed envy and even a bit of self-doubt in those stares. They had no reason to compare themselves to him. He was uniquely, almost painfully handsome, and it was pointless for them to agonize over it. He wasn't about to show any reaction, though. He didn't want to stir up trouble, jealousy could be dangerous if it escalated. They reached their stop without incident, got off, and headed toward the cafe. Of course, Shichen could no longer hold on to Yutaha's wrist. On the way, Shichen took the opportunity to explain his situation to Chisato, the cafe, how he already had someone living with him, and so on. The moment he mentioned Toru, he felt a pang of stress. Bringing Chisato home would obviously make Toru jealous, or possibly insecure, maybe suspecting him of tossing her aside in favor of someone new. But that was ridiculous. He was too greedy to toss anyone aside. He liked them all. Still, Toru was easy enough to pacify, this time, though, it'd be tricky to fool her. She'd probably see right through him. Chin, doesn't Yutaha live with you guys too? Chisato asked curiously once he'd finished. Not yet, Shichen replied. What do you mean not yet? Yutaha cut in, glaring. Shichen cleared his throat. What, do you want me to move in with you? She pressed him. No, just a random comment, he hastened to explain. Oh really? Don't you want me staying with you? Yutaha teased. Actually, it's not impossible. I live alone anyway, just renting a place. It wouldn't be that big a hassle to move. I wouldn't have to worry about cooking, I could work on my novel freely at the cafe. Shichen hesitated. Well, if you really want to, I have no problem. There are plenty of rooms. He thought it might actually be helpful. If Yutaha moved in, it could solve his nightly problem of being alone with Toru. At the same time, though, what if she got too absorbed in writing and never slept? Maybe Chisato would step in, or so he hoped. Haha, I was just kidding, Yutaha said with a bright laugh. I'm not planning to relocate just yet. Shichen gave her an exasperated look. Good, Chisato said, evidently pleased. Hey, don't get too complacent, Yutaha retorted. There's still that dragon maid for you to deal with. Oh, really? Before long, they arrived at the cafe. Shichen entered first, Toru was behind the register, fiddling with her phone. Chindano, you're back, who's she? Toru perked up at the sight of him but noticed Yutaha and a new face behind him, and her excitement instantly turned to wariness. She recognized Yutaha, but the sight of this other beautiful girl triggered alarm bells. Oh, let me introduce you. Shichen steeled himself. This is Nishikichi Chisato. She'll be staying with us and helping out around the cafe. Huh. Toru froze, dumbfounded. Toru. Chindano. Tears welled up in Toru's eyes. Are you replacing me? Shichen sighed, rubbing his forehead. Of course not. Then why are you bringing someone else in to do my job, she whimpered. It's not to replace you, it's to share the workload. Shichen tried patiently to explain. But I can manage everything by myself, Toru insisted, pouting pitifully. Shichen shook his head, smiling. Really? You don't want time to just relax and chat with me? Ah. Well. Toru had never considered that, but the idea deeply appealed to her. I do, she admitted softly. There you go. Still. You must be Toru? Chisato came over and took Toru's hand, all smiles. What are you doing? Toru tensed up, clearly on guard. Don't you think we'll get along great? I absolutely do not. Really? Don't you like Chin and I like Chin and I too, so we have the same interests and tastes, right? Isn't that something to celebrate? Chisato said earnestly. Wait, that, actually, maybe. Toru blinked, puzzled. Sure it does. Since we both like Chin and I, why can't we be friendly with each other? Friendly, huh? You won't steal him away. Never. We'll look after him together. Oh okay. Toru agreed somewhat dazedly. Shichen was gobsmacked. He hadn't expected Chisato to be so diplomatic. Chisato flashed Shichen a V-sign with her fingers. Yutaha just rolled her eyes and retreated to her usual table. Yutaha, wait, Shichen called after her. She didn't respond. Kasumi Yutako. Kasumi? Kasumi. I'm writing, Yutaha snapped, finally turning to glare at him. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 24, 3 people sleeping together. That afternoon, since there weren't many customers at the cafe, Toru acted as a senpai and began teaching Nishikichi Chisato the ins and outs of what needed to be done in the shop. Chisato was taking her lessons seriously. It was surprising how quickly the two of them hit it off. Shichen found it a bit unbelievable, after all, Toru was so hostile toward Kasumigakaka Yutaha, yet she was already getting along with Chisato. Could this be some kind of tactic on Chisato's part? After all, Chisato was the newcomer. Perhaps she was first trying to befriend Toru, so she could establish herself in the shop before taking a more aggressive stance. Toru, with her simple nature, would be easy to handle. But that didn't quite fit. Shichen remembered Chisato not being that calculating. Could her experiences have changed her? Had she picked up a few sneaky tricks during the 10 years she spent searching for him? Shichen hoped she was still the same cheerful, straightforward girl he remembered, free of such scheming. Maybe he was overthinking it. Not wanting to hover around the two of them, Shichen instead kept Yutaha company. Toru and Chisato needed time to build their bond as sisters, and his presence might just stir up unnecessary conflict. Yutaha was fully in the zone, focused, eyes fixed on the screen, fingers flying across the keyboard. At least she hadn't turned into a full-blown, crazy writer, yet, babbling nonsense while typing, eyes wild, face maniacal, leg twitching. Shichen sincerely hoped she'd stay in this current pure and innocent state. But he couldn't help worrying. Authors often drift from normal behavior, odd sleep patterns, deadlines, writer's block, over-immersion in the story. Perhaps it was inevitable she'd become at least somewhat unhinged. Unless she quit writing. But it was clear how much Yutaha loved it. Shichen wouldn't stop her just because he was afraid she'd become, well, a little crazy. Besides, a crazy writer could be interesting. Who could resist a mature, gorgeous, slightly unhinged girl? Yutaha didn't mind Shichen watching her work, so he sat beside her. He could see she was drafting an outline. She'd already locked down the content for Volume 2, including introducing a new heroine, with the main drama built around a love rival battle. He figured as much. This second volume would revolve around just that scenario. Her inspiration from real life lined up perfectly with it. Shichen personally enjoyed reading novels featuring love triangles and chaos, as long as it happened to someone else. If it were his own experience, it'd be painful. Yutaha's writing came easily today. She finished in about 20 minutes. Phew, she exhaled, typing the last word. Then she pushed her laptop away and slumped onto the table. When did you get here? She asked, only now noticing Shichen. I've been here a while, watching you outline Volume 2, he said with a smile. I don't mind, but doesn't reading my outlines ruin the suspense? You'll already know what's going to happen. It's only the outline. I enjoy your descriptive touch and the emotional details, which aren't in the summary. TCH, Yutaha clicked her tongue but let a small smile slip. Sweet talker. I'm just telling the truth. So then, what are you doing over here now? I have some free time, so I'm keeping you company. Yutaha glanced around the cafe. Sure enough, there were hardly any customers. So why don't you go hang out with those other two? Not like you don't see how well they're getting along. You must be thrilled they're not at each other's throats. She shot him a sharp look, her tone dripping with sarcasm. It's not like that. I'm not excited at all, Shichen protested righteously. Heh. I almost believed you, unless you're not a normal man. Shichen had no comeback for that. Humph, hurry up and get me something to drink, Yutaha said, diverting the topic. Got it. Want some cookies too? What do you think? Right away. Shichen dashed off to fetch a drink and cookies. Watching his hasty retreat, Yutaha pressed her lips together in a faint smile. He came back soon with a glass of iced juice and a plate of cookies. Here you go, Yutaha, ice cold. Huh? What did you just call me? She froze, halfway reaching for the juice, eyes wide. Yutaha, Shichen said matter-of-factly. Isn't that your name? Why are you calling me by my given name all of a sudden? Her voice quivered. Is that a problem? I figure we're close enough now, so it's totally normal, Shichen replied with a small grin. He'd been wanting to call her that anyway. Since he'd already said it, and she'd responded, why not lean in? If he wanted to get closer to a girl, he had to be bold, but not criminally bold. Why you? You sure caught me off guard. Yutaha mumbled, cheeks warming. He sounded so natural calling her that, as if he'd practiced in private for ages. That guy. What's wrong? Shichen teased. Would our brilliant Kasumi Yutako-sensei really get embarrassed about being called by her first name by a guy? Who's embarrassed? She retorted immediately. Then I guess there's no problem. Yutaha felt both annoyed and flustered, face heating up. She quickly downed a couple sips of icy juice to cool off. Hey, Shichen couldn't resist her embarrassed expression. Quit laughing, she snapped. All right. I'll stop. You're still laughing. Can't help it, he said. It's impossible to hold back. She seethed. Fine. Then get out of here. Huh? Why? You're distracting me from writing. But you said you never get distracted. Now I do, okay. All right. He reluctantly got up. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked, "Wanna have dinner together tonight?" Yes, Yutaha muttered, still not looking at him. Then I'll cook for you. Sound good. That evening mealtime was lively, their very first four-person dinner. The atmosphere, however, felt a bit chilly. Yutaha ate quietly, barely talking, and Toru and Chisato competed over Shichen's cooking. Apart from their occasional over-the-top praise, nobody spoke much. Shichen wasn't too worried. They had plenty of time. If they ate together regularly, they'd warm up eventually. He didn't care about no talking during meals, they were basically family, after all. After dinner, Yutaha headed home, refusing Shichen's offer to walk her. Clearly, he still had work to do in that department. After tidying up, Shichen led Toru and Chisato upstairs. Amazingly, Chisato had already settled in, bonding with Toru, so she felt completely at ease. Where am I sleeping tonight? I don't have a blanket or anything yet, Chisato said, sounding unconcerned. Shichen suddenly realized the biggest problem. Sleeping arrangements. If Toru insisted on sleeping in his room, would Chisato want to join as well? That would be a bit cramped. Actually, why was he even imagining all three in one bed? You can borrow my blanket, Toru offered generously. Ah. Then what about you? I'll sleep with Chandano, of course. Ah. Chisato blinked, then realized what Toru meant. So, you've already been sharing a bed with Chen and I. Sure have. Toru said proudly, hands on her hips, her green tail swishing. Chisato stared in fascination, curious about how Toru's tail worked. So did you two, ever? Toru's face fell. No. Not yet. I see. Then I can sleep with you, too, right? Toru faltered in confusion. There's no real issue, is there? You and Chen and I aren't doing anything, so it's not like I'd interrupt. You can sleep on one side of him, and I'll take the other, Chisato suggested. Huh. Toru cocked her head, sensing some logic in Chisato's words but also feeling something was off. Come on, Toru. Let's keep Chen and I happy. Don't you want that? Sure, if Chendano doesn't mind. Shichen. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 25, Toru's Kiss. As far as Shichen was concerned, of course he didn't mind, both of them had already agreed. Could he really call himself a man if he objected? I'm fine with it, he said, feigning a casual tone. Yay. Then it settled. Chisato cheered, practically hopping with excitement. Well, all right, then. Toru pursed her lips and nodded. Shichen noticed that she seemed a bit moody, obviously not entirely enthusiastic, or maybe she just hadn't processed it all yet. She'd basically been led along by Chisato's slightly twisted logic. That might be a problem later on. Chisato might have pushed too hard, too fast, probably without thinking much about it. It looked like he would have to step in. When they reached the second floor, Shichen let Toru show Chisato around and went to take a bath himself. But halfway through his bath, Chisato suddenly came right up to the bathroom door. Chen and I, want me to scrub your back, she called excitedly from outside, sounding way too enthusiastic. She really adapted fast, bashfulness apparently didn't exist in her vocabulary. Chisato. What are you doing here? Shichen nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun to face away from the door, only to remember he'd locked it from the inside. He'd started locking the door precisely because he was worried Toru might burst in at some point. And it wasn't just about that kind of concern, he simply hated having anyone interrupt him mid-bath. Hey, I already finished exploring our home, Chisato said outside, testing the handle and finding it wouldn't open. Chen and why'd you lock the door? Shichen felt his face twitch in exasperation. She really had no concept of personal boundaries, huh? They'd literally just met that day. Even if he was quite familiar with her, it didn't mean they were that close in this timeline. Then again, her situation was special, she'd been waiting 10 years to find him. She was just too forward. Fortunately, he did like proactive girls, otherwise, this would be too overwhelming. It's normal to lock the door when you're taking a bath, he explained. But we're all family in this house, aren't we? Family or not, I still want to lock it. You're not seriously guarding against me, are you? That's so mean. If I were the one bathing, I wouldn't lock you out, Chen and I can't be as, casual as you are. But I've been missing you for 10 whole years, Chen and I. From her tone, Shichen could tell just how happy she felt. Thinking it over, he started to understand her behavior. If he'd spent a decade longing for someone, he, too, would be eager to be close the moment they reunited. Even so, he had his principles, it was important to develop an emotional bond gradually. Chisato, there's no rush. We've got plenty of time ahead of us, let's go step by step, okay? She sounded disappointed. No need to hurry. Don't you think we should actually get to know each other? 10 years ago, we hardly got acquainted, right? Let's live together, go out, hang out, one step at a time. Maybe Chen and I has a point. Right. And I still know next to nothing about you. I'd love to hear about what you've been doing all these years. You want to know about me? Got it. Good girl. By the way, where's Toru? Oh, she said she was gonna warm up the bed. She knows you came over here. Yep, but she didn't seem bothered. Must have realized I couldn't get in anyway. Chisato chuckled. Shichen shook his head, laughing softly, maybe Toru wasn't as clueless as she seemed, after all. All right, Chen and I'll let you finish your bath. I'm off to warm up the bed too, so Toru's scent won't be the only one on the sheets. Without waiting for him to respond, Chisato bounded away from the bathroom door. That girl had real drive. Shichen found himself chuckling, enjoying the lively atmosphere at home. Previously, it had been so dull living alone. Once he finished bathing, he got dressed in his pajamas and returned to his bedroom, only to see two youthful, attractive girls lying on his bed, just as he'd feared. Toru looked the same as ever, lying on her side in pajamas, her big dragon tail draped behind her. But Chisato made Shichen's brow twitch. Neither of them had a blanket covering them, so he could see Chisato sprawled on her back wearing only her basic undergarments, pure white, edged with lace, looking exceedingly cute. Her skin was fair, almost radiant. Her collarbone was graceful, her stomach smooth and pale, with just the faintest rounding at her midriff. Her thighs weren't especially thin, but they were perfectly shaped, giving her a striking silhouette, strong enough, he guessed, to nearly knock someone out if she kicked them. It was a picture of girlish beauty, thoroughly mesmerizing, if only Toru weren't also there. Chisato, what are you doing? Shichen asked, rubbing his forehead. Eh? Going to bed, she replied innocently. But you're, like that. Oh, I get it, you want me completely naked. Chisato said, abruptly sitting up and reaching behind her back as if to undo her bra. Wait. What the heck are you doing? Toru shouted, grabbing her wrist. I'm taking it off. That's not what Chandano meant. What do you mean, then? Want me to start from the bottom? Don't play dumb, will you behave? Toru barked at her. Hehe okay, Chisato relented with a mischievous grin. Shichen just shook his head. Right, I forgot. You haven't gone shopping for any sleepwear yet, and the shops are closed now. Doesn't matter, Chisato said brightly, waving a dismissive hand. I can just sleep like this. That's not really suitable. You didn't bring anything at all. Where did you live before? I only just got back from China, I've got nothing, she admitted. Well. He sighed. You can borrow some of my pajamas. Good thing I bought extras. Don't suppose you mind wearing mine? Of course not. Chisato lit up instantly. Wait, Chandano, can I wear your pajamas too? Toru pleaded. I only bought 2 sets, Shichen said helplessly. How come? Well, then, Chisato, how about you wear mine? No way. Besides, yours would be too big for me, Chisato refused decisively. Ugh. Toru looked pitiful. It's just for tonight, you too. Chisato, go take a bath first, Shichen cut in. Right away. Chisato hopped off the bed, padding barefoot past Shichen in her skimpy outfit. Be right back. No need to rush so much. Shichen mumbled. She left behind a faint scent, something lightly sweet he couldn't quite place, probably just his sharp sense of smell. Once Chisato had gone, Shichen approached the bed, where Toru was still sulking about missing out on the pajamas. It wasn't the clothes themselves she cared about, she hated that Chisato had beaten her to them. Shichen found it amusing. He climbed onto the bed, gently stroking her head. Her pair of horns were quite solid, taking up much of his hand. They did get in the way of head patting a little. Are you that upset? MMPH. I've never gotten to wear Chandano's pajamas, Toru complained, raising her face with a pitiful pout. You will someday. Don't sweat it. But now the first time is going to Chisato. It's just pajamas. Shichen said with a laugh. All your stuff is important, Chandano. Toru said, displeased. Is it more important than me? Huh? Of course not, you're more important. Well, here I am. What do you need pajamas for? Shichen asked. But you're so cautious. Toru mumbled, turning her face away. Cautious, huh? He chuckled. Sit up, then. Huh? Why? Toru obeyed, sitting upright across from him, her tail laid out behind her. I'm about to show you I'm not as cautious as you think. Shichen reached out and gently cupped her cheeks. Wah. Toru blinked in surprise, then realized his intent. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Chandano. Close your eyes, he said softly. She obediently complied. Shichen focused on her lips, bright, soft pink, like 2 petals. They looked so tender. Without hesitating, he tilted his head and leaned in, letting their lips meet. A fleeting second of contact sent warmth jolting through him, pure bliss. He meant to keep it as quick as a dragonfly skimming water. But before he could pull away, Toru's eyes flew open and her arms hooked around his neck, pulling him close. The roles reversed. Her kiss turned proactive. Shichen, MMPH. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 26, Bedtime Talk. In that moment, Toru finally revealed her dragon-like assertiveness. Her face was alight with excitement, her golden, slit pupil eyes seemingly shining as she pressed firmly against Shichen. Both of them had pretty thin lips, and Shichen felt like their teeth were actually bumping against each other. It was a bit rough on the lips. Unfortunately, it seemed Toru didn't really understand what she was doing, she just clung on like that and didn't go any further. After a while, Toru noticed Shichen's wide-eyed stare, which was a clear sign he wanted her to stop. Only then did she reluctantly pull away. Thanks for the treat, Toru said, licking her lips, looking deeply satisfied. Where'd you pick up that phrase? Shichen asked, scowling. I don't know. It just popped into my head. Judging by her reaction, she definitely enjoyed it. But Shichen wasn't feeling so great about it. A light, gentle touch would have been ideal, but Toru's forceful approach left his lips a bit sore. For a second, he thought he might have even cut them. He pressed his lips together, but there wasn't any taste of blood. What's with you? Who said you could turn the tables like that? He asked, then reflexively tapped her on the head. Ow. Toru covered her head, smiling away. It was a rare chance and I sensed you were about to pull away, so I didn't want it to end so soon. You. Shichen grumbled, exasperated. No doing that again. Otherwise, there'll be no next time. That's not fair. Behave, and I'll teach you something even better next time. Really? Toru's eyes went wide. I'm serious. Think about it, did that feel nice for you? I thought it felt fine. There was this rush of excitement. Anyway, just listen to me. Okay. What's that about listening to Chin and I? Just then, Nishikiji Chisato walked in. And nothing. Wait. Shichen turned his head and immediately got an eyeful of bare white skin, and 2 fleeting glimpses of cherry-like pudding. It looked dangerously delicious. But he summoned all his willpower and jerked his head away, although that image was already burned into his mind. Chisato, what the heck? Toru bellowed at her, having also caught sight of her state. What do you mean, what the heck? I just finished bathing, Chisato said, strolling in as droplets of water slid from her body onto the floor. You didn't even dry off, not to mention put on clothes. Where's Chindano's pajamas? And if you don't want them, give them to me, Toru retorted, her tone jittery but not too agitated, likely because she was still happily glowing from earlier. Well, I didn't grab them before getting in, Chisato said, stepping up behind Shichen. So, Chen and I, where are your pajamas? Shichen's peripheral vision told him that her heart was less than a meter from him. Her skin was flawless, white as snow, no pores in sight. Ahem. They're over in that wardrobe, he managed, coughing to hide his fluster. Oh, Chisato grinned as she turned around and walked over to the wardrobe. Her back was smooth, her rear surprisingly round, almost like a shining full moon. Shichen couldn't resist taking another quick peek. Well, she was so blatantly on display, it'd be more offensive not to look, right? And if he didn't look, would he even be a normal man? He was just doing what a guy naturally does, and it wasn't like she was objecting, so there was no guilt involved. Soon, Chisato found Shichen's pajamas and was about to slip them on. She realized staying half-naked was probably not the best idea. After all, there was more than just Shichen here, and her courage was wearing thin. But Toru spotted that she was still soaking wet and quickly intervened. Hang on, Chisato, are you just gonna throw them on like that? Chisato paused. Is there a problem? You haven't dried off. I don't have a towel. There's plenty of towels, Toru, could you fetch her one? Shichen suggested. No way. Toru refused with a shake of her head. I'm not leaving Chindano alone with you looking like that. Couldn't you just take her with you? Shichen said in exasperation. Oh, right. Toru hopped down from the bed, dragging Chisato out of the room with her. Wait, Toru. No time. Chisato had no choice but to go along, not even grabbing the pajamas first. Essentially, she'd be wandering around the place stark naked. Her brief burst of nerve earlier had run dry, leaving her reddened with embarrassment. Well, Shichen couldn't see any of that now. The room fell quiet, and Shichen breathed a sigh of relief. Things were getting a bit too lively. But, you know, he liked it that way. His old life was just too lonely. Within a minute, Toru came back first, grabbed the pajamas, and headed out again. Then she returned once more, this time with Chisato, now dressed. She was wearing Shichen's spare pajama top, it fit her well enough, though it looked more like a short dress. It didn't even reach her thighs, so normally she would have needed pajama bottoms. Toru must have insisted, though, since Chisato was wearing them. Luckily, Shichen didn't have a leg fetish, or not yet, anyway. How's this, Chen and I? Do I look nice? Chisato asked, twirling. Yeah, looks good, he smiled, nodding. Hee. Chisato, can I wear Chindano's pajamas tomorrow? Toru asked again, clearly still wanting them. Sure. Chisato had no problem with that. Yay, thanks. The two of them seemed to be getting along even better. All right, time for bed. Shichen motioned for them to climb in. He lay down in the middle of the bed. Got it. Toru got there first, snuggling up to Shichen on his inside, hugging his arm and beaming happily. Chisato lay on the other side, likewise latching onto him, pressing her cheek against his shoulder with a contented expression, like she'd finally found the home she'd long sought. Shichen glanced from one side to the other, chuckled softly, then closed his eyes to sleep. Chen and I. Chisato murmured, her eyes still shut. Yeah. He reopened his eyes. Can I stay with you forever now? If you want, Shichen answered gently. You won't abandon me. Not only won't I, even if you ever want to leave, I won't let you, he teased. Really? Chisato's eyes popped open, gleaming. Really, Shichen answered, meeting her gaze seriously. Okay. She flashed a radiant smile, hugging him tighter. He could feel her softness and realized she wasn't wearing anything underneath. But oh well, Toru did the same thing every day, not a big deal. Don't forget about me. Toru suddenly piped up. Right, the three of us will always be together. Shichen declared his bold desire. Awesome. Toru replied happily. So Chen and I is that greedy, Chisato teased. What can I say? He gave a wry grin. It's all right by me, Chisato said nonchalantly. I was an orphan adopted by DA, so I never had normal family life. As long as I'm with you, Chen and I don't care about anything else. We'll all just enjoy our time together now, Shichen said. He wanted to pat her head reassuringly, but both arms were pinned by them. So, words would have to do. He had already guessed that Chisato's sense of normalcy was pretty lax, so he felt free to be honest about how he felt. MHM. She nodded firmly. Wait, you're an orphan. Toru just realized it and got a surge of compassion. If that's the case, I could let you go first sometimes. Thanks, Toru-senpai, Chisato said. Senpai. Hee. But we'll still have to deal with that Kasumigakaka, right? Chisato added mischievously. What's Kasumigakaka got to do with anything? Shichen asked, feeling his cheek twitch. Oh. You're not into her. Chisato teased. Knew it. Toru grumbled with annoyance. What a pity, Chisato joked. Her sense of normalcy seems strong, so you'll have to work for it, Chen and I. That's enough. Time to sleep. Shichen said hastily. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 27, Fragments Functions. After Shichen used going to sleep as an excuse to end the conversation, both Chisato and Toru refrained from talking further. Clinging to him, they quickly drifted off. Chisato, finally able to relax completely with Shichen at her side, fell asleep right away. Toru dozed off just because she was used to sleeping while hugging Shichen. After several days of this routine, she'd developed a biological clock similar to a human's, or maybe it was just her superior adaptability. Shichen, however, didn't fall asleep right away. There was something he hadn't cleared up yet. He let his consciousness sink into his mind. Soon, he perceived the same white space where his body had been reshaped. His consciousness took form there again. Once again, he found himself standing on a surface like still water. Gazing downward, he realized his reflection matched his current appearance. This time, however, he was wearing pajamas rather than being naked. He had half expected to see his old self here. Some stories work that way, but it seemed that this place manifested him exactly as he was in reality. Perhaps it was a reflection of his current unity of body and mind. Either way, it didn't matter to him. He was here for more pressing questions. You around, he called out to the mechanical-sounding voice, and it responded promptly. What is it? What's going on with the duplicated divine fragment in Chisato's body? Shichen asked. That was what had bothered him the most about the earlier prompt. He'd momentarily pushed it aside while focusing on Chisato, but he had time to think about it now. She actually has two fragments in her body. One of them is identical to the one you possess. Identical to mine. Shichen frowned. You mean the fragment I got from Frieren? He currently only had that one. Yes. What's that supposed to mean? Do divine fragments come in matching pairs or something? You should already understand. Right. Shichen did understand. If Chisato bore the same fragment he had, it could only be because he himself gave it to her when he traveled through time. So why would he do that? What's the actual function of these divine fragments? He pressed. They can accomplish virtually anything, but you can't use them directly on yourself. I see. So that must be how, in the future, he cured Chisato's heart condition, using the divine fragment. But why can't I use it on myself? The voice offered no reply. Shichen wasn't surprised, it often refused to elaborate. All right, then, how come I can't harvest Chisato's fragment? Matching fragments would cause a conflict. A conflict. So it seemed he wouldn't be able to collect Chisato's fragment until after time travel, presumably. That suited him fine, he wanted to see the story unfold for himself anyway. One last question, is this what you meant by me regretting it before? If he hadn't gathered the fragment back then, presumably he wouldn't have been able to save Chisato. That might indeed cause regret. But even if he'd missed that fragment, he could have gotten one from Toru soon after, right? Unless he traveled to the past before obtaining Toru's fragment. I don't know. But you'll find out when the time comes. All right. He couldn't tell if the voice truly didn't know or was just being cryptic. He sighed, no point pushing further. By the way, where exactly is my fragment? I can't feel it in me at all. Didn't you say that was your last question? Cough, it just came to mind. It's behind you. Turning around, Shichen saw a piece of glowing, golden shard about the size of his palm, with irregular edges and obvious notches where parts were missing. He frowned slightly as he gazed at it. Strangely, he felt something warm and familiar, a sense of closeness. He reached out, and the fragment seemed to sense him, floating toward his hand. It felt smooth and faintly warm. Beyond that, he couldn't make use of it, at least not yet. So he really did need to gather all 99 pieces. Well, knowing he'd be traveling to various two-dimensional worlds only filled him with anticipation now. Releasing the fragment, he prepared to leave. See you later, he said. With a single thought, he vanished from the white space, leaving no trace. The space fell silent once more, except for the glowing fragment that lingered there. Who knew how much time passed before that mechanical voice spoke again, softly. Goodbye. Next morning, Kasumigakaka Yutaha showed up quite early, just in time to catch them at breakfast. Shichen, Toru, and Chisato had just finished washing up and started cooking, enjoying a lively family atmosphere. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He was curious as to who would come so early for coffee. Opening the door, he was greeted by Yutaha in casual clothes. She wore a blue one-piece dress ending just above her knees with a thin jacket over it. To his surprise, she had no black stockings, just short socks and sneakers. Her calf looked surprisingly pale. What are you doing here? Shichen asked, puzzled. What, am I not allowed? Yutaha retorted, squeezing past him into the shop. Shichen shut the door behind her. Did you leave something here yesterday? I came to have breakfast, she replied breezily, turning to head for the kitchen. Breakfast? Shichen followed her, his tone questioning. What, you don't want me here? Or am I interrupting your glorious morning of hugging two girls on either side, she said, giving him a sideways glance. Where'd that come from? He tried to feign ignorance. So there's no issue, then. You're not actually jealous or anything, are you? Coming this early in the morning just to check on me, he teased. Ridiculous. She replied, keeping a neutral face. I just didn't feel like making breakfast myself, and I've got a flood of ideas to get down. Sure. If you say so, Shichen said, grinning. She blushed slightly and gave him a glare. Toru and Chisato had nearly finished up the cooking by then. When Yutaha entered the kitchen, she saw the tempting dishes laid out on the table, her nose already filled with the aromatic scents. Yutaha. What are you doing here? Toru frowned at the sight of her. I'm here to eat with you, Yutaha responded without a hint of courtesy, sounding as if they were all close friends. Huh. Toru looked to Shichen in confusion. Guess we'll whip up something extra, Shichen suggested. All right. Toru agreed grudgingly. Haha. Yutaha, you can have a seat first, Chisato said warmly, apparently taking no issue with her. Thanks. They had a small rectangular table. Yutaha didn't act like a guest at all, she casually sat along one side, with Shichen across from her. Already 3 dishes were on the table, quite lavish for early morning, but it was the first breakfast with Chisato around. She and Toru had insisted on something festive, and Shichen had simply gone along, since they weren't complaining about the effort. Toru soon finished the last dish, then came over to sit. Toru and Shichen took one side, while Chisato and Yutaha occupied the other. Let's eat. Despite the initial tension, breakfast was relatively harmonious. Toru and Chisato kept fussing over Shichen, piling food onto his plate, leaving him to quietly shovel rice. Yutaha ate silently yet elegantly from start to finish. Shichen suspected she really was here just for the breakfast rather than to make a scene. After the meal, Yutaha went out to the main shop area to work on her novel, while Toru and Chisato tidied up, getting ready to open. Since the morning rush typically wasn't busy, they decided to do some life essentials shopping for Chisato in the evening. With not much else to do, Shichen killed time by watching Yutaha write. Watching an author type away was interesting. He got to see all the bits she cut or changed, both the official story sections and the maybe story bits. Yutaha was unconcerned by him hovering, entirely absorbed in her creative flow, fingers dancing over the keyboard. Shichen quietly observed without interrupting. He was just a reader, no need to give suggestions. In the end, an author writes what they want, not what the reader demands. At opening time, Shichen left her to it. And maybe thanks to Chisato's presence, yet another pretty face, male customers seemed to abound that day. Her workability was pretty great, too, and her cheerful, lively demeanor put customers at ease. Shichen barely needed to do anything. He just hung around looking good, attracting some female patrons. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 28, Novel Release. By Wednesday, Kasumigakaka Yutaha finally got the release date for her novel. It was set for Friday, indeed a great day. Students would begin their weekend, and those who liked reading novels were likely to pick something up for their days off. The fact that Machida Sonoko secured the date showed just how confident she was in Yutaha's work. But, in all fairness, Yutaha's writing was genuinely impressive, outstanding prose and a gripping storyline, enough to captivate readers. Her strong writing style alone could convert casual readers into die-hard fans. During the promotional planning, there was an unexpected twist with the marketing angle. Machida Sonoko suggested highlighting the fact that Yutaha was a beautiful high school girl, a genius teenage author gimmick, to entice buyers. It would surely have boosted sales, but Yutaha refused. She wanted people to like her novel for its content, not because she was a cute girl in high school. These days, many readers see that sort of tagline and automatically buy out of curiosity or indulgence, barely caring about the quality of the writing. It wasn't an acting gig, so the author's looks shouldn't matter. That was Yutaha's reasoning. In the end, Machida Sonoko respected her wishes and didn't use the genius beauty author tactic. Chen. Hanging up the phone with Machida, Yutaha couldn't help but ask Shichen for reassurance. What's right or wrong? Shichen asked casually as he munched on cookies and sipped juice. What do you think I'm talking about? She retorted, shooting him a glare. He just chuckled. I say do whatever feels right for you. Go with your heart, and I'll always have your back. Really? Maybe I'm being too stubborn. I know success in publishing means actually selling books. If nobody buys them, there's no point. I came to terms with that already. Believe in yourself. Your novel is incredible, your prose is better than most famous authors, so it'll definitely sell. You're not just flattering me. I swear. Shichen held up 4 fingers in a mock oath. You're sure this won't be a mistake? Personally, I see no problem with it. Personally? Well, to be honest, I don't want a bunch of other readers finding out you're a beautiful high school girl. It's enough that I, your first fan, know about it. What's that supposed to mean? Yutaha asked nervously. Isn't it obvious? I don't want to share my special first reader privileges with the entire world. She'd known he would deflect like this. Anyway, trust your instincts. Your novel is fantastic, so it's not going to fail. Everyone who reads it will love it. All right. Though still a bit uneasy, Yutaha found herself reassured by Shichen's words for now. That's more like it. Even if it doesn't sell as well as you hope, I'll help promote it. Why do you always have to jinx it? She grumbled with an eye roll. Haha, fine. Let's wish your novel sells like hotcakes. I'll buy a copy, too, and maybe you can sign it for me. Depends on my mood. Soon, Friday arrived. The past 2 days had been uneventful. Shichen had used that time to commission a custom uniform for Nishikichi Chisato. After all, it wasn't great for her to keep wearing that red and gray outfit every day. People might assume he was employing an actual high school student, which was risky if some concerned citizen decided to file a report. Especially since Chisato didn't even have official papers in this world. Shichen's new design suited her well, a bright red and dark blue kimono, plus a white apron and wooden clogs. She looked like a regal female warrior. Interestingly, it was the same attire she would have worn at a certain cafe in her original storyline. He arranged for it alone, paying extra so the shop would finish it in just 1 day, when they normally needed several. Money worked wonders, apparently. His good looks did nothing to help, evidently. When he presented the outfit to Chisato, she naturally asked how he'd known her measurements. After all, they'd only slept in the same bed for a few nights, no way he could gauge her exact proportions just by hugging. Shichen answered that he had extraordinary eyesight, enhanced senses. She didn't believe him, the fit was too perfect. But she wasn't upset, just amused. She teased that if he had wanted to know, she'd have told him directly. Shichen, however, had no interest in asking. What piqued him more was the idea of measuring in person, but that'd have to wait until they were closer. Toru, naturally, became jealous. She wanted Shichen to commission something for her, too. Her own made outfit was just something conjured by magic. Shichen promptly ordered her a custom-made dress, this time without rushing. She didn't really need clothes immediately. On Friday afternoon, before 4 p.m., actually, Yutaha arrived at the cafe slightly out of breath. The Toyogaseki private school dismissed at 3:30, so it was clear she must have come straight here the moment classes ended. So anxious, huh? Shichen handed her a glass of water. She gulped it down, exhaled, then spoke, "Of course I'm anxious. Hurry up, come with me to check on things. Aren't you going home to change first? What if someone from your school sees us and misconstrues something? You're pretty famous there, right?" "How do you know that?" she demanded. "Please, I was in school once, too. A pretty girl always has a reputation." TCH, a faint smile tugged at Yutaha's lips. That was basically a compliment. "No need to change. Why would I care? Unless you mind." "I don't mind either." "Off we go, then. You're just wearing that." She eyed his casual clothes up and down. "Problem. Handsome guys look good in anything. Let's just go." Yutaha sighed, stepping out of the cafe. Shichen briefly updated Chisato on the situation, then followed Yutaha. Neither Chisato nor Toru tagged along. They had to keep the shop open, and frankly, neither was into books enough to join them for an after-school novel release hype, especially not without Shichen alone. Catching up to Yutaha, Shichen fell into step beside her. "Why are you still lugging your school bag?" "No writing for me today," she replied. "You're really excited. Guess you're skipping dinner with us, too." She shoved the bag into his arms. "Then you carry it." "Wow, it's so light," he mused, hefting it. "Don't assume it means my grades suck. I'm top of the class. I never said otherwise." He laughed. "You'd better not. Oh yeah, aren't you worried people at your school will find out you're writing or reading light novels? Otaku culture isn't exactly widely applauded, is it? I'm not close to anyone at school. Not a single friend. No." "Hey," Shichen let out a soft laugh. "What's so funny?" Yutaha asked, annoyed and blushing. "I think it's fine." You jerk." She landed a playful punch on him. It was light, so he didn't mind. "How is having 0 friends fine, in your eyes? Then why are you friendless yourself?" Shichen teased. "I never said there was anything wrong with it," she muttered, cheeks flushing. "See. You're so annoying," she sputtered, punching him again. Amused, they continued chatting until they reached the nearest bookstore. Outside, a poster promoting Yutaha's novel was displayed. But there was no crowd at the entrance. Yutaha's pace slowed dramatically. Shichen felt her wrist go cold. She was obviously tense. He held her hand more firmly, leading her inside. As quiet inside as it was outside, there were no customers at all. At the new release section near the door, Yutaha's novel was stacked in a huge pile, completely untouched, by the looks of it. Her hands turned ice cold in his grip. Sensing her anxiety, Shichen reassured her softly, "It's barely past school letting out. People probably haven't made it here yet." "Yeah, maybe," she murmured. "Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others." Chapter 29, Help. By Wednesday, Kasumigakaka Yutaha finally got word on the official release date of her novel. It was set for Friday. Friday was indeed a good day, students would begin their weekend, and anyone who liked reading would likely pick up a novel or two to get through it. The fact that Machida Sonoko had pushed successfully for this date was evidence of her high expectations for Yutaha's novel. And, in fact, Yutaha's writing was undeniably good. Her prose was smooth and her story compelling, good enough to captivate readers. With such strong writing, she could easily turn casual readers into dedicated fans. But on Friday, the novel's sales turned out to be discouraging. From 10 in the morning, when it went on sale, until evening, very few copies were sold. Shichen asked the bookstore staff, who told him only 2 copies had been sold all day. It was obviously dismal. Granted, as a newly debuted author, it wasn't unusual to have weak sales on the first day. Readers are often reluctant to try brand new authors, especially one with an unusual title like Love Metronome. The current trend was long, straightforward light novel titles, while hers was short and abstract. All the talk of, "it's normal for a newbie," might reassure outsiders, but for Yutaha, pouring her whole heart into this project, brimming with confidence, the outcome was devastating. She'd been on edge the night before, unable to sleep, yet she'd still harbored high hopes. Seeing her first day's numbers dashed them cruelly. She and Shichen stayed in the bookstore until 7 p.m. and only saw 2 more copies sold, both purchased hesitantly. In other words, the entire day yielded only 4 sales total, deeply disappointing for Yutaha. Even if Shichen assured her that, the first day can be tough, maybe the upcoming days would bring more sales, or, this is how things often go, it gave her no comfort. How could she not hope her beloved, painstaking work would take off? Over the next few days, Yutaha didn't visit the cafe at all, too downcast. On Sunday, just before closing time, she finally appeared, looking utterly dejected. Toru and Chisato tactfully headed upstairs, as both of them had a basic idea what was going on. Yutaha entered the cafe without a word and went straight to her usual seat, slumping face first onto the table. Shichen poured her a glass of juice and brought it over. Sitting across from her, he offered her the drink. "Have you had dinner?" he asked quietly. Yutaha stared blankly at the glass, not responding. She was clearly in a bad way. Shichen sighed inwardly. He'd visited the bookstore a few times himself, the situation was undeniably bleak. Over the past few days, total sales for Love Metronome had just barely passed 100 copies, a catastrophic outcome. With numbers like that, the publisher might axe the novel altogether. And in fact, that was precisely the news Yutaha had received from Machida Sonoko today. They were looking at pulling the plug on the novel early. She'd spent half the day at home in a daze before she finally came to find Shichen. Seeing Yutaha looking so crushed made Shichen's heart ache. He boldly reached out and took her hand. Her fingers were long and slender, soft to the touch, yet cool despite the mild May weather. He clasped her hands between his own, trying to impart some warmth. Yutaha slowly raised her gaze, glancing at their joined hands. She didn't resist in any way. "Tell me what happened," Shichen said gently. Yutaha lifted her head, meeting his eyes. Her lips parted, and she spoke softly. "Editor Machida told me that if sales don't pick up soon, Love Metronome will end at volume 3. They're cutting it short, then." Shichen pressed his lips together. "That's right. How do you feel about that?" he asked, noting the bleakness in her eyes. "I don't want it to end," Yutaha said, shaking her head. "Weren't you only ever planning for 1 volume's worth of story? Isn't 3 volumes enough? Don't joke around." Yutaha glowered at him. "I've got plans for so much more content, 3 volumes isn't nearly enough. I don't want my novel to end abruptly. I want to do right by the characters I created." She tightened her grip on Shichen's hand, voice unwavering. Her eyes no longer looked lifeless, brimming instead with determination. She had clearly grown to love writing, and there was no way Shichen wouldn't support her. "So you want to keep writing?" he asked, a seriousness to his tone. "Yes," she nodded vigorously. "All right." Shichen smiled and nodded. "I'll help you." "Help me," she repeated in confusion. "What else?" He squeezed her hands reassuringly. "Your novel is great, and I don't want it to end so soon. I want to read the complete story, too." "That's it." Yutaha frowned. "What else would it be?" Shichen asked with a grin. "How should I know?" she snapped, rolling her eyes. "Hey, anyway, you go ahead and keep working on volume 2 for now. Let's see how things shake out. If the reading public still doesn't appreciate it, I'll take care of it." Yutaha's laptop was still at the cafe, so she'd been unable to do any writing these past few days. "How exactly do you plan to take care of it?" "I'll make sure more people hear about your novel." A few days later, the sales for Love Metronome were still flat, so the publisher officially decided to axe the series early. They'd printed quite a few copies, but barely any sold. For them, that was a money-losing proposition. Even if Yutaha grudgingly agreed to end the story in 3 volumes, the publisher wouldn't hold out much hope for any future work she submitted. As far as they were concerned, her commercial value was low. Publishers just want profit. They don't care about an author's dreams. If you can't pull in good sales, they don't see any point in investing in you. So, if Yutaha's initial launch failed, she'd face tough odds next time, and might just lose heart altogether. She still had plenty of pathways open academically, she excelled in school. But Shichen wasn't about to let her give up on her newfound passion. That's why he was there, after all. He had a sense that helping her might be the real reason he got to travel through these 2D worlds. Becoming a god. That was just some nebulous side goal. What he really enjoyed was meeting and supporting people like Yutaha. Although the novel's early ending was decided, Yutaha didn't sink into despair again. Mysteriously enough, she seemed to trust Shichen's promise. Still, the past few days, she couldn't bring herself to do any writing. Yet she spent all her free time, outside of going home to sleep, in the cafe, eating breakfast and dinner there. It was almost as if she'd moved in already, perhaps only one step away from officially doing so. She was, however, curious that Shichen hadn't visibly done anything. Mornings, they had breakfast together, he helped at the cafe, though Toru and Chisato handled most tasks anyway, and she'd watch him lounge around. He never seemed to do anything specific to aid her, or at least not when she was around. Truth was, once the cafe closed at night, Shichen would stay up late working on Yutaha's behalf. Toru and Chisato complained he came to bed so late, but he had to keep going. He wasn't pulling off any big supernatural feats, just using the internet. He found circles in the otaku community and approached influential people, recommending Love Metronome. That circle was deeply supportive of new authors and hated seeing good works go to waste. Eventually, in response to his insistent praise, some big-name commentators actually read Yutaha's novel and loved it enough to vouch for it. Their enthusiastic reviews triggered a small wave of interest. Over a few days, sales started picking up, though it still needed time to ferment further. Shichen personally had no real influence, so he enlisted multiple folks with strong followings, effectively crowdsourcing the hype. He'd asked Yutaha once or twice about that famous person from her school, but apparently she had no idea who he was talking about. Which felt off. Such a big name, someone like that, surely even a reclusive student writer would have heard of. Unless that individual didn't exist in this version of reality. Then what about the golden-haired tsundere? Shichen didn't want to push too far. If she did exist, Yutaha might grow suspicious as to how he knew about her. Anyway, time would tell. Once the dust settled with Yutaha's novel, it would be the perfect chance to find out more. The 1-month mark was fast approaching, after all. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 30, Success. Yet another weekend rolled around, and Kasumigakaka Yutaha once again arrived to find Shichen first thing in the morning. This time, she came even earlier, so early, in fact, that Shichen and the others had only just woken up. However, since all three of them were already out of their bedrooms, she had no idea that the three of them slept together every night. You might as well just live here at this point, Toru couldn't resist grumbling when she saw Yutaha strolling upstairs as if she owned the place. I wouldn't mind. Would you have no objections, then? Yutaha asked with a smirk. Object to what? You come here practically every day anyway, it's no different from actually living here, Toru huffed. You do have a point. Yutaha folded her arms across her chest, nodding as though in agreement. Toru immediately followed suit, crossing her own arms, which were rather more formidable. Yutaha gave her a long-suffering eye roll. I'd be really happy if you moved in, Yutaha. Chisato said brightly. And why would you be happy about that? Because it's more fun with more people around. You two aren't scheming something, are you? Yutaha asked warily, glancing from one to the other. She was well aware that both Toru and Chisato harbored feelings for Shichen, so it seemed suspicious that they'd be so welcoming of her moving in. You're the one with a sneaky mind, Toru retorted, rolling her eyes. She couldn't be bothered to continue and headed downstairs to help with breakfast. Her beloved Chindano was waiting for the breakfast she'd filled with love. Ah. So you brainwashed her? Yutaha asked Chisato, recalling how Toru used to regard her with suspicion. I didn't do anything. Maybe it's just your own mind that's twisted. Chisato laughed and followed Toru downstairs. What's that supposed to mean, twisted mind? Yutaha muttered with a frown. Just then, Shichen, having finished washing up, stepped out of the bathroom. Where'd Toru and Chisato go? He asked, glancing around nervously. Not seeing them, and noticing the bedroom doors were shut, he felt some relief. If Yutaha saw the chaos in the bedroom, clothes strewn everywhere, it would have been too obvious what was going on. The bed was a mess, and there were 3 sets of pajamas thrown around. She'd definitely get the wrong idea. He wasn't ready for her to know that he was sleeping in the same bed as the other two, even if it was forced on him. He'd never asked for them to share his bed, and he'd even suggested they sleep separately, but it always failed. Now with Chisato added to the mix, it was a 2-to-1 vote. His house rule was that the minority obeys the majority. They went downstairs to start cooking, Yutaha replied, all the while staring intently at Shichen's face. What? Shichen asked, subconsciously touching his face. You don't use any skincare products, do you? I'm a guy, why would I? Then why is your complexion better than mine? Shichen was at a loss. Why do you care so much? Aren't there plenty of people with better skin than you? But you're a man, and didn't you say you already graduated from college? Maybe I'm just naturally blessed. Let me check. Yutaha stepped up and reached out a hand to Shichen's left cheek. You're not doing this on purpose, are you? Shichen asked, somewhat suspiciously, but he didn't stop her. What do you mean, on purpose? I don't follow, she said as her palm touched his face, feeling it carefully. It really is so smooth. I think this is unfair, Shichen said, feeling her soft hand against his face. He spoke in a serious tone. Unfair how? Aren't you forgetting, do unto others as they do unto you, he said, placing a hand on Yutaha's cheek in return. Shichen didn't usually notice much about his own face, but Yutaha's was incredibly soft and cool, with a slight springiness, he felt an impulse to give it a pinch. Yutaha froze, the hand on Shichen's cheek going still as she felt his palm's warmth on her own face. Her heartbeat quickened. Then Shichen actually did pinch her cheek. What are you doing? Yutaha gasped, hastily retracting her hand and slapping his away, face flushing red. Sorry. Couldn't help myself. Why did you suddenly touch my face, she demanded, face burning. She tried to sound stern, but her embarrassment was obvious. Didn't I say it's just returning the favor? A man and a woman aren't the same. It's the modern era, equality of the sexes, remember? Yutaha scowled at Shichen and then stomped off downstairs, footsteps hurried. Shichen watched her flee, smiling. Then he headed down after her. After breakfast, Toru and Chisato took charge of the cafe, leaving Shichen and Yutaha free to go out. Their destination, the bookstore, once again. Early that morning, Yutaha had received news from Machida Sonoko. The love metronome cancellation had been revoked. Sales had suddenly soared, and they might even need a reprint. Of course the publisher wouldn't axe a moneymaker, only a fool would do that. Machida Sonoko had tried calling Yutaha late the previous night after seeing the updated sales data. She was so excited she'd tried to contact Yutaha right away, but Yutaha hadn't answered, so she sent messages instead. By morning, Yutaha saw them and immediately phoned back to confirm. Hence her rush to see Shichen first thing, suspecting he must have been the one to turn things around. That explained her chipper mood, even to the point of wanting to touch his face. As they walked, Yutaha was in unusually high spirits, wearing a faint smile. Anyone watching might think she was just thrilled to be on a date. Indeed, they looked like a couple, both in regular street clothes, strolling side by side. Sadly, their date led them to a bookstore, not exactly the most romantic place. But what greeted them upon arrival was completely different from their previous visits. The entrance was swamped with people, bustling and lively, with everyone holding copies of the same novel. Some held 2 copies, and others had already started reading. The cover was instantly recognizable to Shichen and Yutaha as Love Metronome, by Kasumi Yutako. Thank goodness for the recommendation from Heavy Artillery Under the Starry Sky, or we'd have missed out on such an amazing novel. Right. Lately, all the new light novels have those long, super blunt titles. This one's title seemed kind of subtle, so I almost overlooked it, glad I didn't. We nearly let something this good get cancelled. That would have been on us. With a writing style this solid, I'm definitely becoming a Kasumi Yutako fan. I hear Kasumi Yutako is a woman. Then I like it even more. What if the book isn't that good? You're buying it for the story, not the author, who cares what they're like? Fair point. Their chatter drifted to Shichen and Yutaha's ears. Compared to before, it was a world of difference. Yutaha couldn't hide her excitement, a smile tugged involuntarily at her lips. Shichen, seeing her delight, smiled as well. Want to go inside and have a look? Not necessary, Yutaha said, shaking her head. Got your motivation back, I see, Shichen teased. Sure do. And editor Machida wants the second volume as soon as possible, Yutaha nodded, eyes drifting to the hubbub around the bookstore entrance. In a hurry, huh? She wants to seize the current momentum. She's an editor, and she's obviously invested in you, so I'd say trust her. MHM. So tell me, how'd you pull it off? Yutaha finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. Pull what off? Shichen feigned ignorance. Don't give me that. Yutaha snapped, giving him a playful punch. Haha, really all I did was make sure more people knew your book existed. Knew about it. I said it before, your novel's great. Once people actually read it, they'll love it. But you're a newcomer, and readers often hesitate to try unknown authors unless they're already fans of that style or super dedicated. Without a push, they might skip right over your work. I never realized that, Yutaha admitted, not being a big light novel reader herself. She'd started writing out of mere interest, and only truly fell in love with the craft after seeing her first fan approve of her. Anyway, no worries now, Shichen said lightly. True, and it's all thanks to you, Yutaha added, nodding in earnest. So, is there a reward for me? Shichen asked, winking as he teased her. Oh, there is, she said. What is it? He looked intrigued. Come with me to my house, Yutaha replied. Huh. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 31, moving. When Shichen heard Kasumigakaka Yutaha's words, he clearly misunderstood her intentions. He thought she was taking him to her house to give him some kind of reward. But when they arrived at her place, he realized she wanted his help moving out. Kasumigakaka Yutaha had decided to move into his cafe residence and live with them. After all, the cafe was closer to her school, she wouldn't have to worry about breakfast and dinner, there would be friends of the same gender around, and, most importantly, her very first book fan was there. In comparison, there was no point staying in her rented apartment. The key factor was how convenient it would be for her writing, just heading up and down a single flight of stairs. Shichen, on his part, didn't mind her moving in and disturbing his life, being squeezed between Toru and Chisato every night was exhausting enough, and occasionally he wanted to sprawl out on the bed and roll around freely. With Yutaha joining them, Toru and Chisato might rein themselves in a bit. Yutaha's apartment was rather plain, not at all the sort of cutesy, frilly space you might expect from a young woman. You could even call it bare bones. There were no cute items, no fancy furniture or stylish clothes, just the absolute basics for living: a bed, a wardrobe, a desk. Presumably, since she lived alone, she had no motivation to decorate. That actually made moving easier, though the room was a bit messy. The kitchen required no cleanup at all, as she didn't cook. But the bedroom itself had clothes strewn about. When Shichen followed Yutaha in, he immediately spotted some white undergarments tossed casually on the bed. They were pretty, innocent-looking. Yutaha didn't even notice. She headed for the bathroom and said, "I don't have much stuff. If we just pack a bit, we can move. I'll gather up my toiletries. Could you please organize the bedding? This is so sudden." "What about your lease?" Shichen asked, surprised by her decisive action. "I told the landlord last week that I'd be moving out, conveniently right before the rent was due." "Oh, so you've been planning this for a while?" Shichen teased with a smile. "So what if I have? Are you refusing to let me move in?" Yutaha asked archly. "Not at all. I'd be delighted. Although, while your rent will be free, you'll occasionally have to help out in the cafe." "Oh. What, do you want me to wear some maid uniform too? Are you sure that's okay?" Yutaha straightened up and showed off her figure. Granted, she wasn't on Toru's level, but people have different charms. Shichen watched openly and appreciatively. "No, I'd just like you to watch the register sometimes, be a cashier." He was reluctant to have her serve out on the floor, not because he was playing favorites, but because she was just a normal human. Toru and Chisato were strong and could handle troublemakers. Behind a register, Yutaha would be safe, a counter would separate her from customers, and Toru or Chisato could step in if something happened. "That's more like it. But only if I'm free. Otherwise, I'd rather just pay rent," Yutaha said. She could accept cashier duties, but not a full-on maid gig. "No problem. All right, then let's start packing." "That stuff, too?" Shichen asked, grinning as he pointed at the bed. "What?" Yutaha followed his gaze to the underwear she'd left on top of her bed that morning. She turned bright red. Earlier, she'd been so excited after hearing the good news about her book that she changed clothes and dashed out, forgetting to tidy up. Tap, tap, tap. Yutaha instantly zipped over to the bed with inhuman speed, scooped up the undergarments, and stuffed them in a pocket. "Wait, you didn't wash those, right? Won't it be a problem putting them in your pocket?" Shichen continued teasing. "Shut up." Yutaha glared at Shichen, face scarlet. But right after that, she mumbled, "They're not dirty, anyway." "I never said they were," Shichen quipped with a laugh. "You're so annoying." "Never mind, I'll pack everything myself." "You stay put. Don't touch anything," she huffed. "Can you handle it alone? You've got a fair amount of stuff." "It's not that much." "You're too perverted, no way am I letting you handle anything. I'm the one to blame now. You're the one who left stuff out. Can you please stop talking about it?" "Fine, fine." So Yutaha ended up packing all her belongings herself. Shichen just waited near the entrance for a while. She had fully realized the consequences of inviting a young man into the apartment of a single teenage girl. Her privacy was thoroughly exposed. Still, she thought it might provide new material for her novel. In the end, she didn't have much, just 3 large bags, one for clothes, one for bedding, and another for daily necessities and a few study books. It was hard to believe this was everything a teenage girl owned, no fancy makeup or knickknacks to speak of. But she was Kasumigakaka Yutaha. She didn't need them. Shichen, being a guy, carried the 2 heaviest bags, the clothes and bedding, while Yutaha took the lighter one with toiletries and books. Then they left her apartment on foot and headed for the cafe. "There's something I still need to ask," Shichen said after they'd walked a bit. "What?" "Your underwear, are you okay not washing it first? Now it's all jumbled in with your other clothes." "Shut up." Yutaha blushed again. "I'll wrap it in a separate bag later." "How am I supposed to wash it now?" "Oh, right." She wanted to land a kick on him for this ongoing teasing. This guy clearly enjoyed ribbing her about her underwear. Then. Not another word. Okay. They walked the rest of the way in silence. Rather than entering through the cafe's front door, they used the back. The cafe was open, and hauling in bags might disturb the customers. Heading upstairs, Shichen let Yutaha pick whichever room she wanted. "Which ones are Toru's and Chisato's?" Yutaha asked. "This one and this one," Shichen said, indicating the 2 rooms adjoining his own. Even though Toru and Chisato spent every night in his room, each of them still had a furnished bedroom that just wasn't used. "Then I'll take the room across," Yutaha said, pushing that door open. "Sure." Shichen followed her inside. He set down the 2 heavy bags. Yutaha spoke up, sounding moved. I'll handle unpacking myself. You can go do whatever you want. Want me to help? How? By washing my underwear for me, she snapped, glaring at him. Shichen rubbed his chin. It's not out of the question. Go to hell. She promptly shoved him out the door. Really, no need to be shy, he said. All good. I'll do it all myself, I've done it many times before anyway. What's the big deal if I've already? Enough. She slammed the door in his face. Click. He heard her lock it from the inside. Shichen shrugged. Why did she have to be so defensive? He'd already seen her unwashed underwear anyway. Plus, he wasn't all that interested in a basic bra and panties. Nowadays, few men would be, unless they were truly pure of heart. If it was being worn by someone, that was a different story, but laundered or detergent-scented underwear was hardly enticing. Since Yutaha was embarrassed, Shichen didn't insist. He headed downstairs to update Toru and Chisato. To his surprise, neither seemed overly bothered. Chisato even looked excited, handing Shichen her work and dashing upstairs to find Yutaha. Shichen found that great, family harmony is everything. As for telling Yutaha about how he slept with Toru and Chisato, that would need more time. When noon rolled around, business picked up. Yutaha, having finished sorting her new room, came down to help. She took over Shichen's old job, standing watch at the register, while Shichen joined Chisato serving food. When men and women cooperate, the work's not so tiring, and indeed Chisato seemed to have extra motivation. Once the midday rush ended, they got ready for lunch. This was Yutaha's first official meal as a resident, so Toru gave it some extra effort. This is so fancy. Yutaha murmured upon entering the kitchen and seeing the spread on the table. She sat down next to Toru. Don't get the wrong idea, it's for Chandano, Toru said bluntly, eyes averted. Hey sure, let's go with that, Yutaha teased, smiling faintly. Humph, Toru retorted. Chen and I, come sit down, Chisato called out happily, pulling Shichen to join them opposite Toru and Yutaha. After he sat, Shichen raised his glass of juice and smiled. How about a toast, for Yutaha moving in? Shouldn't we use real alcohol? Toru asked. We're still underaged, Yutaha reminded her. Hihi kanpai. Chisato said, lifting her juice glass, and they all touched them together with a crisp clink. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 32, Upset 1 or Upset 2. After finishing lunch, Kasumigakaka Yutaha went straight to writing her novel. The afternoon crowd in the cafe was light, so Shichen stood idle behind the register, killing time on his phone. He wanted to see if he could find any familiar faces online. Nowadays, the internet was genuinely convenient, and you never knew who might show up on it. All it took were the right keywords. As for Toru and Chisato, they were busy experimenting with new recipes. Both of them were keen on cooking, especially after seeing how satisfied Shichen looked whenever he tasted their dishes. The entire afternoon passed quickly. Once they finished dinner, cleaned the kitchen, and closed up shop, everyone headed upstairs. Shichen followed the 3 of them and suddenly realized a problem. Things were different now with Yutaha in the mix, he couldn't carry on as before. He had no clue what Toru and Chisato might do when it was time for bed, and the thought made him slow his footsteps unconsciously. Kasumigakaka Yutaha and the other 2 had already gone up to the 2nd floor. She turned around, seeing Shichen still only a few steps up from the bottom. What are you doing? She asked, puzzled. Just remembered if I locked the door. You guys go on ahead and shower, Shichen said, about to turn around. You already locked it. Didn't I watch you do it? Yutaha pointed out. Did I? Let me just double check. Better safe than sorry. Suit yourself. Yutaha didn't press further. Although she felt something off about Shichen's behavior, she decided not to dwell on it. But when she reached the door to her new room, she discovered Toru and Chisato had already entered Shichen's room. Heading over to his open doorway, she saw the 2 rummaging around in the wardrobe. What are you 2 doing? She asked. Grabbing clothes, obviously. Don't you change into pajamas for bed? Toru looked back, returning the question. Of course I wear pajamas. But why are you 2 looking for them in Shichen's room? Yutaha's eyebrows furrowed. She had her suspicions, but she hadn't jumped to the conclusion yet. Why else? Chisato said, pulling out sleepwear and turning to face Yutaha with a grin. Our pajamas are kept here. But this is his room, Yutaha pressed, puzzled. Doesn't matter, Chisato replied. We sleep here too. So you 2 sleep with Shichen every night? Aha, Chisato confirmed cheerily. Both of you. 1 on each side, better than taking turns, right? Was it always like that from the start? Hihi, Chisato giggled shyly. Toru, you were okay with this? Yutaha asked. What's wrong with it? I can't lie in that other spot anyway, so if it's empty, might as well let her have it, Toru said matter-of-factly. Yutaha's jaw tightened. She could scarcely believe the audacity of such a statement. You like Shichen, right? Where's your sense of possessiveness? That's the other side of the bed, how can you just give it away? How on earth did you end up like this, she demanded. How did I end up like what? Toru tilted her head, confused. Weren't you super hostile to me before? Why are you so generous to Chisato? Well, over time, I guess. Huh. Chisato was right, making Shichen happy is the most important, Toru concluded. So you can't have possibly brainwashed Toru, huh? Yutaha said to Chisato, recalling her suspicions from earlier. Told you already, I did nothing. I said you were the one being narrow-minded, Chisato answered, looking amused. So that's what you meant. But is this really just a matter of being open-minded? Are you both not in your right minds? Didn't Shichen do something to you? Yutaha asked, grasping at straws. TCH if only Chen would do something. But he doesn't make a move, Chisato huffed unhappily. He hasn't done anything. Yutaha blinked in surprise. So even though you've slept together for days, nothing happened. What else could we be doing? That guy, seriously. Could he be having physical problems? You're the one with a problem. Shichen suddenly appeared behind Yutaha, giving her a light whack on the head. When did you get here? She snapped, startled that she hadn't noticed him approach. Right when you started grilling them, Shichen retorted, rolling his eyes. Then, nudging her, he said, why are you blocking the doorway? Come in, come in. Why are you pushing me in here? You're not planning to make me sleep with you too, are you? Yutaha took a step back and eyed him warily. I'm not that kind of girl. Yutaha, neither are we, Chisato cut in. It's only because of Chen and II that we're so forward. That's right. I couldn't care less about anyone else but Shichen, Toru agreed. You two sure are quick to profess your devotion, Yutaha muttered, rolling her eyes again. All right, that's enough, Shichen stepped in. It's been a busy day. Don't you guys get tired? Let's wash up and get some rest. Originally, he planned to come up later, but overhearing Yutaha's mild acceptance of the situation gave him a chance to jump in. Besides, if his conscience were clear, what did he have to hide? He hadn't done anything inappropriate, certainly not of his own volition. If he was already so uneasy with just 2 girls, how would he handle more later? Rest. And how exactly are we sleeping? Yutaha asked, arms folded. You want me in your bed too? Not necessarily. You can just sleep in your own room, Shichen suggested. We don't have any rule forcing you to share my bed. Then what about them? Same as always, Toru said, as if it were obvious. Chisato nodded. No way. Yutaha shot down the idea without hesitation. Why not? Toru looked at her quizzically. Why? You two plus Shichen in one bed, how is that normal? But we've been doing this, it's not like it just started. Starting now, each of you goes back to your own room. I refuse, I want to sleep with Chindano, Toru said bluntly. Yeah, me too, I'm sleeping with Chen and II, Chisato chimed in. You too, Yutaha had no idea what to do with them. In the end, she turned to Shichen. Well. What's your decision? Didn't you say you didn't want this? Shichen glanced at Toru and Chisato, who both gave him pitiful puppy dog eyes. Soft-heartedness really was a curse. He didn't know how to handle it. So here was the question, upset one person or upset 2 people. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 33, Kasumigakaka Worldview Collapse. Early Sunday morning, even though it was the weekend, Kasumigakaka Yutaha still got up quite early. The moment she began to stir and regain her senses, she looked around, confirmed she was in her own room, and then headed out the door, to the entrance of Shichen's room. Without knocking, Yutaha pushed the door open and walked in. The room wasn't large, so she could see everything at once. And the sight on the bed made her roll her eyes, though at least it wasn't anything too extreme. All 3 people were still sound asleep. Shichen lay on his back, while Toru and Chisato, on either side of him, were lying on their sides, each holding onto one of his arms. Both were sleeping deeply, looking rather cozy. Yutaha could clearly see Toru and Chisato's blissful sleeping faces. So that was the outcome from last night. But in fact, Shichen hadn't chosen to upset only one person. Both options were bad, how could he let even one of them be unhappy? This wasn't about 2 versus 1 anymore. Since he had to keep everyone satisfied, sharing the bed with Toru and Chisato became inevitable. As for Yutaha, he'd made it up to her in other ways. Actually, she didn't truly object to him sharing a bed with them. After all, she'd come to understand the situation. She'd initially assumed they might be doing something inappropriate, but it turned out nothing of the sort was happening. All they did was let Toru and Chisato cling to his arms. The reality was so different from her guess that she no longer minded. Nor did Shichen do anything special to compensate her, he just let her hang out with him in his study, where they read some books together. They stayed up rather late, past midnight, and she ended up dozing off on his desk. He had to carry her downstairs afterward. When Shichen picked her up, Yutaha woke up but pretended to be asleep until they reached her room, where she just happened to regain consciousness. Shichen carefully laid her on the bed, tucked her in, said goodnight, and then went back to his own room to sleep with Toru and Chisato. And after that, Yutaha soon fell asleep as well. A perfect three-way win. Such a small show of attention had been enough to make them all content. It's not that all girls are easily satisfied, but these girls, young and fairly naive, didn't have overly complex thoughts. They weren't stupid, merely innocent. Simply put, if they were unfortunate enough to meet a scumbag, they might well give him their all. Luckily, Shichen wasn't that kind of guy. Now, standing beside the bed and looking at Toru and Chisato's contented sleeping faces, Yutaha couldn't help but feel annoyed. She'd thought herself pretty lucky last night, having been carried downstairs in Shichen's arms, but clearly her experience couldn't compare to these two. Time to get up, she shouted without hesitation. Toru and Chisato slowly opened their eyes, dazed. Meanwhile, Shichen was instantly awake. His enhanced senses had alerted him the moment Yutaha entered the room. "Morning, Yutaha," he said, pretending he'd just woken up, and yawned behind his hand. "Morning, my foot. Isn't it lovely, being in the arms of two girls every night?" Yutaha stood with her arms crossed, wearing a not-so-pleasant smile. "It's not as great as you think, I can't even move. It's pretty uncomfortable." "Huh?" Yutaha didn't believe a word of it. She snorted, then said, "So why didn't you go along with my plan last night?" "Well, I didn't want them feeling left out." "Aren't you just the perfect gentleman?" she said sarcastically. "I did keep you company first, didn't I?" "Oh, I'm so touched," Yutaha replied with a sneer and a roll of her eyes. "What's wrong? Wanna sleep together too?" "As if." "Heh. What's there to laugh about?" she snapped. At this point, Toru piped up, "Yutaha, what brings you here?" Both Toru and Chisato were now fully awake. "Yutaha, could it be you want to join us, too?" Chisato joked, looking at her. "Why would I? I'm not so easy," Yutaha shot back, sounding unimpressed. "Then why barge in first thing in the morning, Don't wanna let us keep hugging chin and I. Chisato teased. "Don't make me out to be so petty," Yutaha huffed, looking away awkwardly. "I mainly came to see if you're truly doing what you say you do, and besides, I'm hungry." "Oh, so a glutton, are we?" Toru teased, then vaulted out of bed with a nimble move, tail swishing behind her as she landed. "Chindano, are you hungry too?" "Mem, I'm a little hungry," Shichen admitted, rubbing his stomach. After being up so late with Yutaha, he'd gone to bed hungry. "Then I'll go make breakfast." Toru struck a posture like a soldier, then dashed off. "Chisato, wash up and come help me." "Aren't you going to wash up?" "I don't need to," Toru called back as she ran out of the room. "Wait for me, I'll be right there." Chisato hopped off the bed after her. Is Toru always this full of energy first thing in the morning? Yutaha couldn't help asking. "Every single day," Chisato answered with a grin. "Figures. By the way, she's wearing the tail all the time. She sleeps with it on, swings it around. It's just like it's real." "Ah." Shichen blinked. "Didn't we mention that? It is real." "Huh. Not just Yutaha, Chisato, too, was staring at him in confusion. "You didn't know either, Chisato." "I had no idea." "Well, no point hiding it. Toru is a dragon. You know, like a Western fantasy dragon," Shichen told them. "Are you feverish?" Yutaha stepped forward, putting a hand to his forehead. "You don't feel hot." "I'm telling the truth," Shichen said, brushing her hand aside with a wry smile. "Sure you are. Guess you got carried away reading too late last night." "Oh well, seeing is believing." Shichen hopped out of bed, grabbed each girl by the hand, and led them downstairs to the kitchen. Chisato didn't care whether Toru was a real dragon or not, she let Shichen hold her hand easily, in fact, giving it a light squeeze back. Yutaha didn't resist either. She just wanted to see what kind of nonsense he was spouting. "Chisato, that was quick. Chindano, you too. Why'd you all come down?" Toru had been preparing breakfast, and turned around at the sound of footsteps. "I was just about to start cooking." "Toru, they don't believe you're actually a dragon." "Show them your true form," Shichen said. Huh. But that'll interrupt my cooking, and if I don't cook, Chandano will go hungry, Toru complained, glaring at Yutaha and Chisato. It won't kill us to wait a minute, Yutaha declared, folding her arms. Shichen claims you're a dragon. Let's see it. Toru, are you really a dragon? Chisato asked excitedly. Alright then, since Chandano told you, I'll show you. Toru gave in, her body suddenly glowing white, and her big green tail swished vigorously behind her. Huh. Yutaha was already staring in shock. White light enveloping her entire body. Before she could think further, Toru's body swelled, in an instant filling the entire kitchen. Shichen quickly pulled the other two back to the doorway. Suddenly, their vision was dominated by a gigantic mass of green scales. In front of them loomed a fearsome dragon's head, its golden, slit pupil eyes boring into them. Yutaha was stunned speechless. Toru, you're really a dragon. Chisato exclaimed in delight. How about that? Believe me now. Chandano wouldn't lie to you, Toru said in human speech from a dragon's mouth. Her breath washed over them like a huge electric fan, blowing their hair back. Thankfully, no foul odor accompanied it. I must be dreaming, Yutaha murmured blankly at the enormous reptilian head. Why still not convinced? Shichen chuckled, taking Yutaha's hand and guiding it to Toru's lower jaw so she could feel the hard scales for herself. I must still be asleep. Toru, do you think she's losing it? Toru exhaled again, buffeting them with more dragon breath that made Yutaha flinch. This time, there was no question, she wasn't dreaming. Hee don't worry, her worldview just got overturned, Shichen explained. Meaning? Never mind. Turn back, Toru. All right. Toru glowed with white light once again, returning to her humanoid-made dragon form. Mysteriously, the kitchen was untouched, despite having just been full of her massive dragon shape. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 34, Princess Carrie. During this morning meal, Yutaha kept a sharp eye on Toru, so much so that Toru began to squirm. Chisato, meanwhile, didn't care one bit that Toru was a dragon, she was her usual self, focusing on giving Shichen as much food as possible. Chandano, can you keep Yutaha from staring at me? It's making me too nervous to eat, Toru finally complained, unable to stand it. Shichen chuckled and said, just ignore her. Pretend she's not there. That's impossible, the way she's looking at me is just too intense, Toru grumbled. Try to be understanding, Shichen said gently. Humph. Toru had no choice but to turn away, giving Yutaha only the back of her head. Shichen couldn't help a soft laugh. He completely understood Yutaha's current state, her mind was undoubtedly in chaos, unwilling to believe what she'd witnessed, yet faced with undeniable proof. If he were still living in his old world, he, too, would never have believed in the existence of dragons unless he saw it for himself. Now, of course, he wouldn't believe in dragons existing in his original reality either, he just happened to be in a world that had them. Or rather, a world that a dragon had accidentally wandered into. Anyway, now that world travel was possible, presumably he'd encounter all kinds of extraordinary creatures in the future. It promised to be quite the colorful journey. After breakfast, Yutaha didn't help out with the cafe. She just went upstairs to catch up on sleep. It was partly because she'd stayed up late the previous night, but also her head was in turmoil, she needed to lie down and think things through. Or maybe she'd have trouble sleeping. The leisurely morning gave way to a busy noon shift, but Chisato was so capable that Shichen's help wasn't much required. In fact, if he offered to help, Chisato would mostly refuse, especially when it came to delivering food to the female customers. It wasn't that she was overly possessive, but a few of those women who came to the cafe were rather bold. If Shichen brought their orders, they might take the opportunity to touch him. Conversely, the male customers would only steal glances at Chisato without daring to do anything. After all, in this day and age, if a woman touches a man, people rarely make a fuss, whereas if a man touches a woman, it can lead to a big deal, cops, a scene, total public humiliation. Anyway, Chisato and Toru were strong enough to handle trouble, Shichen didn't worry about them being bullied. He told them before, as long as you don't kill anyone, don't hold back if anyone tries anything. But Yutaha, being a regular girl, couldn't cope with that kind of trouble. If she helped with the cafe, she should stay behind the register, where there was at least a physical barrier. Should something happen, she'd have enough time to call for help, and Toru or Chisato would rush over, especially now that Yutaha knew Toru's true identity, she'd feel extra secure. Still, Shichen remained slightly anxious. If someone used firearms, that could be dangerous. He planned that before he left this world someday, he'd have Toru set up some magic to protect Yutaha from bullets. Go big or go home, right? After the midday rush, they had a break to eat lunch. Yutaha still hadn't emerged from upstairs, so Shichen went up to check on her while Toru and Chisato got busy cooking. Upon reaching Yutaha's bedroom door, he knocked lightly, waited a few seconds, and, hearing no response, knocked again, louder. Who is it? Her drowsy voice finally came through. It's me. Chen. What's going on? It's lunchtime. Lunchtime. This late already. Got it, I'll get up now. Can I come in? Sure. Shichen opened the door to see Yutaha sitting up in bed, still wearing the same clothes from earlier that morning. Huh, she let out a big yawn. You actually did go back to sleep, huh? Shichen remarked with amusement. I stayed up late, got up early, why wouldn't I nap a bit? And you can sleep just fine, even knowing Toru's a dragon. So it wasn't a dream, Yutaha sighed. Why would there be a dragon in this world? Have I been living under a rock? Or is everything in anime real, she muttered to herself. Actually, this world doesn't have dragons, Toru just wandered here by accident. Wandered, like a dimensional thing. Pretty much. So, that means, you're not normal either, are you? Her eyes narrowed suspiciously at him. Given how you look, that's suspicious, like you're not really human. How could that be? I'm definitely just a regular guy, Shichen retorted. Then how did you get to know Toru? I saved her, once. Oh, that explains why she calls you Dano, you're her savior, Yutaha nodded in realization. She's not scary at all, though, you don't have to be so worked up about it, Shichen assured her. I'm not scared of her, she's practically a living anime cosplay. What's there to be scared of? Yutaha rolled her eyes. I'm just baffled that a dragon exists at all. But if you say she just wandered in, I guess that's easier to accept. Feeling better now. There's still one more question. Yutaha's tone grew serious. All right. Don't tell me, you have some weird fetish. Huh. Like, not liking normal girls, but being into dragon ladies, she asked, looking him over skeptically. Shichen's forehead twitched. And here I thought you were genuinely worried about me. Hero saves the beauty, she repays him with her body, typical. Wait, could Chisato also be not human? She's a normal human, just very skilled physically. Skilled how? She can dodge bullets. How's that normal? She is human, at least. So I'm the only ordinary one here. Yutaha said with a wry twist to her lips. She finally understood why Toru and Chisato seemed so nonchalant, neither was truly normal. Why sweat the small stuff when you're a bullet dodger or a dragon? You're not ordinary at all, Shichen soothed. How so? Aside from being pretty, what else do I have? This world isn't short on pretty girls. Plenty. You're a novelist who's about to be a bestseller. You're a genius high schooler. You think that's ordinary? Shichen teased. Yutaha blinked. Now that you mention it, guess not. You're unique. Why compare yourself to Toru or Chisato? He came over to the bed, reaching out his arms. What are you? Hey. She suddenly felt weightless, her body instinctively wrapping around Shichen as he lifted her. Come on, let's go eat, Shichen smiled, holding her in a bridal carry and heading for the door. You jerk, I didn't ask you to carry me. Yutaha complained, face flushing, hugging him on reflex. Well, you're too slow, he replied casually. He had no intention of letting go, carrying her downstairs to the kitchen. Yutaha, rather embarrassed, bowed her head and stared at her knees. Shichen's large, warm hands were beneath her thighs and around her ribs, this position was far too intimate. Chendano, here you are. I just need 2 more minutes on the, Yutaha, get down from there. Toru turned around and froze at the sight of Shichen carrying Yutaha in a princess hold. It was almost picturesque, but Toru found no pleasure in watching it. Wow, a real princess carry, Chisato remarked enviously, though without tension. Shichen carried me himself, why should I get down? Yutaha retorted, hugging him more tightly and pressing closer against him. Shichen could feel the softness but decided to keep holding her for now. Chendano. Toru gave him a pitiful look. I want a princess carry too. You're a dragon, for crying out loud, Yutaha muttered, dumbfounded. That doesn't matter, I want a princess carry from Chendano, Toru insisted. Me too. Chisato piped up excitedly. No problem. Shichen grinned. Want to do it now, or after we eat? Now, they answered in unison. Sure. Shichen gently set down a pouty Yutaha, then proceeded to give Toru and Chisato their turns in a princess carry. Neither weighed much, Toru's dragon weight evidently didn't apply in human form, so he handled both with ease. Feeling satisfied, the two got even more motivated. Although there had been only 2 dishes left to make, they decided to make 2 more on top of that. Lunch was harmonious, Yutaha no longer fixated on Toru. After all, whether Toru was a dragon or not didn't affect her. It simply added a bit of fantasy color to the world. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 35, almost time to leave. With the weekend over, Kasumigakaka Yutaha had to start attending school again. On Monday morning, she experienced a very different routine from what she was used to. She had Toru's homemade breakfast in the morning, and when she left, Shichen and Chisato were there seeing her off. She even heard a phrase she hadn't encountered in a long time, "Take care on your way." She normally didn't feel like going to school upon waking up, but as she stepped out of the cafe, she actually felt motivated to go. Indeed, having people around made all the difference. It felt warm and comforting, and her mood improved right from the start of the day. Looking back, living alone never seemed so bad, until this taste of warmth. Now she couldn't imagine going back. Living together like this wasn't so bad, after all. Once Yutaha left for school, not much changed at the cafe. None of Shichen's familiar faces showed up, and the customers were basically the same regulars. Shichen still hadn't finished setting up his game room. He planned to wait until he came back next time to decorate. After all, the voice in his head had designated this world as his main world, which he'd be returning to regularly, so there was no rush. Plenty of time ahead. Life settled into a stable pattern, and so did Shichen's daily schedule. Every night, he would first accompany Yutaha in his study until late, each of them reading. She wrote her novel, he read his own. When Yutaha finally got sleepy, Shichen would carry her back to her room before returning to his own room, where Toru and Chisato slept. At first, Yutaha didn't get sleepy so soon. With fresh inspiration, she felt like staying up all night. But Shichen forcibly put a stop to that, picking her up and carrying her downstairs. After a day or two, it became their routine. Toru and Chisato always went to sleep early. Long before Shichen returned at night, they'd be out cold, leaving a big empty space for him in bed. Clearly they'd gotten used to going to bed early with him. Even though they both technically had the stamina to stay awake longer, the comfort of sleeping next to him lulled them to sleep sooner. If they were both already asleep, theoretically Shichen didn't have to go back to that room. He could either sleep by himself in a spare room or even keep Yutaha company. But for now, he hadn't considered changing anything. A few days later, early in the morning, Shichen woke up to the mechanical voice in his head. A month has passed. Please acquire the target's divine fragment promptly. Acquisition method, 1 minute of skin contact. In 3 days, you will be forcibly transferred to a new world to continue seeking divine fragments. Hearing this, Shichen stared up at the familiar ceiling, brows knitted. He'd been in this world for over a month now. Peaceful days flew by so quickly. The requirement to obtain a divine fragment hadn't changed, but the forced departure was coming sooner. He found one detail especially important. This world obviously still contained more fragments, so why force him to leave for another? Clearly, whatever dwelled in his head was urging him to collect them all as fast as possible, almost as though something were pursuing them. No point in asking, he'd learned he wouldn't get a direct answer. It wasn't a free lunch. The ability to travel between dimensions came with the price of following whatever that voice demanded. He was being kicked out soon, but it wasn't forcing him to do anything else. And he himself wanted to see other worlds and meet other friends, anyway. Besides, even if he weren't forced, he'd planned to leave soon. He'd promised to help Toru get revenge. He wanted to visit Frieren again, and he needed more power. There was none for him to gain in this world. 3 days would be enough to bid farewell to the 3 girls. Toru and Chisato were easy. The real question was what excuse to give Yutaha. Probably it was best to just tell the truth. Also, he suddenly remembered the promise he'd made to Toru. Shichen realized he was too awake to go back to sleep. He sat up, freeing his arms from the soft embrace on either side. MMPH. Toru and Chisato both stirred awake, drowsily opening their eyes. Shichen's strengthened senses had let him notice them waking the moment he moved. Chendano? What's wrong? Toru asked, also sitting up, and leaned wearily against him. Hungry, Shichen said, gently pulling up her pajama top. Her shoulder looked far too white and pink, with a bit of a round white arc visible on the left side, too stimulating first thing in the morning. Oh, then I'll make breakfast. Fully awake now, Toru flipped herself off the bed and dashed out of the room. I'll help, Chisato offered, about to get up. Wait, Shichen said, placing a hand on her shoulder to keep her sitting, meeting her gaze. Huh. She blinked in surprise, heart skipping a beat. Chin and are we going to do something while Toru's gone? Get your mind out of the gutter. Shichen flicked her forehead with a wry smile. Ow. Chisato rubbed her head, pouting disappointedly. Heh, I actually have something important to tell you, he explained. What's that? I might need to leave for a while. Chisato's face froze. Leave. Shichen nodded. Chin and you're not planning to leave us behind, are you? She asked anxiously, throwing her arms around him. How could I? Shichen shook his head in amusement, stroking her hair. Don't forget how we met. Of course I'll never forget. It's forever etched in my memory. Chisato declared, clinging to him. But right now, I don't have what it takes. I need to go gain power. You don't need power, I can protect you, and Toru too, Chisato insisted. Silly girl, haven't you thought about one thing? If I never gained the ability to see you as a child, then you wouldn't be here with me now, and history would change. Ah. She pulled back slightly, tilting her head at him. Without me meeting your younger self, we'd never be together, right? So I need to find the power that made that happen, Shichen said, caressing her cheek gently, smiling. Chen and I. If you put it that way, I can't stop you, can I? Chisato conceded, pouting. He laughed softly. I'll definitely come back before long. Meanwhile, stay here with Toru, and keep the cafe going. Promise you won't be gone too long, she murmured, hugging him tight again. Of course, he agreed. Though he wasn't entirely sure how time would pass in each world, maybe faster, maybe slower, there was a good chance he'd be back relatively soon. The voice wouldn't let him delay too long, anyway, because this world still had more fragments. Chen and I, can we just stay like this for a bit? Chisato asked, voice muffled in his chest. Sure, not just for a bit. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. Huh. She looked up, face lighting up in a grin. Chen and I. Could we maybe? She closed her eyes, eyelashes trembling, leaning in. Nope, Shichen refused outright. Why not? She opened her eyes, displeased. Because I haven't met your younger self yet. You can endure until then. What difference does that make? It matters to me. Otherwise, something feels missing. Gosh, you're such a pain, Chen and I. Haha, but you still like me best, right? I love you, she teased, hugging him again. Then I'll give you a small reward. He planted a kiss on each cheek. Chisato lifted a hand to touch where he'd kissed, eyes shining, corners of her mouth turning up involuntarily. Hee I guess I can wait, then. That's enough, right? Toru's waiting. Let's go help make breakfast. Let's just cuddle a little longer. She begged, hugging him again. How much is a little? 1 minute. Wait, 3 minutes. Geez, greedy. I promise, only 3. All right. Nearly 10 minutes later, they finally went downstairs. Toru was, of course, annoyed with Chisato for taking so long. But Chisato didn't care, she had a goofy grin plastered across her face, as if in a trance. Toru didn't get it, but she dropped the subject, she had breakfast to make for Chindano. Just before they finished cooking, Yutaha came down on schedule, already changed into her school uniform. During breakfast, Shichen didn't mention his upcoming departure to Toru or Yutaha, he'd talk to them separately. Afterward, Toru and Chisato cleaned the kitchen, while he walked Yutaha to the cafe entrance. I'm off, she said, ready to leave. Okay, take care, Shichen replied. I'm not a kid, Yutaha scoffed, rolling her eyes. Oh, by the way, I'll bring you a homemade lunch at noon. Huh? Wait, what? Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 36, Sky as the Bed. There were still a few hours left before noon, and Shichen, carrying the homemade bento box he'd prepared, left the cafe with Toru. Chisato, misunderstanding and assuming Shichen was going out alone with Toru to say his goodbyes, didn't even ask any questions, she just waved them off cheerfully. Toru herself had no idea why Shichen had brought her along. She'd more or less forgotten the promise they'd made before. After all, she'd been living happily and peacefully lately, feeling fully content. As they walked along, Shichen held Toru's hand, strolling at a leisurely pace toward the foothills behind the town. Toru swung their joined hands gently, visibly in high spirits. She didn't mind where they were headed, what mattered was that Chindano was holding her hand, and they were out together, just the two of them. Yet she did have a strange feeling, so she couldn't help asking, Chindano, where are we going? See that mountain there? Remember it? Shichen pointed to a distant hill with his free hand. Of course I remember it. Toru beamed. That's where I met Chindano for the first time. How could I ever forget? I see. Wanna go back and have a look? Sure. But why? Toru asked curiously. What do you mean, why? I mean why the sudden trip there, that's all. You'll know when we get there. Oh, gotcha. They walked neither too fast nor too slow, greeting various locals along the way, most of them cafe customers who mainly came to eat. Not so many office workers passed by in this part of town. Shichen and Toru were quite famous in the neighborhood, the handsome youth and the adorable girl were a striking pair, not easily forgotten. And Toru also wore her dragon maid outfit, after all. Many middle-aged people and older ladies had come to see them as a couple. Every time they spotted the two of them together, it inexplicably lifted their spirits. Perhaps the older you get, the more you enjoy seeing the romance of the younger generation. Toru had also forged good ties with the locals, often shopping for groceries and chatting, so everyone had grown fond of her. Indeed, a charming young lady received a warm welcome, especially from middle-aged folks. "Toru, where are you off to now?" "Going on a date, are you?" "Do your best." "Hee hee, thank you, everyone." Toru responded cheerily, not bothering to deny they were out on a date. Shichen just smiled back and nodded in greeting. He felt relieved that Toru had blended in so well with the neighbors. Eventually, they left the town and followed a mountain trail. The hill behind it wasn't that big, so soon they reached the very spot where they'd first met. It was still a mess, looking exactly as when they'd left it, though it had only been a little over a month, it still triggered memories. Shichen felt nostalgic seeing the wreckage, whereas Toru felt slightly embarrassed remembering the attitude she'd had at the time, rather harsh, though it was mainly to urge Shichen to leave safely. "Chendano," Toru said, "can you tell me now what's going on? You have no sense of romance, do you?" Shichen sighed, shaking his head. "Romance?" She didn't follow. "This is where we first met. Doesn't it make you feel anything?" Just that I was a bit rude, I guess." Toru fidgeted. "Is that so?" Shichen asked lightly. "What about this?" Still holding Toru's hand, he gave a small tug, pulling her suddenly into his arms. She gasped, her face landing against Shichen's chest. She raised her head, blinking at him in confusion. Shichen met her golden eyes with intensity, then slowly leaned in. Toru never expected him to act so boldly. Her heart thumped wildly, and she went stiff with nerves. But as his breath brushed her cheek, she closed her eyes. Then came the gentle contact of their lips. It wasn't their first, but Toru still felt a jolt all the way to her soul, sinking into the moment. Shichen didn't rush, the two remained in that sweet kiss for over 10 seconds before he slowly pulled back. Toru opened her eyes. Her golden irises glimmered with a faint moisture, her cheeks flushed, slightly dazed. "Remember I told you I'd teach you something more impressive than before," he reminded her. She nodded hazily. "Well, let's do that now," Shichen said, leaning in again. Toru's eyes flew open. This time, it was more than just a shock to her soul, it was a euphoric, transcendent feeling. She realized a kiss could be this way, too. Toru learned fast, only moments after Shichen guided her, she took the lead. Shichen himself wasn't all that experienced, and a few seconds later he found himself on the defensive, short of breath. Ha! Shichen finally tore himself away to gulp down air. Meanwhile, Toru's face was rosy but her breathing steady, she licked her lips, a hungry gleam in her eyes. "Chendano, one more time," she insisted. "See, calm down." Shichen muttered, fighting the urge to gasp for air. That really was even better. "Can we do that a lot from now on?" "Sure, eventually. But not next." "Why not?" "Because I'm planning to leave for a while." Shichen exhaled, his expression turning serious. Toru froze, stunned. "You're leaving?" "Where to?" "I'm leaving to gain power," he explained gently. "Power? I told you before I'd help you get revenge, punish those gods who hurt you, that wasn't just talk." He gave her a light smile. "I always knew you were serious, Chendano." "But why so suddenly?" Toru asked, flustered, reaching for him like she couldn't bear to let go. Shichen grabbed her hand, entwining their fingers. "The time's come, that's all. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I don't want you to go at all." "Wah." Toru burst into tears, hugging him tightly. "Don't cry," Shichen said soothingly, aching at her distress. "I'm not about to leave you in tears." She looked up at him, tears glistening. "Why would you leave me if you truly like me?" "I'm fine without revenge if it means you'll stay." "Of course I like you, Toru." "I'll always like you," Shichen said, wiping away her tears. "But I must do this. I'll be back soon, I promise. I can't bear even a moment apart." Sob. Toru's tears flowed freely. Shichen's heart ached to see how deeply she cared for him. "I won't let you cry, remember that promise we made earlier?" "Revenge?" "Not that, our 1-month arrangement." Shichen gave her a pointed look. 1 month, oh. Toru's eyes went wide, and her tears halted abruptly. "You said we'd wait a month, right?" Shichen reminded her with a grin. "That means, you're suggesting." Toru's face lit up. He flicked her forehead playfully. "All good, right?" If we take care of that, it's fair for me to head off. She giggled. You pervy dragon, Shichen teased her. MMPH, she pouted. Then her tail flicked swiftly. Let's go back right now. Toru said eagerly. That won't work. If we do that, Chisato will definitely interrupt, Shichen pointed out. Oh. Right. Then what do we do? Shichen glanced skyward. Do you have a way for us to stand on clouds? Of course. I can just make them solid enough. Then, let's do it in the sky. Toru soared with excitement. She glowed white and swelled into her fearsome green dragon form. Shichen climbed onto her back, raising an arm, off we go. Right. With a quick invisibility spell, Toru spread her wings and shot into the sky. Shichen felt no wind buffet him, only calm stillness, apart from her scales, which were quite hard. It was no different from sitting in bed. Once they reached a suitable altitude, far from human sight, with buildings mere dots below, Toru said, "We're here, Chendano," and settled onto a bed of clouds. Shichen hopped off, finding the cloud underfoot soft, like a bouncy mattress. Not bad, he remarked. Told you, Toru replied. She glowed again, shrinking back to human form, revealing her true appearance, wearing absolutely nothing at all. For a second, Shichen's breath caught, he couldn't look away. Her skin was smooth and snowy white, outshining the clouds themselves, with a faint rosy hue accentuating her beauty. Her full bust, toned abdomen, long legs, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Chendano. Toru showed no shyness. She walked right up to him, then fell into his arms. Shichen wrapped her up without hesitation. Her body felt silky, impossibly pleasant. All right, let's get started, Toru whispered. Shichen agreed. He had no reason to refuse. Up above the clouds, limitless white, below them, that same vastness. While some walked on the ground bathed in scattered light, others soared on cloud tops bathed in direct sunshine, you and me and you. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 37, Golden Twin-Tailed Sun. Around noon, with plenty of time left, Shichen brought a homemade bento and left the cafe, this time going alone to the Toyogaseki Private Academy. He walked somewhat unsteadily, as if he'd just climbed 10 flights of stairs and was on the verge of stumbling. Yet his expression was positively glowing, eyes bright, energy high. Two completely contradictory states in one person seemed absurd. But for a young man, it was perfectly logical to anyone who's experienced it. He tasted, for the first time, the ecstasy of adulthood. It was impossible to hold back, but despite indulging himself, he didn't feel truly exhausted. His body, you liar. His soul, I'm just telling the truth. Besides, he'd been with an adorable girl like Toru. Sure, his legs might be wobbly, but mentally he felt fantastic. With a short rest, he'd probably be right as rain, despite Toru having claimed him 3 times. Yes, claimed. He was definitely on the receiving end, not the aggressor. Shichen fully realized now that Toru was 100% a lusty little dragon, too innocent to even blush. She'd even helpfully let him lie still while she did the squatting. A feast for his eyes, though it bruised his pride a bit. Thankfully, he wasn't one to fuss over such things. And who'd be upset about being overshadowed by Toru, anyway? Given she was a dragon, her stamina clearly dwarfed his own. As he left, Toru had taken a pink-stained cloud along. Apparently she was well-versed enough in human culture to consider it a souvenir. He only hoped she wouldn't embarrass them in front of others later. Anyway, he no longer worried. Toru might have boosted him to Dragon Knight, but as she'd also claimed his first time, that raised her status in a certain sense, though Toru's innocence made it unlikely to become awkward. Pushing aside further musings, Shichen inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and returned to his usual composure before pulling out his phone to message Kasumiga Kakayutaha, telling her to meet him at the school gate. After all, he'd promised to deliver her lunch. Toru's insatiable eagerness had delayed him quite a while, so halfway through the morning Yutaha had messaged, wondering what was taking so long. Lying around on a cloud not moving, Shichen had had a free hand to answer, saying something had come up and he'd be there in a bit, turned into over an hour. Fortunately, it was still lunch break. In a short while, Yutaha walked out of the school building, heading for the gate with a displeased expression. Her tall figure, glossy black hair, and remarkable presence caught the attention of students glancing down from the building's windows. She was well known around campus. Shichen was too focused to notice Yutaha's irritated look. Instead, he caught sight of several furtive heads at those windows. Unsurprisingly, all of them sported short hair, likely teenage boys. Adolescents in that stage were self-conscious but also curious. They wanted to look at cute girls yet hesitated, hearts throbbing but lacking courage. They couldn't resist a peek. It was the purest kind of teenage flutter, normally doomed to heartbreak. A few recognized Kasumigakaka Yutaha was clearly walking straight toward Shichen at the gate. Seeing his face, they felt an instant pang of unease. Male students don't necessarily feel inferior to a handsome guy, but they do worry that the girl they like might show him favor. Given how well Yutaha and Shichen matched, anyone could guess their relationship might be more than casual. The dread of heartbreak promptly spread among the watchers. Crap, Kasumigakaka-senpai has a boyfriend now. No way, she's never been seen talking to any male student in this school. I've never even seen her carry on a normal conversation with a guy. What if it's someone from outside the school? Huh. He's so handsome, could that be her boyfriend? Boyfriend? Are you sure? Go see for yourself. Whoa. Kasumigakaka's acting all cute, waving her little fists at him, like a playful, girly move. I've never seen her like that. Oh, they're holding hands. For real. During lunch break, the school was abuzz, but the two at the center of the rumor mill hadn't noticed a thing. You're just now getting here. I'm practically starving. Yutaha complained the moment she reached him at the gate. Sorry. Got held up, Shichen said, handing over the bento and clasping his hands in an apology. I thought you're usually super free. I can't be free all the time. I say you did this on purpose so I'd go hungry, she grumbled, letting out a half snort. How could I do that? I'd never let you starve. Yutaha pouted, making a small fist to punch him, but he effortlessly caught it, holding her hand. Hey, what do you think you're doing? People are watching, my schoolmates. She struggled, but he didn't let go. You started it. Well, you made me starve. And I'll have you know, I'm pretty well known here. You really want to keep holding my hand in front of so many onlookers. What's wrong with that? I'm not from your school. It'll be you who gets in trouble. Shichen shrugged nonchalantly. What trouble? I don't get close to anyone in this place. Yutaha didn't care either. Is that so? Well, let's just keep holding hands, then. Shichen tightened his grip. I still need to eat. Yutaha rolled her eyes at him. Fine. He released her and asked, is it all right if I come inside? What for? I have something to tell you, Shichen answered somberly. Yutaha's brows furrowed. Sounds important. Well, it's both important and unimportant. Which is it, she demanded, glaring. Ahem, let's call it important. All right, come on in, then. Wait, that's really okay. Shichen glanced warily at the security guard in the gatehouse. With me, no problem. Yutaha marched ahead. Huh. Shichen still seemed skeptical but followed her anyway, using the side gate. To his surprise, the guard nodded to him, so Shichen politely returned the gesture and hurried after Yutaha. How come, he asked. What do you mean? You and the guard know each other? Shichen questioned. Not personally, but he knows me, she replied plainly. She gave him a smug look. I'm top of my year, therefore, certain privileges. So if you have good grades, you can just do whatever you want. You exaggerate, Yutaha said, though a hint of pride showed. Still, not by much. Where are we going? The rooftop. I'll eat, you talk. That's my turf. Might others see us? Not worried they'll get the wrong idea. Afraid. She turned it on him. I've nothing to fear. Shichen grinned, extending his hand and grasping hers. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I, she replied with a faint smile, grasping his back. Shichen paused, surprised she actually played along. Let's go. Yutaha led the way, fingers twined with his, into the school building, from the front doors up the stairs. Unsurprisingly, the place was crowded with curious onlookers, though everyone kept their distance, lining the classroom doorways or peeping from a safer vantage. They didn't dare draw near. Curiosity abounded, and so did heartbreak. But excitement was highest. Kasumigakaka, the school celebrity, apparently had a boyfriend from outside. For her fellow students, it was like a celebrity scandal. They buzzed with gossip. Some broadcasted immediately in group chats, others squealed among themselves. Boys and girls alike were enthralled. It was more exciting than a last-minute school holiday announcement. In first-year Class G, a few girls darted to the back rows, where a golden-haired twin-tailed girl sat quietly, wearing a blank expression. Sawamura, guess what? That Kasumigakaka-senpai seems to have found herself a boyfriend. Unbelievable. But I guess that means she won't be competing for popularity with you anymore. Didn't I say I don't care about that? Eri Spencer, Sawamura retorted, exasperated. But the guy's super handsome, like someone straight out of a painting. Is that so? Eri showed no interest. No matter how handsome he was, could he compare to her prince from childhood? The one she'd met so long ago was definitely the most beautiful of all. Don't believe me. Check it out, one of the girls said, holding out her phone, displaying a photo she'd just stealthily snapped. At first, Eruri only glanced half-heartedly, but the moment she saw the picture of Shichen, she froze. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 38, Separation. Shichen followed Kasumigakaka Yutaha up to the top floor of the school building. He watched her take out a key to unlock the rooftop door, then trailed after her onto the roof. You have a key for this place? He asked. I requested it from the teachers, Yutaha replied, locking the door from the inside. You can just request a key. Simple enough. I told them I needed a quiet spot during lunch to study, that all the noise was affecting my academics, so the teachers gave me the roof key. Shichen pursed his lips. That's really something. Back in his school days, that sort of privilege had been his dream, but his grades never warranted it. Apparently, being top of the class allowed you to do whatever you wanted, like having your own place at school. Come here. Yutaha walked toward a bench against the edge. Shichen followed and sat beside her. So. You said you had something to tell me, Yutaha said, opening the bento box as she spoke. Oh, it's pretty loaded. Smells great. Warm steam and fragrance rose from the open box, instantly stirring Yutaha's appetite. It was a two-tiered bento. The first layer contained white rice, half a soft-boiled egg, and a few cherry tomatoes. The other layer held several stir-fried dishes, both meat and vegetables, all still hot. Clearly the insulation worked well. Shichen felt satisfied with how the bento box performed. You want to eat first, he suggested. It's fine. Not like you need me to say anything. Wait, did you cook all this yourself? Yutaha asked. She recognized Toru's cooking style, but these dishes looked different. What gave you the idea to bring me a homemade lunch, she asked. She'd been surprised earlier when he suddenly announced he'd deliver lunch. Though curious, she saw no reason to refuse. I'm planning to leave for a while, Shichen answered, deciding not to beat around the bush. Leave. Yutaha frowned at him. What do you mean? It means we won't be seeing each other for the time being. For the time being? She wasn't too alarmed just yet. Picking up her chopsticks, she lifted a piece of meat, about to pop it in her mouth. Yeah. We might not meet for a while, he said. I'm not staying in this world. Right, so you're leaving this wa. She stopped mid-sentence, her chopstick slipping from her fingers and dropping back into the bento. She didn't even notice, she just stared at him, stunned. You might have guessed by now, I'm not from this world, same as Toru, he continued. No, I definitely did not guess that, Yutaha said, shaking her head. Really? Shichen paused, then asked, weren't you at least curious how I could live with Toru so casually? She's a dragon. How could a normal human possibly just stay with her? That's not that strange. Aren't you a person? Didn't you save Toru by chance? You sure are unflappable, he remarked with a laugh. Truly a novelist's mindset. Shut it. So you're not a human. I am human, just, special. Special, meaning not from this world, Yutaha murmured, regarding him carefully. That would certainly explain his ethereal aura. I'm sorry I kept it a secret, he apologized. No worries. Not telling someone something like that is normal. At least you're telling me now, she said, smiling softly. Thanks. So you're basically here to say goodbye, huh? No wonder you went to the trouble of making me a lunch. Yutaha accepted Shichen's words without question. After all, Toru was living proof that otherworldly beings existed. He nodded. She glanced at the bento in her hands but found she'd lost a bit of her appetite. What about Toru and Chisato? Are they leaving too? No. They'll stay behind. Huh. Yutaha looked at him sharply. I can't take them with me just yet. You'd take them, she echoed, then blurted, what about me? Shichen blinked in surprise. No, that's not what I mean. She realized how that sounded and fumbled for words. Of course you're included, he said, fixing her with a sincere look. Yutaha's mouth fell open. A flush spread across her pale cheeks. As if I'd want to leave with you, she snapped in embarrassment. I have school, my novel, and I've grown up here, why would I leave? He chuckled. I never said I was leaving forever. She gave him a glare, face red. Relax. Like I said, it's just a temporary break, not that long. I'm definitely coming back, he assured her. She looked away, picking up a piece of braised pork and shoving it in her mouth, chewing fiercely as though venting. I didn't want you upset, Shichen explained. Why would I be upset, she said flatly, eyes still on the bento. Toru and Chisato can tell me what's going on. But I already said goodbye to them, so of course I wanted to say a proper farewell to you, too. It's just a short separation. Exactly, he teased, watching her ears turn pink. She might act indifferent, but the blush gave her away. What's so funny, she demanded, noticing the amusement in his tone. When do you plan on leaving? What, can't wait to see me gone, he asked slyly. Arg. I'm saying, the sooner you leave, the sooner you come back. Yutaha gave up all pretense and admitted it. He grinned. Well, I guess once you've finished your lunch, I'll get out of here. You're just making me lose my appetite, she groused. Ouch, that's cruel. Just go already. You must have things to do, right? She suddenly softened her tone. Shichen felt warmth blossoming inside him. Could I give you a hug first? A hug? Why? Her heartbeat quickened. To give me more motivation, I guess. Fine. Doing her best to stay calm, Yutaha set down the bento and stood, facing him with arms open. Just a hug, right? The rest, we'll save for when I get back, he said with a smile, standing to meet her. The rest? You've got nerve, she snapped, cheeks aflame, but she stepped forward, letting him fold her into his arms. He held her tight, feeling her softness and light fragrance, unwilling to let go. Yutaha, for her part, remained perfectly still, wrapping her arms around his back, her face buried in his shoulder. Her cheeks glowed red. They stayed like that in silence, maybe for a long while, maybe only an instant, until a loud pounding came from the iron door to the roof. Bang, bang, bang. Startled, Yutaha jerked back, hastily pushing Shichen away. It sounds like someone's here. Hurry up and go, she urged, flustered. What's there to worry about? I'm not worried, we haven't done anything wrong. I just don't want them interrupting, she snapped in embarrassment, giving him a swat. Fine, fine, I'll leave now, okay. I promise I'll be back soon, he said with a wave. I know, she replied, exhaling softly. He responded with a cheerful grin, and with no warning at all, vanished on the spot. Yutaha's faint smile froze. She glanced around, but Shichen was nowhere to be found, aside from the bento he'd left on the bench. She felt a pang of emptiness, like something had sapped her motivation. Bang, bang, bang. The door kept rattling. Yutaha frowned, heading over to unlock it. Without really seeing who was there, she opened it impatiently. What is it? Don't bother me. Where is Prince Onaikan? Ah. Spencer-san. Yutaha finally registered the student standing there, Sawamura Spencer Eruri, a girl known around the school for being on Yutaha's level. But Eruri ignored Yutaha, slipping past her onto the roof, scanning the area for that unforgettable figure. Who are you looking for? Yutaha asked, walking over. Where's Prince Onaikan? Eruri demanded, grabbing Yutaha's arm in desperation. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 39, Strike the Blood. Shortly after leaving the rooftop, Shichen didn't immediately proceed to the next world. Instead, he headed out from the front gate of Toyogaseki Private Academy. He didn't want to cause any trouble for Kasumigakaka Yutaha. After all, if there were no record of him leaving, the school might become concerned. If no one could find him, they might start questioning Yutaha. Best to avoid extra complications. Pausing at the school entrance, Shichen glanced back. He couldn't see the rooftop from this angle, only some heads poking out the windows of the classroom building, staring in his direction. Let them keep on guessing, he mused with a slight curve of his lips before turning to go. Once beyond the town, Shichen reached a deserted area and came to a stop, preparing to communicate with the presence in his head. Let's do it, let's leave, he said. Understood. Shichen noticed that, this time, the voice in his mind was no longer that oddly mechanical, androgynous tone, but distinctly female. Yet it still carried no discernible emotion. Is there a problem? Your voice, what happened to it? Unclear. Possibly related to your acquisition of the Divine Fragments. So the fragments help you too? I have no related memory. But as you gain more fragments, I recall more as well. So there were lost memories, then. That confirmed it was not exactly a system, and it had even changed how it addressed him, not calling him host anymore. I see. So can you take me to a world where I can gain power? Understood. Searching. Shichen wasn't in a hurry, so he waited quietly, all the while pondering what exactly this entity in his mind could be. A female voice was unexpected, and it apparently wasn't a system. Maybe a soul of some kind. But why choose him? And if the more divine fragments he collected, the more this voice would remember, obviously he couldn't glean much from it now. Though it wasn't a system, at least it was female, better than the alternative. He couldn't really control whether it watched his actions, especially that episode with Toru on the cloud. If this presence had been male, that would have been another story entirely. The search took a while. Shichen, bored, wandered around. He was currently in an open field of weeds, with the nearest sign of civilization being a distant railway. Once he came back someday, he thought, maybe he could bring Toru and Chisato here for a little outing, away from their daily routine at the cafe. They were supposedly running the cafe to attract bearers of divine fragments, not just to make money. Their happiness was more important. Just as he was considering a nice picnic spot, the female voice spoke again. Search complete. Next, you will go to the world of Strike the Blood to seek divine fragments. What? Strike the Blood? Shichen exclaimed, surprised. He hadn't expected that. He was very familiar with that world, and it was indeed a good place for him to gain powers. In that instant, he realized which power he'd most likely acquire. He recalled how Nishikichi Chisato had mentioned a blue beast that he supposedly manipulated. The only ability that made sense was that. Everything clicked. Prepare yourself. 3, 2. Suddenly. Divine Fragment host detected. Target, Hoshino AI. Shichen froze, glancing around, and then spotted an approaching train in the distance. At one of the windows, a girl wearing a white baseball cap was leaning out, gazing his way. Her cap couldn't conceal her long purple hair fluttering in the wind, and her distinctive starry violet eyes. Their gazes briefly locked. Before Shichen could do anything, the countdown resumed. 1. Initiating transfer. His lips parted to speak, but then he vanished on the spot. On board the train, Hoshino AI saw the handsome young man suddenly disappear without a trace, as if she'd imagined him. She blinked in shock, wiping her eyes and staring again at the spot where he'd stood. Nothing remained. But she was certain she couldn't have hallucinated it. AI, what are you looking at? Asked Saito Ichigo, wearing sunglasses, following her line of sight out the window. He only saw weeds and open fields. It's nothing, Hoshino AI said softly, sitting back down with a gentle shake of her head. Hee, nervous. Don't worry, you'll definitely become a superstar idol. I guarantee it. I'll do my best. When Shichen snapped back to his senses, he found himself on a bustling city street. Surrounded by pedestrians and traffic noise, not a single person was looking at him. As if he simply didn't exist. But Shichen was too preoccupied to mind. He was thinking about Hoshino AI. He wasn't worried she'd tell anyone about him disappearing into thin air, nobody would believe it anyway. But randomly encountering AI just before leaving her old world made him remember all the hardships she'd face and left him uneasy. But for the moment, he couldn't leave this new world. He had to acquire another divine fragment here. At least, AI was so young, maybe only 12 at most, adorably tiny. That presumably meant there was still time for him to help, if needed. Shichen calmed himself, now turning his focus to the surroundings. The city looked advanced, the crowd normal. Hair colors spanned the rainbow, but no one seemed unusual, just regular folk. No familiar faces popped out. He pivoted about, scanning each direction. He did see some vaguely recognizable high-tech buildings. All was well, except he felt out of place. It was as though he didn't belong in this dimension. People neither saw him nor felt him. Experimenting, he walked right up to someone. They strode straight through him as if he were intangible. He wasn't truly in this space. Please move somewhere empty. Protection is about to end, the voice said inside his head. Shichen's lips twitched. He ducked into an empty side alley. Crack. He heard what sounded like glass shattering around him. Abruptly, he sensed that he existed physically in the world once more. Now everything should be fine. But what to do next? He was a stranger here, and that transfer had been random. In Frieren, he'd appeared right at her side. In the main world, he'd received a cafe. Toru had also arrived quickly. But now, apparently no freebies. Could it be because he'd voluntarily chosen to find power in this world, so no welcome package? No quest had been announced, nor any special perks. This was a tough start. Well, so be it. He needed to figure out the timeline, find the people he knew, figure out how to approach them. At this point, he was off the grid with no official papers. Perhaps his only asset was his face. With a sigh, Shichen lamented how he disliked approaching unfamiliar girls for help. But he had no choice. Sigh. Hey, kid, why the long face? A crisp, no-nonsense female voice cut in. He looked around but didn't see its owner. Up here, the stern voice prompted. Raising his head, Shichen found a petite girl dressed in a black gothic Lolita outfit, holding a lace fan, floating in midair and fixing him with a steely gaze. Girl felt slightly off. Her figure was tiny, her exquisite doll-like face extremely youthful, so lowly was more apartment. Yet she hovered there as if standing on some invisible platform. Shichen recognized her at once, the Witch of the Void, Minamiya Natsuki. Simultaneously, the presence in his mind chimed in. Detected Divine Fragment host. Target, Minamiya Natsuki. Objective, spend 2 months with her and earn her trust in order to claim the Divine Fragment. Once the task is complete, you can leave to continue searching for more fragments. Task privileges, immunity to magical damage, to beast vassal attacks, to mana-based harm, to spiritual power harm, to psychic abilities, plus teaching skills, and true ancestor's body, limited to 2.5 months. Upon claiming the Divine Fragment, these privileges become permanent. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 40, Minamiya Natsuki. What? A true ancestor's body? The final task privilege caught Shichen completely off guard. That benefit was massive. Within this world, the true ancestor's power was undoubtedly top tier. And somehow, he could just obtain the true ancestor's body out of thin air. What was that entity in his mind to grant him such power? But wasn't he already the god's body? Could the two be compatible? It was unlikely the true ancestor's body would surpass a god's body, right? So did he actually need the true ancestor's body? The true ancestor's body is just power, and it was yours to begin with. What? Shichen blurted aloud. What do you mean it was mine to begin with? He wondered. But unfortunately, his question went unanswered. The presence in his mind fell silent. Hey, kid. What are you babbling about? Came the sharp voice of Minamiya Natsuki again. Pushing down his confusion, Shichen refocused on Natsuki and shook his head. It's nothing. Is that so? No matter. Let me ask you, why did you suddenly appear? Halfway through speaking, the petite, doll-like face of Minamiya Natsuki grew serious as she stared fixedly at Shichen. Shichen understood the cause. His newly granted privilege was manifesting. A strange aura swelled around him, and he could distinctly feel a transformation inside his body, becoming more powerful, more vibrantly alive. A vampire aura. An old generation. No, a true ancestor. But that's impossible. Natsuki muttered incredulously, glaring at him. No sooner had she realized it than a purple triangular magic circle appeared behind her. Instantly, several chains shot out from it, heading straight for Shichen. Wait, he yelped. He hadn't expected Natsuki to use her binding chains on him without warning. He wasn't some big-time criminal. On reflex, he dived aside, dodging the first 2 chains, but there were more writhing like snakes. The next ones caught him fast, coiling around him. But something miraculous happened. The chains, glowing purple at first, lost their energy the moment they touched him. The purple light dissipated, and they fell clattering to the ground. What? Natsuki exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, please wait. Natsuki-chan, I'm not a bad guy. Shichen hastily defended himself. You know me. Natsuki frowned warily, yet she didn't attack again. The Witch of the Void is pretty famous, Shichen improvised. Is that so? Then why'd you call me Natsuki-chan? We that close. Natsuki pressed. Sorry, just a habit. You look so petite. Shichen stammered. You're calling me petite? Natsuki said icily, eyes narrowing. Don't let appearances fool you. I'm 22, a fully grown adult woman. Are you even an adult yet? Actually, you're a vampire. She trailed off. 22, so that's younger than me, Shichen teased with a grin. Humph. Natsuki folded her arms, letting out a disgruntled snort. Ahem. Maybe could you come down so we can talk? Shichen ventured. What for? I can speak to you perfectly fine up here, Natsuki countered. It's just, from this angle. Shichen hesitated, hinting. Angle. She followed his line of sight and realized he was looking upward at her gothic Lolita skirt. You jerk. Natsuki glared, descending to the ground. Don't get the wrong idea, I didn't see anything, Shichen clarified. I only said that on purpose. Obviously, she snapped, voice raised. Heh. Shichen couldn't help but laugh softly. Seeing someone he knew, hearing that familiar voice, those trademark expressions. In reality, they were strangers, but he felt a warmth of recognition blossoming inside him. Even if Natsuki's first response was to restrain him, to him it didn't matter, he held her in high regard already. What are you smirking at? Natsuki demanded in annoyance. Despite her short stature, she exuded authority. You, boy, how did you end up here? Huh. Shichen blinked. What do you mean? Don't play dumb. I sensed you using spatial power. You appeared here out of nowhere. Now he understood why Natsuki found him immediately, she'd sensed him crossing dimensions. Like always, it seemed he had materialized in this world right away. The difference was that this time he materialized next to the Divine Fragment host, Natsuki. And she was, well, both a legal loli and a strong one-isan type at once. Do you command a spatial beast vassal? Is that how you came to the demon sanctuary? Natsuki interrogated further. Beast vassal? No, I don't have such a power. Shichen shook his head. Don't lie. I can clearly sense a vampire aura on you. But I'm not a vampire. Shichen shrugged helplessly. Natsuki stood there quietly. He reeked of vampire energy, but he wasn't a vampire. It made no sense, yet the chains had failed on him, so the situation was undeniably abnormal. And he did carry a true ancestor's aura, but she felt no mana from him. Coupled with the fact her binding chains didn't work, she couldn't be at ease letting him roam free. Look, don't worry, I'm not evil. Let's just say I ended up here by mistake, okay? He tried to gain her trust, but Natsuki wasn't that naive. Evil people never admit they're evil. Well, are you evil? She arched a brow. I'm not exactly good, either. And since you claim to know me, you know I'm a witch. That's fine. You're cute, and that's what matters to me, Shichen said nonchalantly. Natsuki stared at him, baffled. She had just been hit on. It was the first time anyone had spoken to her like that. If her chains had worked, she would have strung him up already. But without being sure of his motives, and since her usual method failed, it wasn't wise to escalate hostilities. Then why are you here? She asked coldly. I truly arrived by accident, Shichen sighed. If I could go back, I would. But I can't. What do you mean, can't go back? It's like somebody teleported me here and took away my power. Now I'm practically just a regular guy with some fighting ability. She eyed him suspiciously. You think I'm an idiot? A normal guy with a true ancestor aura. Are you from the Lord Domains? Are you lying about that, too? Or are you the fourth primogenitor? You know about the fourth primogenitor? She's awakened already. Shichen asked hurriedly. That didn't match the timeline he'd been pondering. At Natsuki's present age, the fourth primogenitor shouldn't have awakened yet, right? Oh. You know the fourth primogenitor. Natsuki homed in. What's your relationship with her? No real relationship, for now, Shichen admitted. Natsuki stared at him resentfully, convinced he was spouting nonsense. Come on, don't be mad. Just tell me how you know about the fourth primogenitor. Warlord's Empire. The name, fourth primogenitor, is quite well known, she said. Why is that so surprising? So you're confirming she hasn't appeared yet? He relaxed slightly. So that means the fourth primogenitor still hasn't awakened. What? So you mean she's going to appear soon? Yep. Shichen nodded. No point hiding it. Natsuki paused, then glowered. Then is your goal to help awaken her? Feeling uneasy, she didn't know how to handle someone who might be a true ancestor, unaffected by her chains. If he was set on awakening the fourth primogenitor, that spelled trouble. Shichen scratched his head awkwardly. Help her awaken. No thanks, I'm just hoping to live here peacefully. Question mark. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 41, tired of living alone. What exactly do you want? Natsuki Minamiya asked impatiently. She was getting tired of talking with the young man before her, he was full of nonsense and seemed to take her for an idiot. Perhaps it would be best to just leave him be, he didn't seem dangerous, and she could always keep an eye on him from a distance. I just told you, Shichen replied. Could you take me in? I'll do anything you need, as long as you provide me with a place to stay. Putting on a pitiful look, he gazed at her hopefully. He needed to latch onto Natsuki's coattails, after all. Knowing more or less what kind of person she was, he didn't bother hiding or scheming. Honesty was always the best policy. Natsuki glanced away. She had to admit, seeing a handsome boy looking so needy almost made her want to agree on the spot. But was this guy some sort of succubus? Letting him roam the city freely might be a danger for innocent girls. But having him stay with her. She was used to living alone. Maybe I should report you to higher authorities and let them decide what to do with you. Don't, way too dangerous. What if some shady types target me? I'd get locked up and researched, and in a panic, I might do something really bad. You wouldn't want that. Question mark. Natsuki furrowed her brow. Something about his words felt off. This guy was unbelievably persistent. She never should have approached him in the first place. You really want me to shelter you? Yes. Shichen nodded vigorously. No hidden agenda. Well, because you're cute, if that counts. She ignored that answer. So you'll really do anything? I can do housework, and I can teach classes. Teach? You're a teacher. Pretty much. So can you brew black tea? That I can absolutely do. Shichen replied confidently. Previously, he didn't just make coffee at his cafe, he also served black tea to customers who wanted it. At the mention of tea, he recalled that Natsuki liked black tea, this could come in handy. Quite sure of yourself, huh? Just telling the truth. So about everything else you said. Natsuki mused. I'm truly from the East. My name is Shichen, shouldn't be a problem, right? Shichen. You're not making that up. I swear to the heavens. That's my real name, if I'm lying, call me a dog. Natsuki couldn't help a faint twitch at the corners of her mouth. A childish type of oath, indeed. How old are you? About 25. You're only 25. What's with the true ancestor aura, then? It came about by accident. Not really useful. An accident, huh? That did sort of fit. A true ancestor mainly had beast vassals powered by magic, but there wasn't a scrap of mana on him. If her binding chains didn't work but he had no real powers to threaten her, maybe he was telling the truth. All right, I can take you in, but we need a few conditions. No problem. Shichen agreed at once, eyes shining. First, you do as I say. Got it. Second, you can't wander around on your own without my permission. Understood. And you'll stay with me. But there will be a curfew. Stay together. That's amazing. Shichen said, excitement creeping into his tone. You, Natsuki shot him a glare. Behave yourself. Right. Shichen nodded, looking chastened. You're not some pervert, are you? Taking an interest in me? Natsuki asked. Even with little experience in such matters, it was apparent he was quite taken with her, and she could see the spark in his eyes. It was a novel sensation, someone openly showing her such interest. How could I be perverted? Shichen objected. Didn't you say you're 22, a grown woman? Don't call me that so casually. Natsuki nearly smacked him with her lace fan in exasperation. But if you're so small and adorable, why shouldn't I be interested? You really are a pervert. No wonder I can't just leave you in the city. She shook her head wearily. Okay, I'll follow your rules. Lastly, you have to brew black tea for me every day. Leave it to me. I promise you'll be addicted to my tea-making skills. Huh. Natsuki let out a cold laugh, then pointed her fan at him. Without warning, a purple magic circle bloomed under Shichen's feet, mirrored by one behind her own back. Let's go, she declared. Natsuki turned to step into her magic circle. Her figure vanished, along with that circle. Shichen glanced down at his own, a spatial teleportation circle, presumably. He was eager to experience dimensional transfer. But just as the circle touched his feet, it shattered like glass. Pop. A sharp, crystalline sound echoed, and the runes disintegrated. Shichen stood dazed, staring at his feet. Now what? He worried she'd left him behind. Sure enough, in a moment another circle reappeared in front of him, and out stepped Natsuki, her diminutive figure materializing once again. What the hell is going on? She demanded. Sorry, magic seems ineffective on me, Shichen answered awkwardly. Natsuki studied him in confusion. I have this trait, magic immunity. It just doesn't affect me. You're immune to magic, she repeated, incredulous. Another hidden ability, is it? No wonder you dare waltz into the demon sanctuary. I really was just teleported here involuntarily. Whatever, Natsuki grumbled. We'll just walk. Come with me. Since she'd decided to take him in, she didn't need to overthink. She led the way out of the alley. Yes, ma'am, Shichen said, trailing after her. Emerging on a lively street, the pair drew looks from passers-by. After all, a man and a girl stepping out of an alley midday. People briefly wondered if something shady was going on. But a moment's glance showed a presumably grade schooler and a high schooler, impossible. They were too young and also too conspicuously attractive, so most onlookers assumed they might be siblings. Hurry, Natsuki called back, glancing over her shoulder at Shichen. All the stares annoyed her, she'd experienced it countless times, but it was still uncomfortable. Sure, Shichen quickened his pace to walk beside her. Natsuki watched him from the corner of her eye, thoughts racing. Only now did she realize she'd hastily agreed to let him stay with her, despite him possibly being a pervert. Could he have charmed her somehow? No, she wouldn't be so easily affected, more likely, she found his knowledge intriguing enough to keep him close. Besides, he seemed dangerous, staying at her side was the best way to prevent him from causing trouble on Itagami Island. And the local government was annoyingly uptight, she didn't want them messing with him. Magic didn't work on him, so who knew what else he could do? The true ancestor aura radiating from him made her uneasy. Beast vassals were known to have immense destructive potential. If he truly possessed a true ancestor's beasts, that could devastate the island. Better if she kept tabs on him personally. He admitted he found her cute, so maybe she could use that. Above all, she'd been living alone a long time and was tired of it. Maybe it was worth having someone around for a change. She just hoped she wouldn't regret it. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 42, Living with Natsuki. When they arrived at Natsuki Minamiya's residence, a luxurious apartment, Shichen merely stepped through the entryway and instantly felt how poor his cafe had seemed by comparison. The apartment was spacious, with tiled walls and floors, multiple rooms, plus a kitchen, bathroom, and a large living room. But it lacked any real sense of lived-in warmth. That was only natural. Natsuki had been living here on her own all along. Officially, Natsuki Minamiya was a high school English teacher. This was her identity in normal society. Her other identity, however, was that of a government attack mage, a special anti-magic officer, and also a training instructor for the Special District Security Force, an active professional in the field of demon combat. Of course, among demonkind she was better known as the Witch of the Void, a name that struck fear into most demons. Now Shichen found himself on Itagami Island, an artificial island on the ocean. The temperature there remained above 20 degrees Celsius year-round, with a total population of about 560,000. While technically called Tokyo Metropolitan Itagami City, it functioned as a special administrative district, a demon sanctuary, established to protect endangered demons while conducting research on their unique physiques and abilities. On the island, most residents were researchers or demons, and their families, creating a society where humans and demons coexisted. Demons had certain legal rights, and humans were not afraid of them. Demons were registered, wearing wrist devices that both limited their powers and served as an alarm, making them easy to identify. In this city of human-demon coexistence, Natsuki, as an attack mage, held considerable status. Her personal strength, too, was among the top of humankind. Not to mention her special identity. Hence, a large apartment like this was only natural for her. Shichen briefly surveyed the living room, forming an impression of his future home, then sat on the couch. Phew. The sofa was so soft that the moment he sank into it, he felt nearly swallowed. You sure don't hold back, Natsuki remarked, watching him settle in so casually. She seemed at a loss for words. What's there to hold back for? You clearly don't like all that formal stuff, he retorted with a laugh. How do you know? We literally just met today. I'm good at reading people. Whatever, as long as you behave. First, get up, pick out whichever room you like. Decorate it however you want, there's a storage room full of stuff. I'm not helping. No problem. Oh, by the way, which one's your room? Shichen asked. Why? Natsuki eyed him suspiciously. Don't tell me you're planning to share mine. Nah, not yet, anyway. I just want to be next door. Not yet. Natsuki muttered, her lips twitching. Had she just let a wolf in the door? Then again, no real need to worry, she wasn't some frail, powerless woman. Plus, this guy didn't seem the type to force anything. My room is the one at the very end, Natsuki said, pointing to the farthest door. Got it. I'll take the one right next to it, then. Suit yourself. Hurry and get settled in. I want to see how well you can brew black tea. Okay. Shichen sprang up and went to the storage room to grab supplies. Beds, bookshelves, there was every piece of furniture imaginable, plus bedding and pillows. Incredibly well stocked, even though Natsuki supposedly lived alone. Did she expect visitors? Shichen's strength was decent, so he quickly set up his room. It felt Spartan, but he had no special needs. In the past, having a bed and phone was all he required, now he just needed a bed. Granted, in this world he was still effectively off the grid and completely relying on Natsuki. He was lucky she'd agreed to take him in. The true ancestor body from his mission perks had at least given him the ability to pique her interest. If he'd had no special worth, Natsuki wouldn't have bothered. He certainly couldn't rely on just his looks. Now that he'd successfully stepped across her threshold, half the battle was won. He had no grand schemes other than to earn her trust. Living together day in and day out, feelings would naturally grow unless one side was hopelessly incompatible. But was the true ancestor body really originally his own power? Shichen kept mulling over the words from that voice in his head. He had a notion but doubted it could be true. You done daydreaming? Hurry up and make some tea, came Natsuki's voice. Sure, I'm coming. He pushed aside his thoughts and went back to the living room. Natsuki was seated primly, one leg crossed over the other, a stern, aloof expression on her childlike face, a rather contradictory image. If not for that black Gothic Lolita dress. If she weren't so petite. Use that, Natsuki ordered, pointing her fan at the tea set on the coffee table. I'd like to see if you actually can brew a proper cup of black tea. She still half suspected his claim was a lie. At a glance, he didn't look like a housework type at all. On top of that, he radiated a true ancestor aura. Who'd have guessed he'd do chores? If he was telling the truth, interesting. If he wasn't, she'd adjust her attitude accordingly. No problem. Shichen headed to the table, glanced at the packaging of the black tea leaves, some brand he didn't recognize, labeled candy as origin. He wasn't sure whether it was premium, but Natsuki probably wouldn't buy cheap stuff anyway. Confident in his skill, he carefully went through the familiar motions of brewing black tea. She watched him work quietly, occasionally nodding at how practiced he seemed. After all, seeing him so serious about it gave her more reason to believe he wasn't lying. Something about Shichen's calm focus, paired with his unusual air, made her momentarily imagine him in a butler's uniform. It would suit him well. All set. Give it a try, he said, pushing the teacup toward her with a hopeful smile. Natsuki nodded, picking it up. She inhaled the rich aroma, then took a small sip. That thick fragrance washed through her, a pleasant warmth suffusing her entire being. Yes, this was why she loved black tea. She took another sip, savoring it with her eyes closed. How is it? Shichen asked, smiling. It's fine. Passable, she replied, setting down the cup. Phew, glad you like it. Shichen exhaled in relief. Now he could rest assured she'd let him stay. You learned these skills where? Self-taught. Pretty much. Though it may sound unbelievable, I used to run a cafe. Natsuki shook her head. He hardly looked like a cafe owner. But since he seemed mostly honest, perhaps it wasn't impossible. You can really do this every day, she pressed. What's the big deal? It's not hard at all, plus I'd like some myself. All right. As long as you behave, I can keep your identity under wraps. Don't worry, I'll be perfectly well behaved, Shichen promised. His priority was to get along with Natsuki and build her trust, everything else could wait. Though at some point, he needed to explore how his true ancestor body worked. He'd come here to gain more power, after all. If he could fully unlock that body, he'd jump straight to top-tier strength. The might of a true ancestor was nothing to sneeze at, vast mana and near-apocalyptic beast vassals. The future fourth primogenitor turned out so easily bullied only due to particular circumstances. But for him, to truly become a true ancestor, he needed real mana and beast vassals. Or, perhaps, he might usurp someone else's mana. You, give me your measurements, Natsuki suddenly said, standing up. Natsuki-chan, what for? Don't call me that, never mind. I'm going out to buy you some clothes. Unless you plan to wear the same thing every day. Natsuki-chan, you're so sweet. Want me to come along? No need. I'll pick them out quickly on my own, she replied flatly. All right. He rattled off his measurements. One more thing, I'm arranging a teaching job for you. You said you were a teacher, hope that wasn't a lie. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 43, being a teacher. You want me to be a teacher? Seriously? Shichen stared at Natsuki Minamiya in disbelief. What's so unbelievable about that? Or did you expect me to support you? Well, that wouldn't be so bad. Keep dreaming. Natsuki rolled her eyes. You said you can teach, right? That wasn't a lie, was it? Of course not, but what about my identity? Natsuki let out a scoff. Didn't you say you know who I am? Getting you an identity is child's play. All right then. Let's go. Right after speaking, a magic circle appeared behind her. It promptly swallowed her petite figure, which vanished from sight. Shichen looked on enviously. He decided that once he obtained mana, he would ask Natsuki to teach him her spatial control magic. How convenient that would be. He also recalled the everyday life magic of his former master, Flam, in the Frieren world. When he finally had mana, he could revisit Frieren and his master too. Shichen spent 2 leisurely days at Natsuki's place. Within that time, she fixed up his identity, making him her cousin. Perhaps out of spite, or maybe deliberately, she had him listed as younger than her, even though he had previously said he was older. Now Shichen had to call her Wani-san. Of course, back at home, he wasn't about to call her that, it was still Natsuki-chan for him. But out in public, he had no choice. His refined aura actually fit well with someone from Natsuki's lineage, she was part of a noble bloodline, and he looked every bit the aristocratic type. With his new identity set, the next step was work. Natsuki Minamiya had it all arranged, she got him a job at her own school, Saikai Private Academy. Saikai Private Academy was located in the southern part of Itagami City, a combined junior high/high school co-ed institution. Most of the children of Itagami Island's research staff went there. Incidentally, Natsuki had graduated from that same school. 4 days after arriving in this world, Shichen, escorted by Natsuki, breezed through an interview, thanks to her referral. Unfortunately, nearly all teaching posts were filled, so the only available position was middle school PE teacher. Natsuki wasted no time installing him in that slot, giving him zero say in the matter, quite the big sister move. Didn't expect you to have a younger brother, Natsuki-chan. He's so handsome, does he have a girlfriend? Sasasaki Misaki sidled up to Shichen, giving him a playful bump of her shoulder. Sasasaki Misaki had once been Natsuki's junior at Saikai Private Academy, now a middle school PE teacher herself. She had dark red hair styled into odango buns and wore a form-fitting qipao that showed off mesmerizing curves, a typical Chinese girl style. She was entirely different from the chilly, serious Natsuki, with a perpetual bright smile. She'd been present during the interview, too. Her relationship with Natsuki seemed pretty good, she even tousled Natsuki's hair sometimes. Natsuki would refuse, but without real hostility. Shichen, ignore that dumb dog, Natsuki said coldly. Got it, Natsuki, nay, Shichen replied, not so much as glancing at Sasasaki Misaki. They'd agreed he had to call Natsuki Onisan in public, he still wasn't used to it. Eh? Natsuki-chan, why? Are you some siskin? Then again, with such a good-looking younger brother, I can't blame you, Sasasaki teased, sidling over to nudge Natsuki again. You in heat, you dumb dog? Natsuki asked, annoyed, shoving Sasasaki away. But he's just so good-looking. And since we'll be co-workers now, might as well keep that fertilizer in the family, right? You're just thinking with your hormones. Can't we let feelings develop over time? No, we can't. Why not? Don't tell me you want him for yourself. You, dumb dog. Natsuki, at her limit, caused her fan to vanish and then reappear above Sasasaki's head, smacking her hard. Ow, that really hurts. Sasasaki pouted, rubbing the sore spot with teary eyes. Humph. I was just knocking some sense into you, Natsuki retorted mercilessly. So mean. Ugh, I'm done with you. Shichen, let's go, Natsuki turned toward the school gate. Sasasaki Misaki whimpered, all right. Shichen, see you later. She waved reluctantly. See you, Shichen responded politely, giving a small wave. With that, he followed Natsuki out of the school. The moment they'd exited the gate, she stopped, turning to glare at him. What's with that look, Natsuki-chan? Nay, he corrected. In public, call me Onisan, she barked. Oh. I have a question, were you showing interest in that dumb dog earlier? Huh. Shichen stared blankly. Huh, indeed. Why were you all polite to her? All I did was say goodbye. And how did that suggest any interest? It was literally our first time meeting. Natsuki let out a cold snort. Humph. Who knows, maybe you're the type who falls for everyone. That's not it. I feel nothing for Sasasaki-sensei, he promised. So you really just prefer lowly girls? Natsuki gave him a wary look. I'm not a lolicon, I just happen to like someone who's a lowly. Natsuki was briefly at a loss for words, then she produced her fan and promptly teleported away. You can walk home on your own. Shichen shook his head in exasperation, trekking back to the apartment on foot. He had no access to that spatial teleport of hers anyway. He could only hope he wasn't immune to his own spells if he ever learned them. The apartment wasn't far from Saikai Private Academy, so he arrived in no time. Along the way, he drew looks from various housewives, but spotted no acquaintances. He dared not wander anywhere else. Natsuki hadn't given him permission. In these past days, now that he'd settled down a bit, he'd show his interest in Natsuki quite openly at home. Not by flat-out saying, I love you, but with remarks like, don't always scowl like that, you're cuter with a smile, or, be kinder to me. Here in Japan, complimenting a woman as cute basically implied romantic interest, and Shichen truly did like Natsuki. But from her standpoint, they were still practically strangers, so she wasn't going to reciprocate in any romantic way. Plus, his open flattery made her suspect he might be the type who would flirt with anyone. Given his imposing aura, and that true ancestor energy, it wasn't a stretch. So she'd made a rule that he couldn't go out much, lest he spread his flowers in an island that was full of open-minded women. A gorgeous young man like him, definitely a recipe for trouble. You're back, make me some black tea, Natsuki commanded the moment he entered. Sure, Shichen obediently answered. Brewing tea for her didn't bother him. While he freeloaded, it seemed only fair to put in effort. After all, once he earned money, he'd regain some self-respect. Once the tea was done, he sat across from Natsuki, quietly enjoying its aroma with her. Unfortunately, she was on a single-seat sofa, so no chance of sitting next to her. But someday, when they got closer, maybe he'd have her sit on his lap. They didn't get to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere for long. Setting aside her cup, Natsuki turned her gaze on him. "You're not against teaching PE, right?" "I can handle it," he nodded. "No problem. Trust me." "All right. You are supposed to be my younger brother, it'd be embarrassing if you messed up." "Got it, Natsu, nay." "You're so not cute," she grumbled. "Haha, you didn't say I had to call you that at home," Shichen retorted smugly. "Fine. I want to see how good you are at teaching." "Don't worry." His first day of classes arrived swiftly. On his third day of employment, he would start. Late March nearing April, the weather in Itagami City was downright hot. Yet students never lost enthusiasm for Phys Edition. At the Junior High Division, Year 1, Class B. "Koju, I hear we're getting our own PE teacher, so Misaki-sensei won't be subbing anymore," Yase Motoki, who sat at the back of the room, said to the boy on his right, Akatsuki Koju. "Whatever, just gimme basketball," Koju replied without interest. "Too bad the hot teacher's leaving." "Hey, Asejai, do you know anything about the new teacher?" Yase Motoki turned to the girl on his left, Iba Asejai. "Doesn't matter." Asejai shrugged, equally unconcerned. "Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others." Chapter 44, the second Divine Fragment. Stepping through the school gate, Shichen suddenly felt nervous. Even though he'd been granted the special perk of teaching ability, and his mind now contained the relevant knowledge, he'd never actually taught before. Now, all of a sudden, he was starting a teaching job for the very first time. It was impossible not to feel anxious. Luckily, it was PE, aside from the handful of required lessons, most of the time he could let students have free activities. There were only a few classes each week, so he wouldn't have to stay on campus all day. PE teachers definitely have it easy, though they don't hold a high status among teachers. Other subject teachers could seize PE class time at will, throwing around the flimsiest excuses, like an imaginary illness. In reality, someone who's fit enough to be a PE teacher couldn't possibly be that weak. Thankfully, students these days knew the score, so there was no misunderstanding about that sort of thing. From the main school gate, Shichen walked straight to the school building. He entered the front door and passed the shoe change area, then saw the sign for first year Class B. He could hear voices drifting from inside, somewhat rowdy. It was still between classes. He figured he should briefly greet everyone, and decided not to go sit in the staff room just yet. He also heard kids wanting the teacher to show up quickly, nobody wanted to lose any time from PE. After taking a deep breath, Shichen approached the doorway and walked in. His entrance abruptly hushed the classroom, not just because a teacher had arrived, but also because of how he looked. "Wow, he's gorgeous. He's so handsome. He looks really young. That's our new PE teacher." The girls began whispering to one another, making no secret of their interest. They openly stared at him. They were only junior high students, yet the girls already seemed so outgoing and bold. The boys, for the most part, were silent, simply curious about him. At this age, they cared more about having fun than romance. Seeing such a teacher, one who didn't exactly look like a PE teacher, puzzled them. "Hey, Asejai, what a good-looking guy," Yase Motoki said, leaning over to talk to Iba Asejai. "MHM." Asejai merely nodded, giving Shichen a calm glance. She wasn't the type to fuss over looks and didn't have the mindset to care about such matters right now. Shichen headed to the podium. Sweeping his gaze across the class, he took note of 3 specific students in the very back, blinking in mild surprise. He hadn't expected to run into them so soon. Even if they still looked young, their identifying traits were unmistakable. And Asejai's black hair was somewhat unfamiliar, very different from the blonde style he remembered. There was the slightly lazy, faintly brash Akatsuki Koju with grayish hair, that was familiar enough. And Yase Motoki, who looked pretty much the same except smaller, wearing his signature headphones around his neck. Iba Asejai alone stood out, no blonde, hot girl image, just short black hair and a cool, aloof look. When Shichen's eyes fell on Asejai, the voice in his mind chimed in again. Found a Divine Fragment host. Target, Iba Asejai. Task, gain her trust and cure her mother. Afterward, you can collect the Divine Fragment. So Asejai has a fragment too, Shichen thought, feeling a little taken aback. The quest seemed simpler than Natsuki's, but this time acquiring the fragment didn't automatically allow him to leave the world. Possibly because, with Natsuki, he'd encountered the first fragment host he needed to address. Well, he certainly needed to do it. Besides getting that divine fragment, he'd have to help cure Asejai's mother. Reeling in his thoughts, Shichen picked up a piece of chalk. He turned to the blackboard and wrote his name, then turned back to the class with a smile. Hello, everyone. My name is Shichen, I come from China. Starting today, I'm your new PE teacher. Pleasure to meet you. Eek. He's so good-looking. He's super handsome. He looks young. Is he really our teacher? Just that mild smile had some of the girls squealing in hushed excitement, their cheeks flushing red. At this age, the girls were absolutely swayed by appearances with no way to hide it. The boys didn't say much, but a few of them wore sullen faces. The girls they liked were all blushing over someone else. Arg, so the pretty female teacher's gone, and now we got a super hot male teacher. Yes, Motoki said resentfully to Koju Akatsuki. Don't care, I just want to play basketball, Koju muttered, itching for action. What's with you, don't you like girls or something? Motoki teased. I do. Koju quickly retorted. Then what's with that reaction? Maybe you're siskin or something, and so you don't pay any mind to other girls. I am not a siskin. Koju snapped, leaping up with a face as red as a tomato, practically yelling. His voice echoed through the classroom, drawing everyone's attention. See crap. Koju slumped back into his seat, thoroughly mortified, his face still crimson. Ha ha ha, Motoki cackled. You there, what's so funny? Shichen asked casually. Sorry, Motoki squeaked, clamping his laughter and straightening up. Asagi shook her head slightly at those two's antics, gazing blankly out the window. And you, what's your name? Shichen continued. I'm Yes Motoki, the boy murmured. Yes, HM. All right. I'll remember you. That shut Motoki up. It wasn't always great being remembered by a teacher, especially since he'd just made a scene. Maybe he'd get penalized for it. And you, classmate over there, Shichen turned to Koju. Still flustered, Koju remained hunched over. A girl enthusiastically answered for him, that's Akatsuki Koju, teacher. Akatsuki, yeah. How about you become the PE rep, then? Shichen asked with a grin. Huh. Koju blinked, confused. Is there already a PE rep in this class? And no, not yet, Koju shook his head. Then it's settled. Akatsuki, gather everyone up, let's head to the sports ground. Okay. Koju seemed both eager and anxious, then led the way out of the classroom. Shichen left first, with Koju still dazed for a moment before rounding up the rest of the class. Man, I thought the teacher was going to punish me, Motoki remarked sourly, falling in step with Koju toward the equipment room. Told you worried over nothing, Koju replied. You and that paranoid streak. No way. I bet he's letting me off the hook for now, he must be plotting something. Huh? Why would he be out to get you, specifically? It makes no sense, Koju said, exasperated. All because of you, man. You flipped out over that siskin junk and dragged me down with you. It's your own fault for mocking me first. But I was telling the truth, you're a siskin. Shut it. So if he punishes you, you'll deserve it for stirring things up. You have a point, Motoki admitted. But if he decides not to let it go, we're doomed. You're just paranoid. Humph. Wanna bet? I guarantee he's not letting me off easy. My instincts are never wrong. Wait, hey, where's Asagi? Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 45, Iba Asagi. Hey there, why aren't you with Akatsuki picking up the equipment? Shichen walked up to Iba Asagi, speaking softly. Now that everyone else had headed to the equipment room, only the two of them remained on the field. Shichen-sama. Asagi nodded slightly to acknowledge him but didn't answer his question. May I ask your name? I'm Iba Asagi. Nice to meet you, Asagi. Do you have something on your mind? Why do you ask? Asagi finally looked directly at him. Well, how should I put it? I can see sadness in your eyes. Is that so? Asagi blinked, then looked away. So I guessed right. She didn't reply, but her silence was effectively an admission. Even if the mission prompt hadn't told him, Shichen could see from her demeanor that she was struggling. At this time in her life, she felt withdrawn, likely for a certain reason. He didn't have any healing powers or magic, but there was the Divine Fragment. If it could save Nishikiji Chisato or others, then it could presumably save Asagi's mother too. Asagi was very strong-willed. She could eventually move on by herself, but if possible, Shichen wanted her family to remain intact. It wasn't purely for the sake of the quest, she was a good kid. And in truth, he'd always found her quite lovable. Still, the main motivation was indeed that she was someone he cared about in the source material. But he also realized Asagi wouldn't trust him overnight, he had to at least talk with her and be a friend. Would you mind telling me what's bothering you? He pressed gently. Teacher, what exactly are you trying to do? Asagi eyed him warily. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. Shichen quickly explained. I'm just a teacher concerned about a student. Teacher, I'm not a fool. Asagi gazed back calmly. We only just met, and you're a PE teacher. Why would you dig into my personal issues? It's not in your job description. I guess that's true. Are you trying to approach me so you can reach my father? Asagi's father was a counselor on Itagami Island, holding considerable power. Plenty of people tried to get close to him for connections. I'm not. I have zero interest in your dad, Shichen denied bluntly. Really? Come on. You know Natsuki Minamiya, right? My sister is Natsuki. Think I'd need your father's connections. What? Natsuki Minamiya is your sister? Asagi's eyes widened in surprise. Yup. She introduced me for this teaching job, Shichen admitted. Nothing about it was hidden or hard to verify, she could easily check, so there was no point in secrecy. If you're telling the truth, then you sure wouldn't need my dad's help, Asagi murmured, staring at him with some lingering skepticism. Shichen's unusual air and striking looks lent him a certain credibility, though. Exactly. You can go confirm for yourself. I will check, Asagi nodded. Now, can you tell me what's going on? My sister is Natsuki Minamiya, maybe there's something we can do to help. He felt a bit guilty leveraging Natsuki's name to gain Asagi's trust, but he was racing against time. He wasn't sure how long her mother had left. Why are you so insistent on helping me? Asagi frowned. A normal teacher wouldn't push so much over a new student, especially not a PE teacher. Let's just say I'm a good person. Really not hoping for something from me. What exactly could I hope for? Shichen chuckled openly. You're a little kid, no figure, no looks. Excuse me? Are you saying I'm not pretty? Asagi said indignantly. Well, look at yourself, always wearing that glum expression. No matter how cute you are, it won't matter if you're frowning. Teacher, you're not a lolicon, are you? Asagi scowled, stepping 2 paces away from him. Shichen's mouth twitched. She really took 2 steps away. Of course not. I don't believe it. Otherwise, why the heck would you care about me? Couldn't you just assume I'm a good teacher? Impossible. No teacher is that good, Asagi shook her head. Fine, I'm a lolicon, Shichen said, exasperated. I saw how cute you were and couldn't let you stay gloomy. Happy now. Asagi fell silent, staring at him unblinking. The sudden quiet made Shichen feel awkward. Well, say something. He felt strangely embarrassed. Teacher, you're a real weirdo, Asagi said eventually, a faint smile tugging at her lips. So now you don't believe I'm a lolicon? No real lolicon would actually admit it, Asagi replied with a playful glint. So, will you talk to me now? If no lolicon would admit it, maybe claiming lolicon could serve as a trick to approach little girls in need in the future, he mused wryly. But Asagi wouldn't believe it, so it worked out. Fine, I'll assume you're a nice guy. Asagi moved a bit closer. Let's go sit over there. All right. They walked over to a bench at the edge of the field and sat down. Shichen gazed out at the distance, not rushing her, while Asagi sat there quietly for a moment, lost in her thoughts. Finally, she spoke up. Teacher, I think my mom might not make it. She's ill. Yeah. The hospital can't do anything. Asagi lowered her head, voice quavering with tears. I see. Looking at her, Shichen felt a surge of sympathy. Unable to resist, he gently placed his hand on her head, ruffling her hair. It must be tough. Ugh, hick. Asagi began sobbing outright. She had been holding it in so long, she was terrified, helpless, could do nothing for her mom's fading health. Being forced to grow up fast, and she had no one to confide in. It was a pain she'd bottled up. Finally telling someone felt like releasing a dam. Let it all out if you want, Shichen murmured softly, hand still on her head. Crying should help a bit. At her age, a caring presence was all it took. Words of comfort meant little, but just being there for her was everything. Asagi didn't cry long, only about 10 odd seconds. She had already reached the limit of her tears. Unloading her story let the sadness flow, albeit briefly. Must have been embarrassing, she said, turning slightly away and wiping her eyes in discomfort. Shichen shook his head. Not at all. If anything, I admire you. Admire me. Asagi looked up at him, reddened eyes uncertain. You've obviously been holding it together for a long time, he said softly. That single sentence almost made Asagi cry again. Her frail mother's image had been haunting her daily. She'd been enduring alone without any peer to confide in. Indeed, it was exhausting. Don't worry. I can save your mother. Shichen ruffled her hair again. Seriously. Asagi stared at him in disbelief. Yes, trust me, Shichen smiled. Can I really trust you? I know it's hard to just believe me with no proof, but aren't you willing to at least hope for a possibility? Yes, I'm definitely willing. Asagi answered firmly. Then I'm ready anytime. It's up to you, or you might want to tell your dad first. Got it. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed, Shichen reassured her, still rubbing her head. Teacher, why would you do all this? Asagi nudged his hand away and peered into his face. Didn't I tell you already? I'm a lolicon. With his hand lifted from her hair, he lightly tapped her on the nose. You're so cute, I can't stand seeing you miserable. A girl your age should be smiling. Teacher. Asagi gazed up at him blankly, then murmured, I'm starting to think maybe lolicons aren't so bad. You actually believe that? If your sister's Natsuki, maybe you're really just a siskin, Asagi teased with a smirk. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 46, Crazy Middle Schooler. Shichen-sensei, wanna come play basketball with us? Those other guys are pretty lousy. Yeah, sensei, you do know how to play, right? Carrying their basketball, Akatsuki Koju and Yace Motoki came over. One of them asked politely, the other clearly trying to provoke him. Sure. Shichen stood up with a smile. Asagi-san, you can sit here a while longer. I'll go play with Akatsuki and the others for a bit. All right. By the way, Shichen-sensei, just call me Asagi. Got it, Asagi. Asagi pursed her lips and nodded. Don't just keep sitting here. Move around a bit, okay? I know. Shichen-sensei, come on. Yeah, sensei, or are you too scared? Scared of you guys. Hey, get ready to be trounced and cry about it. TCH. Watching Shichen walk off with Akatsuki's group, Asagi's lips curved into a faint smile. Perhaps because she now had hope or had finally shared her troubles, she felt especially relaxed. She never imagined the new PE sensei would be so meddlesome, but he'd even offered a chance to save her mother. This had to be fate. Koju, pass the ball. Hey, watch out for Shichen-sensei. Oh no. Swish. Thud. The basketball swished cleanly into the hoop, then bounced on the ground near Shichen's feet. He reached out and caught it. Wow, Shichen-sensei is so cool. As expected of Shichen-sensei. That was awesome. The cheers from the girls on the sidelines made Shichen feel quite flattered. He suppressed his smugness, smiling as he looked at Akatsuki Koju and the others. So, what do you think? Convinced? Think you'll challenge your sensei next time? TCH sensei, you're just bigger and older than us. Yeah, we're not convinced. Hey, you can wait until you grow up, then. Shichen teased, not minding. Fine then, sensei, once we're grown, we'll definitely beat you. No problem. All right, it's about time. Koju, you go gather everyone to return the equipment, then class is dismissed. Got it. Motoki, come on. Okay. Here, catch. Shichen gave the ball a quick toss to Akatsuki Koju. Koju caught it easily and, together with Motoki, went off to tell the others to put everything away. Shichen-sensei, are you tired? Want a towel to wipe your sweat? Sensei, are you thirsty? I bought some water for you. The moment Koju and Motoki left, a group of girls hurried over, all enthusiastic. Hey, hold up. I'm all sweaty, Shichen said quickly, stepping back a little. No problem, sensei, your sweat smells nice. That's so weird, but, well, I kinda agree. Sensei, let us wipe your sweat, please. I also got water. Shichen felt a bit overwhelmed. These middle school girls were surprisingly bold. I'll take the water, but I don't need you to wipe me down. One of the girls handed him the bottle. He unscrewed the cap and took a gulp. Gulp. Whoever it was among them, seeing Shichen-sensei tip his head back and swallow, droplets of sweat sliding down his pure white neck, couldn't help swallowing nervously, though no one else noticed, everyone was too busy staring. When Akatsuki and the others returned, Shichen announced the end of class and left on his own. See, Motoki. Told you Shichen-sensei isn't that petty. Impossible. He's definitely waiting for me to drop my guard. Dude, what's your problem? You really think he's out to get you? I'm telling you, it's a man's pride, two handsome guys can't coexist. You're nuts. Wanna bet? He won't let me off that easy. Fine, what do you wanna wager? Loser buys dinner. Sure. Hey, I'll definitely win. My instincts never fail. Hey, Asagi, what are you looking at? Nothing, let's go back. Asagi took one last glance in the direction Shichen had left, then headed inside. Koju and Motoki followed behind her. Shichen, for his part, went back to the office. At his desk, he drained the water the female students had given him in one go. Shichen-sensei, all done teaching? Called Sasasaki Misaki as she walked over. Yep. He nodded. How was it? Great. Good kids all around. That's nice. Keep up the good work, Shichen-sensei. Misaki beamed encouragingly. Thank you. By the way, are you free after school, Shichen-sensei? Want to grab a drink together? A drink? Shichen gave her a strange look. Hey, no misunderstanding, it's with everyone, just so we can get to know each other better. Misaki quickly clarified, then asked the other senseis in the room, right, everyone? Oh, right, sure. If Sasasaki says so, I'm in. Ahem. Shichen-sensei, what do you think? I need to see if Natsukine's okay with it, maybe she can come too. Ah. Misaki froze but then forced a nod. Sure, that's fine. Let me just ask her now. He messaged Natsuki Minamiya on the phone she'd set up for him. She replied soon, agreeing to join them. Sasasaki-sensei, my sister said okay. Oh. Misaki stiffened again. She'll come along. Yes, is that a problem? And no problem at all. All right, good. Shichen smiled faintly. Misaki, gazing at his easy smile, realized maybe it wouldn't be too bad if Natsuki joined. It wasn't just the two of them, after all. That afternoon, Shichen had another PE class, this time with Class 1C. Aside from that, nothing special happened. Like B class, the girls were equally enthusiastic, revealing how precocious these middle schoolers could be. After finishing, Shichen was free. Natsuki Minamiya, however, had a heavier schedule as an English sensei. By the time she finished her last class, it was basically time for school to let out. Shichen was at his desk in the office, chatting when Sasasaki Misaki asked about the type of woman he liked. Suddenly, Natsuki appeared beside him. Stupid dog. You're really trying to go after my brother. Natsuki shot a glare at Misaki. What's wrong with that? We're both single, so why not, Natsuki-chan? Misaki winked pointedly. Don't call me Natsuki-chan. Natsuki scowled. Spring's basically over, are you still in heat, mutt? I'm not in heat, I've just found true love. TCH. Natsuki's fan vanished from her hand and reappeared, smacking Misaki on the head. Quit daydreaming. Ow, that hurt. Why you? Misaki cradled her head, eyes watering. Humph, didn't you say we were going for a drink? Hurry up. She shot Shichen a sideways look and strode off. He got up and followed. Rubbing her head, Misaki spoke to the other staff. All right, let's go, everyone. Yet most declined. I suddenly remembered there's something at home. Same, I need to pick up my kid. Me too. I see, well, next time then. Misaki simply shrugged, trotting after Shichen and Natsuki. Stupid dog, which bar or cafe are we going to? Natsuki demanded. Your place, maybe. Absolutely not. But why? Afraid I might disrupt your cozy love nest with Shichen-kun. Misaki teased. Natsuki merely looked at her fan, tapping it against her palm with a blank expression. Ahahaha, let's just go to a pub. We'll have a quick drink, right? Misaki quickly caved. This time of day, a pub. Isn't it too early? Shichen raised an eyebrow. No, it's perfect. Less crowded, we can get a private corner, and Natsuki-chan can't drink much anyway. Right. Shichen glanced at Natsuki. Natsuki's face remained cool. Don't misunderstand, I just don't like drinking alcohol. Geez, you're already in your 20s, living on black tea. Why not broaden your horizons? Misaki complained. Stupid dog. Natsuki glared at her. Is that not true? Misaki stood her ground. Well, if you need reminding, I recall that Shichen doesn't like women who drink. Natsuki said icily. Really? Misaki faltered and quickly responded, ahem, I can't hold my liquor anyway, I was just saying. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 47, Treatment. The sky wasn't even dark yet when Shichen and Natsuki Minamiya returned to the apartment. At that hour, the izakaya was indeed quite quiet, so there wasn't much of an atmosphere for chatting. The three of them mainly ate, and only drank one round of alcohol. Sasasaki Misaki was still hoping to tag along and visit their place, but Natsuki flatly refused. Left with no choice, Misaki would have to find another opportunity later. On their way back, Shichen and Natsuki walked side by side. One of them tall, the other quite petite. If Shichen didn't look so young, people might mistake them for father and daughter. But siblings was the obvious guess. Of course, in reality it was the other way around, but with no bystanders around, Shichen certainly wouldn't be calling her Wani-san. Natsuki-chan, how come you didn't just teleport us back home tonight? What, you don't want my company? Natsuki frowned at him. No. Just curious. Humph, maybe I just feel like walking off some calories. Got a problem with that? You seriously need to walk it off. Shichen gave her a quick once-over, blinking. You know a lot for someone who just got here. Let it be, I have something to ask you. He didn't ask why she couldn't wait until they were back home. After all, it was a rare chance to stroll with Natsuki and improve their relationship. What's on your mind? He asked. Did you run into any problems teaching today? You worried about me, Natsuki-chan? Shichen teased her with a grin. Natsuki gave a cold snort. Hey, don't get cocky. I'm just concerned you might do something improper to the female students. You're making me sound like a criminal. Shichen grimaced. Why not? Since you're interested in me, wouldn't being interested in young girls be normal? Come on, you and them are totally different. Different how? Both are about the same, aren't they? You're legal. Shichen's expression turned serious. Natsuki couldn't help glancing down at her own figure, then glared at him. I don't mind a flat figure, too, he hurriedly added. Shut it. Natsuki snapped, cheeks burning. She nearly sent her folding fan flying at his head. Oh. Shichen obediently kept quiet. Fine. I'll tentatively believe you for now. Did anything else happen? Anything else? In your lessons? Teaching problems? It's just PE, what problems could I have? Unless students start beating each other up. Kids this age fighting is entirely possible. Don't worry, trust me, all right. We'll see. I'm heading home. Natsuki took a few more steps forward, then halted. Wait, called Shichen. What? I have something to tell you. Speak. I'll be going out for a bit soon. Going out? Where to? Natsuki asked flatly. Not wandering off, if that's what you're worried about. There's a student whose mom is very ill, the hospital can't treat her. I want to help. A female student. Natsuki caught onto the key point. Ahem, yes, a girl. You said you weren't into young girls. Natsuki gave him a frosty look. I'm really not. She looked so depressed I couldn't help asking, that's all. Then she told you everything. You really have a way with children, Natsuki remarked, her smile somewhat chilling. A lonely girl her age needing someone to confide in, I'm her teacher. Teacher? You're a PE teacher. Hey, a teacher's a teacher. Grown-ups can help kids, right? So what's this girl's name and what's she look like? Natsuki's face remained emotionless. Shichen tried to dodge the question. Could it be you're jealous, Natsuki-chan? But she remained unmoved. Answer me. Well, she's reasonably cute, name's Iba Asagi. Iba. And you truly just want to help her? Natsuki eyed him seriously. Believe me. I swear, that's all I want, helping her mother. Shichen raised a hand in oath. You can heal someone. Something like that, but it's limited. Do as you like. Don't lie to me. Natsuki turned and strode off, her folding fan in hand. Why would I lie? I was even saying I'd rescue you and run away together, he teased. Natsuki paused mid-step. A magic formation opened beneath her, instantly swallowing her up. She vanished, leaving only her voice. Stop spouting nonsense. What's nonsense about it? I'm dead serious, Shichen murmured, staring at the spot where Natsuki had disappeared. 2 days later, Friday, during PE with Class 1B again, Iba Asagi took advantage of the moment when everyone else went to fetch equipment to tell Shichen she could now bring him to see her mother. Your dad didn't say anything? Shichen asked. He didn't believe it at first, but once I said you're Minamiya-sensei's brother, he agreed. Hey, so I'm still riding on Natsuki-chan's coattails, huh? He gave a wry smile. Shichen-sensei, when would you be free? Asagi asked hopefully. I'm free today, but let's do it tomorrow, Saturday, so there's plenty of time. Got it. So I'll come pick you up, teacher. Why would you pick me up? He flicked her forehead lightly. Ow. Because you can't get in otherwise, Asagi muttered, rubbing her forehead and pouting. Right. Fine. Tomorrow morning, I'll wait for you outside the school gate. Yes. Asagi agreed at once. Shichen-sensei, hurry up. Let's play ball. This time, we'll definitely beat you, teacher. You two, never learn. Shichen smiled and jogged over. Asagi followed slowly, and soon joined the girls in silently cheering on their teacher from the sidelines. Saturday morning, after making red tea for Natsuki, Shichen left the apartment and headed to the school gate. To his surprise, a low-profile black sedan was already parked out front. Shichen-sensei. From the backseat window, Asagi waved him over. Shichen walked around to the other side and climbed in. You're here so early. Mem, couldn't wait, Asagi answered, pursing her lips. Don't worry. Shichen smiled, reaching out to pat her head. I'll cure your mom. I believe you, teacher. She nodded earnestly. Then let's go. Right. Driver, please. Yes. The car slowly pulled away, heading in a direction Shichen didn't know. But once they arrived, he recognized the location, Mar Research Center, a renowned conglomerate involved in everything from military weapons to ordinary goods, as well as a medical research branch and its affiliated hospital. He remembered this place from Future Knowledge, Akatsuki Koju's sister, and so on. But in any case, it was the best medical facility on Itagami Island. Of course it made sense for Asagi's mother to be treated there. After getting out of the car, Asagi led Shichen through the entrance's security check. They navigated various corridors, some looking quite impressive, before arriving at her mother's private room. Shichen-sensei, here we are. Asagi's hand tightened on the doorknob. She glanced at him nervously. Let's go in. All right. Asagi took a breath and opened the door. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 48, Family Reunion. Once the door opened, the scene inside made Shichen's heart tremble. On the hospital bed lay a woman, emaciated to the point of being skin and bones, face pale as paper, instantly drawing all his attention. Even though he was prepared for this, seeing the state of Iba Asagi's mother, he couldn't help but frown deeply, feeling heavy-hearted. Shichen-sensei, please come in. Iba Asagi's tone also became somber. Walking into the ward, Shichen noticed a man standing by the window. That man turned around, revealing a stern face. He looked at Shichen and gave a slight nod. Shichen-sensei, this is my father, Iba Asagi introduced. Iba-san, hello, I'm Shichen, Asagi's teacher. I know who you are already. Shichen-sensei, can you really save my wife? Iba-sensei couldn't wait to ask, his solemn face showing keen anticipation. Shichen glanced at the skeletal woman lying on the bed but did not immediately promise anything. Instead, he said, do you mind if I examine her condition first? Of course, please do, I beg of you. Iba-sensei suddenly bowed deeply. Shichen-sensei, please, you must save my mom too. Iba Asagi bowed right after him. I'll do my best. Shichen pursed his lips and stepped toward the bed, taking a close look at Iba Asagi's mother. Her complexion was as pale as paper, but her facial features hadn't changed much. You could vaguely see how Asagi would look when she grew up. But beneath her loose hospital gown, her exposed wrists and hands were nothing but skinny, withered limbs. The woman was quietly asleep. She looked so frail that it was a wonder she was still breathing. Perhaps advanced medical equipment was keeping her going, or maybe she was clinging to life through sheer willpower. There was no trace of any magic or curse on her body, it was purely an illness that had worn her down to this state. Just then, the calm, feminine voice in Shichen's mind spoke. Use a divine fragment to heal her. Shichen let out a small sigh of relief, so he could heal her. Shichen-sensei, how is it? My wife, can she be saved? Iba-sensei asked anxiously, tension visible on his face. Shichen-sensei. Iba Asagi also looked at him with eyes full of hope. Shichen broke into a gentle smile. Don't worry, I can save her. Really? Iba-sensei froze for a moment, then grew overjoyed. Shichen-sensei, is that true? Iba Asagi couldn't help stepping closer, gripping his hand, not daring to believe it. Of course it is. Shichen gave her head a little pat. In that case, I'll begin the treatment. Shichen-sensei, do you need us to leave? Iba-sensei asked, cautious. No, you can watch. Understood. Shichen-sensei, please save my mom. Iba Asagi let go of his hand, placing hers together in front of her, as if in prayer. Leave it to me. Shichen moved closer to the bedside, pressing his right hand to his chest. Instantly, a radiant golden glow appeared, exuding an inexplicable aura. That light filled the entire ward with a sacred, bright energy that soothed the mind and purified the spirit. Iba-sensei and Iba Asagi, overwhelmed by the brilliance, couldn't keep their eyes open. Yet they felt their long-held worries and anxiety melt away into calmness. They couldn't see what was within that radiance, but Shichen could see quite clearly, inside was a fragment, a fragment he'd originally taken from Toru. Yes, it had happened during that forced moment of him becoming a dragon knight. Of course, right now wasn't the time to be recalling how it all went down. Shichen held the divine fragment, letting it slowly move toward Iba Asagai's mother. The fragment seemed to have a consciousness of its own. Floating from Shichen's hand, it drifted above her chest and slowly sank into her heart, leaving only a bit of golden glow. The golden glow in the ward suddenly vanished, allowing Iba Sensei and Iba Asagai to open their eyes again. The moment they opened their eyes, they instinctively looked at the hospital bed. And there, to their astonishment, they saw that the woman's once deathly pale cheeks now had a rosy tinge. Though her exposed arms and legs were still quite thin, they were no longer shriveled, her skin looked dewy and radiant. Now, her body exuded vibrant life. This is Mom. Neither of them needed Shichen to explain. They immediately realized their loved one had been cured. It was nothing short of miraculous, they had only closed their eyes for a brief moment because of the blinding glow. Yet in that moment, everything changed. Iba Sensei was deeply grateful he had trusted Shichen. Without Shichen, his wife surely would have been lost forever. Truly worthy of being Minamiya Natsuki's younger brother. Iba Asagai now felt overflowing joy, her long pent-up misery finally released. Shichen really had saved her mother, after all. This had to be destiny's arrangement. Asagai. Just then, a faint murmur came from the hospital bed. Sumair. Mom. Hearing the voices, both Iba Sensei and Iba Asagai rushed to the bedside, brimming with excitement as they stared at Iba Sumair. Sumair slowly opened her eyes, glancing around in confusion. Darling. Asagai. This is wonderful. Wonderful. Iba Sensei shed tears of joy. Mom, wah. You're okay, thank goodness, wah. Iba Asagai burst into sobs. So. I'm all right now. Iba Sumair gently clasped hands with her husband and touched Asagai's head, a gentle smile on her face. Shichen, having retreated to the doorway, simply watched with a faint smile. As expected, he much preferred the sight of a family reunited in happiness. At that moment, the fragment that had lodged in Iba Sumair's chest emerged again, floating over to Shichen. It vanished into his chest, unnoticed by both father and daughter. It took quite a while for the family to settle down. Eventually, Iba Sensei came over to Shichen again, bowing deeply. Shichen Sensei, thank you for saving my wife, really, thank you. Iba-san, it's all right, I'm Asagai's teacher. This is my duty, Shichen responded, trying to help him rise. No, you're our savior now, regardless of your connection to Minamiya-sensei. If you ever need help, I'll do everything I can. Iba-san, please don't misunderstand. I didn't save her just to get your help. I realize that, but... Dad, what are you saying? It's like you're wishing trouble on the teacher, Asagai scolded. Ah, right, I expressed that badly. I'm sorry, Shichen-sensei. I was just too excited and said the wrong thing. It's okay. I don't mind. But regardless, Shichen-sensei is now our family's benefactor, Iba-sensei said solemnly. Iba-san, truly, it's... Shichen-sensei. Asagai cut in with a grin. Just accept Dad's gratitude, he won't rest otherwise. Well then. Shichen relented with a resigned shrug. Thank you, Shichen-sensei, Iba-sensei repeated, bowing again. You really needn't be so formal, Shichen insisted, helping him stand. It's absolutely necessary. This man was certainly stubborn, probably out of deep love for his wife. Shichen had no choice but to accept. Once Iba-sensei straightened, Shichen added, Iba-san, your wife should be fine now, she just needs rest and recuperation. I understand. Then I'll be leaving you to your reunion. Shichen-sensei, I'll walk you out, otherwise you can't get out, Asagai noted. Sure. Mom, let me walk Shichen-sensei out, I'll be right back. All right, go ahead. Iba Sumair smiled warmly at her daughter, then turned to Shichen and gave a slight bow. Shichen-sensei, thank you for saving me. Iba-san, you're too kind. It's simply what I should do. Shichen waved it off casually, leaving the room as Asagai followed. They retraced their steps out of MAR Research's facility in complete silence. Asagai's mood was light, her steps brisk, arms loosely behind her back, smile upon her lips, an uncontainable happiness. Seeing her in such high spirits brightened Shichen's own heart. Once through the main entrance, Shichen climbed back into the same family car in which they'd arrived. Shichen-sensei. Standing at the car door, Asagai leaned over so she could see him through the window, wanting to say something but hesitating. Shichen smiled. Anything else can wait till class. Right now, you probably want to spend time with your mom, right? Yes. Asagai nodded firmly. Take care then. Shichen-sensei, goodbye. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 49, Family Love. When Shichen returned home, it was already noon. He was somewhat surprised to find Natsuki Minamiya at home as well. Natsuki not only worked as a teacher but also as an attack mage. Typically, she wouldn't be at home on the weekends. The previous weekend, for 2 consecutive days, she'd been absent, leaving Shichen alone at home. Natsuki-chan, I'm back. Standing at the entryway, changing his shoes, Shichen called out to her. Natsuki's calm voice responded. After changing into house slippers, Shichen walked over to her. Sitting down on the sofa opposite, he picked up the teapot and discovered it was already empty. Have you been at home all morning? Any problem with that? Natsuki replied without expression. Could it be, you were waiting for me to come back? Shichen raised an eyebrow. Ha. Natsuki let out a cold laugh. Why would I wait for you? Ah, hearing you say that makes me sad. Then go be sad. Natsuki crossed one leg over the other and changed the subject. So. How did it go? Did you manage to heal her? Aha, so Natsuki-chan was waiting for me after all. Talk. She glared at him. Yes, everything settled perfectly, and now that family of 3 is happily together. I see, Natsuki murmured, barely visible relief flitting across her lips. Natsuki-chan, want some black tea now? No. It's time for lunch. True, then I'll make lunch today. What else? Let me do it. I can't cook. Natsuki rolled her eyes. You could use spatial magic to go pick up takeout, you know. You've done that before. No need. There are ingredients at home. You go cook. All right then. But first, go wash your feet. They're not smelly. Go wash them. All right, all right. That afternoon, Natsuki headed out for work, leaving Shichen alone at home again, reminding him not to go out. Shichen had no objections, but he wondered why Natsuki had only gone to work in the afternoon. He could guess the reason. Apparently, she'd waited at home in the morning, presumably out of consideration. Indeed, she was quite gentle inside, treating him like family. He just needed to keep working on it. In time, feelings would surely blossom. After lazing around at home all Sunday, a new week began. But Shichen didn't need to go to the school yet, his classes were on Wednesday. Natsuki told him to stay at home again since she didn't feel secure letting him out on his own. With that, he spent yet another quiet day at home. He also tried to figure out something about his true ancestor body but made no progress at all. So far, it was useless. He couldn't control or activate it, so the so-called true ancestor form made no difference for now. He guessed it was related to magic power, but he had none. Without magic power, the true ancestor's body was basically a super strong recovery constitution. Still, one day he'd find a way to acquire magic power. The voice in his mind, her, had mentioned taking him to a world where he could gain strength. Since she'd brought him here, there must be a method. He'd just have to figure it out on his own. When school let out that day, Natsuki hadn't come home yet, but, to his surprise, Iba Asagi dropped by for a visit. At the sound of the doorbell, Shichen was just wondering why Natsuki didn't teleport home as usual. Opening the door, he was met with Asagi standing quietly in her school uniform. Asagi. What brings you here? Asked Shichen, slightly puzzled. Shichen-sensei. Asagi bowed politely. Forgive me for dropping by unannounced. It's no problem. But how do you know where I live? Minamiya-sensei's residence is quite well known, Asagi answered with a little smile. I see. Well, come in. May I? Of course. She stepped into the entryway. I don't have any guest slippers. You can wear mine, all right. Sure, that's fine. Asagi nodded. Here you go. Shichen removed his own slippers and handed them over, then slipped his feet into Natsuki's slippers. All part of living under the same roof. After Asagi changed into Shichen's slippers, she followed him inside, sitting primly on the sofa, looking a bit nervous. Are you in a hurry? Should I make you some black tea? I'll trouble you, then. No need to be so polite. I was going to have some myself. Shichen headed to the kitchen to prepare tea, while Asagi glanced around. The living room didn't have much to see. Her attention drifted to the rooms beyond. She wondered which one belonged to the teacher. He soon returned with black tea and, after pouring a cup, sat in Natsuki's special armchair. Asagi, did you need something? Yes. My mother wants to see you again to express her gratitude. Your mom's all good now. She's fine, spirits are high. But she'll need some time to recover physically after so long in that condition. Asagi's face lit with relief. That's wonderful. As for thanks, there's really no need. I've already told your family it's not necessary. It's not a formal thanks yet. Better wait till she's totally recovered, right? That's true. Asagi hesitated. There's plenty of time in the future, no need to rush, Shichen added with a smile. In the future? All right. Asagi nodded, returning a smile. With that, both fell quiet, sipping their tea in silence. Shichen-sensei, I'll be heading back now, Asagi said after finishing her cup. All right. Be careful on your way. Should I walk you out? No, I came by car, I'll be visiting my mom right after this. All right then, give my regards to your mom. I will. Shichen walked her to the door. Asagi swapped shoes again, standing there with one final wave. Then, Shichen-sensei, I'll be going. Come by anytime. Sure. He watched the elevator doors close behind her, then turned to go back inside. Huh, so happy, aren't you? A sudden voice rang out. Looking in that direction, he found Natsuki had already returned. Natsuki-chan, you're back, Shichen greeted, returning inside. He didn't seem guilty at all as he shut the door and approached her. That little girl was here. Natsuki glanced at the tea set. Yep. Natsuki gave a cold snort. You didn't do anything to her, right? Hey, I haven't done anything even to you, why would I do anything to her? Shichen rebutted with exasperation. Hey, you think you could do something to me? Well, your magic is useless on me. And I could just leave. Guess so. Looks like you never even considered it, otherwise, you'd be a fool. Am I supposed to be happy about that? Anyway, you've gotten more shameless lately, Natsuki sighed. Does it bother you? If so, I can try to change. Never mind, do as you like. She shook her head. Hurry and make dinner. I'm hungry. Huh. You can actually feel hunger. I choose to eat. Are you going to cook or not? Yes, ma'am, right away. Shichen, with exaggerated formality, hurried to the kitchen. From the couch, Natsuki watched him with an absent look, lost in thought. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 50, main story begins. On Wednesday morning, Shichen and Natsuki Minamiya headed to Saikai Private Academy together. Although Saikai Private Academy doesn't have dormitories, it does provide breakfast for its teachers. Naturally, the students don't get breakfast included. Shichen didn't feel like getting up early to cook, and Natsuki doesn't know how to cook anyway, nor does she want to go out for takeout first thing in the morning. So, the two of them came to the school cafeteria early to have breakfast. After all, they both had to come to school, and the school cafeteria offered a variety of dishes that weren't bad. Although Natsuki technically doesn't need to eat breakfast, she can still experience the sensation of eating, of being full, and the taste of food. Otherwise, she wouldn't enjoy drinking black tea. Having to go to work early in the morning can be painful, but it's different when someone's there with you. Along the way, with the two of them walking side by side, Shichen was in high spirits and smiled constantly. Natsuki noticed his manner but said nothing about it, simply walking along on her own. Once they arrived at the school, they went their separate ways to get their breakfasts in the cafeteria. It wasn't their first time coming here to eat breakfast, so they were already quite familiar with what was on offer. Each chose whatever suited their tastes. Shichen finished getting his food first. Initially, he planned to look for Natsuki, but he spotted Misaki Sasaki, already eating, waving him over. Shichen-kun. Misaki, still dressed in her usual cheongsam, was sitting at a two-person table and waved at him with a big smile. Shichen glanced at Natsuki, who was still choosing food, and then walked over to Misaki. Misaki-sensei, this isn't the first time we've met, you know. Shichen forced a wry smile. Oh, right, slipped my mind. Shichen-kun, want to sit with me, she asked. Shichen shook his head. No, I came here with Natsuki-ne. That's all right. Then let's move to this table. Misaki gathered up her tray and moved to a nearby four-person seat. This time, Shichen didn't refuse and sat down across from her. Soon, Natsuki came over and sat next to him. Why's this dumb dog here too? Natsuki grumbled. Natsuki-chan, can't I eat in the cafeteria? Misaki pouted in protest. Don't you usually eat at home? I remember you know how to cook. It's boring to cook for just one person, might as well come eat at school. More convenient that way, plus I get to have breakfast with Shichen-kun, Misaki said happily. You're beyond help, Natsuki muttered, displeased. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm not allowed to express my feelings? Are you that possessive? Misaki challenged. Shut it and just eat, Natsuki shot back. I see. Someone's all upset now, right? I can't be bothered dealing with you. Shichen quietly ate while listening to them bicker. He wasn't interested in joining their spat, after all, it wasn't the first time. Actually, the two of them got along just fine in their own way. When they finished breakfast, Shichen and Natsuki parted ways. He headed to the middle school staff office with Misaki, but just before separating, Natsuki warned him not to get too close to Misaki. Honestly, did he really seem like that kind of man? The morning went by quickly. Shichen chatted idly with Misaki in the office. Soon, it was time for his class. Originally, the PE teacher's schedule was pretty relaxed, and there usually weren't many morning PE classes. By the time the bell sounded for break after the previous period, Shichen had already gone out to the field. When it was almost time for class, the student strolled out in no hurry. He'd wanted to ask Akatsuki Koju something, but after looking around, he didn't see him. "Yes, where's Koju?" Shichen asked Yase Motoki. "Sensei, Koju took a leave of absence," Yase replied. "Took leave?" "Yeah, said something about worrying about his little sister being alone, and he's going off-island with her. That guy is such a siscon. Left the island, huh?" Shichen murmured, frowning slightly. So it had come to that point in time. If he remembered correctly, this should be the incident where the fourth primogenitor was about to awaken. Then the so-called fiesta for the observers event would begin soon. Such an important storyline, but for now, there was no way for him to get involved, and besides, with his current abilities, it would be suicidal. Perhaps he could only sit and watch from the sidelines. Then again, maybe not. While Shichen mulled over future developments, a new thought came, a possible way for him to gain magic power. He wondered if she was present at this time, the girl who was like a saint. "Shichen-sensei, aren't you going to play basketball with us?" "They're all pretty weak," someone asked. "Sensei, you do know how to play, right?" came another voice. Shichen smiled. "Nah, I don't feel like getting sweaty today." "All right then." He politely declined Yase Motoki's invitation to join their basketball game. Instead, he went to sit with Iba Seijai and some of the other girls by the basketball court. Of course, plenty of other young girls had clustered around him too. Today, Seijai looked different from the last few PE classes, wearing black-framed glasses that concealed her good looks. "Aren't you all going to play?" Shichen asked the other girls. "We don't want to get sweaty. It's getting hotter and hotter." Even so, they stayed at Shichen's side and looked almost ready to lean on him. Not wanting to sweat is no excuse. "Next class, I'm teaching tennis," Shichen said with a smile. "That's fine, we'll sweat once in a while." "Exactly, just moving around for a bit makes you sweat anyway. And there's always showers afterward." "You girls." Shichen shook his head, having nothing more to say. One class period went by in a flash, with Shichen sitting by the basketball court watching Yase and the boys play. The girls' attention, however, was almost entirely on him. Under the bright sunshine, Shichen seemed to glow, his refined features and distinct aura drawing everyone's admiration. To those adolescent girls in a stage of hormones and blossoming feelings, they found him mesmerizing indeed. And since this was Itagami Island, where humans and non-humans coexisted, kids were more open-minded, if somewhat prone to naive crushes. Iba Seijai spent the entire PE class standing with the girls, unable to get close enough for a real chat with Shichen. Her usual persona in the class was of a cool, quiet girl, mostly because she had been so worried about her mother. Even if she wanted to break character, there was no way she could slip past the crowd of other girls around him. When class ended, Seijai could only follow everyone else back. Shichen, meanwhile, returned alone to the office. Misaki Sasasaki was already waiting for him. "Shichen-kun, want to go eat lunch together?" "Sure," he agreed. "Great, let's go." She beamed. "Okay." Shichen and Misaki went to the cafeteria. On the way, he messaged Natsuki, inviting her along, but Natsuki had errands to run and had already left school. At this stage, with no sign yet of the fourth primogenitor's awakening, Shichen wasn't worried about her. After lunch, he declined Misaki's proposal to stroll around campus, leaving the school alone to head behind the campus to a small hill. Behind Saikai Private Academy lay a wooded hillside with a small park seldom visited by anyone. When Shichen reached the foot of the hill, his enhanced hearing caught faint but continuous cat cries. The soft mewing sounded like kittens only a few months old, presumably strays. Forcing down his excitement, he walked up the path. On top of the hill, the little park nestled among the greenery. Past the park stood a derelict gray structure in ruins. A glance overhead revealed a metal plaque on the rooftop, two entwined serpents forming a staff. So this used to be a church, Shichen thought. Suddenly, he heard a gentle voice behind him. Excuse me, who might you be?" Following the voice, he turned, and saw a young girl with snow-white, silvery hair filling his vision. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 51, Kanae's Canon. Shichen's attention was drawn to the small figure of the girl in front of him. The words, Holy Maiden, immediately appeared in his mind. Faced with her in person, he realized she truly lived up to that description. A gentle smile adorned the girl's face, making it feel like a warm spring breeze had washed over him. The dire surroundings no longer mattered. Clearly, she didn't quite fit in with the environment. Her snow-white, silvery hair and pale blue eyes shone like glacial light, emanating a noble air that was difficult to describe, pure and otherworldly, quite unlike an ordinary mortal. Though her face was delicate and somewhat youthful, her height was not childlike, presumably related to the fact that she wasn't of local, Japanese, heritage. She wore a short-sleeved uniform, which Shichen recognized as belonging to a nearby elementary school. In other words, she was still just a primary schooler, yet she was already so tall, her refined features making her look like a middle school student. The silver-haired girl spoke again, trying to get his attention. Sorry. Snapping out of it, Shichen gave an apologetic smile. I didn't mean to intrude. It's all right. The silver-haired girl lowered her head somewhat shyly. Whether it was because she was astonished by his appearance or simply her natural personality was unclear. Little one, why are you here by yourself? Shichen asked, though he already had a guess. The silver-haired girl glanced at the stray cats gathered around her feet, hesitating. I see. You've come here to feed the little cats, right? Shichen said kindly. She nodded slightly. No need to worry. I'm a teacher at Saikai Private Academy. My name is Shichen. I was just wandering around this area in my free time, he explained gently. I see. A look of relief flickered across the silver-haired girl's face. She raised her gaze, offering him a soft smile. Sensei, hello. I'm KonoSuba. She seemed to trust him the moment he introduced himself. Haze, so these stray cats here, did you take them in? Shichen asked. That should be okay, right? KonoSuba tentatively looked at Shichen like a small, wary animal, making her all the more endearing. It's definitely fine. At least, I have no issue with it. Thank you very much, Sensei. Why thank me? I'm not in charge of this place. Shichen chuckled, shaking his head. At a loss for words, KonoSuba lowered her head bashfully. So, Shichen continued, why have you brought all these strays here? How do you manage on your own? KonoSuba simply nodded her head, then bent down a little. They don't really need me to look after them. I only come by sometimes to check on them. Sometimes. Sorry, it's actually every day, she said, self-conscious. You don't have to apologize to me. This place isn't mine either. But how come you decided on this spot? Once, this used to be a convent. I stayed here, they took me in. So it's actually your place, then? Shichen teased. And no. Alarmed, she waved her hands. It doesn't belong to me. I'm just borrowing it for a while. I'm just teasing you. It's abandoned anyway, so feel free to use it. Sensei is kind of mean, KonoSuba said, feigning annoyance. My apologies. As compensation, how about I help you look after these strays? Really? KonoSuba's eyes lit up in disbelief. Are you sure, Sensei? He nodded. I do like kittens, too. I can't resist if I see them. If my place allowed pets, I'd take one home. But at least I can help you out here. Sensei, thank you, she exclaimed, then bowed deeply to him. That's not necessary. I benefit just as much, I get to play with them. Sensei really is a kind person, she said softly, beaming at the cats. Her face glowed with happiness. Mew, as if in response, the little cats rubbed against her ankles, letting out soft cries. This heartwarming scene briefly transfixed Shichen. With KonoSuba's sacred aura and the cat's affection, it cleansed his mind. How do you know I'm kind? Shichen asked out of curiosity. I just get that feeling, she replied with a grin. So that's it. Perhaps her special intuition had told her he posed no harm. And indeed, he was acting gently. Under her guidance, Shichen soon got along well with all 7 kittens. One particular snowy cat became especially attached and nuzzled into his arms of its own accord. Sensei, Snow-chan seems to really like you, KonoSuba observed joyfully. So her name is Snow-chan, huh? Seems we have a connection. Shame I can't take her home. After all, Natsuki's apartment didn't allow pets. Even if Shichen tried to persuade her, the building's rules were unlikely to change. It's okay. As long as you come see them now and then, that's plenty, KonoSuba reassured him sweetly. I didn't bring anything for them to eat today. Maybe I'll come back in the afternoon with some food for them. Sensei, you'll really come back this afternoon? Sure. I'm a PE teacher, so my schedule's not heavy, Shichen answered with a smile. In that case, can I join you later? You want to come, too? I was thinking of dropping by after school. Is that all right? Why ask me? Shichen chuckled. Aren't you worried about your family? It's fine. My father doesn't restrict my movements. Your father, huh? Actually, I was adopted. But he's my mother's brother, so he treats me well, she said. I see. Shichen silently clenched his fist, then gave her an approving nod. You really are kind. I just like small animals. That's a good thing. I love them, too, so we do get along. Then it's settled. After school, I'll wait here for you. Thank you, sensei. Sure. Let's wrap up for now. You'd better head back to school. It's still a distance away, right? I can stay with Snow and the others for a bit. All right, sensei. Thank you again. I'll be going. Sure. Take care. Kanen walked off, pausing every few steps to look back, then eventually descended the hill and vanished from sight. Shichen didn't leave right away. He played with the kittens a bit longer, certain that she wouldn't be returning for now, then stood up. Snow-chan, can you gather the others and wait over there, he said softly. Mew. Seemingly understanding, Snow-chan led the other kittens off to hide away from the ruined building. Feeling glad about the cat's cleverness, Shichen stepped up to the metal plaque with its intertwined serpents. Detected the Wiseman's alchemical blood. Use a fragment of divinity to activate. Wiseman's blood, an independent, crimson liquid metal life form created by the alchemist Nina Adelaide. Inserting one's soul into this life form would theoretically grant them true immortality. The key lies in a certain red gemstone called a hard core. By merging their consciousness with that core, they could fuse with the blood yet retain their mind, effectively transforming themselves into an immortal metallic being comparable to a vampire primogenitor's power. Shichen had come here precisely because he recalled this Wiseman's blood. Though he wasn't interested in turning himself into a metal-based life form, he already possessed an immortal body. What if he could absorb the Wiseman's blood to acquire magic power? Opportunity favors the prepared. It was worth trying. He knew about the hard core, but given that he had his fragment of divinity, there might be a way to attempt it. Sure enough, it seemed he'd guessed correctly. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 52, Fifth Primogenitor. Shichen raised his right hand to his chest, and at once, golden radiance emerged. A shard of divinity floated out of his body and fell into his hand. Holding that fragment of divinity in his right palm, he slowly extended it toward the relief on the wall. The golden light enveloped the relief, and an unbelievable scene took place. The relief began to undergo a violent transformation. The sculpture's surface rippled like waves, forming twisting tendrils reaching as if to take the fragment of divinity from Shichen's hand. It came alive. Its true nature revealed itself, a dark red, blood-like, metallic life form. Startled, Shichen drew the fragment of divinity back, and the relief wriggled desperately, as though unwilling. Yet in the end, it didn't go berserk but reverted to its original, ordinary appearance. Anyone who had seen that sight could never again treat it as a normal relief. From what Shichen remembered, this relief had been tampered with by Kanen's current father. Its real nature, a conscious dark red liquid metal life form, not found in nature. Amorphous and eternal, only top-tier alchemical technology that controls material structures at will could have given rise to such a life form defying the world's principles. If one's soul could be transferred into this immortal metallic life form, one would truly become an undying being. And the means to accomplish that is a red gemstone control unit known as a hard core. However, Shichen had no need of that device, his fragment of divinity could do the same. Once again, Shichen extended the fragment of divinity toward the relief. The relief came alive again, writhing eagerly to make contact with it. But this time, Shichen did not pull the fragment away. He directly tossed it to the relief. The relief's surface, once it touched the shard of divinity, quivered violently. It seemed excited, happy, like tasting a delicacy. The shard of divinity slowly sank into the relief. Then something astonishing happened. A moment ago, the relief had the dull color of bronze, but now it instantly changed to a dark red liquid, dripping down. In that narrow chapel, a sea of blood-like liquid metal spread in an instant. The liquid metal expanded, almost filling up the entire chapel, continuously undulating like a gigantic, crimson slime. Seeing this made Shichen slightly uncomfortable. A smaller slime might be fine, slimes are harmless and cute, but this huge one was somewhat creepy. Sensing his thoughts, the liquid metal lunged at him. In a flash, Shichen was wrapped up. The dark red liquid started at his feet, climbing little by little, trying to encase his body. It felt like being stuck in a pit of mud, yet this crimson metal had consciousness, intending to swallow him up. However, Shichen did not fear it because, at this moment, he finally sensed the power of his divine body. His body began to radiate pure white light, holy and inviolable, sacred and radiant. The dark red substance was like filth in the darkness colliding with a restraining sunlight. Alarmed, it began trembling, struggling, wanting to flee. But Shichen did not allow it to escape. Within him, another power yearned for it, like encountering a feast, wanting to devour, to absorb, to assimilate the liquid metal enveloping him. It was the power of his true ancestor's body. The red fluid fully recognized the danger and tried to separate from Shichen, but it couldn't move. It was as if his body had latched onto it, leaving it no option except to quiver helplessly. Following his body's impulses, Shichen began absorbing that dark red liquid covering him. Constrained by the divine body and sucked in by the true ancestor's body, the liquid metal could do nothing but continuously quiver, bit by bit, sinking into Shichen's being. In that moment, Shichen sensed an influx of magic coursing through his body. That magic rapidly grew in volume, surging through his veins, his blood, reaching every part of him. He now had magic power. The dark red metal joined his body and became magic. Mighty, inexhaustible magic. Wait. Wait. Don't absorb me, please spare me. I'm not a bad person. Before Shichen could fully take it in, a female voice suddenly pleaded for mercy. Tracking the source of the voice, he looked down at his legs, where a small cluster of dark red liquid had formed itself into a miniature humanoid figure, clutching his leg and begging him. He paused the absorption. As such a small piece remained, he wasn't too worried about missing out on any additional magic. The vast sea of dark red liquid that just filled the chapel was now gone, leaving only a fist-sized humanoid red cluster. Huff, realizing its own safety, the little figure breathed in relief, slumping to the ground. Shichen eyed it with a peculiar expression. While indeed in human shape, the entire figure was red. No clothing at all, basically a mini-nude figure, like a figurine, albeit more lifelike. Who are you? Shichen asked, feigning ignorance despite having a guess. She had no choice but to respond, me. You'd better listen well. The miniature red figure put both hands on her hips, proclaiming proudly, I am the great alchemist, Nina Adelard. Though small in stature, her proportions were notably impressive. Shichen's expression remained neutral. Oh. Never heard of you. What? You've never heard of me? Nina Adelard seemed annoyed. You got a problem with that? Shichen threatened, feigning another attempt to absorb her. No, don't. I was wrong. It's normal if you haven't heard of me. Nina immediately caved. Hey, that's more like it. And speak normally. Why? I understood. Nina Adelard lowered her head dejectedly. You say your name's Nina Adelard. Why you, do you recall me? Nina looked up hopefully. No. I just find your name tedious, so I'll call you Nina. What? You brat, can't you be a little more respectful? I'm older, you know. Show some respect, will you? You must be itching to die, huh? Sorry. My mistake. You can call me whatever you like, just don't absorb me, Nina apologized instantly. Heh. At least you know how to behave. By the way, you called yourself an alchemist. From now on, you'll be following me. Huh. Nina froze. Huh, what? If not for me letting you go, you'd be done for. Fine, I get it. From now on, call me master. What? Am master. There, that's good. Shichen nodded in satisfaction. Nina seemed to lose all her strength in that moment. She'd literally just awakened, almost died, and now had a master. Still, there was no other option. Person for the blade, she for the fish, she valued her life. So she had no choice but to yield. Oh, right. Are you going to stay like that? Shichen asked. What? I meant your appearance. What did you look like before? Oh, that. I haven't switched bodies yet. As she spoke, her body solidified. Her color shifted from deep crimson to a tan brown, a distinctly exotic beauty but still wearing absolutely nothing, though pint-sized. And clothes. Oh. Nina raised her hand toward the grass, which abruptly flew toward her, converging around her body to become a set of white underwear. Material transmutation. That was the marvel of alchemy. Not that Shichen cared. He merely nodded, then extended a hand. That'll do. Come. Yes, master. Nina accepted her new station swiftly. She leapt onto his hand, and he placed her on his shoulder. Let's go back. Understood. Shichen didn't leave right away, instead waving farewell to the cats. Only then did he start walking off. Oh, master, why can you absorb the wise man's blood? Nina asked curiously while perched on his shoulder. I just can, Shichen smirked. Now I've got magic power. The magical energy inside him churned vast and unfathomable, making a fierce wind roar across the area. Grass bent underfoot, trees trembled, and the cats cowered in fear. All that power, he laughed arrogantly, I am now the fifth primogenitor. His laughter rang bold and brash, but a sudden voice made it die in his throat. Oh. So you're saying you're a fifth primogenitor? Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 53, Magic Finally. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Shichen so much that he almost jumped. He immediately restrained his smile and turned toward where the voice came from. All he saw in midair was Natsuki Minamiya, holding a purple-black parasol, standing on a magic circle beneath her feet, looking at him calmly. Nah, Natsuki-chan, why are you here? In an instant, the surging magical energy around Shichen subsided, and the imposing aura he had just moments ago vanished. He was like a child caught misbehaving by his parents. In fact, that was more or less the situation. Humph. Why do you think I'm here? Natsuki Minamiya snorted coldly, asking a question in return. Ah, here to pick me up so we can go home. Shichen tried joking to ease the tension. Natsuki showed no sign of accommodating him. What, you planning to head home at noon? Well. Don't you have work, Natsuki-chan? Shichen gave up joking. Humph, I've finished it. Natsuki said with arms folded. Got it. All right, out with it, what's with that huge surge of magical power earlier? Why do you suddenly have magic? Natsuki cut straight to the point. I absorbed the wise man's blood, so I gained magic. Shichen did not intend to hide anything, he answered honestly. Wise man's blood? You mean that wise man's blood? Natsuki was a bit incredulous. She obviously knew about the wise man's blood and its effects. Yes, that one, Shichen nodded. And why would wise man's blood be here? You'd have to ask her. Shichen motioned at Nina on his shoulder. Master, who is she? Nina asked hesitantly. Not knowing Natsuki's identity, Nina wasn't sure how to address her. After all, Shichen had threatened to absorb her at any moment, so she had to tread carefully. If she used the wrong attitude, who knew what trouble might ensue? She already knew Shichen was supposedly a true ancestor, the kind of vampire who'd need the blood of a pure maiden. What if this girl was to his liking? Oh. You're already calling him master. I only took my eyes off you for a morning, and you've accomplished so much. Natsuki's tone grew colder, her expression suddenly dangerous. Ahem, Natsuki-chan, don't rush to get jealous. Who's jealous? Why not hear Nina's explanation first? Nina. Natsuki repeated. Nina, consider Natsuki-chan as me and explain everything to her. Treat her like you, master. All right. Nina stood up on Shichen's shoulder, gave Natsuki a bow, and began speaking. Well, master. She is. Don't call me master. Natsuki frowned. But master told me. Never mind. It's just a form of address, Shichen said, unconcerned. I see. I'll continue, then. Go ahead. Natsuki nodded. All right, Nina said. I am Nina Adelard, an alchemist. Nina Adelard? Natsuki furrowed her brow. The alchemist from 2 centuries ago. The descendant of the mysterious Hermeticist Hermes Trismegistus. Overseer of the wise men. Ma'am, you know me. Wait, so it's been more than 200 years. Indeed, if you are that Nina Adelard, it's been over 200 years. Natsuki nodded. I see. Nina said. Natsuki turned to Shichen. And how exactly did you find her? Don't rush. Let her finish explaining, Shichen replied. Master, let me explain, Nina said. Stop calling me master, Natsuki said. All right. As I was saying, I once sacrificed myself to seal the wise man and prevent its resurrection. This is the place that sealed the wise man's blood. Because master's appearance triggered the seal, I awakened, and now, using a fraction of the wise man's blood, I've formed a body. So, the rest of the wise man's blood you've absorbed. Natsuki looked at Shichen. Pretty much, Shichen said casually. Meaning the wise man can no longer resurrect. Likely. Shichen was unconcerned, his current confidence soaring. Seems so, Nina responded, belatedly realizing the same. Since Shichen had absorbed all the wise man's blood, the wise man had no chance to revive. In that sense, Nina was free. I'm asking you, did you come here specifically for the wise man's blood? Natsuki stared at Shichen, tone grim. Not at all, Shichen answered sincerely, meeting her eyes head-on. My coming to Itagami Island was an accident. I only discovered the wise man's blood by chance and decided to absorb it. Is that so? All right, I'll trust you for now, Natsuki said, exhaling a cold snort. Natsuki-chan. Shichen offered her a soft smile. Humph. Don't get ahead of yourself. People have already noticed what you did. Natsuki glared at him. That huge surge of magic just now drew a lot of attention. Quite a few folks will be uneasy. If trouble finds you, I might not be able to keep you under my roof. What do I do, then? What else can you do? Just act as usual. Whoever has the ability to detect you will figure it out no matter what, and whoever can't detect you won't matter if you hide it or not. True. And besides, you probably aren't afraid of any busybodies now, right? Your powers returned. Not quite. Shichen shrugged. Natsuki arched an eyebrow. I don't have any familiars yet, I've just got magic, but I can't even do spells, Shichen admitted honestly. At least for the time being. He'd had no magic before, but Flam had taught him a bit. The question was whether that magic knowledge carried over. I see, no familiars. Are you planning to go around draining virgins' blood to awaken them? Natsuki asked. No. He hadn't even come to that point. His top priority now was to obtain familiars. Those were beasts from another dimension summoned by a true ancestor's magic. Could a fragment of divinity help? He'd have to see. That's good, Natsuki answered. I just don't want to see you prowling around for blood. Also, what do you even need familiars for? Can't you just quietly remain a teacher? I can't. The fourth primogenitor is about to awaken. What if I get caught up in it? What did you say? Natsuki fixed him with a sharp stare. You're sure? Yep. The blazing banquet will start soon, right here on Itagami Island, Shichen said frankly. No point concealing it. He'd hinted about the fourth primogenitor before anyway, and now was a good time to prepare her. Natsuki bit her lip, her face dark. That's why I need some self-defense. I really like Itagami Island and our home, so I don't want anything to happen. Our home. Natsuki murmured, briefly dazed. Because of Shichen's words, she found herself caring more about her home. She hadn't felt that way before, but now that he said it, it really sank in. Listen, I swear I'm telling the truth. Shichen raised 4 fingers solemnly. All right, so what do you need from me? Can I help you somehow? Natsuki looked at him, expression complicated. Natsuki-chan, trust me, I won't do anything that puts you in a tough spot. So what do you want, exactly? Ahem. Could you teach me your space manipulation magic, he asked, sounding a bit sheepish. You want to learn space manipulation? Natsuki asked, a bit surprised. Can't I? I'm your Otuto, learning from my dear Nizan is only natural, right? Now you remember I'm your sister. That's only for show outside, Shichen teased, smiling. Fine, I'll teach you. But whether you can learn it is up to you. No problem. In that case, let's head back to school first, and tonight I'll teach you. Great. Nina, let's go. Yes, master. Nina, perched on his shoulder, felt overwhelmed. She had just overheard something big, but she'd think about it later. For now, listening obediently to her master would ensure her freedom. Since master didn't absorb her just now, he probably wouldn't do anything else. But he's a vampire. Could he have certain desires for me? Well, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 54, Onii-chan. On the way back to school, since there was no way to hide Nina, Shichen handed her over to Natsuki Minamiya so she could teleport her back home. Natsuki showed no particular wariness toward Nina, perhaps Nina looked harmless enough. After teleporting Nina home, Natsuki asked Shichen, speaking of which, why did you suddenly go to that place? You knew there was Wiseman's blood there. More or less. Shichen answered honestly. So you said you just accidentally wound up on Itagami Island before? Were you lying to me? Natsuki's face went cold. I wasn't lying, being accidentally transported to Itagami Island and knowing there's Wiseman's blood here aren't contradictory. Shichen answered confidently. Humph, you'd better be telling the truth. Heh, I wouldn't dream of lying to you, Natsuki-chan. Shichen moved in closer, smiling cheekily. Natsuki pursed her lips but didn't back away. She then changed the subject. By the way, those stray cats over there, what's the story? Oh, that's a little girl named Kanase Cannon who took them in, Shichen replied offhandedly. Huh? A little girl. Natsuki eyed him warily again. Why re you misunderstanding again? Shichen exclaimed with exasperation. She's just an elementary school kid. A human can't, well, or at least shouldn't. Huh, but aren't you now a vampire? You're not a human anymore, Natsuki retorted coolly. Natsuki-chan, quit smearing my name. I'm still human, the vampire stuff is just a power I have. How does that even work? Natsuki frowned. She could see that he was indeed not a genuine vampire yet somehow possessed the aura of a true ancestor. It made no sense at all. It's simple, Shichen said proudly, I have a special constitution, that's all. A god body compatible with a true ancestor body, effectively swallowing it and absorbing its powers. That means while he isn't a vampire, he wields a vampire's power. Unfortunately, at the moment, that power doesn't amount to much. The most straightforward power of a true ancestor is the destructive familiars, but since he has none, he can't really be called a genuine true ancestor, just the title, nothing more. A special constitution, is it? Natsuki had long sensed that Shichen was special, an extraordinary aura, a flawless body, the ability to put others at ease. But she didn't press the matter. All right, we'll see how good you are at learning magic tonight. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Humph, I hope not. Right, you said that little girl, what does she look like? Speak up. Like a saint. A saint. Natsuki-chan, what's with that look? I'm honestly just describing her, I don't have any designs on her. If you don't believe me, you can come see for yourself after school. You even set up a time to meet her after school. That afternoon, after school, Shichen first bought some snacks for the kittens, then headed alone to the school's rear hill. Nothing much seemed to have changed in the ruins, except that the once visible relief carving was gone. Meow. The kittens still remembered Shichen. Seeing him approach, Snow-chan took the lead, scampering up to him. Shichen squatted down, scooping Snow-chan into his arms. He wasn't worried about them being dirty, he snuggled his face against her soft, fuzzy head and doted on her. Snow-chan, did you miss me? Meow. Snow-chan happily let him rub her, blinking big round eyes with amber pupils, mewing softly. So you did miss me. Shichen laughed heartily. He couldn't understand cat language, but since she didn't resist, that had to mean agreement. Meow. Heh, what a good girl, then I'll wait for Kanon to arrive before giving you all your snacks, okay? Meow. Nice, so well behaved. You sure do like cats, don't you? Suddenly, Natsuki's voice echoed again. Shichen didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. He turned to see the petite girl behind him and answered, of course. They're adorable. Humph, just so you know, you can't keep animals at our place. I know, but still, our place. Shichen winked at Natsuki. What's that supposed to mean? Natsuki glared at him. Nothing, he said with a laugh. You're getting more and more brazen. Natsuki sighed. Whose fault is it for being so eloquent? Shichen said, shifting blame. Shut up. Yes, yes. By the way, Natsuki-chan, do you like kittens? Want to hold one? I'm not interested in small animals, she replied calmly with her arms folded. Oh. Then how about I hold you? Oh, so now that you have magic, you're getting bold. Natsuki's eyes narrowed at him. Hey, I've always been this bold. I'm just speaking my mind. Humph. Keep dreaming. Maybe you can do it in your sleep. Fine, I'll dream about it tonight. Natsuki couldn't be bothered. She turned away, just in time to spot a wondrous little girl approaching, a holy, angelic sort of child. That's the girl you mentioned. Yeah, Kanon's here. Shichen stood up with Snow-chan in his arms and waved. Noticing him, Kanon smiled like a pure little saint. Natsuki remained expressionless, looking at Kanon as she walked over. You weren't exaggerating, she really is like a saint. Told you so. What are you so proud of? Natsuki shot him a glare. Aha. Shichen stopped smiling. Sensei. By then, Kanon had stepped in front of them. You're here, Kanon. Yes. Who is this? Kanon seemed nervous gazing at Natsuki's stern face. She's my sister, Natsuki Minamiya, also a teacher at our school, but in the high school division. Sensei's sister. Kanon's eyes widened in surprise. Quite the normal reaction. Heh, don't be fooled by Natsuki-chan's small build, she's already an adult, Shichen teased. Call me Wani-chan in public. Natsuki swung her lace parasol, smacking him slightly. Okay, Natsuki-ne. Shichen had no choice but to oblige, though in a tone suggesting he was indulging a younger sister. That only made Natsuki angrier. Kanon, who'd been watching their banter, became more at ease, believing Natsuki was indeed an adult. Hello, Natsuki-san. I'm Kanon. Kanon bent forward politely in greeting. Natsuki nodded slightly, maintaining an adult's dignity. Kanon. May I call you Canon? Asked Shichen. No problem. Canon smiled softly. That's good. Canon, you don't have to be too polite. You can think of us like your big brother and sister. It's not like we're your senseis. Big brother and sister. Canon repeated, blinking as if intrigued. What's wrong? Don't like that? Asked Shichen with mock sadness. No, I do. Canon quickly replied. Then how about calling me Oni-chan? Shichen said, barely stifling a grin. Natsuki rolled her eyes on the side, feeling exasperated. Oh okay. Oni-chan, Canon said shyly, her fair cheeks turning pink. Yes. Shichen nodded, satisfied. If you ever need help with anything, just come see me. I'll help however I can. Really? Of course. I'm your Oni-chan, right? I understand. Can't you be more subtle? Natsuki interjected. She couldn't stand it anymore. Ah. Natsuki-chan, do you want her to call you Oni-chan too? Canon, why not? Oni-chan, Canon called obediently. Natsuki opened her mouth but couldn't find words. This pure, adorable little girl calling her Oni-chan so sweetly, she'd never experienced anything like it before. It was surprisingly heartwarming. Okay, that's enough. Shall we feed Snow-chan and the others? I'll bet they're all waiting, Shichen suggested. Yes. Canon responded enthusiastically. She clearly adored small animals. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 55, Field of Flowers. After feeding the kittens, Shichen left the abandoned site with Canon. The young girl was still too young to be staying outside after school for too long. Shichen himself could vouch for his own conduct, but Canon's father, Kensei, wouldn't necessarily trust him. Though that man wasn't quite an upstanding person, he hadn't lost his mind yet and could still take care of Canon. Shichen would have loved just taking Canon away with him, but the little girl wouldn't so easily depend on someone she had just met. Natsuki Minamiya also hadn't gone off alone, she followed the two of them like an adult supervising two children, although her stature didn't exactly match that image. Still, nearly everyone on Itagami Island recognized her, either as a teacher or as the Witch of the Void. Her gothic Lolita attire was far too distinctive. Leaving the hill behind, Shichen and Canon parted ways once they reached more populous areas, with Canon's figure eventually disappearing from sight. Shichen then headed back to the apartment with Natsuki Minamiya. Now that we're going home, you can finally teach me spatial manipulation magic, right? Shichen couldn't help feeling excited at the prospect of getting to learn magic soon. Natsuki stared straight ahead. Once we get back, take a shower and brew me some black tea, and I'll teach you. Awesome. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. We'll see if you can actually learn it, Natsuki snorted coldly, glancing at him. I trust in my abilities. Then do your best. Once they arrived home, Shichen took a shower, brewed black tea for Natsuki, and began learning spatial manipulation magic. As for the magic that Flam once taught him, there was no rush. Most of it was geared toward everyday convenience or small amusements. Spatial manipulation, on the other hand, if mastered, would let him find out whether his own magic would affect him. If it worked on him, that meant he'd be able to teleport at will, thinking of somewhere and arriving there in the blink of an eye, without walking. It would make work and shopping infinitely more convenient. Indeed, teleportation was one of man's greatest dreams. He hadn't really paid much attention to Nina, who had spent half a day at home. A mere little homunculus like her couldn't do much, and as long as she behaved, it was fine. Nina was actually quite well behaved. Having her own room now, she busied herself reading up on how the world had changed over the last 2 centuries. Since she didn't need to eat or anything, she seemed content just poring over information. That evening, Shichen and Natsuki ate dinner facing each other. One was barely able to hide his delight, the other was obviously in a grumpy mood. Natsuki was the one displeased, frowning as though she had doubts. Conversely, Shichen was in high spirits, he'd prepared a big celebratory meal and even whipped out some of his best dishes. After all, having encountered something worth celebrating, he wanted to mark the occasion. A table full of delicious dishes lay before them, yet Natsuki seemed to have no appetite. Shichen, on the other hand, ate heartily and occasionally shot a smug look at her. What's there to be so cocky about? You just learn things a bit fast. Natsuki glared irritably. Truth be told, Shichen's aptitude for magic was too exceptional, even she had a hard time believing how quickly he learned. The worst part was that his own magic worked on himself. Just earlier, he'd tried it out by instantly teleporting to the staff room at Saikai Private Academy. It only took a few seconds. That was the reason he was so jubilant. Now that he finally had magic power, he could learn spells, he no longer felt so mundane. At last he truly felt like someone who'd crossed into another world. Haha, can't help being excited, Shichen said with a broad grin he couldn't hide. TCH. Natsuki couldn't help clicking her tongue in annoyance, recognizing the reality of it. They'd known each other for a while now, and for all his mysterious origins, he was genuinely honest with her, no secrets, it seemed. She wasn't sure how to feel about that. All right, don't be upset. Shichen put a piece of braised pork rib into Natsuki's bowl. Have a taste of my red braised ribs. They're tender and flavorful, practically fall off the bone as soon as you bite them. Humph, I can serve myself. Natsuki still accepted the rib he'd placed in her bowl, taking a bite. So. How is it? Muddled, Natsuki said, face expressionless as she chewed. Ah, come on, Natsuki-chan, can't you be honest? Shut up and eat your dinner. Yes, ma'am. After dinner, Shichen went back to his room, continuing his magic studies. Finally able to learn magic, his enthusiasm soared, he spent the entire night without sleep, poring over Flam's lessons. Though he didn't need them urgently, they were fun, everyday spells that made life more convenient and could also be shared with others. He was especially taken with the spell to conjure a field of flowers, Flam's favorite. He wanted to master it perfectly because he recalled how her expression would turn pure and happy whenever she used it, unlike her usual stern teacherly facade. At that moment, he found himself missing those two once again. Once he left this world, he'd go back and see them for sure. Now that he had magic, he could honor his promise. He only wondered how much time had passed there, would Frieren be angry that he'd left without a word? But no matter how much he fretted, seeing them in person was the only way to find out. Wednesday noon, Shichen decided to show off this field of flowers spell during his meeting with Saekano. In an instant, that dreary abandoned space became blanketed with vibrant, fragrant flowers in a riot of colors, filling the air with sweet perfume. Saekano, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Oni-chan, you're amazing. I love this magic." Right. Shichen folded his arms, proudly beaming. Sure enough, no little girl would dislike such a spell. Simple as it might be, it created a beauty that soothed and delighted the soul. Even the kittens reveled in the newly created field of flowers, rolling and tumbling among the blooms. "That was you," came a voice. Shichen turned to see Natsuki Minamiya's arrival. "How is it?" "Impressive, right?" he asked smugly. "How'd you do it?" she frowned. "It's a magic my master taught me." "Your master, she's female, isn't she?" "How'd you know?" "Who else would?" "Ahem. You got me," he said, slightly embarrassed. Natsuki gave a small sigh. "Your master must be quite something. Conjuring life forms out of thin air is not your run-of-the-mill spell in this world." "You think so?" "Well, come to think of it, yes, this was a completely different system of magic that could create organic matter, practically unheard of in this world. Why not let me teach you?" Shichen offered. "No thanks, I wouldn't be able to learn it," Natsuki declined flatly. "Fine." Saekano, however, seemed interested. She tugged Shichen's sleeve and asked softly, "Oni-chan, can I learn that magic?" "You want to learn it, Kanon?" "MHM." Kanon nodded, blushing a little. "All right. I'll teach you, but you might not succeed." "I see." Kanon's face turned solemn. "Haha, no need to fret." Unable to resist, Shichen reached over and ruffled her hair. Her hair felt smooth. "Even if you can't learn it, I'll conjure a field of flowers for you every day, okay?" "Every day." "Oni-chan, are you sure?" Kanon's wide eyes sparkled. "I'm sure." "Thank you, Oni-chan," she replied with a radiant smile. On the side, Natsuki gave an exasperated eye roll. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 56, Visit. On Friday, during PE class with Year 1 Class B, Shichen discovered that Koju Akatsuki had returned. "Koju, you're back." On the sports field, as soon as Shichen spotted Koju approaching, he waved and greeted him with enthusiasm. But Koju looked rather dispirited, nodding listlessly in response. "Shichen-sensei, I'm back." "What's up with you, kid?" Shichen asked. "Sir, Koju's sister had some trouble. He's been worried about her, so he's in a bad mood," Yaes Motoki kindly explained. "I see." Shichen nodded in understanding. Judging by the timing and his behavior, it seemed Koju's sister, Nagisa, must have been caught up in the fourth primogenitor situation. Shichen clearly remembered Koju Akatsuki's sister, Nagisa Akatsuki. She possessed a very rare combination of powers, having inherited her grandmother's spirit medium abilities and her mother's hyper-adapter trait. Exceptional as a shrine maiden, that was the reason she was summoned away from Itagami Island this time. As fate would have it, the newly awakened fourth primogenitor had set his sights on her, an unfortunate scenario indeed. Come to think of it, the original soul of the fourth primogenitor plus that huge store of power was all residing inside Nagisa Akatsuki. Was there a way for him to consume that power? It might be worth trying. At the same time, he could meet the capable, lively girl in person. But for now, Koju, worried for his sister, had no energy to spare. He'd ordinarily be playing basketball with Yaes, but instead he just slumped in the corner of the field, silently preoccupied with his sister's troubles. Though Shichen, as a teacher, felt the urge to talk to him, they weren't close enough for him to offer that sort of support yet, and right now there was class to teach. They had an actual lesson today, tennis. Shichen let the boys do their thing, those who wanted to learn the lesson could stay, those who didn't could goof off. Today, his main focus was on teaching the girls. After all, it wouldn't be fair to neglect them. Previously, it was all basketball for the boys while the girls simply did free activities. It was time to switch roles. Iba, take everyone to get tennis rackets and tennis balls, he told Iba Asagi, who'd been sneaking glances at him. Since Koju, the class's PE rep, was in no shape to help, Shichen had to rely on her. Sure, Asagi nodded primly, wearing her ever-calm expression as she led the group to the storage room. You all follow Asagi, Shichen reminded the other girls who were still staring blankly. Ah. Oh. Asagi, wait up. A group of girls rushed after Asagi, soon encircling her while brimming with curiosity. Asagi, you and Shichen-sensei seem pretty close, huh? Yeah, how come he calls you by your first name? Did you two know each other before? Shichen-sensei and my father are acquaintances, Asagi answered simply, striding at the front. Oh, that's how it is. Makes sense. Asagi, any idea if Shichen-sensei has a girlfriend? Probably not, I think. I wonder what kind of girl Shichen-sensei likes. I bet a normal girl isn't good enough for him. He's so amazing, I wish I were older. My dad's on the city council, you know. Well, my dad's an anti-magic officer. Hey, no fighting, Asagi cut in, feeling a headache coming on. Anyway, Shichen-sensei probably doesn't care about that sort of thing. His sister is Natsuki Minamiya, seriously. What? Natsuki-san is Shichen-sensei's sister. No way, that's amazing. That's even cooler. Oh god, I like him even more now, what do I do? Think he'll wait for me to grow up. I could be his lover on the side. Hey. Under her black-framed glasses, Asagi's brows furrowed in exasperation. She'd meant to scare them off by revealing Shichen-sensei's connection to Natsuki Minamiya, but it somehow made them even more intrigued. A bunch of hormone-crazed teenage girls, thinking such nonsensical thoughts. Still, one point in their chatter intrigued Asagi. I wonder what kind of girl Shichen-sensei likes. After tennis class, lunchtime came. Shichen ate with Sasasaki Mikoto before heading to the back hill to feed the kittens. A short while later, Kanae's Canon arrived as well. Oni-chan, she greeted. Canon, you're here. Come help me feed them. Shichen stood and passed cat treats to Canon, gently ruffling her hair in the process. He truly found her silver hair adorable, and her soft, gentle voice made it impossible for him not to indulge his protective side. Sure, Canon responded quietly, lowering herself to help feed the kittens. As usual, there was a sweet fragrance of flowers, and the mewling of tiny cats. The whole scene was peaceful and pleasant. Once they'd about finished feeding them, Shichen turned to Canon and said, Canon, do you think it's not so great for the cats to stay here forever? What do you mean, Oni-chan? Kanae's Canon asked, puzzled. I was thinking of trying to get them adopted. It's kind of pitiful for them to remain strays out here. You've got a point. But I asked my classmates already, none of them can take a cat, she replied, a bit downcast. Then you're forgetting who I am, Shichen teased with a grin. I'm a teacher, I can find people to adopt a few cats, no problem. Oh. Then I'm counting on you, Oni-chan, said Canon, her face lighting up, bending forward in a polite bow. Hey now, Shichen scolded gently. We're family, right? I'll get upset if you thank me like I'm some stranger. Sorry. No more sorry. Understood. Okay. That's more like it. He flicked his fingers lightly against her forehead, then smiled. All right, got it. This afternoon, I probably won't be able to come. I need to visit a student's family member in the hospital. Why does Oni-chan have to visit them too? Well, that kid's become a friend of sorts. And apparently, I might be able to help his sister. Ah, I see. Canon nodded sympathetically. Are you coming tomorrow then? Of course. Shichen ruffled her hair again. I'm glad. Canon looked relieved. What's wrong? You don't want me coming that badly, he teased. Canon admitted openly. It feels nice being with Oni-chan. Haha, I feel comfortable around you too. Really? Kanon's eyes sparkled with happiness. Would I lie? If so, I'd be a dog, he joked. Hee hee, she giggled, delighted. Shichen stifled the urge to scoop her up in his arms, she was just too endearing. After school, Shichen met up with Koju Akatsuki and the others at the school gates. Besides Yae's Motoki, a Seijai Aiba was there as well. Why does Shichen-sensei want to visit Nagisa? Koju asked listlessly. Sensei's concerned about his students' families. Isn't that what a good teacher does? Shichen responded. Shichen-sensei is actually that nice. Koju grumbled. I'm touched, but why is a Seijai here too? Don't get the wrong idea, a Seijai said from behind her black-framed glasses, her face impassive. I'm just tagging along since it's on the way. Oh. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 57, Nagisa Akatsuki. Koju Akatsuki's younger sister, Nagisa Akatsuki, was staying in the same place as Aiba Seijai's mother. They were both at the MAR Research Institute. Koju's mother worked here as a head researcher in Mars Medical Division and was also a clinical sorcery physician, which was why Nagisa could receive treatment in this location. When they arrived at the MAR Research Institute, it was Koju's turn to lead the way. Surprisingly, the security at the gate did not stop them this time, not even Yae's, though aside from Koju, they all technically should have been questioned. But Koju himself wasn't paying enough attention to notice that detail, and he wasn't the type to get hung up over it. Shichen and Aiba Seijai walked at the back. Lowering his voice, he leaned toward her ear and asked quietly, Seijai, are you coming along as well? Not going to see your mother? Seijai looked straight ahead, her face reddening slightly. The warm breath tickling her ear made her heart skip a beat, but she couldn't show it. My mom's already fine. I'll accompany you all first to see the classmate's sister. I see, you're quite considerate, aren't you? You'll make a good wife in the future. Shichen teased with a laugh. Wife. Seijai stammered, suddenly flustered. Do you mean you like gentle girls, sensei? Well. After a moment's thought, Shichen replied, I do like gentle girls, but I'm even more drawn to those who shine with brightness. Shine with brightness. Seijai repeated, looking puzzled. Yes, energetic and upbeat, lively girls who radiate a certain spark, he explained. I see. Seijai's voice grew smaller, and her shoulders slumped a bit. She was currently wearing her black-framed glasses and a subdued expression, completely the opposite of what he'd described. Still, she didn't feel discouraged. After all, she dressed this way on purpose. Radiant, huh? Shichen-sensei, we're here, Koju spoke up after they walked some distance, stopping in front of a certain hospital room door. This place was quite a distance from Aiba Seijai's mother's ward, more out on the perimeter, but that was normal. Even if Koju's mother was talented, she was probably not on the same level as Seijai's father. Regardless, the medical care was the same quality. Koju didn't hesitate, he simply pushed the door open. Koju, finally you're here. You don't know how bored I've been this past day, can't eat what I want, can only lie in bed, it's so dull. I want to go to school. I don't want to stay here. I'm really fine already. Oh yeah, why did it take you so long to, Who are they? As soon as the door opened, the cheerful voice of a teenage girl came at them like a machine gun, firing off a string of sentences. Shichen already knew Nagisa Akatsuki was a chatterbox. But facing her in person, he realized he'd underestimated her loquaciousness. Looking past Koju, he saw the girl sitting upright on the bed in a duck-legged position. She looked youthful, even more so than he recalled, but still similar to his mental image of her. She had her hair down, wore a blue and white hospital gown, her figure was somewhat petite, and her complexion was rosy. She didn't look like someone who was ill at all. But at that moment, the girl stared blankly at them, appearing half upset, half embarrassed. I'm here, Nagisa, Koju walked in first. Shichen and the others followed inside, and the hospital room, which had initially felt spacious, suddenly seemed a bit crowded. Koju, who are these people? Nagisa asked in a softer tone, now that these were strangers. Nagisa, let me introduce them, Koju said, relieved to see his sister doing well. He gave a big smile and began. This is Motoki Yae's, the classmate I mentioned, the one who started hanging around me out of nowhere. Hi there, Yae-senpai, Nagisa responded. Hey, Koju, what do you mean out of nowhere? I was just being kind cause you were a transfer student without friends, Yae shot back, then grinned and greeted Nagisa. Hi there, Nagisa-chan. Don't get all cozy with her. What a siscon. I'm not. Heh, sure. Alright, enough. Nagisa, this is Yae's childhood friend, Aiba Seijai. Hi, Nagisa-chan, Seijai said with a slight nod. Oh, hi, Aiba-wanchan. Are you wearing those glasses on purpose? Nagisa asked in fascination. Asajai froze. I can tell Iba is really pretty. So you don't want the guys in your class to pester you, right? Yeah, basically. Asajai admitted, feeling embarrassed, her gaze flicking briefly toward Shichen. Huh. Nagisa noticed that minor gesture and blinked, curious, then directed her gaze to the tall man. And that super handsome Onizen there is. Super handsome Onizen. Koju's expression froze up, but he still made introductions. He's our PE teacher. PE teacher. Nagisa repeated, sounding even more excited. Hello, Nagisa-chan, Shichen greeted with a smile. Hello. Nagisa felt a bit shy now. Koju, your teacher is so handsome, she added delightedly. Koju's face darkened further. Haha, still claiming you're not a cis-con. You're getting jealous, Yaes teased, mercilessly poking fun. Shut up. Koju glared. I'm not jealous. Sure. Be quiet, you. Nagisa, stand properly, you're not better yet. Koju tried to change the subject, worried about his sister's health. Koju, what are you talking about? Do I look sick to you? Nagisa pounded her chest. See. Totally fine, not the least bit sick. But. Trust me, I'm really not, NGH. Suddenly, Nagisa's face changed. Her whole body stiffened, then she collapsed backward like a puppet with severed strings, lying limply on the bed. Nagisa. Koju exclaimed, panicked, and hurried to her bedside. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Nagisa. But no matter how he called out, she didn't respond. Someone get the doctor. Yaes yelled urgently. All right, the doctor. Koju stumbled to his feet, about to dash from the room. Wait. Shichen reached out and stopped him. Sensei. Koju looked at him blankly. Let me take a look first, Shichen said, a stern expression on his face, moving toward Nagisa's bedside. But sensei, what are you? Don't disturb him. Asajai cut in sharply. Just trust sensei. He might be able to save your sister. Are you serious? Koju asked, breathless with hope, looking at Shichen. I said don't distract him. Trust him, Asajai repeated. Oh okay. Koju fell silent, stepping aside with anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, Yaes Motoki raised an eyebrow in confusion. This childhood friend of his was acting strangely. Asajai ignored him, focusing all her attention on Shichen. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 58, the fourth primogenitor. Shichen had completely focused his attention on Nagisa Akatsuki by now. From her, he sensed an extraordinary aura and a startling surge of magical energy. It was the fourth primogenitor's consciousness. She had abruptly awakened. As if confirming Shichen's guess, Nagisa abruptly sat up again. Then she opened her eyes, and a gaze brimming with force fell upon him. Her pupils had changed color, from their original red to gold, cold and imposing. You are. She looked at Shichen, tilting her head, her tone filled with puzzlement. Nagisa. Koju Akatsuki exclaimed in surprise and moved to approach. Don't come over. Shichen shouted. Huh. Koju froze in place. Ignoring him, Shichen called out to Yaes, Yaes, get Koju out of here. Got it. Yaes Motoki complied, stepping behind Koju and grabbing him to drag him away. Yaes. What are you? Sorry. I'm just following the teacher's orders. Shichen-sensei, what are you doing? Koju, don't ask anything. I'll save your sister. Huh. Koju's head swarmed with questions. Asajai, you leave as well. It's dangerous in here. Understood. Iba Asajai promptly followed them out, even closing the door behind her. Only Shichen and Nagisa, no, the fourth primogenitor, remained in the hospital room. You're the fourth primogenitor, aren't you? Pulling a chair over, Shichen sat down, looking relaxed. Indeed. The fourth primogenitor nodded calmly. I knew it. The fourth primogenitor, an artificially cursed soul created by three primogenitors plus the Deva. Her existence was meant to combat a certain sinful god, but after devouring that god, with whom she was friends, she plunged into despair and turned her wrath on the Deva who had created her. Naturally, she failed. The consequence was being torn into 12 fragments and sealed until she was unearthed not long ago by Koju's father, Gaju Akatsuki. Called the world's strongest vampire, and with her original soul intact, this was not that later version of the fourth primogenitor who could be easily bullied by anyone. But Shichen wasn't afraid of her. Setting aside his immunity to all of a true ancestor's attacks, right now the so-called original was still just a soul. Although her magic power was immense, she only had a single familiar, and Nagisa's body couldn't support much. Her available methods were extremely limited. You, who are you? Why do you have an aura so like mine? You're not one of them. The fourth primogenitor frowned slightly, studying Shichen in puzzlement. At this moment, Shichen actually found the fourth primogenitor rather cute. Her using Nagisa's sweet, innocent face, trying to act stern while tilting her head was a strong contrast. Haha, me. Shichen smiled. I am the fifth primogenitor. The fifth primogenitor? Impossible. The fourth primogenitor found it hard to believe. Did they create another? No. Shichen shook his head. They didn't create me, I became this on my own. On your own. That can't be, the fourth primogenitor declared. A true ancestor isn't just any powerful vampire, they were once humans cursed with true immortality. Most ordinary vampires aren't truly immortal. If the controlling organ of their magic, the head, or the heart that governs blood circulation suffers grave injury, they can die. But a true ancestor can revive no matter if their head is destroyed or their heart is run through, existing in eternal time as a solitary being. There were only 4 of them, herself included. It was impossible for a new one to emerge, unless someone forcibly replaced an original by devouring them. And yet the fourth primogenitor clearly perceived in him an aura akin to hers, unaging and undying. That was why, despite her aloofness, she was speaking calmly. She sensed in him the same rare existence, thus feeling some sense of kinship. Facts are right before you, so what's impossible? Shichen chuckled, spreading his arms to refute her. That left her momentarily speechless. Anyway, Shichen continued, let's talk about your situation now. My situation? You're occupying this little girl's body, she's my student sister. I hope you can leave her. Otherwise, you'll cause her far too much harm. Your student. You're really a teacher. The fourth primogenitor looked him over, perplexed. Is there a problem with that? You, a true ancestor, an existence unsurpassed in this era, and you're just an ordinary teacher. What's wrong with being a teacher? Educating and guiding others is remarkable. Besides, this is a semi-peaceful age. True ancestors won't be met with such universal fear, and my identity isn't widely known either. A semi-peaceful age. I see. The fourth primogenitor's expression turned pensive. So, Shichen resumed, what's your decision? Apologies, but I can't leave. The fourth primogenitor shook her head. My current self is only a soul. If I depart from this girl's body, I can't go on existing. Ah, so you do still want to live? Yes. I've awakened already, so I want to finish the unfinished business from before. A stern resolve shone in the fourth primogenitor's eyes. Unfinished business. Seeking vengeance on the Deva. Indeed. Is that really necessary? So much time has passed. That's my only purpose left. I see. Then I'm afraid I have to apologize. Shichen sighed. What do you mean by that? Compared to your cause, my student sister's health matters more, Shichen answered frankly. So you plan to kill me? The fourth primogenitor understood at once. Yes. Shichen nodded, calmly regarding her. The Deva doesn't concern me, you're just a stranger. I'd rather ensure this girl can live a healthy life. Is that so? You think you're capable of killing me? No sooner had she finished speaking than the fourth primogenitor's gaze ignited with a surge of magic. Suddenly, the temperature in the ward began plummeting, cold air rolling in waves. From beneath the fourth primogenitor, ice formed. The bed froze in an instant, ice crawling outward, a chill enveloping Shichen. The fourth primogenitor was decisive. The moment she sensed hostility, she attacked him first. But it was useless. The freezing aura wrapping toward Shichen was instantly dispelled, as though it met its natural enemy, erased in a flash. What? The fourth primogenitor was stunned. Thank you for striking first. Otherwise, I'd feel rather guilty, Shichen said, rising slowly, a faint smile on his lips. What did you do? The fourth primogenitor tried another wave of freezing aura, only to have it vanish again as soon as it neared him. I told you, I'm the fifth primogenitor, transcending all the others. Shichen beamed confidently, exuding a bold air. Impossible. That cannot be. Yet you see it with your own eyes. As he spoke, Shichen reached out and touched the bed. At once, all the ice on it shattered, disappearing to reveal the bed's original white cover. How can this be? The fourth primogenitor still refused to believe. What kind of power was this? Nullifying magic. A perfect counter to her. Alresca Glacies. Don't do that. You'd destroy half this research institute. Before the fourth primogenitor could summon her familiar, Shichen interrupted. He laid a hand on her shoulder, startled, she realized that she couldn't summon anything, her magic wouldn't respond at all. You. At that moment, genuine fear flickered in the fourth primogenitor's eyes. Don't worry. If I do happen to run into the Deva, I'll settle them on your behalf, Shichen consoled her. In return, your magic and your familiars belong to me. No. You can't kill me. What about this little girl? Don't you care about her? The fourth primogenitor wasn't sure if Shichen could indeed kill her, but she dared not gamble. Ha. Shichen let out a cold laugh. Thanks for trying to use Nagisa-chan as a threat. Now there's really no need for me to show mercy. A golden glow blossomed from his chest, and a radiant, holy shard emerged and shot straight into her chest. This is. The fourth primogenitor's face showed alarm. She sensed something that suffocated her, but had no time to react before her consciousness snapped. Her body fell back onto the bed, limp. Instantly, the room's chill dissipated. In mere seconds, the temperature returned to normal, with the air conditioning still gently blowing. The fourth primogenitor was gone. What remained was Nagisa Akatsuki, peacefully asleep in bed, curled up with a tranquil expression. Shichen stretched out his hand. Gold light shone on her chest, and that shard floated back out, flying into him once more. Then, the magic energy within him began to soar. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 59, Taste Good. This magical energy is. Fourth primogenitor? No, that's not it. Wait, why did it suddenly vanish? What happened? Is the Kaliid blood about to start? Who awakened the specimen in the Mar Research Institute? Could there be another primogenitor here? Hurry and see what's going on. The sudden surge of Shichen's magical power startled the people lurking nearby. Ever since the fourth primogenitor's specimen had been excavated, many received the news right away, and they were closely monitoring every move of the specimen. The so-called Kaliid blood was the name of the fourth primogenitor's awakening ceremony. Ordinary folks wouldn't entertain the idea of becoming a true ancestor, it was impossible anyway. But becoming one of their blood servants was certainly of great interest. A blood servant is created when a vampire grants part of their body to another, turning them into a pseudo-vampire. This is fairly common knowledge in the Demon City. Vampires possess absurd regenerative capabilities, but giving away a piece of their own body to a servant means that piece no longer regenerates. Typically, vampires create servants by sharing their blood, but to grant a more powerful servant, they might offer a more important body part. Now that the fourth primogenitor had changed from mere legend to reality, it was only natural that some people would be tempted. If they could help her awaken and gain her favor, becoming her blood servant would mean the possibility of attaining true ancestor-level power. From a nobody's perspective, it would be akin to following the dragon, and seizing the opportunity for greatness. Thus, the Kaliid blood would inevitably stir up a storm of intrigue. But it was also widely known that the fourth primogenitor had been separated into 12 portions, most of which had not yet been found, so the awakening ritual couldn't begin so soon. Some people, however, still worried that a different true ancestor might show up to complicate matters. Currently acknowledged true ancestors were 3 in number. The first was the Lost Warlord, ruling Europe, the second was the Alliance Lord Fall Gazer, ruling Western Asia, and the third was the Chaos Bride, presiding over North and South America. They each commanded an army of thousands or tens of thousands of their own kind, establishing self-governing warlord empires on 3 separate continents. They were effectively the imperial rulers of the dark vampires. To most people, the fourth primogenitor remained a mythical being rather than an actual existence. Yet now, the fourth primogenitor had apparently emerged. Naturally, there were those keenly interested in following the dragon, hoping for a shot at greatness. That dream, however, was already becoming unrealistic. The original consciousness of the fourth primogenitor had been completely devoured by Shichen. The outflow of magical power had lasted but an instant. Once Shichen regained control and suppressed his aura, he began to digest the fourth primogenitor's memories. Her ancient memories would help him grow stronger, because a vampire's power accumulates over the long years spent acquiring emotions and desires. The more time a vampire lives, the stronger they become. A true ancestor's centuries of experiences and accumulated might are beyond what humans or typical demons can compare to. Shichen needed just that, the immense time span. By devouring the fourth primogenitor, he could compensate for his own lack of that long history. He had no interest in her personal memories, he only needed the blank epics of her life. When he opened his eyes again, bright crimson glinted within them. That gleam seized the mind and heart, full of bewitching charm. Without needing to test it, Shichen knew his true ancestor power had become stronger than before, far more tangible and real. The fourth primogenitor truly was a supreme tonic. What are you doing? Why such a huge commotion again? He had barely begun to revel in delight when a voice broke in. Before he noticed, Natsuki Minamiya's voice rang out in the room, and she appeared from within a magical formation by the bed. Natsuki-chan. Shichen was taken aback. Why are you here? You still have the nerve to ask. Have you no idea how big a disturbance you just caused? Natsuki glared at him crossly, stepping over to give him a whack with her lace fan. Shichen understood her meaning and, unconcerned, smiled at her. Ah, sorry. My magical energy surged too abruptly. Didn't you say you only came to visit a classmate's family? What on earth did you do? Natsuki frowned. Nothing much, just devoured the fourth primogenitor. Shichen answered honestly. Oh, so you just devoured the fourth primogenitor, that's all. Are you kidding me? Why do you sound so casual about something so horrifying? Natsuki again smacked him with her fan. Ow. Natsuki-chan, why have you been hitting me so often lately? Because you deserve it. Don't change the subject, tell me everything. Look at this girl, Shichen motioned to the bed, indicating Akatsuki Nagisa lying there. That girl. Wait, what did you do to her? Natsuki glanced at Nagisa curled up peacefully, then at Shichen, her expression dangerous. Wait, Natsuki-chan, why suspect me again? Shichen cried out, aggrieved. You tell me. This little girl is about the same age as that canon, and here she is lying in bed like this. Why wouldn't I suspect you? Can't you place a bit of trust in me? I don't go after underage girls, at least I shouldn't. Humph. Hurry up and explain. That girl was possessed by the fourth primogenitor's soul. You what? Natsuki found it hard to believe. That's how it is. Shichen shrugged. And no one noticed. Natsuki stared at Nagisa again. I see. So the girl's shrine maiden powers must be quite outstanding. I suspect someone out there actually knew, but that guy's a bit unreliable. Shichen's tone was filled with contempt. As a father, that man might have had his charms, but as a dad, he clearly dropped the ball. I see. Who is that guy? Natsuki asked. Doesn't matter, he's not important. In short, this girl was possessed by the original consciousness of the fourth primogenitor, and it seems she sensed me and unexpectedly awakened. And then you devoured her. Don't make me sound so cold-blooded. We were trying to negotiate, but it failed. Negotiation failed. She refused to leave the girl's body and even tried to threaten me, basically courting death. Amazing job, Natsuki commented blankly. Right. Shouldn't you give me a hug as encouragement now? Encouragement, my foot. Do you have any idea how big a stir you caused just now? The moment you step out of here, your identity will be laid bare. Natsuki once again smacked him with the fan, this time with some real force. Shichen rubbed the spot on his chest. So what? If my identity is exposed, then so be it. I can just teleport away. What use is that? How did you even get in here? Everyone will check, and it'll be easy to find you out. Ah. So what do we do? Isn't that obvious? No big deal. So be it if I'm exposed, I can just take over Itagami Island. Then you'd finally be free. Shichen grinned, turning his gaze upon Natsuki. Natsuki froze slightly, then quietly responded, it won't be that easy. Ahaha, just leave it to me. Shichen patted his chest. Watching him, Natsuki pressed her lips together, thoughts tangled. This fellow truly kept her in mind, constantly thinking about her concerns. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 60, head patting. Hee feeling moved. Shichen raised his brows, grinning playfully at Natsuki Minamiya. Natsuki rolled her eyes in exasperation. This guy never lets anyone be touched for more than 3 seconds. Are you sure it's all right? She couldn't help asking again. It's fine, and compared to me, shouldn't you be more worried about your own troubles? If Shichen's identity was exposed, it would be more troublesome for Natsuki, who had harbored him all this time. The upper echelons would certainly interrogate her. After all, plenty of people had already found out about their relationship. In an environment like Itagami Island, you had some who thought they could suppress her by flaunting their rank for pleasure, and others who wanted to leverage Shichen's power to satisfy their ambitions. It's none of your concern. If you're not worried about yourself, then so be it. Anyway, no one can do anything to you, Natsuki replied calmly, not concerned for herself. Well, if someone tried to get to you, oh, right, no one could do anything to you, Shichen thought of Natsuki's situation, then smiled. So I'll be off then. Not going to stay a bit longer. Shichen looked regretful, glancing at her. When meeting like this in a situation that wasn't exactly appropriate for a rendezvous, he found himself wanting to spend more time with Natsuki. She, however, had no such notion. What's the point of staying? I'm not close to your student. All right. I'm leaving. Wait a minute. Shichen suddenly called out just as she turned away. What do you, W? Natsuki had just turned around when she felt a hand pressing on her head, giving her hair a gentle rub. What are you doing? She asked calmly. Shichen suppressed the grin tugging at his lips and replied, ahem, actually, I've been wanting to do this for a while. Oh. Really? Natsuki's tone was icy and her expression turned dangerous. She couldn't see Shichen's face with his arm blocking her, and he similarly couldn't see her expression. But he didn't care. He was more interested in the smooth sensation under his hand. Tiny Natsuki, with her stern face, such a strong contrast made him want to try the ultimate move, a head pat. Spending so many days with her and holding back his impulses, today he finally gathered the courage. He felt emboldened. He couldn't help it. Having gained more power, he was feeling inflated. If he could easily devour even the fourth primogenitor, then getting somewhere with Natsuki would be no problem. This was the proper use of strength after all, no point in randomly beating people up. Being able to do a bit more with those close to him was the real joy. Sigh, Natsuki-chan's hair is so smooth, Shichen went on, getting bolder, the corners of his mouth splitting into a bright grin. Pfft, so, your powers made you quite daring. Natsuki's voice suddenly went ice cold. Yet Shichen remained unafraid. Natsuki-chan, what can you do to me? You think I can't handle you? Just as she finished speaking, Natsuki vanished from his grip. In the next instant, she reappeared behind him, floating in midair. He had also mastered spatial control, so Shichen was extremely sensitive to shifts in space. He sensed her presence in a flash, but before he could turn around, something clobbered him on the head, her lace fan, delivered sharply. Smack. The crisp sound rang out, an excellent strike. Ow, Natsuki-chan, that hurts. Shichen clutched his head, turning to face her and backing up a step. Humph, Natsuki snorted, satisfied, crossing her arms. Since you're immune to magic, I can just physically whack you. Ugh, guess you caught on. Shichen, feigning surrender. Next time, be more respectful, she said triumphantly. Otherwise, I'll whack you every day. I wasn't being disrespectful at all, he grumbled. I'm obviously older than you. I don't care. Right now your status is my otudo, so you're younger. Natsuki quite willfully refused to reason further. But earlier, you told me only outside of home I had to be your otudo. Don't tell me you're going back on your word. We're outside right now, aren't we? Natsuki smiled faintly. Hey, now behave yourself. With that, Natsuki disappeared from the ward. Shichen had noticed that her face lit with delight, like she'd just won a battle. He too was rather pleased. Not only because Natsuki was happy, but also because he'd finally gotten to ruffle her hair. With the first time done, how far off could the second time be? He cleared the lingering magical energy from the room, then opened the door for the anxious Akatsuki Koju and the rest outside. Sensei, Nagisa, how is Nagisa? The moment the door opened, Koju seized him in alarm. Relax. Shichen pried off Koju's hand, patting him on the shoulder. He gave Koju a reassuring smile. Your sister's perfectly fine now. Really? Go on in and see for yourself. Shichen stepped aside. Nagisa. Koju dashed into the ward. Yace Motoki followed him in. Sensei, did you fix Nagisa-chan too? Asagi didn't enter, but quietly asked him at the door. Well, I couldn't just leave her suffering, could I? Sensei, you really are a kind person. She gave him a genuine compliment without pressing about Nagisa's condition. Aren't teachers supposed to do that kind of thing? So, is it because Nagisa-chan is cute that you helped, or that she's Koju's sister? Asagi suddenly seemed serious. He blinked. And never mind, Sensei. Just pretend I didn't ask. Asagi abruptly lowered her gaze, then hurried in to see Nagisa, leaving behind only her swiftly retreating form. Shichen, watching her flustered figure, chuckled. Inside, Koju rushed to Nagisa's bedside. She was still unconscious, lying curled on her side. Nagisa. Nagisa, are you okay? Don't scare me, Nagisa. Koju cried in alarm, shaking her gently. Nagisa, you're scaring us. Motoki reminded, worried. Sensei. Koju, at a loss, glanced toward Shichen, eyes full of hope. Shichen calmly said, no worries, Nagisa-chan's fine now. You can try waking her up. For real. Believe your sensei. Asagi chimed in. Alright. Nagisa, wake up. Koju lightly shook his sister's shoulder. Soon enough, she stirred under his call. Koju, you're so noisy, the girl mumbled, rubbing her eyes and slowly sitting up. Nagisa. How are you feeling? Sensei said he already cured you. What do you mean, cured? I feel so light. What's going on? Nagisa stood up, bouncing a couple times on the bed, feeling far better than ever. What? Koju, I think I'm seriously fine now, so awesome. Yes, great. Koju beamed with relief. All thanks to Sensei. That's wonderful, Nagisa. All thanks to Sensei. Nagisa repeated. She then turned toward Shichen and bowed. Thank you, Sensei. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. I can't bear seeing Koju all gloomy, makes me miss playing basketball with him, Shichen joked. Sensei. Koju looked moved. Shichen added, Koju, Nagisa-chan should be 100% fine now, but get her a final checkup just to be sure. Then she won't have to stay bored here. Wow, that's amazing. Nagisa leapt up, excited. Sure, I'll go get my mom. She'll give a thorough examination. All right then. I've got other stuff to handle, so I'll head out now. Shichen turned, heading for the door. Bye, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Figuring it best to linger no further, Shichen left with a Seijai. Motoki Yase, glancing between the siblings and the departing pair, chose to remain. After all, there might be gossip to overhear, but it could be dangerous. So he stayed put. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 61, Need to Suck Blood. After stepping out of the ward and walking only a few steps, Shichen heard footsteps catching up behind him. He stopped. Shichen-sensei, Iba Seijai came up to his side. Heading to see your mom? Shichen asked. Yes. Iba Seijai nodded. Then let's go together. I'll pay her a visit too. Really? Iba Seijai looked at him in surprise. Off we go. Shichen smiled and patted her on the head. All right. Shichen didn't stay long at Seijai's mother's room, just gave a simple greeting before leaving. He didn't directly use spatial magic to teleport home, instead, he left the institute openly and even released his own aura. Naturally, before he'd even walked out of the front entrance, he felt countless gazes converging on him, scrutinizing, doubtful, all sorts, utterly undisguised. He ignored them, strolling away from the research facility in the direction of his apartment. Compared to these irrelevant strangers, Shichen cared more about the person at home waiting for him, Natsuki Minamiya, who might give him the chance to stroke her tiny head again. Misdemeanor or not, that head pat was addicting. Once you've done it once, you'll do it 100 times. Compared to head pats, these people hardly mattered. At present, he had no need to worry about anyone causing trouble. Before, he hadn't had any powers, though he didn't fear danger. He simply refrained from drawing attention. But now that he had drawn attention, he could intimidate them. He hated needless complications. It was enough now that nobody dared find fault with him. If they did, he might take it as an opportunity to show his strength. All the way back, no one approached him directly, maybe they were still observing or uncertain, or just didn't dare. After all, Shichen was continuously emanating a primogenitor's aura. No one with sense would casually approach a primogenitor. He wasn't purposely flaunting his power, but he didn't want people investigating him from the shadows. Anyone sensible should just come see him openly. Entering the apartment, as soon as he stepped in the door, a folding fan came flying at him. He raised a hand and caught it. Natsuki-chan, what are you doing? Shichen looked toward Natsuki, who sat calmly on the sofa. She seemed indifferent, not even glancing at him, as though the matter had nothing to do with her. No idea. Maybe the fan had a mind of its own, she said placidly. Don't mess around. Are you really still holding a grudge? Shichen changed into indoor slippers and walked over. Humph. Natsuki turned her head, finally acknowledging him. It's just to teach you a lesson. Don't you dare keep acting all rude and informal. Hey, Shichen snickered. He came up behind her without hesitation and ruffled her hair. Forgotten. We're at home, and at home, you aren't my sister. All good. Shichen withdrew his hand, returning the fan to her. You. Natsuki accepted the fan, glaring at him. Shichen smiled. Would you like some black tea? What do you think? I'll go make it. Remember to wash your hands. Sure thing. And make dinner while you're at it. All right. Shichen happily agreed. He felt great today and wanted to celebrate by cooking. Natsuki watched him enter the kitchen, withdrew her gaze, sat quietly for a moment, and then lifted a hand to press it against her own head. She tilted her head in puzzlement. What's so special about patting someone's head? After dinner, Shichen put away the dishes and was about to return to his own room, when he suddenly recalled that there was someone quiet in the house. He arrived at Nina's door. Without knocking, he pushed it open and entered. Nina's room was practically empty, just a bed and a desk with a computer on it. Currently, Nina, with her dark skin and dressed in a white swimsuit, was floating above the keyboard, her tiny rear end slightly raised, eyes fixed on the screen, which was full of text. Shichen went over and took a look, realizing it was all historical data. She'd been in here for days, still reading up on history. So diligent, if it were academic work, she'd be unstoppable. Wait, why was he thinking about academics? Master, what brings you here? Nina noticed the silhouette blocking her screen and snapped out of her reading trance. Just to see you. Why do you stay in your room every day? Shichen asked. I have to study this era, otherwise I'll be an antique, Nina said. An antique, but you don't really need all that history. Shichen curled his lips. He suspected Nina wasn't only reading up on history but probably surfing the internet too. It's necessary, otherwise I'd slip up outside. Well, makes sense. But come out occasionally so I don't forget you exist. Master is so mean. Nina puffed her cheeks, looking very much like a teenage girl. What the? Where'd that girlish vibe come from? Shichen felt awkward and swiftly left Nina's room. What's up? Natsuki, still drinking tea in the living room, noticed him rush out in alarm. It's nothing. Talk. Nina might be getting corrupted by the internet. That's all. Natsuki took another sip of tea, uninterested. It's weird, though. Not my problem. She's your servant, not mine. You forgot. She calls you master, too. Anyway, keep an eye out so you don't get startled. I'm not you. You're so stubborn. Shut it. All right, all right. I'm heading to my room. Don't be surprised if you sense commotion. Commotion. Natsuki frowned. Don't wreck the house. It's fine, I'm just going to experiment with my powers. Sure. Shichen smirked, went into his room, and shut the door behind him. He settled onto his bed and crossed his legs, channeling his focus inward. Spreading throughout his body was magic power, intermingling with his blood, vast, seemingly boundless, ceaselessly flowing. Between the sage's blood and the fourth primogenitor's mana, plus her ancient years, his current strength didn't lose to the other three primogenitors. But he lacked the power to truly contend with them, familiars. Shichen hunted inside himself for the fourth primogenitor's familiars, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't sense that beast at all. The 12th familiar of the fourth primogenitor, Alrescaglaces, was nowhere to be found. That shouldn't be possible. He remembered consuming everything along with the fourth primogenitor's consciousness, mana, and familiars. Why were they missing? Not seeing another option, he sank his consciousness into his mind, returning to the blank white space. Landing there, he voiced his question, where's that familiar I devoured? Unable to find a cause himself, likely she was behind it. That familiar does not belong under your control, she responded. What do you mean? You have your own familiars, sealed within the Divine Fragments. My own. Shichen was no longer surprised by such remarks. Then why can't I sense them? They are part of a vampire's power. Breaking the seal and earning their recognition must be done in the vampire's way. The vampire's way. Shichen grimaced. He obviously understood what she meant, that he needed pure maiden's blood to gain their acknowledgement. That was problematic for him. He wasn't averse to the notion of biting someone, but due to his past worldview, it felt awkward. And the first time was always nerve-wracking. He'd never seriously considered it. Worse, in this world, he didn't have any suitable maidens for feeding. The people he knew were either little girls or little girls. Vampires cannot, at least shouldn't. At home, one was a fake dragon maid, and the other was not even human. That definitely wouldn't gain the familiar's acknowledgement. The only plausible choice was Sasasaki Misaki, but Shichen wasn't interested in her. He wouldn't exploit her just for power. For now, it seemed there was no way forward. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 62, Chasing and Playing. The next day, Shichen woke up hunched over, listless as he came out of his room. After a simple wash, Natsuki Minamiya also emerged, fully dressed. You look awful. Did you not sleep well last night? Natsuki asked in puzzlement, noticing his state. Pretty much, Shichen nodded weakly. Did you have a nightmare? Not exactly. Then why are you like this? It can't be you had a certain kind of dream. Though if it were that kind of dream, you wouldn't be like this either. How could that be? Shichen raised his voice in denial, then suspiciously asked, Natsuki-chan, how do you even know men don't act like this after that kind of dream? You just told me, Natsuki said calmly. So what is it, exactly? Sigh. I guess I'm still a fake primogenitor, Shichen sighed heavily, replying feebly. What do you mean? Natsuki didn't understand. That familiar I absorbed yesterday from the fourth primogenitor is gone. Last night, besides learning that he too needed to suck blood to awaken his own familiars, Shichen also figured out that the familiar he'd taken from the fourth primogenitor had turned into his mana. After all, a familiar was essentially condensed mana, being absorbed and converted to his own magic also made sense, but it had done so without him knowing. He basically couldn't make the fourth primogenitor's familiar become his own. It couldn't even survive inside his body, so it had ended up simply converted into mana. The huge chunk of power from that familiar was indeed massive, but for Shichen it didn't quite help. What he needed was an offensive means, a familiar he could use as a weapon. He had wanted to count on that Glacies from the fourth primogenitor to flaunt some might, but it turned out to be empty hopes. So it's not much different from before. Moreover, Flam, his teacher, didn't teach him any offensive magic, because he couldn't use magic back then, making it pointless to teach him advanced battle spells. You even devoured the fourth primogenitor's familiar? Natsuki asked in surprise. Yep, the original soul kept one familiar for herself. The original soul? Natsuki looked puzzled. Shichen explained, the fourth primogenitor was once split into 12 parts and sealed, 12 primogenitor bodies, and her 12 familiars were also respectively sealed. Each body has its own consciousness, basically like her blood servants. Any one of those bodies can potentially become the fourth primogenitor by devouring the others. In other words, the fourth primogenitor isn't fully done for. Natsuki grasped the point. Pretty much. Shichen nodded. The fourth primogenitor's familiars are each tremendously strong, each with terrifying abilities. Missing one is no big deal to them. So nothing's really solved, then. The bodies presumably don't understand anything, which just makes it more troublesome. Natsuki sighed. Yes, participants in the blazing banquet would vie over the primogenitor bodies. Anyone who ended up controlling enough of them could cause the reawakening of a new fourth primogenitor. Assisting the fourth primogenitor's birth and thereby reaping unimaginable benefits, there was no telling how big a mess that might become. Achieving immortality, rising to power. People with ambition wouldn't let that slip by. Natsuki immediately saw the looming chaos. No need to worry, Shichen patted his chest, trying to reassure her. I'll make sure there's no trouble. But you don't even have a familiar, Natsuki pointed out, unimpressed. That was just the fourth primogenitor's familiar. I have my own. And they're super strong, Shichen boasted groundlessly. Then where are they? Still sealed, apparently needing some vampire ritual to awaken them. How does that work? Shichen pursed his lips and silently met Natsuki's gaze. His eyes drifted to her pale neck. Why are you looking at me? Natsuki asked, puzzled. I need blood. Shichen answered honestly. Blood. Natsuki instantly stepped back, covering her neck defensively, eyeing him warily. Natsuki-chan. Are you serious, stepping away like that? Shichen's mouth twitched. Humph. What else? Let you sink your fangs in me. Shichen knew that in vampire terms, biting someone's neck also implied that kind of interest. Hey, I'm not that indiscriminate. You'd better not be. And let me tell you in advance, even if you did, it wouldn't do you any good. I know. Wait, you're not planning to go after Kanon or something, are you? Natsuki narrowed her eyes dangerously at him. How could I? She's just a kid. Do I look like that kind of person? Who knows, with how you suddenly say you need blood. And you do seem to like kids. Where's the basic trust between people? It hurts my feelings, Shichen said pitifully. Humph. It depends on how you behave. So what's your plan? Run around biting random women? Nothing like that. Shichen practically shouted. For now, I won't awaken my familiars. What about the fourth primogenitor issue, then? No big deal. Finding all the 12 parts anytime soon is impossible. They'll probably take a year or two. I see. You sure know a lot. Natsuki said calmly. Awesome, right? Shichen grinned proudly. Natsuki rolled her eyes. Anyway, we can enjoy a period of peace. You really won't go after any underage girls? Natsuki pressed again. Natsuki-chan, if you keep this up, don't blame me for not being polite. Shichen gave her a stern look. Oh. You think you can do something to me? I doubt it. Natsuki sniffed. That's what you said. Go ahead, if you've got the nerve. All right. Before the words were out, Shichen suddenly reached out to pat Natsuki's head. Natsuki simply gave a light shake of her head and vanished on the spot. You only have this much nerve. Her voice came from behind him. Shichen didn't even have time to turn around, hurling himself back over, but she'd already vanished again. Then he used his own spatial magic, locked onto her space fluctuations, and gave chase. The two flickered around the living room, literally like kids playing cat and mouse. Natsuki-chan, don't run. Why wouldn't I run? Let you stroke my head? I really don't see what's so great about it. You don't understand. I don't need to understand. Don't worry, I'll catch you. I have more mana than you, once you run out, you'll see. Are you an idiot? This is just our living room, there's not much space. We could do this for days. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 63, going back. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, May had arrived. Just as Shichen had said, nothing major had happened lately. There wasn't any news related to the fourth primogenitor at all. Natsuki Minamiya, on the other hand, had been somewhat busy. Quite a few demons had been stirring up trouble, and as an attack mage officer, she naturally had to apprehend those demons. Previously, there hadn't been so many demons causing issues, which felt like the calm before the storm. But actually, there was no need to sense anything. Shichen knew exactly what was going to happen. At the start of May came Golden Week. Saikai Academy got 5 days off, and being a teacher there, especially a PE teacher, Shichen likewise got 5 days off. Teachers these days indeed enjoyed plenty of perks. Perhaps grading papers and preparing lesson plans could be tiring, but that was mainly for newcomers in the profession. Teachers who had worked a few years became quite adept and didn't need to spend as much time on those things, just relying on experience to teach. So teachers generally had it relatively easy, and PE teachers were even more relaxed. On the first day of Golden Week, Shichen was at home with nothing to do, bored out of his mind. The weather on Itagami Island was unbearably hot, even in winter it was around 30 degrees Celsius, let alone May. Shichen had no resistance to heat, so naturally he had no desire to go outside. Natsuki Minamiya was not at home, she'd gone out for work. With the reputation of the Witch of the Void, her workload had increased these days. At least she didn't fear the heat. Shichen wasn't worried she'd run into any difficulties, only that people might use it as a chance to ask her about him. He didn't like causing Natsuki extra trouble. Still, he couldn't say he felt too guilty, causing trouble for family was only normal. The question was whether Natsuki considered him family yet. Nina. Bored out of his mind in the living room, Shichen called Nina out to keep him company. Yes, master. Is something the matter? The door to Nina's room opened, and the tiny figure flew out. Today, Nina was wearing a black swimsuit-like outfit against her dark skin, which didn't really match. Shichen remained calm inside as he looked at her. Nothing in particular. Just talk with me a bit. Shichen lay on the sofa, speaking lazily. Master, if you're bored, why not go out? Nina replied, exasperated, and settled herself on his chest. Shichen didn't feel her weight at all. With his eyes closed, he answered casually. It's too hot outside. Master's afraid of heat? Nina asked. Everyone's afraid of heat. Shichen sighed. If I have nothing to do, I might as well sleep. Don't bother me with your, never mind. Actually, come keep me company until I fall asleep, then you can go back to your, whatever you're doing. Master, what are you suggesting I do? Nina feigned innocence. Shichen didn't even open his eyes. Just keep me company for a bit until I doze off. Then you can go back and surf your net as you like. Surf, the net? Heh, master, I don't know what you're talking about. Nina's gaze darted, pretending to be clueless. Shichen was not fooled, but he didn't pursue the subject. Anyway, keep me company for now. Once I fall asleep, you can go. It shouldn't take too long. Understood. Nina nodded, then stood on his chest. Well then, let me help you sleep quickly. How so? Shichen cracked an eye open. I'll give master a massage. You call that a massage? You're just walking around stepping on me. I'm very clean, okay. That's not the issue. Who massages someone's chest anyway? And your strength is so small. I guess you're right. Master, roll over then. Nina floated into the air. All right. Shichen rolled onto his front, lying face down on the sofa. He was bored anyway, so letting Nina give him a massage was fine. Nina landed on his back and asked, Master, do you want a light massage or a heavy one? Make it firm. Got it. Nina started energetically stamping on him. The pressure was just right, and Shichen closed his eyes comfortably. He realized earlier he'd had no particular notion, but indeed this might be the best use of Nina, small enough to give a neat little massage. However, after about 10 minutes, Nina was out of motivation. Originally, she thought Shichen would fall asleep quickly, but after working so hard for so long, he wasn't sleeping at all, which cut into her surfing time. Master, aren't you sleepy yet? I'm getting there, Shichen mumbled. Lies. You said the same thing a few minutes ago. But it's true, I'm almost there. Your words can't be trusted. I'll use a different method to make you drowsy. What method? Shichen opened his eyes, turning his head toward her. See? You're not sleepy at all. Nina pouted, then flew up. Master, turn over. What are you trying to? As soon as Shichen flipped onto his back, Nina giggled slyly. She landed near his shorts waistband, carefully moving toward the opening. Hey! What are you doing? Sensing movement, Shichen quickly pressed his hand against Nina, who was already ducking inside his waistband. MMPH. Master, don't squeeze so hard, you'll crush me. You, what are you doing? Startled, Shichen pulled her out of there. Phew. Nina exhaled in relief, now perched in his palm. I was just trying to give Master some pleasure, that's all. Where'd you learn that? Shichen grimaced. Obviously from the int, I'm not a child. Of course I know these things. Nina crossed her arms, sounding proud. Shichen stared at her expressionlessly. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Nina felt uneasy. Ugh, I'm too lazy to call you out on it. Shichen gave up. Anyway, I'm not interested in that. Huh? Why not? Master doesn't like that kind of thing. It's not that I'm not interested, I'm just not interested in you. Master, you're so mean. Nina protested, puffing her cheeks. It's the truth. You're just too small. That's only because Master absorbed all the wise man's blood. Shichen shot her a glance. Never mind. You did the right thing absorbing it. Master's strength is more important. Nina promptly backed down. Sweet talking me, huh? Enough. Go back to your room and do your net surfing. Really? Nina asked, hardly believing it. Or do you not want to? And no, of course I do. Nina worried he would change his mind, so she hurriedly flew to her room, even locking the door behind her. Shichen shook his head and lay back down on the couch, arms behind his head, staring at the familiar ceiling, still bored. He'd been a bit sleepy, but Nina's antics had reminded him of the cloud-top experience with Toru before, stirring up restlessness. Though Toru had been a bit much, leaving him drained, he recovered fast. How could he not think fondly of it now? Truthfully, with so much time to spare, since the blazing banquet wouldn't happen until at least a year or more, maybe he should head back for a visit. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 64, Going Out and Shopping. Knock, knock, knock. While Shichen was thinking about what to do next, there was a knock on the door. It couldn't be Natsuki Minamiya knocking. Ever since he'd lived here, only one person had ever come by knocking. Shichen glanced at himself and decided there was no need to change clothes. Then he got up to answer the door. After all, people talk about how clothes can flatter a person, but that only applies to someone not good-looking enough on their own. For a truly good-looking person, it's the clothes that get to bask in the spotlight. Some might not understand this, but just imagine some big shot casually wearing a t-shirt, Bermuda shorts, and flip-flops. Even if everyone else around him were in well-tailored suits, he still wouldn't pale in comparison. One's own natural condition is what matters most. At the door, he didn't even use the peephole, he opened it right away. Sure enough, standing there was a dainty girl with black hair loose about her shoulders, no longer wearing those unflattering black-framed glasses, still dressed in the school uniform. Saikai Academy's uniforms were, in fact, quite nice, not only stylish but also made of a smooth, cool fabric. Oh, so it's you, Asejai, plus Koju and Motoki, and Nagisa-chan. What brings you all here? Sure enough, the visitor was Iba Asejai while behind her stood the conspicuous, gray-haired Akatsuki Koju, the spiky-haired Yaes Motoki, and Akatsuki Nagisa with her sweet smile. Sensei, we came to hang out with you, Motoki said, waving. To hang out with me? Shichen eyed Asejai, puzzled. Asejai seemed a bit embarrassed and stammered, Motoki suggested coming to find you. What does it matter? Motoki said, smirking, apparently amused by something. Asejai glared at him fiercely. The more, the merrier. Nagisa nodded in agreement. Sensei, do you have time? Koju asked in a weary tone. Time is something I have plenty of, but aren't you all worried about the heat? Sensei, we're used to it by now, Motoki replied. Kids really are lucky, not afraid of heat or cold, Shichen sighed in envy. Sensei, you're not that old anyway, said Koju in a rather resigned manner. Yeah, Sensei's so young and handsome. Nagisa chimed in. At this, both Asejai and Koju couldn't help turning to look at her. What? I'm just stating facts, Nagisa said innocently. Sensei, in that case, if you're afraid of the heat, you don't need to come out with us. We'll go, Koju hastily said, trying to steer Nagisa away. Wait, Koju, what are you doing? Nothing. I just don't want to bother Sensei. Ha ha ha, Koju, and you say you're not a siscon, but you're all jealous now, Motoki joked. I am not. Koju's face reddened, and he loudly denied it. Sensei, want to come with us? Asagi softly raised her head to look at him, somewhat expectant. Fine, I'll come. Shichen scratched his head and sighed, then agreed. Asagi's expression noticeably brightened. Give me a moment, I'll change clothes. Sensei, why change clothes? We're not doing anything special, we're just going shopping, Motoki said, impatient. Shopping, and you decided to invite me. If I don't change, I'll be wearing house clothes. Doesn't matter, Sensei, whatever you wear will look good. You're misunderstanding. I'm not dressing up, I just don't want to wear indoor clothes outside. You can come in first, no need to take off your shoes. We'd really rather not. Koju, you wait outside. We're going in, Motoki interrupted, stepping straight into the apartment. Asagi and Nagisa followed him in. Koju stood there, biting his lip in frustration, but finally gave in and followed. Wow, Sensei's place is huge. Nagisa exclaimed in amazement, scanning the living room. It's okay. You guys hang out while I go get changed, Shichen said, heading to his bedroom. Asagi's eyes followed him as he went inside. So that's Sensei's room. She murmured, exclamation point. Motoki's voice suddenly piped up from beside her, making Asagi flustered as she glared at him. What are you trying to say? Nothing, geez. Motoki laughed slyly. Don't say another word, got it? Sure, sure. After a short while, Shichen came out in simple clothing and left with Koju's group. They had no specific plan, just childish boredom, not wanting to stay home during the holiday. Bringing Shichen along was Motoki's mischievous idea to tease Asagi, but Asagi and Nagisa didn't mind having Shichen come. Without a plan, they'd just make one up while out, and since there were girls, they got excited about window shopping. Koju, let's go buy swimsuits. Nagisa took the initiative happily. What? Swimsuits? Koju yelped in surprise. Why are you shouting so loud? Nagisa, why do you need a new swimsuit? Koju asked nervously. What else would I do with it? Summer's coming soon. Isn't it normal to buy swimsuits? But you already have a swimsuit. School swimsuits don't count as real swimwear. Ugh, so what kind of swimsuit do you plan to buy? Not sure yet. I'll figure it out when I see them. Asagi-san, why don't you get a swimsuit too? A swimsuit. Asagi couldn't help sneaking a glance at Shichen. What are you looking at me for? I don't mind whatever you do. You all want to buy swimsuits, so go ahead. The mall has air conditioning, after all, Shichen remarked, noticing Asagi's glance. Ah sensei, you're so clueless, Motoki said with feigned regret. Shut it. Asagi barked at him. Yes, ma'am. All right, let's go. Nagisa grabbed Koju's arm and led the way to the mall. Shichen and the others followed close behind. They arrived at the mall in less than 10 minutes, but everyone was sweaty by then. Thankfully, the central AC inside was quite strong. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of cool air greeted them. They instantly felt better. Indeed, the air conditioner is one of mankind's greatest inventions. Because it was Golden Week, the mall was somewhat crowded. Yet the moment Shichen's group entered, the place fell momentarily quiet as people turned to stare, no doubt because of how attention-grabbing Shichen was. My, sensei sure has charm. Who knows how big the competition will be in the future, Motoki joked, obviously alluding to something. Asagi ignored him, but internally she began to worry about that very issue. And indeed, at her current age, she had no chance. All right, stop that nonsense, Shichen flicked Motoki on the head. Ugh, sensei's bullying me. You deserve it for spouting nonsense. Let's just head to the swimsuit shop, shall we, Nagisa-chan? You lead the way. Okay. The swimsuit store was on the 3rd floor and sold women's swimwear only, meaning the guys would have to wait outside. So Nagisa and Asagi went in together to buy swimsuits. Shichen, Koju, and Motoki waited outside, but Koju looked uneasy. There were too many lightly dressed women passing by, a lot of fair legs and deep cleavage. It overwhelmed a teenage boy. Shichen remembered that Koju was already carrying a part of the 4th primogenitor's essence. If he got too worked up, who knew if he'd get a nosebleed? In any case, Motoki was teasing him constantly, giving him no time to focus on the beauties around. Nagisa and Asagi didn't take long inside the shop. Soon enough, each came out holding a small bag. Nagisa, why so quick? Koju asked. I didn't want to keep you waiting, Nagisa said, hands on her hips. Sensei, we've bought them, Asagi said softly, approaching Shichen. Right, then let's go, Shichen nodded with a smile. Asagi looked like she wanted to say more but held back from showing him the swimsuit right then. The group didn't leave immediately but continued wandering around the mall. It was large and had everything. After a bit, they wound up outside an ice cream shop. Shichen was eating some while gazing at a fashion salon across the way. Asagi came out of the shop with her own ice cream and noticed him looking across. "Sensei, what are you looking at?" she asked. "Asagi, have you ever thought about dyeing your hair?" "Dyeing my hair? Yeah, I think you'd be even cuter with blonde hair." Even cuter?" Asagi's voice caught in her throat, and her face flushed. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 65, farewell for a while. I'm not lying to you. Asagi, you don't really suit such a plain look. You're already very cute, and you'd look great in a more dazzling style. Shichen gazed at Asagi, speaking earnestly. Perhaps it was just his memory's influence, or perhaps Asagi truly wasn't suited to black hair. Shichen genuinely liked her in a more flashy style, ideally blonde and glamorous. Cute, from the start. Asagi's heart couldn't help racing. This was the first time Shichen had praised her as cute. Haha, you already know your own looks, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be hiding behind those black-framed glasses. Shichen smiled. You saw right through me. Asagi lowered her head, rather embarrassed. There's no need to hide yourself. You can openly show off how cute you are. Don't worry, if anyone bullies you, I'll help you. Your sensei is always your backup. Are you serious, sensei? Asagi lifted her head, gazing at him intently. Shichen gave a firm nod. Why would I lie to you? I'm here for you. If you have any problem, you can come to me. In that case. Asagi's face, still carrying a hint of youthfulness, blossomed into a radiant smile, as though she'd suddenly gained confidence. She turned her gaze toward the distant hair salon and murmured, a more dazzling style, huh? Asagi, what are you smiling about? At that moment, Yaes Motoki and the others finished buying their ice cream and came over. He immediately noticed the bright smile on his childhood friend's face. It's nothing. Asagi gently smiled and shook her head. So suspicious. Motoki eyed Shichen doubtfully but couldn't discern anything. All set, then. Let's go. Shichen ignored him and turned to ask Akatsuki Koju and Akatsuki Nagisa. Sure. Thus, Shichen spent the entire day with Koju and the others. They ate lunch at the mall. In the afternoon, they spent another half-day playing in the arcade. Game playing truly makes time fly. Perhaps because of this world's particular abilities, the games turned out to be fully immersive, something straight out of Sword Art Online. Shichen had always wanted to play such a game. But in his original world, technology was limited, and he'd figured it wouldn't be realized in his lifetime. He never expected it would be a reality here. Still, the game's content wasn't all that rich. The system and operations were rigid, players could only use the in-game preset skills and couldn't freestyle. Their speed and strength were also restricted. It needed a lot of improvement. Time in the game flew by. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. They left the mall at sunset. On Itagami Island, twilight was close to 7 o'clock. By this time, it was time for Koju and the others to head home. Wow, that game was so fun. On the way back, Motoki wore an expression of unfulfilled excitement. Agreed, I didn't get my fill, Koju chimed in. Koju, you were such a noob, you died multiple times, Nagisa bluntly called him out. Hey. That's only because I wasn't used to it. Koju retorted, his face going red. Then how come the sensei just destroyed everyone from the start? Probably because he's played it before. Right, sensei. That must be it. Sorry, that was my first time too. Shichen grinned. See. You're just bad, Koju. Ugh. Shall we come back tomorrow? Motoki asked. I'm in, Nagisa said. I have to redeem myself tomorrow. Then you'll see how good I am, Nagisa, just you wait. Sure. And let's see how you actually do. TCH, shut it. Humph. Sensei, are you coming tomorrow? Asagi looked at Shichen with anticipation. Tomorrow, Shichen lifted his eyes, staring at the far-off clouds tinted by the sunset, then shook his head. I probably can't make it tomorrow. Ah. Koju and the others all looked his way. Sensei, is something up? Koju asked. Yes, I'm planning to leave Itagami Island for a while, Shichen replied frankly. Wah. Asagi froze in place. You're leaving Itagami Island, sensei. Why? Koju sounded curious. Just have something I need to take care of. Is that so? Koju didn't dwell on it. What about our PE classes, then? Motoki glanced at his childhood friend out of the corner of his eye. I guess Sasasaki-sensei will sub for me. You wanted her to teach you anyway, right? No way. Motoki's denial was rather half-hearted. So we won't see you for a while, sensei. Nagisa lamented. Ah. Nagisa, why do you care about seeing the sensei? Koju blurted defensively. It's nothing special. Nagisa returned plainly. That answer, however, left Koju even more uneasy. Anyway, yes, today is probably the last time we'll see each other for a bit, Shichen said. So we won't be meeting again for the moment. Sensei. Asagi looked at him, her words halting. No need to worry, Shichen patted her head to reassure her. I'll be back soon. Really? Asagi lifted a hand to clasp the one he was resting atop her head. What reason would I have to lie? I know you'll miss me, so I'll make sure I'm back as soon as I can, Shichen said with a wry smile. All right, I trust you, sensei. Asagi stared intently at him. Good. After parting ways with Koju and the rest, Shichen, unable to bear the hot weather, teleported straight back home. By that time, Natsuki Minamiya had yet to return. He took a shower, changed into his loungewear, and sat on the sofa, lifting his palm. In his hand, a golden light shone. Within that glow lay a fragment, a divine fragment. It was the one Shichen had just obtained from Asagi. He could always have taken it from her sooner, but never found the right opportunity. The 1 minute of skin contact requirement for collecting it wasn't all that easy to fulfill. Given his and Asagi's current relationship, it would have been awkward for him to push it. So it had been delayed until now. Next would be the shard from Natsuki Minamiya. She'd long since trusted him, though she kept saying otherwise. But the timing wasn't quite ripe yet, he couldn't just take it right away. He wasn't planning to leave immediately anyway. He wanted to spend some more time with her, help her with her work as an attack mage. Time to show off a bit. No need to go back to school. Sasasaki-sensei would be happy to cover his classes. He did feel a bit guilty but had no choice. That night, around 9 p.m., Natsuki Minamiya returned. Natsuki-chan, I've brewed some tea for you, come have a taste. Shichen beckoned her over cheerily. How come you're being so diligent today? Natsuki furrowed her brow as she walked over. Oh, just seeing how you work so hard. I lazed around all day and felt a bit guilty. Don't come with that nonsense. When have you ever felt guilt? Out with it, what do you want? TSK, can't you show me a little trust? Spit it out, Natsuki said tersely. She took a seat in her usual spot and picked up the teacup, expression impassive. Heh, fine. Actually, I'm planning to leave for a while. Leave. Natsuki sipped the tea, not giving it much thought. Yeah, leave Itagami Island. Huh. Natsuki blinked at him in surprise. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 66, didn't disappoint the Transmigrator Club. Leaving Itagami Island. What do you mean? Natsuki Minamiya fixed her stare on Shichen. For some reason, she felt a faint panic in her heart. Natsuki-chan, don't worry. I'm only going away for a while. I'll be back soon. Shichen said with a smile. I asked you what you mean. Natsuki demanded sternly. Ah. Shichen paused, his gaze turning gentle. Natsuki-chan. Are you reluctant to see me go? Quit joking around. Natsuki remained unmoved, her small face just as serious. All right, I mean that I have to leave Itagami Island for a while. Leave. Why? Natsuki-chan, you've forgotten, I wasn't from here to begin with, Shichen reminded her with a smile. Natsuki hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling that Shichen's arrival had been illegal in the first place. Why so sudden? Of course it's to go see my family. Natsuki-chan, I'm not some solitary wanderer, you know. Your family, in the mainland of China? Natsuki gently asked. No. Shichen shook his head. You're not from China after all. You lied to me. Not exactly. Let me just tell you honestly, I'm actually not from your world. Shichen decided to be frank. Now you're just talking nonsense. Natsuki looked at him in bewilderment. Natsuki-chan, you should realize, my appearance here back then wasn't the result of spatial teleportation. Natsuki fell silent. Given that she controlled spatial magic, she was perfectly aware that Shichen's sudden appearance had nothing to do with spatial magic, coupled with that initial sense of him not belonging to this world at all. Yet at the time, she simply had no other explanation. Another world, she hadn't even considered that. But now, with Shichen suddenly mentioning it, she began to understand. Is what you're saying true? I said I wouldn't lie to you, didn't I? He replied. You might as well have lied, Natsuki murmured softly. Hehe, so you really don't want me to leave, huh, Natsuki-chan? Shichen beamed happily. Humph. Natsuki gave a cold snort, folding her arms as she admitted outright, you were the one who insisted on being my family, and I finally got used to that, so now you're leaving. What's that supposed to mean? She chose to believe his words, after all, this guy had no reason to deceive her. Plus, the fact he was somehow a fifth primogenitor, which shouldn't even exist, along with having no normal demonic aura, an immune to magic constitution, and that extraordinary presence. He truly didn't feel like someone from this world. Perhaps she was second-guessing with the benefit of hindsight, but indeed, a lot of things didn't match up if he were just a normal resident. He also seemed to know a suspicious amount about this world, but for her, that wasn't something she had to chase down. It's just that I miss my family a bit. Don't worry, Natsuki-chan, I'll be back soon. Miss your family. And what does your leaving or returning have to do with me? Natsuki asked testily, turning her face away in annoyance. Of course it concerns you. Shichen stepped forward, lowering his head until their eyes met. Aren't you also part of my family, Natsuki-chan? All at once, Natsuki felt embarrassed, not daring to meet his eyes. Luckily, the body she was using was only a projection, otherwise, her inner turmoil might have shown on her face. Natsuki-chan, would you let me hold you? Shichen asked daringly, noticing she'd gone silent. What are you trying to do? Natsuki took a step back, guardedly watching him. That's so hurtful. We're about to be apart. Can't we have one hug? What's there to hug? You know my situation perfectly well. It doesn't matter. Our feelings are more important. Shichen didn't mind in the least. Natsuki's small face stayed impassive. No, there aren't any special feelings here. So when are you leaving? Natsuki switched the topic. Even if she did feel regret, it wasn't enough to grieve over. It wasn't like it was life and death. Besides, she wasn't a child. Not just yet. Natsuki stared at him, perplexed. Shichen smiled. I plan on sticking with you for a while longer, Natsuki-chan. Stick with me for what? Haven't you been busy lately? I want to help you out, and also let those people who are speculating realize their assumptions are correct. Are you sure? Natsuki asked somberly. If you do that, you won't be so free anymore. What's there to worry about? Shichen winked at her mischievously. I'll be leaving soon anyway. So what do you expect me to do? Isn't that great? This way you'll be thinking of me all the time. Screw you. The moment Natsuki uttered those words, she raised her fan to strike him, but Shichen stepped back, dodging. Natsuki-chan, getting hit is a form of affection. Affection my foot. Right when she spat those words, Natsuki vanished from her spot, reappearing behind Shichen in a flash to smack her fan down again. Shichen was ready this time. Just before the fan would land on him, it disappeared into thin air. Natsuki immediately pursued him. Let me hit you once. No way, I'm not a masochist. You said getting hit meant affection. But you've got ulterior motives now. Stop right there. Never. Once again, the two began a game of cat and mouse. The roles were reversed this time. Probably only these two could use spatial magic so recklessly just to horse around. The next day, Natsuki introduced Shichen as an attack mage officer. No formal identity checks, no examinations, he was admitted just like that. Shichen didn't care what the higher-ups were thinking. Whether they recognized him or not, whether they were only giving face to Natsuki or planned to spy on him behind the scenes, or bribe him with courtesy, none of that mattered. He just wanted to tag along with Natsuki on her missions. Attack mages were a general term for magicians, espers, and other special ability humans who fought demons. Being an attack mage officer naturally involved capturing criminals among the demon populace. Attack mages were demons' biggest threat. Because of the stalemate among the three primogenitors, humanity was able to peacefully coexist with demons, including humanity's greatest enemy, vampires. Even so, there were always restless factions among demons who rejected a peaceful life and tried to stir up chaos. Humans, not wanting that peace ruined, had formed the attack mage unit. The group most dissatisfied with the status quo was the Black Death Emperor Front, a bunch of extremist terrorists who believed in beastman supremacy. They were the ones causing trouble recently. Shichen found them annoying. They were messing about and making more work for Natsuki, interfering with his time together with her. All the better, he could use this to temper himself. He didn't want to someday find himself unable to bring down the hammer if needed, so this group was perfect for practice. Attack mages, after all, were permitted to hunt demon criminals. Thus, for a time, Shichen traveled around with Natsuki, hunting down demon offenders. Mostly they tried to capture them alive. Natsuki wasn't one to kill if she didn't have to, but those who didn't know better ended up with no choice. Shichen took the initiative in these cases, claiming he simply didn't want Natsuki's hands dirted, when in truth, he wanted to test himself. Perhaps it was because they were beastmen that on his first time killing, he had virtually no particular reaction. He remained calm, as if he'd simply done something trivial, like swatting a mosquito. Maybe, after seeing so many stories in his past life, he'd readied himself for it. Possibly he was just thick-skinned. At any rate, he felt no revulsion, so he hadn't disgraced the title of transmigrator. And so, early in June, Shichen suddenly received a message in his mind, from her. Mission complete. Please promptly obtain the Divine Fragment from the target. Acquisition method, 1 minute of skin contact. 1 week from now, you will be forced to leave, headed for a new world to continue searching for Divine Fragments. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 67, Hugs. As the deadline approached, Shichen had long expected it. Yet, a certain question came to his mind. He had been in this world for nearly 3 months, whereas the mission's special privileges were clearly stated to last only 2.5 months. He still hadn't acquired the Divine Fragment from Natsuki Minamiya, and logically, the time should have expired already. However, just yesterday he could still use the true ancestor abilities and likewise remained immune to magic. It appeared his special privileges were still in effect. Could it be because he had first obtained the Divine Fragment from a sage Iaiba? If within the same world, it made no difference whose shard he acquired, would that still count for the mission's special privileges to become permanent? That was the only explanation he could think of. Early in the morning, Shichen got up, washed briefly, then brewed some black tea for Natsuki Minamiya. They weren't at home, they were currently in a hotel on Gozo Island outside Itagami Island, together with Natsuki. The Black Death Emperor Front had been especially active here, as this was the place where the 4th primogenitor was excavated. The 3 known primogenitors checked and balanced each other, leading to the current stable peace. But the 4th primogenitor's emergence would break that equilibrium. The Black Death Emperor Front wanted to stir up chaos, so of course they set their sights on the 4th primogenitor. Shichen and Natsuki had nearly driven them into a corner by now. They'd arrived late, and most of them had been caught. Shichen poured the tea, the fragrance wafting through the air. Natsuki, who caught the scent, came out from her room. Why so diligent today? Natsuki asked as she sat at the table, reaching for the teacup. Shichen reached out a hand and tapped hers. Question mark. Natsuki frowned, puzzling over his action. You're drinking black tea the moment you get up. At least go brush your teeth first, he scolded. You know I don't need to brush my teeth. Still, I do the same even though I don't need to, either. Go on. You dare give me orders? Natsuki glared at him. Quit talking and no dawdling. Shichen took advantage of her inattention to tap her on the head. Question mark. Natsuki froze in place, unable to react for a moment. Quickly, her displeasure kicked in. You dare raise a hand to me? I'm your sister. What sister? There's no one else here. We both know the truth. Go brush your teeth. Shichen waved his hand as though dismissing her. Natsuki narrowed her eyes. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to chase him around the room again, and went to the bathroom to wash up. No choice. Over the past few days, scenes like this weren't unusual. When Natsuki finished and came out, she found Shichen already sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping black tea with a very content expression. She began in annoyance, walking over to sit on the chair opposite him and picking up her own cup of tea. She took a sip. The tea's rich aroma and flavor cheered her mood a bit. Shichen watched her with a smile. Heading back today. We're done with the job, so let's go back. Natsuki nodded while sipping the tea. Great. I'll probably be leaving as well, Shichen said calmly. Natsuki's hand paused in midair, staring blankly at him. Don't be upset, didn't we already talk about this? Shichen smiled gently. Natsuki nodded. The lively mood from earlier that morning suddenly quieted. After they finished the tea, Shichen and Natsuki did a quick check around and left Gozo Island, returning to Itagami Island. Previously, they had left using spatial magic, so obviously they hadn't registered anywhere. Coming back required no check-in, either, straight home again. Of course, certain interested parties knew they had returned. Shichen didn't simply leave from Gozo Island because he wanted certain people to gather the evidence they needed. Lately, his name has become fairly well known. As Natsuki Minamiya's Otudo and the second user of spatial control magic, he was known by every criminal demon. Even one Natsuki was enough to make them tremble, but now a second one had appeared. Some folks who were interested in him had always been following him around, hoping to see him in action. Unfortunately, he hadn't displayed anything they wanted, just not what they wanted to see. Back at home, Natsuki seemed quieter than usual, merely sitting in her usual spot, silently watching Shichen. Shichen, meanwhile, prepared more black tea for her. After all, he wouldn't be able to make it for her much longer. Once the tea was ready, Shichen poured it out. Natsuki took the cup but didn't drink. Still holding it, she asked, "When are you leaving?" "Anytime." Shichen smiled. Shichen's gaze turned gentle. "You reluctant to let me go, Natsuki-chan?" "I've got nothing to be reluctant about, right?" She tossed her head, though her expression seemed more conflicted. "There's always Nina to keep me company." "Natsuki-chan again, can't you be direct for once?" Shichen sighed. "I'm just stating facts." Natsuki's face remained impassive. "You said you'd be back soon, anyway." "Oh yeah. Then should I just go now?" Natsuki's brows furrowed. "Heh." He teased, then asked softly, "Could I hug you this time?" "What's the point?" Natsuki didn't meet his eyes, staring into the teacup. "Think of it as an Wani-chan's hug to her Otudo upon parting." Shichen suggested with a smile. "That's what you're calling it." "Fine." Natsuki set down her teacup and stood. She faced Shichen. "All right, remember, I'm the elder, MMPH." Shichen didn't give her a chance to open her arms. He pulled her into an embrace right away. She was so small, with that faint aroma of black tea, giving him a sense he couldn't quite hold on to all at once. This is too sudden." Natsuki found herself pressed to him, her face resting against his chest, arms stuck at her sides. All she could do was speak up. But she didn't struggle and instead let him hold her that way, letting him have his small wish. Head rubs, now a hug. What a strange guy. A normal person wouldn't just be into these simple gestures. Still, it wasn't bad, so she didn't resist. After a moment, Natsuki felt him holding her without letting go, so she asked, "How long do you plan on hugging me?" "A little longer." "And how long is that?" 1 minute. 1 minute's already passed. All at once, Natsuki felt weightless. She stumbled forward a step. Steadying herself, she turned around. Where Shichen had just been, there was now empty air. The teacup on the table was still steaming. Shichen had gone without warning, the same way he'd appeared in her life. She hadn't felt any spatial waves, as if he had simply vanished into nothing. Looking at the quiet, empty living room, she stepped back to her usual seat, lifted her teacup, and sipped gently. It was still hot, and she liked the flavor. But she wouldn't be able to drink tea like this for a while. He'd come so suddenly, and then left just as unexpectedly, bringing her a life she'd never had before. How was she supposed to go back to solitude? If he took too long to return, she'd definitely make him pay. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 68, I'm back. After Shichen left the world of Strike the Blood, he first returned to the so-called main world defined by the her in his mind. That is, the world where Toru and the others resided. Upon his return, he appeared again in that same wilderness where he had previously departed, still an unpopulated area full of overgrown weeds. No sign of trains, nor that baseball cap-wearing, purple-haired girl with starry eyes. He looked around and saw that almost nothing had changed, just that it seemed a bit hotter. Perhaps summer had arrived here. So, had 1 or 2 months passed? Or had it been a year or 2? That was something he needed to figure out. He tried using spatial magic, found that it worked, and then teleported directly back to the cafe. To avoid startling customers by suddenly appearing, Shichen teleported straight into his own room. The place was quiet, no one was around. Yet, the familiarity washed over him, making him relax at once. He looked around and found no real changes. Even the bed hadn't been tidied, suggesting someone had slept there while he was gone. Toru or Chisato. He couldn't tell clearly from any smell. He didn't bother guessing. He could just ask them in a moment. He walked over to the bedside table and took out his phone, powering it on. Only a month has gone by. He was a bit surprised upon seeing the date displayed on his phone. So maybe there was a 3-to-1 time ratio. Or was Strike the Blood's world specifically in a 3-to-1 time ratio with this one? Or could it be that, once he left and came back, only a month had passed? He tried asking the her in his mind. As expected, she didn't respond. It seemed he'd have to work it out himself. Just then. Thump thump thump. Footsteps suddenly rang out from outside, followed by a golden figure appearing at the doorway. Chendano. It really is Chendano. Toru gazed at him with a delighted smile, then rushed into his arms. Now that he feared none of her bounding tackles, Shichen opened his arms and easily caught her. Toru, I'm back. I just suddenly smelled your scent, Chendano, and I knew it. Toru hugged him tightly, pressing her cheek against his chest, tail swinging behind her. You could smell me. He, too, pulled her in. Of course. I'm super sensitive to your scent. Toru proudly proclaimed. All right, well done, Shichen said, giving her a playful pat on the head. Hee. Where are Chisato and Yutaha? Yutaha's at school, and Chisato's downstairs working. And you didn't call her up here? I forgot. Toru stuck out her tongue mischievously. You did that on purpose, Shichen teased, poking her nose. Her nose was small and soft. Toru just looked pleased with herself, rubbing her nose lightly. Let's go. Let's head down and help Chisato. Okay. Toru clung to his arm, hugging it tightly, then followed him downstairs. On the stairs, they could hear the lively sounds below, likely the noon crowd coming for meals. Though it was originally just a cafe, it somehow had become more like a restaurant. Shichen wasn't sure if he'd gone off track with his operation. But running the shop was secondary. The important part was that he had a real home in this world, albeit one that just fell into his lap. He still didn't know if the place had existed originally or if it had been conjured up upon his arrival. But it didn't really matter much. Have things been busy lately? Shichen glanced at Toru as they descended, asking about recent times. It's all right, nothing much different than before, she happily replied. So did you miss me? MHM. I've been thinking of you all this time. If you'd been missing me that much, I'd expect you to be moping around. Doesn't look like you were down at all. Hee, I can manage. How admirable. So will you give me a reward, Chendano? What kind of reward? Of course it'd be. Toru paused suggestively, licking her lips as she gazed at him. Shichen picked up on her meaning and halted his steps, giving her an exasperated look. You cheeky little dragon. It's been a month, Toru pouted. A month, and you're so impatient. I went for several, never mind. Did you tell Chisato and Yutaha about, that? I didn't. That's our secret, so why would I tell them? I thought you might brag. Why would I brag? Toru tilted her head blankly. Oh, never mind. Shichen laughed a bit. Anyway, let's go. MHM. At last, they stepped into the shop. Hey, Toru, where have you been? It's super busy right now. Hurry, Chen and I. Chisato had started to scold Toru, but as soon as she noticed the person standing beside her, she froze in disbelief. Chisato, I'm back. Shichen gave her a gentle smile, opening his arms wide. Chen and I missed you so much. Chisato immediately dropped the menus in her hand and leapt at him. Shichen caught her, running a hand through her platinum-bobbed hair. I missed you, too. MHM. Chisato nodded vigorously, arms clasped tight around him. Her strength was considerable, and Shichen felt it at once, hurriedly patting her back in protest. Easy, or you'll break my waist. Oh, sorry, she blurted, letting go and anxiously checking him. Did I hurt you, Chen and I? It's fine, don't worry. Gosh, I'm right here. No need to crush me. Shichen chuckled and stroked her head. Because I've missed you so much, Chisato admitted sheepishly. I can tell. But all the customers are watching now, he reminded her, nodding behind her. Turning around, Chisato realized that all the patrons were indeed staring, many of them smiling knowingly. And some clearly showing envy. Sorry we bothered you, Chisato addressed the crowd, speaking unabashedly. My apologies, everyone. It's all good, Chisato-chan, a customer spoke up. We know how much you've been missing the manager. We understand. Yeah, Chisato-chan's always sighing about him every day. You could hug him longer, we don't mind. The cafe erupted into good-natured banter. Shichen was surprised to see that in his absence, Chisato had grown so popular. Though indeed, Chisato-chan, these customers are a bit too close. Thanks for your understanding, everyone, Shichen addressed them with a chuckle. Let's do a special discount today, 50% off. Whoa. The manager is so generous. In that case, we'll order more. Let's seize the chance to run the manager bankrupt. Sounds good. The shop burst into even greater excitement. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 69, First Familiar. Around noon, after finishing the busy work, Shichen ate lunch together with Toru and Chisato. Toru made a lavish meal, and both of them kept giving Shichen food, leaving him no chance to pick up dishes by himself. Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't come back, Shichen didn't notify her either. In the afternoon, when school let out, he planned to pick her up to give her a surprise. After lunch, Toru and Chisato became rather clingy. While there were no customers, they each held on to Shichen from one side, unwilling to let him go anywhere. He certainly didn't dislike the two of them being so affectionate, if anything, he enjoyed it. They told him all that had happened during this past month, but honestly, there wasn't much, it didn't differ much from when he was around. No one had bothered them. Originally, he'd figured someone might try to make a move on either of them while he was gone, since they were both so attractive that anyone could be enthralled. Opposite sexes do tend to attract each other. Yet it turned out there was no such thing, which was good, saved him any jealousy. By the way, how come those customers call you Chisato-chan? Did you already capture their hearts so quickly? Once their stories were finished, Shichen couldn't help but ask Chisato. That's all Toru's fault, Chisato said, giving Toru a machinoid look. Shichen also turned to look at her. Toru, what does this have to do with me? Toru asked, baffled. Isn't it because you call me by name so loudly every day, so the customers overheard? Oh, so you're saying they all picked up on it themselves? Shichen nodded in understanding. Yeah, Chisato confirmed with a broad grin at Shichen. So why did you suddenly ask about that, Chen and I? Don't tell me you're jealous. Ah. Can't I be? Shichen admitted generously. Ah, that makes me really happy. Chisato beamed brightly. Is that right? He smiled as well. What's this about jealousy? Why would Shindano be jealous of Chisato? Did something happen? I want Shindano to be jealous of me, too. Toru, not following at all, simply chimed in enthusiastically. All right, all right. Next time for sure. Hee hee. In the afternoon, Shichen changed into his manager uniform, returning to his post at the cashier. He had little to do since there were no customers for the moment. Meanwhile, Chisato and Toru stayed in the kitchen, studying new recipes. They wouldn't let Shichen watch. Truth be told, many of the dishes they'd made at lunchtime were already the result of their experiments, so presumably they'd succeeded. But if they hadn't fully succeeded, then as girls, they'd be too shy to show the partially finished results. Since Toru soon came out from the kitchen pulling Shichen along to go shopping for ingredients, the lesson didn't last long. Buying groceries was typically Toru's responsibility, because transporting them back was easy for her. Even with Shichen accompanying her, Chisato didn't suspect much. Yet that wasn't how Shichen saw it. Indeed, as he'd suspected, not long after they left the cafe, Toru cast an invisibility spell and then transformed into her giant dragon self, carrying Shichen skyward. He didn't argue with her. He actually wanted to take his revenge from last time. This time, he'd show the dragon maid how strong he'd become. Shindano, we've arrived. It's still here, huh? Shichen stood up, finding they'd come to the same place as last time beneath the open sky. Clouds quickly gathered, forming a bed of cotton so large that Toru could sprawl on it. Once again, with a single mutual sense, Toru soared down upon it. Shichen casually let himself drop down onto it. Shindano, you. Toru noticed something different about him. Didn't I say? I went off to gain power, not to sightsee. Shichen looked up at her, his hands on his hips, showing off. Shindano is amazing. Toru genuinely felt proud, truly glad that he'd become stronger. Then she returned to her giant dragon form, soared in the sky, and quickly shrank into her human shape, once again entirely unclothed, descending onto the clouds. That means I'm pretty strong now. Soon, I'll be able to avenge you, Shichen said, his gaze roaming across Toru's body without concealment. I trust you, Shindano. Toru, naive about human modesty, didn't mind. You're not curious to see just how strong I've gotten. Shichen teased. Shindano, now isn't the time to be talking. Toru smiled broadly, stepping toward Shichen. Well, just watch. Soon you'll see, he smirked. Huh. Toru tilted her head, confused. Shichen looked her up and down, remembering to confirm. The barrier is set up, right? Yes, no one will notice anything that happens here. Toru grew more and more eager. Great. Shindano, allow me to help take your clothes off. Toru couldn't wait, reaching her hands forward. All right. He pursed his lips and turned his back to her. Toru slipped her arms around from behind him, undoing his buttons. Feeling her softness pressed against his back, Shichen's breathing quickened. He freed one hand and lightly caressed Toru's hair. Shindano, Toru whispered, and in no time, his manager uniform had fallen to the clouds, leaving only his boxers. Shichen turned around, eyes locking on Toru's soft fair skin, heated desire in his gaze. Shindano. Toru was puzzled by his reaction. Toru. He said, breathing raggedly. I might need a bit of your blood. My blood. Toru blinked. My blood is poisonous to humans. For me, it should be fine. I see. Then take all you need, Toru smiled warmly. Unable to contain his instincts, Shichen pulled Toru tight, lowering his mouth to her neck. His newly emerged fangs sank into her flesh. Toru's eyes grew drowsy, letting out a soft murmur. This wasn't just feeding, nor purely an act of drinking blood. For a vampire, it was its own kind of pleasure. Toru had been stirred to passion. Shichen greedily sucked at her boiling hot blood. He had thought it might taste metallic or tangy, but instead it was sweet like nectar. He dared not drink too much. As soon as one of the divine fragment inside him began to glow, he pulled back. Scree. Just then, a crisp, resounding call rang out from inside him. With it surged a massive wave of magic from his body into the sky. That wave of magic stopped at the top of the barrier, gradually forming into a colossal, multicolored avian beast, which began to circle and glide in flight. That's. Shichen recognized it at once. So these were his familiars. No wonder the fourth primogenitor's beasts hadn't matched him. Compared to these, they were overshadowed. Chendano. Toru's dreamy voice sounded once more. Shichen lowered his gaze onto Toru's enchanting face, her neck stained in blood. Now clearly wasn't the moment to worry about familiars. He bent down and claimed Toru's lips. She rose up to meet him in a passionate response. Scree. Above, the multicolored bird screeched. On the sea of clouds below, a girl's softly resonant melody echoed. The two combined, rather than feeling odd, seemed strangely harmonious. Currently you can read 100+ chapters ahead of others. Chapter 70, Kanna is here. As the sun gradually sank beneath the clouds, Shichen got dressed and recalled the familiar that had been flying around all afternoon back into his body. Come on back. The giant, multicolored bird beast was very obedient. Without complaint about having watched an afternoon's worth of action scenes, it transformed into a mass of magic power and drilled into Shichen's body. Shichen could clearly sense that inside his blood, it was as though some creature now resided. At this moment, he truly became what he called the fifth primogenitor. Chendano. Toru rose from the cloud bed on her knees. She had been lying prone on it before. Just now, Shichen finally realized his little wish of holding onto her tail. He had to admit, Toru's large, green tail was indeed thick and sturdy, and hugging it for certain moves felt great. Toru, what is it? Shichen eyed her with a satisfied smile. Having reclaimed his dignity, he was now in an especially refreshed mood. Chendano, how did you get so powerful? Toru asked curiously. Didn't I say so before? I got stronger. When you said stronger, you meant this. Toru tilted her head. Ahem, well, not exactly that. It's only part of it. Oh, so that's how it is. Then next time, Chendano can take the initiative, right? Toru looked at him expectantly. This kind of thing depends on the mood. We can't just think about that all the time. But I'm really anxious to bear Chendano's child. Toru stroked her fair, flat abdomen. Shichen paused, then hurriedly asked, wait, can a dragon and a human even conceive? I guess, it should be possible. Toru said uncertainly. Never mind. Doesn't matter. You won't get pregnant for now, anyway. Shichen let out a sigh of relief, thankful that just now he'd made certain preparations. He didn't really mind whether or not they had a child, but it was definitely too early. Huh. Toru stared blankly at Shichen. Chendano, what do you mean? It's just that I'm not ready to have a kid yet. Why? Toru pouted. Don't you want to enjoy our two-person life a bit longer? Shichen steered her attention away. Seems like that makes sense. Right. No need to rush on having children. All right, I'll listen to Chendano. Toru smiled brightly again. Good girl. Now get dressed. Okay. A glow shimmered over Toru's body, and that familiar-made outfit appeared around her, enveloping her springtime charms. Even her previously loosened golden hair was now tied up. How convenient indeed. We should go buy groceries, Shichen said, gazing at the evening sun in the distance, estimating the time. It should still be a bit before Kasumigakaka Yutaha finished school, so he could accompany Toru to buy ingredients and see how the locals had been treating her. Toru also had no objections, she was quite happy that he wanted to come along. The two left the clouds and shifted back to town via spatial magic. This time it was Shichen bringing Toru back. Unfortunately, Toru didn't show much interest, she didn't even ask him about it, so he couldn't very well brag about his abilities now. On the way to the shopping district, Toru clung tightly to Shichen, unwilling to release him. He didn't mind. Her soft embrace on his arm felt great. Toru, come to buy vegetables again. Toru, is that your boyfriend? Toru, fresh produce just in, want any? I'll give you a discount. Toru, I've got freshly butchered beef, want some? Upon arriving at the commercial street, Toru became a celebrity. Every vendor greeted her enthusiastically. If they'd been young men, Shichen might have suspected they were trying to flatter her. But since they were all uncles and aunties, it made sense she'd earned goodwill from helping out. Shichen just followed her lead. Toru introduced him to the shopkeepers, and only then did people greet him. He'd clearly come here before. "Toru, what's going on?" he asked quietly. "I think it's because a while back I caught a thief, and then everyone got really friendly," Toru explained. "How'd you catch him?" "Don't worry, Chendano, I didn't use magic. Just a bit of physical force." "I see." It made sense, someone who can subdue a hated thief is bound to be popular among the shop owners. "Chendano, is that all right?" Toru asked worriedly. "Of course. Even if you used magic, it would have been fine. But you told me not to reveal extraordinary powers." "I did say that, but your freedom is more important. So long as you're happy. And if we're exposed, at worst we can leave." "My freedom?" Toru tilted her head, puzzled. "I hope you can do as you like, live happily. If you're ever exposed, we can just leave." "Chendano." Toru gazed at him, moved. She would have hugged him right then if not for her arms full of groceries. Shichen smiled gently back. They purchased many ingredients. Shichen never realized the cafe needed so much. Luckily Toru was there. He merely pretended to carry a few bags while storing most items back at the shop via spatial magic. That was the correct way to use spatial magic. Toru noticed him doing so but didn't say much, making him itchy to flaunt his progress. Soon they finished shopping. Shichen didn't head back with Toru, instead parting ways and heading alone to Toyogaseki Private School. He had decided to pick up Kasumiga Yutaha after classes, wanting to surprise her. Toru had no desire to tag along. After a rapturous afternoon, she was very content. Carrying only a couple of bags, Toru strolled back in the direction of the cafe. Yet, not long after leaving the shopping street, she suddenly sensed a spatial disturbance. She halted and looked up to see ripples in the air a few hundred meters off, like the surface of water. Then, from that ripple, a white dragon, fair as a spirit, beautifully radiant, flew out. It looked sacred, luminous, like an angelic presence. Behind the white dragon, the ripple soon vanished as though it had never existed, if not for that white dragon's presence. Strangely, no one on the ground seemed to notice or even see the creature, as if they were blinded to it. "That's..." Toru frowned hard, instantly recognizing the dragon. She'd met her before. But that was impossible. How could she appear in this world? There was no time to think. Toru darted into an alley, cloaked herself in an invisibility spell, and transformed into her own draconic form, taking flight toward the sky. Seeing Toru, the white dragon hovering up high immediately took notice, excitedly flying toward her. "Toru-sama. Kanna, what are you doing here? Currently you can read 100+ chapters ahead of others." Chapter 71, readers can hold hands. Right by the gate of Toyogaseki Private School, Shichen leaned against a tree trunk, gazing at the two dragons off in the distant sky. It truly was a fantastical sight, but at this point he could no longer feel astonished. Having learned spatial magic, he naturally sensed the spatial distortion right away, because it was the same phenomenon as when Toru first appeared. He decided to stand by and observe. But he hadn't expected that Kanna would show up. At the first glimpse of the white dragon, he realized who it was, though not because he was so familiar with Kanna personally, but with Toru here, it made perfect sense for Kanna to appear as well. He was already quite satisfied that Toru had appeared in this world. He never imagined Kanna would come too. And indeed. Detected a Divine Fragment host. Target individual, Kanna. Task, spend time with her and foster her dependence, then collect the Divine Fragment. Just as he anticipated, Kanna was also a host of a Divine Fragment. Kanna was likely here to look for Toru, but it didn't really matter. Since she was here, she wouldn't be getting away. A tiny Kanna was perfect for raising as a daughter. Shichen had once harbored that idea from afar. He didn't rush to interrupt the two dragons' reunion. He believed Toru could keep Kanna around. Even if she couldn't, Kanna wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. So Shichen continued to quietly watch the clouds and these two dragons in the sky. Meanwhile, the school bell at Toyogaseki rang to signal the end of classes. Ding ding. Finally, the dismissal bell rang. Shichen reined in his gaze and looked toward the school gate, waiting for that mature, captivating figure to appear. Before long, students began exiting the gate, though not many. These were mostly kids in the Go Straight Home Club. Seeing the familiar yet somewhat distant uniform, Shichen felt oddly nostalgic. He wasn't in a particularly hidden spot. A lot of people quickly noticed him, and some recognized him. After all, with that striking appearance, plus him having come here with Kasumiga Yutaha a month earlier, no one had forgotten. Some students couldn't help slowing down to watch, wanting to see if he'd once again come for Kasumiga Yutaha. A cluster of Go Home Club members was already into gaming and anime. They were also big fans of pretty girls, especially those like Yutaha, who had the special aura of a black-haired beauty. She was a top student, had black hair, wore black stockings, until recently, gave off an unapproachable vibe. So many alluring attributes inevitably piqued their interest. Humans are creatures of gossip, after all. The group outside the school gate kept growing. Most were male students. There were fewer girls in the Go Home Club. Girls in high school often devoted themselves to club activities to sing of their youth. But some did not like club activities, they preferred hanging out with friends after school instead. This type of girl usually got lumped in with the Gyru set. And Gyru have little resistance to handsome guys. Shichen's outward look plus that special aura of his tugged at their interest. Many girls called over their friends to come look. Soon, the crowd at the school gate grew bigger and bigger. Shichen didn't particularly mind the onlookers. In the past, he might have gotten carried away by all this attention, but now, the only ones in his heart were those beloved girls of his. Though the commotion felt a bit excessive, he wondered whether to keep standing there. He recalled that Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't do any after-school club activities. Typically, she'd hurry home once classes were done. Unless, in the month he'd been away, she'd joined some club. Not wanting to cause trouble for the school, Shichen decided to wait a short while longer, and if she didn't show, he'd leave and find another place to wait for her. Pity about the surprise, but oh well. Thankfully, a little over a minute later, a lovely figure carrying a single-strap bag gradually walked out of the school gate. She walked elegantly, taking small steps. Her figure was mesmerizing, and that school uniform, as if tailor-made for her, looked completely different from how it appeared on the other girls, youthful yet brimming with allure. Perhaps because the weather had grown hot, she wore white over knee socks instead of the black stockings Shichen remembered. Between the pleated skirt and the white knee socks was a glimpse of pale skin, just as eye-catching as the stockings had been. Her long legs had just the right amount of flesh, exuding charm. There should have been a clash with those pure white socks, yet somehow they blended beautifully. She was, all at once, a teenage girl, yet so mature. Her mere appearance made those who had been staring at Shichen shift focus onto her. The male students' eyes burned with admiration. Many yearned from afar. Meanwhile, girls sighed or envied, their expressions changing rapidly. Kasumigakaka Yutaha ignored these gazes, her face as calm as ever, she was long used to it. But when she saw the guy responsible for gathering people at the gate, her cold, stranger-repelling expression melted away, replaced by undisguised delight. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace toward that culprit. Shichen smiled at Kasumigakaka Yutaha as she came near, spreading his arms wide. Yutaha, I'm back. You still know how to come back. Rather than going into the hug he'd offered, Kasumigakaka Yutaha gave his chest a punch. It didn't hurt at all. Yet her face carried a definite smile, clearly thrilled that he had returned. You missed me, huh? Shichen kept his arms open, smiling as he asked. Humph, who'd miss you? Kasumigakaka Yutaha turned her head with a soft snort. Ouch, that hurts my feelings. It's only been a month anyway, so did you miss me? Kasumigakaka Yutaha, unable to hold back, lobbed back a question. Isn't my gesture obvious? Shichen gestured to his arms still spread wide. Meaning? Kasumigakaka Yutaha smiled gently, though it was quite a leading question. Wanna run into my arms? You did let me hug you the day I left, remember? Humph, that's not the same. Kasumigakaka Yutaha retorted. Last time you said it was for a blessing. This time, what is it? Ah, to celebrate our reunion. Asking me. Not a firm enough reason, so I refuse. Then let's try a different approach. Shichen switched gears, lowering one arm. She eyed his right hand still extended, blinking. And that is. Think it's all right if we at least hold hands. Is that enough? He asked earnestly. Hold hands, so many people are watching. I don't know them, so who cares? Or are you worried? I don't know them either, but you should at least give me some reason I'd go along with it. Shichen thought for a moment, then said, You're an author, I'm your loyal reader. Let's say it's a handshake, how's that? In that case. I guess that works. Kasumigakaka Yutaha laughed softly, then placed her slender white hand into his. Shichen grasped it, skin so smooth and cool. All right, let's head back. Sure. Carry my bag. No problem. Holding hands, the two walked off under most onlookers' blank stares, the two casually chatting. Their conversation still drifted to those frozen in place at the gate. How come you came out so late? Did you have a duty or something? Don't bring it up. Lately, I've been pestered by some twin-tailed blonde. Finally shook her off. When did you meet that nuisance? Huh. Don't play dumb with me. That day you left, she came looking for me saying something about a prince on a white horse. What exactly did you do? I have no clue. Liar. I really don't know. Anyway, that's not important. Something more serious has happened. My house got another dragon. What? Gradually, they walked off into the distance and disappeared. The crowd at the school gates remained stuck in place, dazed. Just then, urgent footsteps resounded from inside the school, followed by a slight golden figure sprinting out the gate. Panting, she scanned around, but did not see the figure she wanted. She hurried to some classmates who'd informed her, asking breathlessly, "Where's Kasumigakaka?" "That person with her, the guy, where are they?" They just left." A female student, startled by her, pointed in the direction Shichen and Kasumigakaka Yutaha had gone. She swiftly turned her head, twin ponytails swinging, searching in vain. Sure enough, she saw no one. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 72, Yutaha did something shameful. Shichen and Kasumigakaka Yutaha did not walk the entire way home. Halfway there, Shichen couldn't resist showing off his ability and used spatial teleportation to bring her back. With just a blink, Kasumigakaka Yutaha discovered she was back in Shichen's room. The unreal sensation left her so astonished that she stood there mouth agape. This is magic. Impressive, right? Shichen asked proudly, arms crossed at his chest. Amazing. Kasumigakaka Yutaha walked around in small steps, examining the room to convince herself it wasn't just an illusion. She stepped on the floor and touched the bed and wardrobe, and even the desk, everything felt real to the touch. The scent in the room was so familiar, too. Standing nearby, Shichen chuckled, enjoying the sight. This was how a normal person ought to react, the sort of reaction he wanted to see. Not like that silly dragon Toru, with her mind always on that one thing. Once satisfied, she wouldn't cooperate with him at all. How did you do it? Kasumigakaka Yutaha finally believed she wasn't seeing things, stepping up excitedly to ask. You can figure it out, this is spatial-related magic, Shichen answered simply. Although Kasumigakaka Yutaha was just an ordinary person, as a modern girl, she knew plenty. So that's it, spatial magic, huh? I never imagined I could personally experience it. You really aren't ordinary, Kasumigakaka Yutaha said, smiling. And yet you still question me until now. Shichen shook his head helplessly. Well, you never really displayed any special ability in front of me. Didn't Toru's situation prove enough? That's Toru, not you, Kasumigakaka Yutaha teased him. All right. Never mind that, it's not the main point. I want to ask you, can I learn magic? Like an excited little kid, Kasumigakaka Yutaha clasped her hands together and looked at him with shining eyes full of hope. Shichen couldn't help laughing. This was completely within his expectations. Anyone who witnessed genuine magic would be very interested, of course. I'm not sure, but we can give it a try. You mean it? Kasumigakaka Yutaha's eyes sparkled in excitement. Why would I lie? But don't get your hopes too high, be prepared in case you can't learn, he reminded her. I understand. Kasumigakaka Yutaha's expression turned serious. Suddenly anxious she wouldn't succeed, her face tensed. Haha, Shichen chuckled, finding her reaction amusing. He consoled her, relax. Even if you can't learn it, I'll find you another way. Chen. She relaxed somewhat, having been tense from excitement. Because she felt so grateful, she couldn't help opening her arms to hug him. Soft warmth flooded into his arms. Shichen was not shy, returning her embrace. Her figure was quite lovely and tall, and Shichen clearly felt the gentle pressure of her chest against him, catching a whiff of her pleasant hair scent. What's with the sudden hug, he teased. MMPH. I'm just showing gratitude to you, for agreeing to teach me magic. Yes, that's it. Kasumigakaka Yutaha realized what she was doing and hurried to justify it awkwardly. So generous? Don't get any ideas. It's only because you're my first fan, so you get this benefit. It's not like I'd go around hugging people just because I'm grateful. She added another explanation. I see. Got it, Shichen said, smiling without exposing her real feelings. All right, that's enough. Let go of me now. Kasumigakaka Yutaha wanted to end it there. But then she discovered he was hugging her quite tightly, his arms locked firmly around her. Nope, Shichen refused immediately. Ending so soon, this payment seems a bit stingy, don't you think? How long do you plan on hugging me? Kasumigakaka Yutaha asked nervously, keeping her head lowered, not daring to meet his gaze. Being this close to a man, inhaling the distinct masculine scent in his embrace, her cheeks started to heat up. Let me think. Shichen spoke unhurriedly, until Toru and the others notice us. What do you mean, until they notice? It's not like it's anything shameful, she said, pursing her lips. That's exactly what I mean. They might not find out, though. Not necessarily. Right then, the sound of footsteps echoed on the stairs outside. Immediately after, Toru appeared in the doorway. Chendano, you're back. Oh, and Yutaha. Mem, we're back, Shichen said, releasing Kasumigakaka Yutaha. The abrupt appearance made Kasumigakaka Yutaha a bit uneasy. She turned away from Toru, grumbling, what do you mean, oh, and Yutaha? Am I just an afterthought? Without so much as a glance at her, Toru casually remarked, at least I greeted you, so stop complaining. You, Kasumigakaka Yutaha ground her teeth, glaring. You too, stop fighting already. How is it you're still like this after so long? Shichen quickly intervened. Chendano, I've been treating her quite nicely. I even make 3 meals a day, plus remind her about going to bed at night. But she's always trying to hog Chendano's bed. Toru lodged her complaint. Shichen raised an eyebrow, looking at Kasumigakaka Yutaha. You, why are you? Kasumigakaka Yutaha's face turned beet red in an instant. In annoyance, she snapped, why did you have to say that out loud? What? Is there some reason I shouldn't? It's just the truth, Toru said blankly. So, tell me what this is about. Shichen's lips curled into a grin. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 73, Kana Kamui. What's on about? There's nothing going on. Kasumigakaka Yutaha, blushing red, denied it. Then she was the first to head downstairs. Weren't we going to look at Toru's companion? Hurry up. In the blink of an eye, she was already downstairs, practically fleeing the scene. What's up with her? Toru asked curiously. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Let's go down as well. Oh. A human sense of embarrassment, that's all. Toru, with her mind full of that sort of thing, obviously wouldn't understand, and honestly there's no real need for her to. Shichen and Toru headed downstairs. They reached the shop and saw Kasumigakaka Yutaha slightly gaping at the corner of the cafe, eyes filled with amazement. Following her line of sight, he noticed a small, snow-white figure in the corner. It was a little girl, curiously looking around, seemingly around elementary school age, very adorable, but entirely unlike any normal elementary schooler. She had long, violet-white hair cut into straight bangs, styled into 2 drooping ponytails, twin tails, plus a princess cut around her ear line. On each side of her head were white horns, 2 sets, in fact, one pair curved upward like a cow's, the other smaller and angled downward near her head. She wore a pink and white, ethnically styled one-piece dress, along with a short capelet. It looked ornate, but not at all out of place, as though it were tailored exactly for her. Of course, Shichen recognized her at a glance. She was exactly as he remembered Kana, though seeing her in reality made her even more adorable, practically stirring up fatherly instincts. She's so adorable. Kasumigakaka Yutaha muttered under her breath, clearly astonished at the little girl in the corner. Shichen could see that even Kana's cuteness had drawn in Chisato. Right now, she was by the register, entirely focused on Kana, not even noticing Shichen and Toru had come down. So cute, right? How about you, Chendano? Toru couldn't help asking him. She is indeed cute as you, Shichen replied. Really? Hee, Toru gave a silly grin. Shichen shook his head in amusement. Alright, let's go over and talk to her. Got it. Still clinging to his arm, Toru led him toward Kana. Ah, Chen and I. Only after Shichen and Toru came into view did Chisato snap out of her focus. Shichen waved at her in greeting. Isn't she super adorable? Kasumigakaka Yutaha approached Chisato. Yutaha, you're back too. Chisato noticed Yutaha. She knew who Yutaha meant. Glancing again at Kana, she nodded. Yes, really cute. That's to be expected. Given that child, I have a feeling she'll be staying. Huh? Why? That child is a dragon, just like Toru. So those horns aren't just hair ornaments. Chisato realized. Didn't Toru mention it to you? Nope. She just suddenly brought this little girl back and hasn't looked after her much. I thought she only found a lost kid. I see, well, you can see it's not an ordinary lost kid, after all. So, do you think she'll really stay? Chisato asked hopefully. Kasumigakaka Yutaha smiled wryly. It depends whether Toru wants her, but do you really think Shichen's going to let that little girl leave? Hee, you sure got to know Chen and I pretty fast, Chisato laughed. Humph. Meanwhile, Shichen had no idea Kasumigakaka Yutaha and Chisato were talking about him. He and Toru approached Kana's table and sat down opposite her. Seeing Kana from the front made her all the more adorable, big bright eyes, a perfectly round little face that was unbelievably cute, like a porcelain doll. You said she's Kanna. Shichen asked Toru softly. Her full name is Kanna Kamui. She's a kind of spirit dragon with thunder and lightning powers. Toru introduced, then proudly turned toward Kanna. Kanna, this is the Chandano I told you about. Kanna, hello. Please leave Toru-sama alone. Shichen had just greeted her when she cut him off, glaring at him warily. But that was what he expected. He smiled and asked gently, and why's that? Kanna's delicate face remained taut and stern as she answered, ever since I met Toru-sama, she hasn't stopped mentioning you at all. It's certain you tricked Toru-sama with seduction. Kanna, you're still young, don't say such things. I don't care. You must have used your body to lure Toru-sama away. Please leave Toru-sama, give Toru-sama back to me. As she spoke, Kanna hopped off her chair, then marched right over to Shichen, pounding her little fists against his leg. You. But it held no force at all. Shichen couldn't help but smile, shaking his head at how adorable she was. Without hesitation, he reached out and picked her up by her underarms. You. Kanna flailed in midair, arms swinging, little legs kicking. First off, setting aside whether Toru was lured by me, how are you so sure I deceived her? Humans are all liars. Well, that's not wrong, but have you considered that Toru isn't so easily deceived? Plus, she's so powerful, would I dare? Kanna suddenly froze. Shichen continued, right. You don't think Toru's dumb, do you? Is Toru dumb? Toru-sama is not dumb. Kanna retorted angrily, puffing her cheeks. Then that solves it. Kanna stared, mind blank. Watching Kanna's dazed expression, Shichen fought back laughter. Sure, Kanna might be thousands of years old, but compared to normal humans, she was still a child. So simple to handle. Kanna, I really do love Chandano, so stop talking nonsense, Toru chimed in. MMPH. Toru's remark only made Kanna look more hurt. Don't cry, don't cry. You'll lose your cuteness, Shichen said, bouncing her lightly in his arms like caring for a baby. It worked, she forced her tears back, obediently staying in Shichen's embrace, head hanging listlessly. Kanna, how did you come to this world? Shichen, who couldn't stand seeing her so forlorn, changed the topic. I wanted to find Toru-sama. I just kept flying and saw a distorted space up ahead, so I went in, she replied timidly. Weren't you scared? I'm not scared at all. Plus I sensed Toru-sama's presence. Hey, you sure love Toru. The little face nodded seriously. Then she looked at Toru. Toru-sama, come home with me. I don't want to. Toru refused outright, hugging Shichen's arm. I want to stay with Chandano. Why? Because I'm deeply in love with Chandano. I don't get it. No matter. Anyway, aren't you stuck here? Kanna went silent. Right, Kanna can't leave, Shichen smiled. What do you mean, human? Kanna asked, frowning. I'm just asking if you want to live with us. With a gentle smile, he gazed at Kanna in his arms, and Kanna's eyes went wide. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 74, New Member of the Family. Human, what are you scheming? Kanna eyed Shichen warily with her little face tense. What kind of scheme could I possibly have? Shichen answered calmly in return. What do you have that's worth plotting against? Ugh. Kanna bit her lip in frustration, unable to refute that. Yet she still wouldn't let her guard down. Humans can't be trusted. You must be trying to use me somehow. Sigh. Shichen let out a sigh, then released her and gently patted her little head. In a soft voice, he said, it's true humans can't be trusted, but can't you trust me at least a little if Toru trusts me? Kanna looked at Toru, who was smiling happily, then glanced back at him. Maintaining his smile, Shichen said, I know that being in a strange land, you should stay on guard, that's only natural. But right now you have nowhere to go, and Toru is here. Can't you at least try trusting me? Kanna stared blankly at him. You can keep being cautious, that's fine. How about we slowly get to know each other? Shichen lowered his head, looking her in the eyes with a gentle smile. Once we get acquainted and become friends or even family, you can decide then if you want to trust me. Family. Kanna murmured to herself. Yeah, family, Shichen confirmed. I see, Kanna's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. What's wrong? Startled, Shichen quickly began wiping her tears. Kanna didn't answer. She just sat there on his lap, sobbing non-stop, cheeks puffed in grievance. Don't cry, Kanna. People will think I bullied you. I know what happened. Toru chimed in from the side. What? Shichen glanced at her, perplexed. Kanna was probably banished for playing pranks. Playing pranks. Shichen furrowed his brow, he only had a vague memory of that. Toru gave a light laugh, looking at Kanna. Kanna really likes playing tricks, and her dad doesn't pay attention to her. Maybe she overdid it, so they drove her out. How excessive would it have to be to get kicked out? You'd have to ask Kanna. Ugh. Kanna abruptly buried her face in Shichen's arms, refusing to speak. Seems Toru's guess being spot on left her too embarrassed to admit it. But at least that clued Shichen in on why she was crying. Indeed, Kanna is still immature, and with a dad who ignores her, she might have stirred up trouble to get attention, only to end up banished. Naturally she'd feel wronged. He had also just proposed becoming a family. For a child, that would definitely make her emotional. Kanna. Knowing the reason, Shichen once again pulled Kanna out of his arms to look her in the eyes. What? She asked timidly, tears still clinging to her eyes. Although her pitiful look tugged at his heart, he still found it incredibly cute. Her cheeks were so plump and round that he almost wanted to pinch them. So soft. But he decided to wait until they were closer. Shichen gazed at her tenderly, sincerity in his eyes. From now on, this place is your home. Let's get along, okay? Kanna nodded firmly. That's wonderful, Toru said happily from the side. As expected of Chandano, I like you so much. I like you too, Toru. Hee hee. What about me? Kanna suddenly interjected. I only like Chandano. Toru eyed her expressionlessly. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to this human. Kanna retorted stubbornly, then turned her watery gaze to Shichen. Haha, of course I like Kanna too. Also, my name is Shichen. You can just call me Oni-chan maybe. Alright, Shichen, Kanna nodded. Sure, call me whatever you want. Since Shichen says he likes me, I guess I'll like you in return, Kanna said, very serious despite her small face. Really? That makes me happy. Kanna smiled. Seeing that, Toru looked displeased. Chandano, are you cheating on me? Where'd you learn that word? Shichen felt his eye twitch. Isn't it obvious? Doesn't this count as cheating? Absolutely not. These are two different kinds of like. Chandano, what's different about them? Yeah, Shichen, what's different? They're just different, Shichen insisted while deciding not to explain in front of Kanna, she was still too young. Anyway, let's go introduce Kanna to the other members of our family, Shichen said, carrying Kanna as he walked over toward Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha and Chisato. Ah. Chin, you have to clarify. Toru grumbled, following behind them. How'd it go? Mission accomplished. Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha asked lightly once they approached, resting her chin in her hand, elbow on her knee, glancing at him. What do you mean, accomplished? I just took Kanna in because she has nowhere else to go, Shichen retorted with righteous indignation. Tisk, Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha responded dismissively. So her name is Kanna, Chisato, still smiling happily, looked at Kanna. Shichen began introducing them to Kanna. Kanna, these two are Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha and Nishikichi Chisato. Just call them Oni-chan if you like. Oh, Yutaha-ne, Chisato-ne, Kanna greeted obediently, without any sense of her actual age, like an innocent child. Hey there, Kanna-chan, Chisato waved energetically. Hello, Kanna-chan, Yutaha tried to maintain composure but clearly found Kanna's soft voice irresistible. Chin-ni, may I hold Kanna-chan for a bit? Chisato asked. You gotta ask me, but it's no use. Huh. She turned to Kanna, brightening her tone. Kanna-chan, can I hug you? And no. Kanna hugged Shichen's neck even tighter. Ah. Chisato visibly deflated. Hey, Shichen laughed. Looks like you'll have to build a better relationship with Kanna first. But why does Kanna-chan let Chin-ni hold her? Ah, you don't get it. Shichen grinned. Kanna loves Toru, Toru trusts me, so Kanna trusts me as well. Oh no, so you basically piggybacked on Toru's trust. That's right. That means Chandano's cheating on me. Toru pouted behind him. What do you mean cheating? Toru, don't say random stuff. Shichen turned around, rolling his eyes at her. Earlier you clearly said you liked Kanna. Oh, so Chin-ni likes little girls after all. No wonder he was the one who rescued me back then, Chisato teased. Wah. Chen, you're a lolicon. Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha sharpened her gaze at him. You guys. Shichen sighed and, still carrying Kanna, headed toward the kitchen. Come on, Kanna, let's leave them be. Are you hungry? I'll cook something tasty for you, okay? Thanks, Shichen, Kana said softly, expressing gratitude in her little voice. Hee anything you want. I'll eat whatever you make. Kana, you're way too adorable. Shichen couldn't help but rub his cheek against Kana's soft little face. So smooth and bouncy. Just like that, Shichen carried Kana into the kitchen, while Toru, Kasumiga Kakayudaha, and Chisato stared in surprise. Chin-nii really does like little kids. Chisato muttered to herself. Ugh, that Kana, stealing my Chindano. Toru gritted her teeth. Kasumiga Kakayudaha alone seemed calm. What are you two spacing out for? Didn't he just say he'd personally cook? Don't you want a taste, she hinted. Ah. The other two jolted as though awakened, immediately dashing in a scramble toward the kitchen. Kasumiga Kakayudaha watched them hurry off, shook her head, then lowered her gaze to her own ample chest, then to her sleek, shapely legs, nodding in satisfaction. Cute. So what? In the face of sexiness, cuteness doesn't stand a chance. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 75, Kana is cute. Dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. Shichen didn't cook alone, instead, he and Toru plus Chisato worked on it together. The two of them were in very high spirits, it was their first time cooking alongside Shichen. But at mealtime, they couldn't stay cheerful. Kana didn't sit by herself, rather, she occupied Shichen's lap, eating while perched on his legs. Moreover, Shichen kept feeding her the entire time. Compared to them simply offering him dishes, the difference really showed. In that moment, they both felt Kana was no longer so cute. Sure, she was adorable, but the fact that she was stealing Shichen's attention diminished all that charm. Only Kasumiga Kakayudaha ate her meal in silence, not joining Toru and Chisato in their gloom. After all, Kana was merely a child, even though she was a dragon who had lived tens of thousands of years, her mindset was clearly childlike. She needed their protection, not envy. While Toru and Chisato, ironically, felt somewhat jealous, Yudaha, who considered herself calm and mature, didn't mind. Kana was just a little girl. There was no point fretting. A normal teen could be far more complicated than an ancient dragon child. And as someone confident in her own charms, Yudaha had no worries. As she saw it, although Chisato came across as knowledgeable, she was also prone to going along with childish drama, who could say if it was genuine or intentional. Either way, a girl like that easily drew attention. She herself, on the other hand, only relied on her natural beauty to attract attention. But being so confident, she had nothing to fear. After dinner, Toru and Chisato cleaned up the kitchen, leaving Shichen to carry Kana upstairs to prepare her bedroom. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and had bought several sets of bedding beforehand, so they didn't need a last-minute run to the store. Now that he could use spatial magic, it wouldn't have mattered if he'd forgotten, but planning ahead never hurt. Shichen chose a room across from Toru's for Kana. Holding her, he headed in. How about this room, Kana? He asked, setting her down. It's kinda small, but it'll do for sleeping. Hey, Shichen rubbed her little head. Well, in your current form, this is plenty big. Shichen, where's your room? Kana asked in her sweet, childish voice. Next to Toru's. And Toru-sama's room is? Right across from yours. Oh, so then why isn't my room right next to yours? Because the other side belongs to Chisato. Shichen patiently explained. All right, I get it. I'll help you make the bed. Thank you, Shichen, Kana said earnestly. No need to be so polite, we're all family here. Family, oh, Kana seemed to really like that word, eyes lighting up in fascination. Shichen couldn't help laughing at how she looked. Indeed, she had lived so long, yet was so childlike, completely different from the typical adult's mindset. Shichen, why are you laughing? Ah, because you're very cute, Kana. I'm cute. Extremely so. Do you like me then, Shichen? Of course I do. In that case, I'll always stay cute. Kana said with a stern little face, as if making a serious promise. Haha, all right, Kana. You must remain adorable. After that exchange, Shichen quickly made the bed. Since the weather was warm, a simple blanket sufficed. All done, Kana, want to lie down and try it out? I do. Kana flopped onto the bed, rolling from side to side. Shichen watched her small figure flip around, his heart practically melting. Indeed, children were so precious. An obedient, sweet child is doubly so. He used to think he disliked kids, but now realized what he disliked was troublemaking children. Like Kana, well-behaved ones simply tugged at his heartstrings. Okay, shall we go look around the rest of the house? Shichen said, interrupting Kana's rolling. Oh, sure, Kana answered, then stretched out her arms. Shichen, carry me. Shichen found that impossible to refuse. He bent down and lifted her. Kana, you shouldn't get too friendly too fast, you know. Why not? Because we don't know each other that well yet. But Toru-sama trusts you, so I trust you as well. Hey, well, you shouldn't act like this with other people. I know, I'll only do it with Shichen. Good girl. Brimming with contentment, Shichen showed Kana around the second and third floors. He even revealed his game room, not yet fully furnished. Kana took great interest in it, so Shichen decided he would decorate it within the next couple of days. Worries about gaming interfering with real life were irrelevant. Kana wasn't a normal human, she was a dragon who had lived tens of thousands of years, so there was no way it'd be detrimental. Even if she were a regular girl, her minority status in this strange household made academics less of a priority. As long as one's outlook was fine, a bit of indulgence was harmless. Shichen didn't know Kana's educational level, but he definitely planned to let her attend school eventually. Mingling with classmates her age would presumably bring her joy. Staying cooped up at home with a bunch of older folks wouldn't suit her. They toured the third floor for quite some time. Only after finishing his grand explanation of the future game room did Shichen carry Kana back downstairs. By then, Toru, Chisato, and Kasumigakaka Yutaha had finished cleaning up and had come upstairs. So when Shichen and Kana arrived in the living room, two pairs of discontented eyes locked onto him. Toru, looks like you guys are done, Shichen said casually, without any guilty conscience. Yes, Chendano. Toru stared at Kana. Chen, you gave Kana the full house tour. Chisato beamed, waving at the girl. Finished, Shichen replied. And you, seriously? Kasumigakaka Yutaha eyed him. You're back as store manager, so can't you help out a bit? You didn't do anything in the cafe. Well, you three took care of everything, didn't you? And we're all family after all, each of you is a store manager too. Knock it off. That sweet talk won't work on me. Yutaha folded her arms with feigned displeasure. Oh, how my heart breaks. Chendano, Toru cut in, shouldn't you put Kana down? She can walk, you know. How petty can you be, picking on Kana? Shichen teased. But I never got to enjoy the treatment, Toru retorted pitifully. You're much bigger, and I can't exactly carry you around like this. I can shrink. Toru promptly declared. Even so, wouldn't that lose all meaning? How mean? Shichen sighed. Leaning in, he whispered, we hugged a lot this afternoon, didn't that suffice? Oh, right, Toru recalled being wrapped around him entirely, arms around his neck, legs clamped around his waist. What are you two whispering about? Kasumigakaka Yutaha asked suspiciously. Nothing. Shichen answered. You sure? She sounded unconvinced. He simply chuckled. Actually, it reminded me, Toru once mentioned that you were fighting over my bed, what's that about? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 76, Sleeping with Cuteness. Ha ha ha, so that's what it's about, huh? Leaning happily against the back of her chair, Chisato looked at Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Yutaha, how did you end up getting exposed so soon? Weren't you going to keep it a secret? It wasn't me who spilled. Yutaha was a bit flustered, her fair cheeks tinged pink with embarrassment. It's all Toru's fault, she blurted everything about our situation. Our situation? Shichen blinked, glancing at the three of them. It's nothing too serious, Chisato candidly confessed, we just took turns sleeping in your bed, that's all. Sleeping in my bed? Why? Shichen's gaze landed on Yutaha. He could understand Toru and Chisato, but what was she doing joining them? What are you staring at me for? It's not my fault. Yutaha's face reddened as she glared at him. I'm not blaming you, it's just, you were all sleeping in my bed, why would I blame you? Humph. So come on, tell me more about this, Shichen asked, intrigued. Ask Toru. Toru. It's not really a big deal, Chendano, Toru said. After you left, there was no need for me and Chisato to keep sharing a bed. Originally, I wanted to sleep in your room, but Chisato insisted on sleeping there too. At that point, Toru resentfully gave Chisato a sidelong glance. What? Chisato defended herself. Why should you get to have Chen-i's bed all to yourself? You two were quarreling over this. Shichen shook his head. Couldn't you just sleep there together? The bed's big enough. Humph, I'd never share with Chisato. I'm not sleeping with you either. That huge tail of yours takes up too much space. Chisato shot back. Really? Chendano loves my tail. What's that got to do with me? I don't share Chen-i's specialized preferences. Hold on, what do you mean by specialized preferences? Shichen interjected. Just that maybe you're into dragon girls, Chen and Chisato responded, pouting gloomily at him. And that equates to some sort of special fetish. Don't you think it is? If you don't like normal girls, isn't that a special preference? Yutaha, you agree, right? Indeed. Yutaha, off to the side, nodded in earnest. I do like normal girls. Shichen refuted. Is that so? Then why haven't you made a move on me, even though I'm so cute, with a decent figure? Am I not attractive enough? Chisato asked. Shichen lapsed into silence. He genuinely didn't have a good explanation for that, wrong timing, not the right moment, or no proper chance to be alone. Though he was familiar enough with Chisato, Toru had always been around, so they lacked the window to get intimate. He couldn't just do it in front of Toru, and if they tried sneaking around, Toru might catch them, which could be complicated. But that might be sort of thrilling. While Shichen mulled this over, Chisato, unaware of his thoughts, softly concluded, Chen and you definitely have a special preference. I do not. Shichen flicked her forehead in annoyance. Ow, see, you're just mad because I told the truth. Chisato rubbed her forehead. Ahem. Shichen cleared his throat and turned toward Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Anyway, we never resolved that earlier question, why were you also sleeping in my bed? Ugh. Yutaha reddened again but realized it was too late to cover it up. It's not my idea, fine. Toru and Chisato fought like cats and dogs over your bed, so I suggested they take turns. And it ended up I joined in too. You took turns, then decided to join them yourself. Shichen teased. What's that supposed to mean? You think I actually wanted your bed? Yutaha's cheeks flushed. I was just trying to fit in, so I wouldn't be the odd one out. It's not like I'm into your bed. So that's how it is. Shichen kept up his amused smile. Yutaha glared at him in embarrassment. Chindano, she's lying. Toru interjected, exposing Yutaha on the spot. Yutaha totally loves your bed. Every time she sleeps there, she hugs your blanket and sleeps so well. I do not. Yutaha snapped. Oh yeah. Then how come whenever you sleep in Chindano's bed, I have to wake you up because you're so out of it, whereas in your own room, you get up super early? That's just you barging in at some ungodly hour, okay. I was worried you'd do something perverted to Chindano's bed, Toru huffed. Who'd do that? Alright, enough. Shichen hastened to stop their bickering. Kanna's still here. Don't teach her bad habits. Shichen, what do they mean? Kanna asked innocently. Nothing that concerns you, Shichen said, patting her head. Oh then tonight, can I sleep with you? Huh. Shichen froze, frowning. Why do you want to sleep with me? To get closer to Shichen, of course. We need more bonding time. Kanna spoke with childlike seriousness. Oh. That's not okay. Huh. Why? Because Chindano is sleeping with me. Toru stepped in to answer. Toru-sama wants to sleep with Shichen. Exactly. Toru put her hands on her hips in triumph. With me around, there's no chance for you, Kanna. Wait, there's also me, right? Chisato jumped in. Shichen, is that how it is? Kanna asked. No, that's not the reason. Shichen explained with a smile. We only just met, so it's not proper for us to share a bed so soon. Then why can they share your bed? Kanna pressed. Inwardly, he realized Kanna was also a dragon. She acted spontaneously, lacking normal human constraints. Kanna, we only just met, so we need time before sharing a bed. Shichen repeated. Does that mean you don't want to get closer to me, Shichen? Kanna's wide eyes teared up again, voice full of grievance. Ah, no, I do want to get closer. Then why can't we sleep together? Kanna stared up at him. Unable to resist that face, Shichen threw caution to the wind. Fine, yes. Tonight, you can sleep with me, okay? Yes. Kanna's face lit up. She hugged Shichen's arm happily. Shichen smiled as well, but Toru and Chisato were clearly displeased. Chindano, what about me? Me too. Chisato raised her hand. Shichen remained calm. Tonight, I'll sleep with Kanna. You two go back to your own rooms. No way. We don't want that. What do you want, then? We want to sleep with Chindano too. Exactly. Haven't seen you for a month, I have so much to tell you. But the bed isn't big enough for 4. Let Kanna sleep on top of you. What an idea. No way. I wouldn't be able to rest at all. So that's settled, you two go back to your own rooms, and I'll sleep with Kanna. Shichen announced firmly. No. We want to sleep with Chendano. Toru whined. Humph, how about this, you can take my room, and I'll sleep in Kanna's. That way it's like we're all still sleeping together, in some sense. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 77, Chisato's First Kiss. The next day, Shichen still woke up in his own bed, and beside him lay the still sleeping Kanna, curled on her side. With her chubby cheeks, soft pinkish skin, and adorable sleeping face, waking up to such a sight put Shichen in a good mood. Even though he didn't sleep very long, being able to see something this cute first thing in the morning made him feel content. He hadn't slept enough, not because Toru and the others made a fuss late into the night, but rather because, after a month away, his bed seemed to have a mixed fragrance from 3 different people, and it took some getting used to. At least Toru and the others were quite sensible. Once he threatened that from now on he'd only sleep with Kanna, they immediately gave in. The only downside was that Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha had misunderstood him even more. Since Kanna was both a dragon and a little girl, plus Chisato's teasing, Yutaha had concluded that Shichen must have some special fetish, in other words, that he was a lolicon. What a joke, how could he possibly be a lolicon? He only let Kanna sleep with him because she was new here and wanted his company so she could feel safe. That's all. But explaining would only make it look like he was covering up, so he couldn't be bothered. Anyway, they were all on the same side. Even if there was a misunderstanding, it wasn't as though it'd get out. Shichen watched Kanna's adorably sleeping face for a moment. He helped neaten the stray hairs on her forehead, then quietly got out of bed. A young body doesn't need too much sleep. Last night, Kanna had fallen asleep quite early. She drifted off as soon as she lay in bed, so Shichen never even got to say good night. Even though she had lived for more than 10,000 years, she was still a child. Sleeping early was normal. Besides, she was just exiled from her homeland, ended up in this world, and found a new home. A dragon's life can have dramatic ups and downs. Finally finding security, it was natural she'd become sleepy. Ugh. Perhaps Shichen's movement startled her, because Kanna flipped over without waking, now lying on her back, continuing to sleep. Seeing her wearing his loose t-shirt, making her look especially tiny, Shichen couldn't help chuckling. Is this what it's like if he actually had a child? He once fantasized, influenced by anime, about picking up a stray child and living a life of raising them. Although that wasn't realistic, at least the scenario had now come true in the form of Kanna. Shichen changed his clothes, couldn't resist secretly taking a few photos of Kanna, then slipped out of the room quietly to go wash up. Halfway through washing, Toru suddenly appeared in the bathroom to find him. Chendano, so you're here. Why were you up so early? Shichen rinsed his mouth before replying, I slept a bit early, so I woke up early. Oh, I see. I thought maybe Kanna kept you up. How could that be? Don't take it out on Kanna. Shichen smiled, shaking his head. Besides, the only people who disturb my sleep are you and Chisato. That's not true. You know exactly whether it's true or not. You've changed, Chendano. It must be Kanna's arrival making you love the new and loathe the old. Where did you learn that phrase? Shichen flicked her forehead in mild annoyance. Isn't it obvious? Or are you telling me you're not ignoring me for a new one? Toru pouted. Just a second. He turned aside, leaning in close and giving her soft lips a quick kiss. Toru froze, blinking. Clearly, she hadn't expected him to be this forward. Stunned, he teased. Hee I want more. Toru promptly lunged into his arms, lifting her face for another kiss. Shichen, however, tilted his head away. That's enough for now. Ah. Why? You haven't brushed your teeth. No need, I can use cleansing magic that's way more thorough. That doesn't matter, brushing is an important ritual. Fine, wait for me then. And so Toru hurriedly brushed her teeth, glancing at him the whole time to ensure he didn't leave. No need to worry, I'm not going anywhere, Shichen said with amusement. She finished up quickly, not even washing her face, then pounced into Shichen's arms again, tilting her chin up expectantly. Chendano, I can't wait anymore. You, all right. He lowered his head and met her lips. Toru looped her arms behind his neck and responded enthusiastically. They lingered in the bathroom for quite a while, until Shichen had had enough. Satisfied, Toru hopped off to prepare breakfast, her dissatisfaction from the previous day completely gone. Shichen watched Toru's cheerful figure recede. He chuckled and then went to look for Chisato, heading straight for her room without knocking. Chisato's room was fairly sparse, a bed and a closet. That was understandable, considering how she'd been sleeping in his room all this time, and even in the last month she only slept half the time here, so maybe she was too lazy to decorate. He couldn't let this stand, why keep thinking about his room? This was supposed to be a family. He decided he would try a different approach. Instead of letting them sleep with him in his own room, he would occasionally sleep in their rooms, maybe that would motivate them to arrange their rooms better. But for the time being, that might not be feasible. Shichen walked up to Chisato's bed. She was still asleep, lying on her back, with the covers pulled up around her neck. Her short platinum hair fanned out across the pillow, and her complexion was fair, like something out of a dream. He quietly leaned in, noticing she was probably only faking sleep, and said, "Don't pretend to be asleep." "Hee, I knew I couldn't fool you, Chen and I." Chisato burst into a giggle, opening her eyes and sitting up. "How'd I know?" "Well, I've shared a bed with you for quite a while now," Shichen teased. "Yeah, I just wanted to see what you were going to do." Chisato rubbed her eyes. "What do you want me to do?" She retorted, "What good is wanting something? Would you grant my wish?" She gave him a sidelong glance, uncertain. Shichen nodded. "If you tell me, we'll see. I should just come out with it." "Chen and I, can't you be a bit more proactive? You basically barged in, right?" "Barged in? You think I came here to do something? What else? Are you here to attack me?" Chisato teased wryly. "Maybe not. Actually, I came to tell you to get up." "Figures." Chisato's shoulders slumped. "I knew it. All right, time to get up." Chisato tossed aside the blanket, revealing a softly curved figure in pinkish-white pajamas. She was about to hop out of bed. Toru or not, she still looked quite appealing. "Is Toru?" "She's already downstairs making breakfast." "So early?" "It's not early, Yutaha's gotta head to school soon." "Right, guess I should hurry, or Toru'll start griping at me again." Chisato slid her legs off the bed, but just as she was about to stand, Shichen grabbed her wrist. "Chen and I, what?" He smiled at her. "Don't worry about Toru." "Then why'd you come so early?" "Chisato, remember how I turned up in your room just now?" "Huh." Before she had time to react, he gave a sudden yank, pulling her into his arms. Caught off guard, Chisato ended up seated on his lap, her hands pressed to his chest. She glanced up at him, her heartbeat rising. "Chen and I. You guessed it. I came to attack you." Shichen smirked, drawing close to her. Chisato paused, eyes wide, heart pounding, but her lips parted slightly in eager anticipation. Hence, Shichen lowered his head and kissed her. She had left her eyes open, her fingers gripping the front of his shirt, crumpling it as her face burned. For a second, she seemed paralyzed with surprise. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 78, amazing volume. Chisato was completely stunned, unconsciously clutching Shichen's clothes, staring wide-eyed, even forgetting to breathe. Shichen could hear her heartbeat. He hadn't expected that this Chisato, who kept insisting he be proactive, would be so utterly naive when he really took action. So it turned out she just talked a big game. Not wanting to overstimulate her, he savored the soft, Sakura-like feel of her lips for a moment, then pulled back on his own. Chisato was still in a daze, clutching his shirt, eyes wide open. "Haha, did that leave you dumbfounded?" Shichen couldn't help laughing, waving a hand before her face. "Ah." Chisato finally came to her senses. Next, because she had forgotten to breathe for so long, she started gasping for air. Phew, inhale, phew. From Shichen's vantage point, he could see the significant rise and fall of her chest as she breathed, quite eye-catching. Though she was wearing rather conservative sleepwear, only her pale collarbones were exposed, no cleavage to be seen. But that was actually his doing. Back when selecting pajamas, he had picked out this set. No way around it, back then Toru and Chisato insisted on sleeping either side of him. If they wore something too skimpy and he had a reaction, how embarrassing would that be? That said, if his plan to occasionally sleep in their rooms came to fruition, he would have to buy them new pajamas anyway. "How did you even forget to breathe?" Shichen asked in amusement, lightly patting her back. I just wasn't ready." Chisato finally regulated her breathing a bit, quickly trying to justify herself. "Really? Was I too sudden?" "Yes. It's all your fault, Chen and I think we ought to do it again, so I can properly prepare." "Huh, what a scheme." Shichen shook his head. "Come on Chen and I do it again," Chisato said, clinging to his neck, pouting adorably. "I didn't get to take it in properly." "Nope, that's enough." Shichen decisively refused. "Eh? Why? You haven't even brushed your teeth." "What? So you do mind?" Chisato glared at him, annoyed. "I swear I smell perfectly fine." "Even if you smell fine, you still have to brush." "Meanie." "Fine, I'm really mad now." "Hehe, so you're mad about it." Shichen, still holding her, was unfazed. "I'm gonna have to use my secret weapon." Chisato declared with utmost seriousness. Oh. Let's see how powerful this secret weapon is. Humph. Chisato snorted, then grabbed Shichen's left wrist, pulling his hand between them. Controlling one hand of mine does nothing. He didn't resist at all. What about controlling here? Chisato smirked, steering his hand to her left chest. Shichen felt an involuntary squeeze. Chisato let out a slight moan. You. Feeling that soft shape in his hand, Shichen was momentarily speechless. Heh. Chisato's face reddened a bit, but she looked triumphant. How's that for a secret weapon, huh? It sure kills my hand instantly. So now you'll kiss me. In that case, what's there to refuse? Shichen put on a straight face. Haha, weren't you just refusing me, calling me smelly or something? Chisato teased, though her cheeks were growing redder. When did I say you smelled bad? I just told you to brush your teeth. Brushing your teeth or not, you're clearly picky. Nonsense. You smell fantastic, he said with utmost seriousness. PFF, Chen, you change your tune so fast. What can I say? Shichen gently squeezed again. HNN. Chisato couldn't hold back a soft moan, face burning even brighter. All right, that's enough, she said. Now can I get that kiss? I thought you just asked why I minded about your breath. You teased me, so now I just have to. Chisato threw her arms around him and initiated a passionate kiss. Shichen cooperated, responding and deepening it. One arm pressed her firmly closer, while the other roamed freely as it pleased. Moist sounds soon filled the room, intimately stirring the senses, accompanied occasionally by Chisato's half-stifled humming, soft and melodic. 10 or so minutes later, Shichen and Chisato emerged one after the other from her room. Beaming ear to ear, Chisato hopped and skipped to the bathroom, face clearly flushed, eyes shining with delight that couldn't be hidden. Shichen watched her cheerful figure from behind, shaking his head. One lecherous dragon was enough, and apparently Chisato was just as forward. Having two girls in the house who schemed against him so openly was actually kind of amazing. He still felt somewhat unsatisfied, but Chisato obviously lacked experience. She couldn't manage her breath well once things got intense. Going further could have been too much for her. He told himself there'd be plenty more time for practice. He didn't follow Chisato into the bathroom. Instead, he went to Kasumigakaka Yutaha's door. This time, he didn't just enter, he politely knocked first. Knock, knock, knock. He didn't knock very hard, yet inside, Yutaha promptly responded. Who is it? It's me. Chen. Something up? Not really, just that it's getting late, you should get up for breakfast. I thought it might be something else. The door's not locked, come in. Mind if I come in? Although he asked, he'd already turned the knob and entered. You jerk, lying on the bed, Yutaha glowered at him with mild annoyance. Didn't you just say I could come in? Shichen chuckled. Then why ask? All right. Time to get up. Toru's almost done making breakfast. She's up so early. Yutaha frowned, then sat up, eyeing him suspiciously. Is this your doing? What could I have done? Shichen spread his hands, all innocence. How should I know? I didn't see anything. Right. So get up then. Got it. Now go out. Why do I have to go out? Isn't it obvious? I need to change clothes. Yutaha rolled her eyes. But we're all family now. Out. Yutaha glared, cheeks reddening slightly. Fine. Shichen shrugged, turning toward the door. Oh, right, about teaching me magic. When's that happening? Yutaha remembered, just as Shichen reached the door. Later today, once you're back from school. All right. Now get out and shut the door. Yes. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 79, cute as justice. Humph. After finishing her morning wash, and changing into the red kimono-styled work uniform Shichen had ordered for her, Chisato hummed a little tune as she came downstairs to the kitchen. Likewise, Toru was also humming a tune while making breakfast. Toru, I'm here to help. All right, please start cooking the rice, Toru replied without even turning around. Okay. Chisato batted her eyelashes. She hadn't expected Toru to not be annoyed at her coming down a bit late, clearly something was off, but she didn't push it. After putting the rice on, she went to Toru's side to help wash the vegetables. Noticing Toru's face was all smiles, she couldn't hold back from asking. Toru, why are you so happy about something? It's nothing at all. Come on, you can't fool me. Is it because Chen and I came back? Hee something like that. Mentioning Shichen made Toru grin from ear to ear. Is that so? Did Chin'ai do something to you this morning? Chisato continued to pry. No, nothing like that, Toru denied, all smiles. Is that right? Chisato gave a knowing smile and shook her head. Judging by Toru's expression, she was obviously hiding something. Odds were something definitely happened, otherwise, how could she be in such a good mood? Meanwhile, that man of sin they were talking about was busy waking Kana up. The little girl seemed to rely on him completely now. She even wanted him to help her change clothes. The entire time she acted half asleep, arms outstretched, sitting on the bed motionless, eyes barely open. Shichen wasn't bothered, after all, he'd been the one helping her into pajamas last night. He took hold of the hem of her nightshirt and lifted it up, removing it from below. Then he put the pink-white ethnic-style dress on for her. Unlike Toru's outfit, conjured by magic, Kana's outfit was a real garment. Shichen had been a bit surprised when he helped her change last night. Once he finished dressing her, Shichen picked Kana up and left the room. Kana, do you want to brush your teeth? Kana half-lidded her eyes in a daze. What's brushing teeth? Brushing teeth is brushing teeth. And also washing your face. Washing face. Don't wanna. Kana shook her head, refusing. That's so. Then let's skip it and go eat breakfast. Okay. Kana nuzzled against Shichen's left shoulder, continuing to doze. Shichen didn't head downstairs immediately. Instead, he went to Kasumigakaka Yutaha's door and knocked. Yutaha, are you ready? All set. With those words, the door opened. Dressed in her summer school uniform, Kasumigakaka Yutaha came out. A white collar open neck top, black and blue bodice, and a gray pleated skirt with over-the-knee white socks. A wave of youthful vitality seemed to rush out at him, prompting him to stare for a moment. How is it? Yutaha stood slightly to one side, smiling at him. It looks great, but the skirt is a bit short. Shichen tapped his chin, nodding in approval. Really? Can't help it, it's the school design, Yutaha said with a light laugh. It's all right, I don't mind anyway. Let's go downstairs to breakfast. Carry my bag for me. Carry it yourself, I'm still holding Kana here. Tisk Lilikan. They went downstairs. Toru and Chisato had already prepared breakfast. Kana, still half asleep, stayed on Shichen's lap during the meal. Meanwhile, Toru and Chisato fussed over serving Shichen, making it plainly clear he was the center of attention, leaving Yutaha to quietly eat by herself. Kana gobbled up breakfast and promptly went back to sleep. Shichen left her resting in her room, then helped open the cafe to make up for being away so long. By 9 o'clock, the cafe opened for business. Shichen also got ready to go do his errands, he had something he wanted to do today. But just then, Kana came downstairs. Shichen. Spotting him, Kana called out, toddling quickly over on short steps. What's the matter? He paused as she ran up. Stooping to pick her up, he cradled her in his arms. Kana clung to his neck, nuzzling his shoulder. Shichen, take me out to play, okay? Kana wants to go out. Aha. How come? You don't want to stay with Toru? No, Toru seems to dislike me a little. Haha, that's not it. She's not disliking you, she's just jealous. Shichen explained, smiling. Jealous? Don't get it. Doesn't matter. Just know she doesn't dislike you. I see. But I still want to go with Shichen. I see. Shichen thought for a moment, he'd planned to go out anyway, so he could bring Kana along. He nodded, all right, I'll take you out to play now. Really? I wouldn't lie to you. Shichen, you really are good. Ahem, don't call me good person, that phrase can be misunderstood. Eh? Then what do I say? Just say, Shichen is so nice, would be fine. I got it. Shichen is so nice. Kana obediently repeated. You really are too cute, Shichen couldn't help rubbing her chubby cheeks, soft and springy, kind of addicting. Kana pouted, letting him press against her cheeks, but not exactly resisting. He didn't go overboard, just poked her a bit, and then took her out of the shop. Kana, let's go, I'll show you around. Okay. Let's go. Annoying Kana. Toru, enviously eyeing them leave, grumbled under her breath. Isn't Kana super cute? Chisato said with a giggle. Humph, not cute at all. Haha, you're not thinking Chin'ai's got a new flame, are you? No, but Kana definitely stole Chin'ai's affection. Toru pouted, obviously disgruntled. Chisato laughed. Think about it. Kana is so small, Chin'ai's just acting like a caretaker for a child, like a father. Doesn't that make sense? A father, Huh? Toru imagined it. Yeah, if you think about how he'll treat a future child with you, that's probably exactly how he'd behave with Kana. A child with chin and eye, hee. Toru's eyes glazed over in sweet fantasies, smiling blankly. Chisato only shook her head, leaving Toru to her daydreams. Shichen's destination today was the electronics store to buy some games. He planned to decorate his gaming room properly. Bringing Kana out proved the right call. He could teach her some basic human knowledge as they walked. Kana, that big metal box on wheels over there is called a car. Kana, that glowing lamp is called a traffic light. Red means stop and green means go. Kana, that person's riding a motorcycle. All the while, Kana kept asking questions with her soft, childlike voice, and Shichen patiently answered them. A cute child's curiosity is unstoppable, and the two garnered plenty of warm smiles from passers-by. Even riding the train, Kana repeatedly pointed outside, asking about every little thing. Passengers around them watched the pair with gentle expressions, in no way annoyed. Cute is justice. Shichen realized bringing Kana along was definitely the right decision. Otherwise she'd be clueless about everything at home, with no concept of daily life. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 80, Train Incident. A JK Assassin. Shichen took Kana to Akihabara for video game shopping. Under the friendly smiles and farewells of the other passengers, Shichen carried Kana off the train, heading directly west along the main avenue. This was not his first time here. On a previous visit he'd briefly checked out a nearby game store, so he had a general idea of what he wanted to buy. Although today was a weekday, there were still quite a few people around. Many wore glasses, carried backpacks, and had long hair, walking solo. Clearly they were here to shop for goods. Nowadays, with so many ways to make a living, some people can earn money just by staying at home, playing games, making videos, writing novels, or drawing illustrations. Even seeing them out on a weekday, Shichen wouldn't mistakenly assume they were just mooching off their parents. Shichen, what is this place? Kana looked around curiously, asking him. This is Akihabara, a place to buy games. Games. By buying some games, we can play them together at home. Are games fun? I guarantee they're fun. Then I want to play them with Shichen. No problem. Shichen, wait, it's a red light. We have to stop. Kana's so smart. Heh. While waiting at the red light, Shichen let Kana ride on his shoulders, holding onto her little ankles, taking her on a tour around Akihabara. Akihabara is famous for its maid culture. One can see employees dressed in maid outfits handing out flyers everywhere. Most of them are from maid-themed eateries. Because it was still early, and Shichen was just there for games, he didn't plan on dining. Plus, none of those maids looked as good as Toru, so he wasn't interested. But Kana was a bit taken with their outfits. Shichen, why are those people wearing the same sort of clothes as Toru? That's called a maid uniform. Maid means someone who takes care of others. So Toru is there to take care of Shichen. That's right. Then should I also wear a maid outfit? Why would you? You don't need to be a maid. I want to take care of Shichen too. Haha, I'm the one taking care of you, rather. You're still little, just do whatever you like. I can do that. Of course. Shichen smiled. Shichen, you're so nice. Haha, actually, the real reason is that a maid outfit wouldn't suit you. Huh. Well, you see how cute Toru looks in a maid outfit. I just like seeing her in one, that's why she became a maid. But I can look good too. Kana insisted seriously. You're already cute. That's enough. I like cute. Oh, okay. Alright, let's pick up the pace, almost at the game store. Let's go. Kana wrapped one arm around Shichen's head and pointed forward with the other. Off we go. This world's games came in many varieties, but Shichen wasn't especially familiar with them all, so he planned to buy whichever ones he recognized. He could branch out later. He discovered the Nintendo brand, which was perfect for Kana. Deciding to focus mainly on Nintendo, he bought Super Mario series, Pokemon series, Kirby, etc. He got both handheld systems and cartridges. By the time he finished, he was loaded with bags. Of course, there was no issue getting them back. With space warping magic, it was only a blink. If not for wanting to teach Kana a bit more about society, he would have teleported to begin with. Besides consoles and cartridges, he also bought a large display. Nintendo's games are best played on a bigger screen. That way he could have Toru and the others join in. The display was the biggest headache. He sent it all home first, and then brought Kana to browse other titles. In Japan, you can't talk about games without mentioning gal games. He definitely had to grab some, but they weren't suitable for Kana. The covers often featured beautiful girls, and some had R18 content. That would be a bad influence on her. Still, some romantic, adventure-type gal games were all ages. Kana could try those out, while Shichen quietly picked up some adult ones for himself. He even came across a gal game he remembered, Little Love. It reminded him of that golden-haired twin-tail girl. Speaking of which, he hadn't actually met her yet. Yesterday, Kasumigakaka Yutaha mentioned something, but he wasn't sure what. Prince Onaikan. It was hard not to suspect that his future self might have time-traveled and met her in her childhood. Possibly something extraordinary happened. After more or less finishing his game shopping, it was already midday. Shichen had all the games sent home, then took Kana to a maid cafe for lunch. The little one was quite curious about maid cafes. He wasn't too keen, but had no reason not to indulge her. Just as he predicted, she was disappointed. The maids were nowhere near as cute as Toru, and the food was nothing special. The magical, "it'll be more delicious" chant had zero effect on her. So the pair left the cafe, having eaten only a basic omuris. Shichen, this is so boring. Leaving the cafe, Kana sagged in his arms, looking uninterested. Haha, told you it wasn't anything special. Then why were those humans in there so excited? Kana was referring to the other customers who'd been in the cafe with them. Because they like that sort of thing, Shichen replied simply. Don't get it. You don't have to. If you don't like it, that's fine. No need to be like other people. Oh. Then I'll just listen to Shichen. Let's head back. We'll set up the new equipment, and we can play games. Okay. Kana straightened, looking more energetic. Then we'll just go straight home. Can we not go back so soon? I still want to look around. Sure, no problem. Shichen, you're so nice. Haha. With a laugh, Shichen carried Kana toward the station. By coincidence, just as they arrived, a train pulled in. He carried Kana aboard. Even at this hour, the train was fairly empty, but there was still a high school girl in uniform inside. Shichen wouldn't have cared except that a man diagonally opposite them was suspicious. He wore a cap, clutching a cloth-wrapped bundle as if it was precious. Faint beeping came from within. He cast frequent sideways glances around him. Shichen was half convinced he was smuggling something questionable. Suddenly, the high school girl stood up from a bit further away and strolled over idly. He assumed they might know each other, but as soon as she reached the men, she swiftly drew a pistol from the pocket of her pleated skirt. At a glance, the color, the texture, the visible weight, it was undoubtedly real. The muzzle pressed against the man's forehead. Before he could react, the girl pulled the trigger. Puffed. A silenced shot rang out, a bullet hole appeared in the man's forehead. He collapsed against his seat. Seeing this scene, Shichen froze. A JK assassin. Though he himself wasn't afraid, seeing such a scene in broad daylight was unthinkable. The high school girl was very calm. She took the cloth-wrapped object from the man's arms and lifted the cover. Inside was a ticking bomb. That explained it. In that instant, Shichen realized who this girl was. Lycoris Recoil. The secretive all-female special ops group, never officially acknowledged, preempting criminals and terrorists by striking before incidents can happen. Chisato Nishikiji used to be one of them, after all. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 81, New Acquaintance Are Coming. Shichen had not expected to encounter Lycoris Recoil here, much less witness them dealing with a terrorist right before his eyes. Since he was able to see it all so plainly, it was clear this world was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Just then, the high school girl turned around and glanced in his direction, but he had already moved his gaze to look out the window with Kana. He wasn't sure whether she had noticed him watching earlier, yet given she dared to handle the terrorist so openly, it must have been a time-sensitive situation. Hence, he decided to play along, pretending to have seen nothing. Hopefully, they wouldn't set their sights on him. Indeed, that Lycoris agent had no time to concern herself with whether Shichen noticed. The bomb was still counting down, so she had to quickly call someone in to deal with it. Soon, urgent footsteps sounded in both directions of the train car. Several more girls in the same uniform, each carrying a small backpack, came walking in. Without a word, they approached the men, shouldered their packs, and swiftly carried off the body, along with the man's corpse. They departed, including the first high school girl who'd fired the gun. Shichen continued looking out the window with Kana, doing his best not to draw attention. After a while, once he could no longer hear footsteps around him, he turned to look at the seat where the men had been. It was now completely clean, not a trace of blood remaining. Truly worthy of a specialized covert organization. Even the aftermath was handled so swiftly. Better to get off now, Shichen thought. He wasn't afraid of a bomb exploding, but he did worry about Lycoris Recoil coming back to give him trouble. If they wanted to question him or wipe his memory, that would be problematic. He definitely wouldn't cooperate. That would only lead to more hassle. So at the very next station, as soon as the train stopped, Shichen got off with Kana in his arms. Shichen. Didn't we need to ride further? Kana, now used to clambering onto his shoulders, asked from atop his head. You're so clever, you even know where we're supposed to get off now, Shichen teased. Ah. What do you mean? I saw a crepe stall nearby. I'll take you to try some. Crepe? Mem, it's a sweet, super tasty pancake. Really? Kana's eyes lit up. Haha, you'll see soon enough. Then let's hurry and go. Sure. Crepes were indeed better than that omelette rice. Kana devoured 3 different flavors in one go, and still looked like she hadn't had enough. Her tiny pink tongue licked around her lips, as if searching for any remaining whipped cream. Her big eyes kept glancing reluctantly back toward the crepe stand. Noticing her expression, Shichen patted her head and asked with a smile, "Want some more?" "Is that okay?" Kana's eyes went wide. "Of course. Shichen, you're the best." Kana leaned in and gave him a little kiss on the cheek. Smooch. Shichen blinked, touching the spot Kana had kissed. Then, with a grand wave, he declared, "Kana, how about we try every flavor they have?" "Really?" Kana's little mouth formed an O in surprise. "I wouldn't lie to you." "Thank you, Shichen." That stall offered 7 flavors in total. Kana polished off the remaining 4 without difficulty, then Shichen led her away. She could open her mouth quite wide, big enough to take an entire crepe in one bite, and still seemed to want more. He simply found it hilarious. Once they were done, he carried Kana into a nearby side alley, and teleported them both straight back home with spatial magic. It happened to be prime business hours at the cafe, so returning home, they ended up in his bedroom. By now, Kana had only 2 remaining crepes left, and was steadily finishing them off. She was still in the midst of devouring the second crepe, her eyes sleepy again. Once she finished, she dozed off right on his bed, not bothering to change clothes. Seeing that, Shichen shook his head. After pulling a blanket over her, he quietly went upstairs to set up the newly purchased game equipment. He spent a while installing all the wires and consoles. Although it wasn't many pieces, he had a bit of a perfectionist streak, wanting to align and organize the cartridges neatly and make them easy to reach. Toru and the others didn't care much about these games. Only Kasumiga Kakashiwa might check them out due to her novel work, so Shichen just had to keep certain 18-plus gal game out of Kana's sight. Actually, Kana was so obedient that a simple warning would likely do, but he planned to be cautious. All in all, he spent almost an hour tidying up the game room. He checked his work and felt it was worth it. Everything was neatly arranged and instantly gave a fresh look. Without further delay, he wanted to bring Kana up to play. But after going downstairs to his room, he found that she'd already curled up on his bed, fast asleep, still wearing the same outfit, evidently too tired to change. Shichen decided not to disturb her. He left the room alone, back upstairs to the game room to try out a Pokemon game first. After all, he needed to re-familiarize himself, especially with the legendary Pokemon's abilities and lore. Who knew whether he might control them someday? Time flew by while gaming. 2.5 hours passed before Chisato came upstairs to find him. "Chen, something's come up." Entering the game room, she walked behind Shichen and hugged him around his shoulders. "What's the matter?" Pausing his game, Shichen turned his head to ask. "Just got contacted by DA. Duh." Shichen frowned. "What did they want?" "Don't worry, it's nothing major," Chisato said cheerily, resting her chin on his shoulder. "They're not asking me to go on a mission. They just want me to help with something small." "Something small?" Apparently they want me to look after someone. Looks like this person might need a place to stay here." Shichen set down his console and turned around fully. "They're asking you to look after someone?" "Yeah, that's about it." "Anything wrong?" "Do you want to help them?" "Well, yeah. The organization cared for me a lot in the past. Even though I've left, I still want to repay that debt." "In that case, there's no problem." Shichen smiled, nodding. "It's just looking after someone, right? Why would I object? And you never have to be formal with me. If you want to do something, just do it." "Thank you, Chen and Moi." Overjoyed, Chisato gave Shichen a quick kiss. "Taking advantage of me, huh?" Hey, Chisato stuck out her tongue mischievously, acting cutesy. "But I should get something in return." "Is that so?" "That's even better," she teased. "Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others." Chapter 82, Who's Coming? Shichen didn't allow Chisato to have her way and get back at him, but he also didn't feel like gaming anymore. He put the games away, then went downstairs with Chisato to help out in the shop. Right now it was still fairly quiet, only 2 or 3 customers, none of whom had come specifically for the view. They sipped coffee while typing on laptops, occasionally glancing at passers-by outside the shop, looking quite at ease. The cafe had a certain calming atmosphere, which was probably nice for those who wanted to get some work done. Shichen made himself a glass of juice and took a seat behind the register. Chisato busied herself tidying the tables. Before long, Toru emerged from the kitchen and, without a care in the world, flung herself into Shichen's arms. "Chendano. What's up?" He set aside his juice and held her. "Nothing much. I've just run out of inspiration." "Inspiration?" Shichen peered at her curiously. "Yeah, I can't think of any new dishes," Toru replied with a little pout of regret. "That's all." Shichen shook his head, amused. He reached out to ruffle her hair. "If you can't think of anything, just don't worry about it. We're a cafe, you know. We don't actually need that many dishes. But I want to make something new for you to eat, Chendano." "Huh, sweet talking me, but sorry, no prize for that." Toru tilted her head, failing to catch his meaning. "Never mind," Shichen smiled, tapping the tip of her cute nose. "All right." Toru didn't press further, just snuggled herself against him, letting him sense how she developed. With the air conditioner going, hugging Toru wasn't hot at all. Shichen was only faintly aware that one of the customers kept glancing over at them, but he didn't pay it any mind. A couple of minutes later, Chisato, having finished wiping the tables, noticed Toru in Shichen's embrace and strolled over. "Chin and I want a hug too." "No way. There's already no space." Toru shot back before Shichen could say anything. "Ah, you've been hugging him forever now, let me have a turn." "I've only been hugging him a few minutes." "How about half and half?" "No way. Toru, you're so possessive. Can't you share a little? Watch out, or one day Chendano won't like you anymore." "That can't happen. Besides, I got here first." "You too." Shichen, sandwiched between them, found himself pinned front and back. "There are still customers watching," he reminded them. "It's fine, they're busy with their own stuff," Chisato said. "Really?" Shichen turned to look at one of the guests, who hastily withdrew his gaze, although he had clearly been casting envious looks. The other 2 were indeed glued to their laptops, fully absorbed in their work. "Oh, whatever makes you 2 happy." Shichen gave in. "Hihi Chendano. Ah, Chen and I is the best." They snuggled closer to him, sandwiching him between them. Shichen could only shake his head helplessly. Truth be told, having 2 beauties clinging to him, front and back, should be considered lucky. Too much comfort could be its own form of trouble. Sure enough, not long after that, a customer came in, so Shichen had no choice but to push the pair away. Chisato went to prepare coffee for the customer, while Toru headed back to the kitchen. He himself no longer felt like returning to his game upstairs. Shortly before 7 o'clock, the final customer left, and they began preparations for dinner. Kanna, at this point, also woke up and came downstairs. Everyone gathered in the kitchen. Kasumiga Kakayutaha and Kanna simply sat by the dining table, not really doing anything. Shichen and the others busied themselves with cooking. Washing vegetables, Shichen asked Chisato, "So, Chisato, that person from DA still hasn't arrived?" "Not yet. She said it'd be today, maybe she got lost." "What person?" Kasumiga Kakayutaha overheard and curiously joined the conversation. "Someone from Chisato's old place is coming," Shichen said simply. "A man or a woman?" "Definitely a girl," Chisato answered with a grin. "A girl?" Kasumiga Kakayutaha furrowed her brow. "Eh? What's the matter?" Chisato looked at her in puzzlement. "Nothing." Kasumiga Kakayutaha shook her head, then cast Shichen a meaningful glance. "Hey! Stop looking at me like that. If you have something to say, just say it," he protested. "If you know in your heart what it is. Come on, I'm not that kind of guy, right?" "Who knows?" Kasumiga Kakayutaha said, staring off as she cut off the conversation. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside, and the bell at the entrance chimed. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" A girl's voice, sounding rather young. They'd simply opened the door and come in. Shichen and Chisato exchanged a look. "She's here, I guess." "Probably." "Chen and I go check. I'll finish washing these veggies." "All right." Shichen nodded and walked out, followed by Kasumiga Kakayutaha. Kanna joined them, too, jumping off her chair. "Shichen, wait for me." Without waiting for them, Shichen stepped into the cafe's main area. There in the doorway stood a teenage girl with black hair falling past her shoulders, wearing an outfit resembling a deep blue and gray high school uniform. She looked composed and serious. If not for the bandage plaster on her cheek, her face might have looked quite delicate. In Shichen's mind, a mechanical voice instantly spoke. Detected a divine fragment host. Target, Inoue Takina. Task, earn her trust, help her discover other beauties in the world, and you can claim the divine fragment. Exactly as he anticipated. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 83, Inoue Takina. The black-haired girl dragged her luggage case and slowly walked up to Shichen. Hello, my name is Inoue Takina. Starting today, I've been assigned here. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The girl, Inoue Takina, looked calm, not showing any sign of politeness like bowing. In fact, she gave off the impression that she was in a bad mood. Assigned. At that moment, Kasumigakaka Yutaha approached Shichen's side and spoke up, puzzled. Shichen, Kana arrived too, tugging on Shichen's pant leg. Come here. Shichen smiled as he squatted down and picked her up. Kana happily wrapped her arms around his neck. Hello, are you Chisato-senpai? Inoue Takina did not look at the two of them. Instead, she addressed Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Kasumigakaka Yutaha was taken aback. Inoue Takina continued calmly, Chisato-senpai, I've been ordered by the commander to train under you. Although this is not my wish, I believe training under the number 1 Lycoris will help me quickly improve myself, so that I can hurry back to HQ. I'm not Chisato. Kasumigakaka Yutaha explained somewhat awkwardly. Then. Inoue Takina paused, looking toward Shichen. Shichen felt a bit embarrassed. I'm even less likely. Didn't you just hear Kana call me something else? Takina frowned slightly. Then where is Chisato-senpai? Don't worry, she'll be here any second, she's washing vegetables at the moment. Washing vegetables? The frown on Inoue Takina's face deepened. Anyway, have a seat first, Shichen gestured to a nearby seat. No need. I'll just wait here for Chisato-senpai, Takina refused coldly. All right then. Hey, Shichen. Kasumigakaka Yutaha tugged on his sleeve, curiosity all over her face. What's Lycoris supposed to be? No need to worry about it. Don't try to brush me off. Kasumigakaka Yutaha complained, pinching his arm. Ow, fine, I'll explain later, okay. Kasumigakaka Yutaha snorted softly and let go of him. Shichen, does it hurt? Kana asked kindly, stretching out her small hand to gently rub where Kasumigakaka Yutaha had pinched him. It doesn't hurt at all, Shichen couldn't help rubbing his cheek against Kana's chubby little face. That's good. Kana's just so adorable. Sorry for not being adorable then, Kasumigakaka Yutaha gave Shichen a sideways glance. No problem, you're beautiful anyway, he teased with a laugh. TCH, Kasumigakaka Yutaha turned her head away, refusing to let him see the small smile tugging at her lips. On the other side, Inoue Takina wore a blank expression, silently watching the three of them, like a small family, interacting. This is the place Commander wants me to train. This is where the number 1 Lycoris lives. Is this really okay? Shichen, I'm here. Just then, Chisato's cheerful voice echoed, and she hopped out excitedly. Ah, a Lycoris. Noticing Inoue Takina's appearance, Chisato instantly realized who she was. Chisato-senpai. Inoue Takina inclined her head slightly in greeting. Oh, you're super cute. The wound on your face, how'd that happen? A medal? Asked Chisato with a friendly laugh. No. Inoue Takina's expression turned a bit awkward, then reverted to calm. It isn't. I see. Well, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. Chisato walked over in a familiar manner and put an arm around her. Yes, Chisato-senpai. No need to be so formal, just call me Chisato. You're Inoue Takina. Great, I'll call you Takina then. All right. Chin and I. Chisato, having let go of Takina, happily skipped to Shichen's side. Looks like we've got a new employee at the shop now. She's not here to work, Shichen reminded her, somewhat speechless. I was supposed to look after her though. Is that what you call looking after? How is that looking after if she's made to work as an employee? But we can't just let her eat for free and stay for free, right? You sure know how to manage a household's finances. Even if she was actually kicked out. Excuse me, I haven't been kicked out. Inoue Takina suddenly spoke up. Shichen felt a bit awkward. She had heard all that. Ahem, you're not kicked out. Right, sorry. Yes, I haven't. I was only demoted. I believe if I train here under Chisato-senpai, I can soon improve and go back. What's so great about DA anyway? Chisato couldn't help muttering. This made Takina flounder slightly, seeming at a loss to retort. After all, she couldn't think of anything truly wonderful about it either. She was just like the other Lycoris, she did her missions until her duty ended, and then she'd leave. What's so great about DA? They're allowed to kill people freely. Even she found that hardly appealing. Chisato-senpai, why did you leave DA? I already said, just call me Chisato. Chisato, then. Chisato nodded in satisfaction, then explained, actually, I left DA to look for the person who saved my life. Saying this, she giggled while hugging Shichen. I want to live with Chen and I. To live the life I want. Live the life you want, like dating. Ahaha, not exactly, but sort of, I guess. Chisato waved her hand, somewhat embarrassed. Dating. In no way Takina's face remained serious, eyeing the men known as Shichen. She'd never considered this matter, and currently she had no interest in it. Hello. I'm Shichen, he greeted her. Shichen. Yes, I'm from China, and this cafe is mine. I see. I look forward to being in your care, Shichen-san. A small matter, but just as Chisato said, you can't stay here for nothing. No problem. I can handle any task you give me. No task. This isn't DA. Just stick with Chisato and listen to her arrangements. Understood. Hee great, Takina. Nice to meet you. In no way Takina gave a small nod. Chisato, why not take her to fix up a room? We'll have dinner together later. Takina, mind if I call you that? It's fine. Then let's eat together, you probably haven't had dinner yet, right? No, I haven't. Great, we'll all eat soon. Yes. Takina, come with me then. Chisato tugged Inoue Takina upstairs. After they left, Kasumigakaka Yutaha finally couldn't hold back her question any longer. Alright, care to explain Lycoris and DA to me now? I'd better see if Chisato's okay telling you. Is it some huge secret or something? Kasumigakaka Yutaha asked. It'll overturn your worldview. Hey, I've already personally seen dragons and magic, how can I be overturned further? Kasumigakaka Yutaha crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. Fine. Shichen shook his head with a helpless grin, almost forgetting that little detail. Alright then, this involves Chisato's background, so I'd better ask her permission. Chisato's background, huh? Alright. Shichen looked up the stairs and called, Chisato. What's up, Chen and I? Her voice came from upstairs. Yutaha wants to know about Lycoris and DA. Is it okay to tell her? Go ahead. We're all family, no need to hide. Got it. Okay then. Shichen held Kana in his arms, walking toward the kitchen. Let's go in there and talk. There's quite a bit to explain. Kasumigakaka Yutaha followed behind him. Not something you can cover in a single breath. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 84, nope. I never would have thought. Chisato is actually an orphan. Kasumigakaka Yutaha murmured, her expression dazed. Yes. Shichen nodded lightly. He had just finished explaining Lycoris and DA to her, which, for someone who had always lived a peaceful, ordinary life, was truly world-shattering. So the real world she used to live in was actually like this. Underage female agents, resolving criminals and terrorists before incidents could even occur. The peaceful life they'd taken for granted was protected by these underage orphan girls. Chisato's still so optimistic and lively. Yes, that's just how she is, but she really is remarkable. Shichen smiled, full of pride. He admired people who face life with positivity, especially someone like Chisato who was still a young girl yet had been through so much. That was also the main reason he initially took a liking to her. So that explains why she's so open-minded. Kasumigakaka Yutaha suddenly said. What's open-minded? Shichen asked, puzzled, glancing at her. You tell me. Kasumigakaka Yutaha darted a look at Toru, who was enthusiastically cooking. Shichen immediately understood what she meant. That's your only reaction. Can't you be a bit empathetic? I just have to treat Chisato the way I did before, right? I think she wouldn't want me to start worrying all the time on her behalf. That's true. Hence, I'll show the attitude I'm supposed to have in this situation. Understood. You mean you're jealous, right? Shichen teased, eyeing her. What? Who's jealous? Kasumigakaka Yutaha immediately retorted. Didn't you just imply that? Shichen leaned in closer, smiling as he locked eyes with her. Kasumigakaka Yutaha blushed in anger, then turned her head away, leaving him only the back of her head. When exactly did I say that? Stop jumping to conclusions. Hee. Shichen noticed the redness of her ears and let out a chuckle. All right, whatever you say it is. You jerk. Kasumigakaka Yutaha spun around, her fair face fully reddened. She clenched her fists as if ready to smack him. Luckily, footsteps sounded outside at that moment, and soon after, Chisato and Inoue Takina walked in one after another. Chen, Takina's room is already set up. Okay. Then have a seat and rest. Dinner's almost done. Takina, mind if I call you that? No problem. Great, you probably haven't eaten dinner yet, right? No. Perfect, we'll eat soon. Yes, Takina nodded. Chisato took a seat beside Shichen, leaning her entire body against him. Initially she wanted to hold his arm, but he was carrying Kana, leaving no space for her. Even so, she noticed Kasumigakaka Yutaha's somewhat strange appearance. Yutaha, why's your face so red? It's hot. Kasumigakaka Yutaha replied offhandedly, turning her head away. Well, the kitchen can get warm. Only Toru isn't bothered by the heat, I guess. Takina, Shichen took the opportunity to introduce Toru and the others to her, that dragon maid is Toru, the one in my arms is Kana, and this is Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Hello. Kana waved her little hand from Shichen's arms, greeting in a soft voice. Toru. Kana. Those names. Inoue Takina glanced back and forth at their horns and tails. Indeed, Toru and Kana were showing their dragon horns and tails, they could hide them from people, but Shichen saw no need to. Maybe folks would simply believe they were cosplaying. So long as they didn't fly around or cast magic, no one would suspect a thing. The names might sound a bit odd, but that's really what they're called. They're foreigners, Shichen explained, temporarily withholding their real identities. Foreigners, is that so? No wonder. Takina seemed to accept it, not too suspicious. We'll all be living together now, so you can relax around them. If you have questions, ask Chisato. Understood. Chisato, Toru's almost done. Let's bring out the dishes and serve the rice. Should I help too? Of course, everyone does their part. Got it. Inoue Takina still wore that calm expression as she nodded. Her lack of expression or emotion might just be her nature. Shichen figured it was typical of a Lycoris, so he didn't mind at all. Kana doesn't mind either. She just wants to eat soon. Kasumigakaka Yutaha, already knowing about Lycoris, also understood Takina's demeanor. Takina was perfectly willing to help bring out dishes and serve food, acting as if she'd known them all along. But during dinner, Inoue Takina clearly seemed out of place. Shichen was busy feeding Kana, Toru and Chisato kept piling food into his bowl, Kasumigakaka Yutaha turned a blind eye. For a while, Takina stared, and finally couldn't help but ask Chisato, Chisato-san. Chisato, what's going on here? We're giving food to Chin and I. Why? I see Toru is doing the same as you, right? Yep. Any problem? Aren't you two dating him? Takina assumed. Not exactly yet, Chisato said, unembarrassed. Question mark. Takina looked at her, puzzled. But I am fairly competing with Toru. You know what fair competition is? Yes, I do, so then why doesn't Shichen-san choose? Takina asked Shichen. Choose? Only children make choices, Shichen answered matter-of-factly. This truly was no secret to the people here, including Kasumigakaka Yutaha. He had told her he wasn't an ordinary person precisely so she'd know the restrictions of normal society didn't apply to him. Though Kasumigakaka Yutaha hadn't given any explicit response, the fact she was still around him showed there was hope. He just needed her to gradually accept it. Under ordinary circumstances this would be difficult, but he wasn't an ordinary person. So basically two-timing? Takina asked, uncertain. No, it's not two-timing. Shichen shook his head. No. Two-timing means hiding another person's existence. But Toru and Chisato both know about each other, so it's not that. Shichen explained. Takina went quiet. Though she had never dated, she felt that this seemed strange. No need to overthink it, doesn't really involve you anyway. Let's just eat. Shichen offered. All right. Takina nodded. Indeed, whether he was two-timing or not was none of her concern. She was just here to train for a bit, then return to DA. But she still couldn't help asking, so that Yutaha over there also. Don't misunderstand, Kasumigakaka Yutaha calmly interjected while picking up some food, I just rent a room here. It's basically the same as your situation. Is that so? Takina sounded dubious. Had she not seen them earlier, along with Shichen and Kana acting like a family, she might have believed it. But now she sensed it was just a typical example of how girls speak one thing but might mean another. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 85, Teaching Magic. Dinner concluded, followed by a brief Q&A session, and Inoue Takina had more or less integrated herself into the family that included Shichen and the others, but more problems had also arisen. After all, at the end of the day she was still just a teenage girl, and at that age, it's hard not to care about certain things. Nevertheless, her main goal for now was simply to return to DA, so she wasn't desperate to figure everything out. She could tolerate the confusion. After dinner, they tidied up the kitchen together and headed upstairs. Inoue Takina's routine was disciplined, she went straight to take a bath and prepare for bed. Shichen, meanwhile, took Toru and the others up to the third floor to try out the games he'd bought. Toru and Chisato naturally found games interesting under his guidance, but Kasumigakaka Yutaha had no time to play, she needed to write her novel. Shichen, she called on her way to the study, once I'm done writing, teach me magic. Sure, I can teach you all night if needed. With my brain, I won't need a whole night. Chin, what's that about learning magic? Chisato asked curiously. Like this. As he spoke, he extended one hand, palm upward, from which flames sprang forth, holy golden flames, imbued with a sacred aura brimming with life. It was the ability Shichen gained after awakening his first beast vassal, the new power that came with that vassal's presence, and he could freely use it. Whoa. Chisato stared at the flames in Shichen's palm, feeling a certain familiarity. There's something so familiar about it. Oh. Shichen wasn't surprised at all. He recalled that Chisato carried 2 divine fragments, one belonging to the first beast vassal he'd obtained from Frieren's world, and another she'd had from the start. Though that fragment now also existed in him, it remained simultaneously in a Schrodinger's state. Having the ability to time travel, presumably one can walk outside paradoxes. It made sense the fragment existed in both of them. He was more puzzled, however, about why he still couldn't acquire the other fragment from Chisato's body. Even the method of acquiring it hadn't appeared yet. He didn't think they lacked trust or affection at this point, so there had to be some other reason. On the other hand, the conditions for obtaining Kanna's fragment had already been met as of early that morning. It had only taken one night. Sure enough, Kanna was basically a child, even if she'd lived over 10,000 years as a dragon. She was simply too quick to trust once Toru trusted him. If Toru hadn't been here, Kanna wouldn't have gotten close to him. Chin, can I learn magic too? Chisato asked. You're interested in magic as well? Of course I am. You can just conjure fire out of thin air. That's just the simplest demonstration. I can also conjure an entire flower field, and there's a spell that keeps you clean without needing to wash. A spell to skip washing. I'll pass on that, I feel better scrubbing up. But I do love the idea of conjuring a flower field. Chisato's eyes sparkled. Yet that cleaning spell leaves you perfectly spotless, while washing might not be so thorough. You could cast the cleaning spell first and then wash up if you want, Shichen analyzed with a grin. True, that does make sense, Chisato acknowledged. So, do you still want to learn it? Shichen teased. I want them all. Hey, don't get too excited just yet. What if you can't cultivate the mana needed for magic? Without mana, you can't cast spells. Chisato scrunched up her face in worry. Haha, there's no need to fret. Shichen dispersed the golden flames, then gently ruffled her hair. Even if you can't cultivate mana, I have alternative methods. Chin, you big meanie. You were just scaring me. Chisato pouted and threw herself into Shichen's arms, lightly pounding his chest. How is that scaring you, though? He laughed, hugging her back. It's the truth. Yes, it is, she said, annoyed. All right, it's my fault. Happy now. Not enough, I need compensation. Chisato looked up, eyes fixed on him, lips pursed. Compensation? What do you want? Hey, she giggled, then lifted her face and closed her eyes. Naturally, Shichen understood what she meant. So she wanted to sneak a little advantage again, but the problem was the eyes of the 2 dragons in the room. Toru was eyeing him suspiciously, Kanna was gazing at him with curiosity. Shichen. Are you going to do something? Kanna asked, blinking innocently. We're not doing anything. Shichen promptly set aside the idea of compensating Chisato with a kiss. All right, let's get back to gaming, he said. Chin. Chisato lamented, disappointed. Don't worry, some other time, for sure. How could you? She puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Ihemhem serves you right, Toru taunted smugly. What's that supposed to mean? Chisato retorted gloomily, I only asked for a kiss. You have an issue with that. As if that's my call. If Chandana won't do it, then too bad, right? But come on, you're trying to do that right in front of Kanna. Chandano clearly wouldn't do it at such a time, Toru reminded her. Oh, yeah, huh? Chisato blinked, then stared at Toru. What? You're not jealous of Kana anymore? Umph. She's only a child. Chandano sees her as just a kid. You sure caught on fast. Because of your reminder. I guess I should thank you, Toru admitted, glancing aside. Is that so? Is that so? Chisato waggled her brows, stepping closer with a grin, about to drape an arm around Toru. Don't touch me. Only Chandano can hug me. Toru shoved her away and marched into the game room. Chisato pursed her lips, eventually following her. Inside the gaming area, Shichen continued teaching Kana how to play. She was focusing on Pokemon, an older version that he still vaguely remembered. She'd fully immersed herself in it, perched on the sofa, hands never leaving the controls. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, legs are nice but let's focus on magic. Returning to the second floor, it was already quiet there, no sound at all. Shichen focused his hearing and picked up faint breathing in the room beside Kasumigakaka Yutaha's. That breathing wasn't steady, indicating the person was awake. In no way Takina, being a Lycoris, naturally had heightened vigilance. The commotion from them going downstairs likely startled her. After all, she was in a strange environment, feeling uneasy was normal, but it was only a matter of time before she'd adjust. Following Kasumigakaka Yutaha back into her room, Shichen didn't stand on ceremony. He sat right down at the side of her bed. A dense fragrance hovered around the bedside, drifting into his nose. Kasumigakaka Yutaha glanced at him, then asked Toru and the others who came along, why are you two here as well? I'm also gonna learn magic, Chisato raised her hand. I'm just curious to see what human magic looks like, Toru said while walking toward Shichen's side, not even turning her head. Aren't all magic the same? Kasumigakaka Yutaha was a bit surprised. Of course not, Shichen chuckled. Toru's a dragon, her magic is basically dragon-specific magic. I see. In that case, let's not waste time. Shichen said. All right. Kasumigakaka Yutaha closed the door, then came back and stood facing him alongside Chisato. Toru was already seated at Shichen's side, holding his arm quietly. So, what do we do? Kasumigakaka Yutaha asked. Calm down first, don't be too excited. I'll teach you to sense mana. How do we do that? First, sit with your legs crossed. I'm wearing a skirt, Kasumigakaka Yutaha reminded him. If I had known, I'd have worn a skirt too. Chisato sounded a bit regretful as she plopped down cross-legged. Aren't you supposed to have a bit of a girl's modesty? Kasumigakaka Yutaha gave her a sideways look. What's there to be modest about in front of Chin and I? Chisato countered. Fine, no point talking sense to you. I'll just change into shorts first. Kasumigakaka Yutaha rolled her eyes, took a pair of white shorts from her closet, and left the room. She was quick, less than a minute later, she returned. After that, she put the pleated skirt away in her closet, came over, and sat down next to Chisato in a cross-legged position. Because she wore shorts that only covered half her thighs, the other half of her fair, plump flesh was exposed. The lines were full of a firm feminine curve. All good, Shichen couldn't help commenting. What's all good? Kasumigakaka Yutaha hadn't grasped his meaning. Your legs, obviously, Shichen stated it plainly. Could you focus on teaching magic, please? Yutaha glared at him, cheeks flushing red. All right. Wait. Chisato suddenly interrupted. What is it? Chin and I, how about my legs? Chisato said, lifting the hem of her red kimono uniform from below the knees, revealing her fair, toned calves all the way to her knees. I love them. Shichen gave her a thumbs up. Yay. Chisato beamed. Then how about my, over on the side, Toru started to reach for the hem of her maid dress. Hey. Kasumigakaka Yutaha couldn't take it anymore, she raised her voice, stop fooling around. He saw both of yours, but not mine. Toru pouted in dissatisfaction. We'll slowly look at them later, okay? Kasumigakaka Yutaha said, exasperated. Which part is more important than letting him look at my legs? Toru grumbled quietly. Shichen. Kasumigakaka Yutaha cast him a look that demanded help. All right. He patted Toru on the head, consoling her. Toru, I'll look at your legs some other time, okay? Fine. Toru reined in her complaint. So, is it over now? Kasumigakaka Yutaha was on the verge of losing her patience. Can we study magic properly? Sure, Shichen said with a shrug. All right, both of you close your eyes first. You won't try anything while we've got our eyes closed, will you? Kasumigakaka Yutaha asked warily. Am I that kind of person? Shichen shot back, offended. No one knows, she retorted but still closed her eyes. Chisato had already obediently shut hers. Shichen continued, stay calm and don't think about anything. Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha and Chisato gradually relaxed, their expressions turned tranquil as if their minds were empty. He hadn't expected both of them to calm down so easily. Back when he'd been taught by Flam, it took him a while to truly clear his head. He had too many thoughts in his mind back then. Seeing that the two had reached a decent state of calm, Shichen gently freed his hand from Toru's ample bosom and stood. He walked behind Yutaha and Chisato, placing each of his palms against their backs and sending a wisp of mana into each girl's body. Do you feel anything? There's something roaming around inside my body, Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha asked nervously. I sense it too, Chisato added. That's a thread of mana I've given you. Next, you must memorize the route it travels in your body. The path for cultivating mana reminded him somewhat of the chi circulation from the cultivation novels he had read. You guide the energy, then absorb the world's energy as your own. But in learning mana, you didn't have to refine anything. You just pulled it in. The routes were short and simple. Initially, he couldn't let mana remain inside him, which was why he'd been unable to cultivate it. Got it memorized. Got it, they answered in unison. Great, now try circulating that wisp of mana in your body. The wisp was Shichen's mana. Soon it would disperse. If they didn't quickly incorporate it as unowned energy, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. But he forgot one important factor. After a good while, that little mana vanished inside them. Neither Yutaha nor Chisato managed to absorb a shred of it. It failed. Noticing their disappointed faces and that they'd opened their eyes, Shichen felt puzzled. It shouldn't have ended that easily. They had gone so smoothly at first, why would it fail? Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha frowned and nodded. I have no idea why, but I just couldn't pull in the mana. Same for me. Chisato concurred glumly. Could it be you can't cultivate mana after all, concluded Shichen. After all, the girls weren't born in a magical world, maybe it wouldn't work, even with his guidance. Not being able to learn was the normal result. This was the typical scenario. Oh. Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha's face showed obvious disappointment. Even her posture had sagged. That's how it is. Always so cheerful, Chisato was also looking down. Shichen gently consoled them. Don't worry. I have other methods, no need to. Chendano. Toru suddenly cut him off, her expression slightly hesitant. I think I might know the reason. What is it? Could it be, there's simply too little mana in this world? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 87, Blood Servants. Shichen looked at Toru's slightly embarrassed smile, the awkwardness overflowing in her expression. He actually forgot about this. This world is an ordinary one, there's basically no magic, no spiritual power, no special forces of any kind. At most, there are some people with minor superpowers. Even Kana, who's lived for over 10,000 years as a dragon, can't get any spiritual energy from this world to recover her strength, which shows just how normal this world is. But Shichen felt this couldn't entirely be blamed on him. After all, up till now, he had never actually cultivated mana. He directly gained immense mana by devouring the wise man's blood and later absorbing the fourth primogenitor's mana. He simply never lacked mana. Even in this ordinary world, he, like Toru, wouldn't be bound by any constraints. He literally leaped from a lower-level existence to almost the highest level. Not long ago he was just an ordinary person with no foundational knowledge, so it was quite normal to forget these little common-sense details. Ahem. Shichen cleared his throat twice, covering his awkwardness. That's right, what Toru said is correct. It's not that you two can't cultivate mana, it's that mana in this world is too scarce. Oh, so that's how it is. Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha felt somewhat relieved. As long as it wasn't her own lack of talent. For her, being able to cultivate mana was secondary anyway. She had lived a normal life for so many years, it wasn't like she'd been living in a magical world all along, so not being able to learn magic wouldn't be some huge disappointment. It's not good at all. On the other hand, Chisato couldn't accept it. This means we can't learn magic at all. What's the big deal? We weren't doing magic before anyway, Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha said nonchalantly. But no, I want to learn magic, I want to become strong, I want to help Chin and I. Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha pursed her lips and looked at her helplessly. Haha, Shichen chuckled and reached out to stroke Chisato's soft platinum blonde hair in comfort. Don't worry. Didn't I say I still have other ways? What ways? Chisato immediately asked. Kasumi Gakaka Yutaha also couldn't help looking over. Not being able to learn is one thing, but if there's a way to learn, who wouldn't want to? A normal person's desire for supernatural power originates from the most primitive yearning. Shichen thought for a moment, then worded it carefully before asking, do you know about vampires? Of course we know about vampires. What about them? Kasumigakaka Yutaha countered. How much do you know about vampires? They love sucking people's blood. And specifically pretty girls' blood. Close enough. Anything else? I know, they can turn into bats. Their vitality is super strong. As long as they aren't killed, any injury can heal. Chisato answered enthusiastically. That's the vampire from the novels, right? Kasumigakaka Yutaha retorted. But real life doesn't have vampires at all. You have a point, Yutaha had no comeback. Who says real life doesn't have vampires? Shichen smiled, countering her. Eh? There really are vampires in reality. Of course there are. One stands before you now. Question mark. Both of them froze, uncertainly staring at him. You're a vampire? Kasumigakaka Yutaha asked with a weird expression. To be precise, I have a vampire's powers. Really? Then why aren't you afraid of the sun? It's not the Middle Ages anymore. Why would vampires still fear sunlight? Then prove it. Sure. Shichen nodded and immediately, his pupils turned crimson, a dazzling red glow emanating from within, strange yet enchanting. He opened his mouth and extended his fangs, yet it didn't look out of place. Kasumigakaka Yutaha opened her eyes wide, dazed as she stared at his sudden transformation, the shock trembling within her. On the contrary, Chisato was delighted. She stepped forward eagerly to examine this form, even reaching out to touch his fangs. Chen suddenly looks even more handsome, why do I feel even more drawn in? So this is a vampire? Chen are you going to suck my blood? How? I wasn't handsome before. Shichen teased with a chuckle. Hee hee, different kind of handsome. You used to have a bit of a holy vibe, now you feel more seductive. Well, guess that's a vampire for you. So, Chen are you going to suck my blood? Chisato asked expectantly. Don't rush. Shichen lovingly pinched her smooth cheek, then turned to Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Yutaha, are you aware of a vampire's blood kin? Blood kin. As in turning someone into a vampire's thrall by sucking their blood. It's roughly that idea, but specifically I'm referring to blood servants. Don't know. Simply put, I can share my blood with you too, turning you into vampires as well, so you can use my mana. It's impossible to store mana inside them all the time simply because to them, his mana is foreign and repels them. But if they became his blood servants, his mana would then be recognized by their bodies, letting them operate it freely. He possessed an enormous, inexhaustible reservoir of mana, giving some to them wasn't an issue. And as his blood servants, they wouldn't be ordinary humans anymore. Even if they encountered unexpected danger, they wouldn't have to worry about an accident. Chisato he never worried about, but Kasumigakaka Yutaha was weak and powerless, so he had to worry for her. Becoming a vampire. Kasumigakaka Yutaha blinked, staring at Shichen's vampire face. Nothing about his appearance was off-putting, even easy to accept. But turning from a normal human into a vampire was a bit overwhelming. Chisato, however, had zero hesitation, she took his arm and bounced happily. Chen I want to become a vampire. Let me be your blood servant. You sure about that? Absolutely sure. Hee hee, I want to see how I'd look with fangs. Your focus is quite unique. Anyway, you wouldn't harm me. Alright, though becoming a vampire doesn't happen instantly. Depending on one's constitution, it might take days or maybe a month. No worries, worst case, you just give me more blood. You. Shichen shook his head, not knowing what else to say. Her mindset was too unrestrained, yet that's exactly what he liked about her. And you, Yutaha. What do you think? This is so sudden, I don't know, would I fear sunlight? Do I have to suck blood? You won't fear sunlight, and you don't have to suck blood. Plus, you'd live a very long life. Kasumigakaka Yutaha's eyes sparkled. What about physical aging? Hey, you basically won't. Hearing that, Yutaha's face showed she was tempted. She didn't care about vampire status or not, but if it meant eternal youth, how could she hesitate? For now, maybe I'll wait to see how it goes with Chisato. Sure. Chen what should I do? Chisato had long been eager to begin. Don't be nervous. I need to drink some of your blood first, then share mine with you, he said, gripping her shoulders gently. Oh, so Chen is going to suck my blood, right? Hurry. After speaking, she tilted her neck, revealing her fair, delicate nape. It's not enough just like that, said Shichen. Not enough how? I need a bit of stimulation so that my desire to feed is triggered. Oh. I get it. Chisato wasted no time. She undid her sash, pulling down the slanted neckline of her yukata, exposing her snowy white form. Her exquisite clavicle, flawless white skin, plus the fullness outlined by white lace undergarments, this made Shichen's fangs lengthen more, a red glow shining in his scarlet pupils, bewitching. Yet Chisato didn't stop. She grabbed his hand and placed it right on her chest. The softness transmitted to his hand. At that moment, Shichen no longer held back. Another hand wrapped around her waist, and he lowered his head, burying himself at her neck, fangs piercing her skin. Scarlet droplets of blood marred the whiteness of her skin. Chisato felt no pain, only bliss. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 88, I'm back, Frieren. A tantalizing moan echoed in the room. Toru frowned in displeasure at the sight, while Kasumigakaka Yutaha couldn't help swallowing hard. Gulp. She clearly heard herself gulp. But there was no helping it, this scene was impossible to ignore. It was just getting her blood sucked, so why had it turned out this way? Shouldn't there be cries of pain? The neck was punctured and bleeding. Why did it look so enraptured and filled with pleasure? Watching Chisato's intoxicated expression and the flush coloring her face, Kasumigakaka Yutaha felt increasingly restless. If it were her being bitten. Kasumigakaka Yutaha recalled that to let him suck blood, one had to stimulate his desire. Letting him see some skin. Wait, this guy might be deceiving them, right? When had she ever heard of vampires needing a bit of stimulation before biting? She'd never heard of that. She looked over at Chisato's enraptured look and then at him, who still had his head buried into her neck. Exactly how long was this going to last? Was he trying to drain her dry? Wait, no, apparently there was also the part about giving her his blood. How did that work? Toru, how come she's taking longer than I did for him to bite? Toru, noticing that he was still latched onto Chisato's neck, spoke up, dissatisfied. Wait, what did you say? Kasumigakaka Yutaha thought she'd misheard and asked Toru again. Chisato's being bitten longer than I was. You already had your blood sucked by Chen. Yeah. When did that happen? Yesterday. I was the first one whose blood Chendano drank. Toru boasted smugly. Kasumigakaka Yutaha's mouth twisted with a complicated expression. At that time, what did it feel like? Did he ask you to undress? I did undress on my own, so Chendano couldn't help wanting to suck my blood, Toru answered honestly. So he really does need stimulation. Kasumigakaka Yutaha knitted her brows together. She didn't think too far about it. Probably Toru intentionally removed her clothes to seduce him. She knew Toru's intentions quite well by now. Same with Chisato. Recalling that, she glanced again at Shichen and Chisato. He was still burying his face, and she remained with that flushed look of ecstasy. How long was that going to take? She worried he'd drain her. Then again, apparently, he'd have to give her blood afterward. She had no idea how that was done. Toru, what did it feel like for you? She asked again. Very comfortable, kinda addictive, Toru replied truthfully. Comfortable getting bitten. Doesn't it hurt? Or you just don't feel pain? It's not that. It genuinely felt good. In a moment, you can ask Chisato if she thinks the same. I don't need to. Kasumigakaka Yutaha shook her head. Judging by Chisato's face, she already got the answer. So, are you not going to turn into a vampire? You're still a dragon, or does that make you a blood-sucking dragon? I won't. Chendano didn't give me his blood, plus I'm pretty sure his infection wouldn't work on me. Toru wasn't entirely certain. She was a dragon, the child of the Chaos Faction's Emperor of Demise, with extremely powerful bloodline. Some mere vampire's blood shouldn't be able to infect her. But she could clearly sense how unbelievably strong Shichen's vampire blood was, nearly at a pinnacle. Maybe infecting her wasn't impossible. Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't notice Toru's uncertainty, she wasn't that concerned. Her attention was drawn to something else. You're telling me that yesterday he just sucked your blood? Yep. Wow, so he really is a vampire. All along, him helping me, could it be that he just wanted to suck my blood? She couldn't help but suspect. Yutaha, that's a misunderstanding, came Shichen's voice. He lifted his head from Chisato's neck, lips stained with blood, looking at her with an innocent gaze, denying calmly. Kasumigakaka Yutaha froze, staring at him dazed. In that moment, he was quite enthralling, his eyes still glowed scarlet, faint red light beaming out. That handsome face glowed with a radiant aura, matching well with those blood-red lips, a rather bewitching sight. Chisato, on the other hand, was standing quietly, eyes closed. The intoxicated expression was gone, replaced by a trance-like state. She was feeling the mana coursing through her body. Although she hadn't yet turned into a vampire, she could already manipulate the mana Shichen had given her. Kasumigakaka Yutaha hadn't paid her any mind, too captivated by Shichen, her own heart racing uncontrollably from his vampire allure. She forced herself to look away and coughed lightly, turning to him. So. Not a misunderstanding. Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, we didn't even know each other when I wasn't a vampire. He answered so matter-of-factly that Yutaha's confusion only grew. You said you weren't a vampire back then. What do you mean? He sighed slightly. I gained this power during my absence. Strictly speaking, I only recently took on a vampire's abilities. You got them recently. Like Chisato did. You were turned by a vampire. How could it be? Then how did you get them? Let's just say I absorbed a vampire's powers. How? You just said the place you went to was dangerous, so you needed abilities to protect yourself. Exactly. I see. So, what about Chisato right now? She glanced at Chisato, somewhat envious. I've already given her some of my mana, so she's adjusting. And she'll be able to cast magic any moment. Kasumigakaka Yutaha's tone brimmed with envy. She can learn it anytime now. Haha, don't rush. You can watch Chisato use magic, and decide after, he suggested. Is there really no other method? You're that unwilling to be bitten by me? That's not it, just. She paused, frowning. I can't quite wrap my head around it. At that, he could empathize. For almost 20 years, she'd lived a normal life, and everything changed abruptly. This was a huge shift. He had faced a similar shift at first, but his circumstances were different. He had a reason to accept it quickly, his love for these fantasy worlds and its people. She had no such background. He was about to persuade her a bit more, but decided to drop it. Yutaha, he said, do you think you can still keep living like you did before, now that you're with us? She pressed her lips. I know my old life is gradually gone. You could still say you need more time to adjust. Right. But you said you're about to leave again, and for a longer time, right? She murmured, her tone uncertain. Exactly. What? Toru reacted more dramatically. She got up at once and drew close, looking up at him pitifully. Chindano, you're leaving again. He offered her an apologetic glance, gently stroking the side of her face in comfort. Yes, I have something important to attend to, so I must go. Then can't you take me with you? Sorry, not right now. Give me some time, if I can bring someone along, I'll definitely bring you. Really? Toru said in a faint voice. I wouldn't lie to you. He raised his hand in oath. All right. Toru pouted, unhappy but resigned. Good girl. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Which worked. Toru closed her eyes slightly, corners of her mouth turning up. She was getting easier and easier to coax. When are you leaving? Kasumigakaka Yutaha asked. In the next couple days. She went silent. It's okay. He smiled at her. At most 2 or 3 months. You can figure out your life and plans during this time. Besides, if I can bring others, all of you definitely will come along. I see. Kasumigakaka Yutaha blinked. I'm not lying. That's good. So for now. His gaze fell upon her neck. Wait until you come back. She quickly shook her head, rejecting him. Still afraid. He sighed with a wry smile. Imagine if you were the one being bitten. I get it. He pictured himself in that position, someone about to drink his blood. Even though it was just an example, it was rather unnerving. So better not to rush her. He turned to check on Chisato, a tender glow in his eyes. She was still exploring her newly gained mana. All right. That's all for now, he said. Chisato might still need some time to adapt. Let's get some sleep. Yutaha, you have school tomorrow. Chisato had never handled mana before, so she would need a while to get used to it. Got it. She replied, her mind drifting. Shichen carried Chisato off with Toru following behind. Kasumigakaka Yutaha watched them close the door. She stood dazed for a while before returning to her bed to lie down, staring at the now familiar ceiling. Her mind was a complete mess. Turning into a vampire, leaving her normal life behind, everything was piling up. She was definitely intrigued but also anxious, having only known him for a short time. Suddenly it was talk of marriage. All his fault for being so greedy. And two-timing. At first approaching her as her very first reader and fan, he must have had ulterior motives right from the start. Shichen had no idea she was cursing him in her head. He left quickly so she could slowly process all that information. He was slightly worried about Chisato, so he carried her back to his room. Of course Toru came along, too. As soon as he put Chisato on the bed, Toru followed, instantly changing into pajamas. You're so skilled at this, Shichen teased, glancing at her. I didn't get to sleep with Chandano last night, Toru said with justified indignation. That was just one night. Chandano's leaving soon. All right. Then go ahead and sleep. I'll go get Kanna. Okay, Toru obediently lay down, the fullness in front of her quite prominent. Shichen shook his head, turned around, and headed upstairs for Kanna. She was still playing games, apparently addicted. But she was obedient, he told her to switch off and go rest, and she complied. She still wanted to sleep with him tonight, but the bed was full. She'd have to sleep on her own tonight. In exchange, tomorrow he'd accompany her again in playing games. Late in the night, Chisato finished adapting, though physically she hadn't changed. Her pupils remained their original red color. Because it was already quite late, Shichen decided to teach her magic at dawn. The next day, as the sun rose, Chisato excitedly dragged him to learn magic. She only managed to learn a few simple magics: telekinesis, body cleansing, conjuring a flower field, plus a defensive spell. They were all practical everyday spells, with the defensive one as a safeguard. Though she could dodge bullets, an explosion was a different story. A defensive spell forming a barrier might stop a blast shockwave. Originally, she couldn't have learned them that fast, but halfway through, Shichen mentioned again that he'd have to leave soon. Their lesson ended up as more of a back-and-forth banter. Chisato was also extremely forward. She grasped his hand and pressed it on her chest to let him feel her heartbeat, so he couldn't really refuse. They ended up tangling until breakfast time, nearly half an hour. Today's breakfast included Takina as well, but that didn't change much. Everyone had adapted to her presence as if she'd always been around. After breakfast, Kasumigakaka Yutaha went to school, while Shichen first took Kanna out to buy a set of clothes for Inoue Takina, similar to Chisato's uniform. Then he spent the day playing games with her. With Takina around, the cafe definitely didn't need him, he was pretty much free. He also took the chance to retrieve Kanna's shard of the God Core. Playing with her all day, he couldn't help but gather it. On the second day, which was a Saturday, Kasumigakaka Yutaha finally had time to watch Chisato's magic training. But it wasn't how she expected. There were no chants, no special effects, aside from an occasional magic circle, and it felt more like pure psychic powers, appearing quite plain. Surprisingly, that was more to her taste. She wasn't interested in flamboyant chanting or chunny theatrics. By noon, after having lunch together, Shichen directly left again. This time he didn't need a grand farewell. Once you do it the first time, it's no big deal the second time. As for explaining it all to Takina, he just left that to Chisato to handle however. When Shichen opened his eyes again, he was standing in the middle of a forest. Trees filled his field of vision, greenery everywhere, no end in sight. Yet to him, it was intimately familiar. No need to confirm directions, Shichen set off, speeding up in just a few steps. Thinking of that petite, snowy figure, he couldn't restrain his excitement. He dashed out of the forest, passing through a flower field. Soon, from a distance, he spotted a small row of 3 single-story houses. As he drew closer, his steps slowed, but quickly, he arrived in front of them. Right then, his gaze was caught by a petite white-haired silhouette in front of the house. She was quietly seated, eyes closed. Yet as if sensing his arrival, she slowly opened her eyes. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others.